Chapter 16. The Undead Cataclysm. 1. Pale skin drained a complexion, and golden irises housed in the center of dark eyeballs. With the sudden appearance of undead forces, both the Imperial Army and the Rebel Army had been doused with literal cold water as they fought a battle for the Imperial capital of Lupagana. Before anyone could notice, the battle between the living vying for control of the Empire had transformed into a struggle for existence between the living and the dead, and it was becoming increasingly severe. Uriah! Raising a loud voice, he brandished his two-handed sword and slammed it into the enemy in front of him. In an attempt to block the strike, the enemy raised a battered sword that they had picked up from somewhere, but that blow smashed the brittle sword, nevertheless cleaving straight into the enemy's skull. Their cranium shattered, and yet what followed was not a spectacular scene of blood and brain matter spewing out, but a scene of fragments scattering about, as if a ceramic pot were smashed in an utterly unthinkable way for a human to die. The things were not only inhuman in appearance, but even the way they died ran contrary to the path of humanity. As somebody who lived in the Empire, there were opportunities to lay eyes upon races that possess extravagant features in their appearance, but even if it was an opponent with a different number of arms or eyes, the way they died would remain constant. It was only logical that those with life should experience their lives come to an end in a manner befitting that quality. But these undead did not have that. Perhaps that was why he still felt such a strong repugnance towards them. Even in the Empire, where life was even said to be cheap compared to other countries, they did not trample upon life itself in the way these undead did. General, keep the front lines at bay, let His Excellency the Emperor and the civilians escape. Soldiers, OHHHHHH. When one of the generals shouted a command, the soldiers around him roared as if they were in a fever. As a result of the undead forces, the rampage of the Cloud Dragon and the bulwark of the reservoir in the northern part of the Imperial capital approaching destruction, His Excellency the Emperor made a decision to abandon the Imperial capital and withdraw all troops. The Imperial Army united all of its efforts to assist in the evacuation of the Emperor and the citizens of the Imperial capital. Ironically, with the advent of this third faction, the battle against the Rebel Army had gone undecided. No distinction remained between the regular army and rebels, and with the living and the dead divided into friend and foe, the fierce battle raged on. Just now, the Imperial soldier who had just destroyed a single undead was one who held their ground. He and the soldiers around him were fighting with all their might to stop as many of the undead as possible, even if only one, and see if they could take them down to meet death together. Soldier, no idea what those things are, but soldier, if it is His Excellency the Emperor, soldier, he will absolutely find a way to eradicate you lot. No matter who the enemy may be, their faith in the apex of the Empire, Vincent Wallachia, would never waver. That was the greatest reason why the soldiers were able to hold their ground without a hint of fear. Vincent had continued to deliver results. The amount of spilled blood and piled up corpses of Vincent's enemies was a foundation of the Imperial soldiers' faith in him. Considering the absoluteness of his reign, his fighting spirit was of a different purity from that of those who so casually plotted insurrection, and thus his fighting spirit directed towards the undead shaking the Empire was precisely the same. General HK, all troops bring that one down. The general cried out once more in response to the onslaught of an undead with a massive body. A bald undead of large build swung their arms about, and the Imperial soldiers who stood in their path were blown away like scraps of paper. If they were to permit the large undead to do as it pleased, a hole would open in the front lines and the defensive position. They had gone through so much trouble, the form would likely crumble. In order to stop it, the soldiers obeyed the general's order and leaped towards a huge body at once. Soldier, you OHH. The soldier who leaped first was struck, crushing his head, evading that carcass. As it flew towards him, one Imperial soldier kept close to the ground as he slashed at the legs of the huge undead. The attack connected and his opponent's stance collapsed, but having perpetrated such an impudent act, the Imperial soldier's eyes met golden irises looking down on him and witnessed the dim gleam of the sword that had been plucked off somebody else. Just before he was impaled by its tip, the figure of a person wedged their way in front of the Imperial soldier. General finished thigh at HK. Pierced through the chest, the general cried out as blood frothed at his mouth. Shielded by the general, the Imperial soldier gulped down and immediately jumped out from behind the general's back, swinging his sword with all his might. He smashed the gigantic undead's head in. The sword broke in half upon impact, but without any counterattack, the large undead's whole body shattered. And so just as the general collapsed to the ground on his back, the large undead was struck down. His chest-pierced general had met his end, and as the Imperial soldier admired that bravery, he borrowed a replacement for his broken sword from the general's hand. Then, twisting his head around, he tried to search for the next enemy Imperial soldier. Fucking hell. The Imperial soldier muttered, his cheeks contorting as he lowered the helmet he was wearing with his fingers. Having just evaded death, the Imperial soldier looked as the next undead entered his field of vision. The general, who had just died, protecting him his same equipment and face were worn by it. The corpse of the general was lying beside him, and he himself was gripping the general's sword. And yet standing in front of him with a pale face and golden eyes was that very same general. Imperial soldier fucking hell. A battlefield where even one's comradescent arms could become undead, turning into enemies as soon as they died. Upon these flooded lands which he wanted to curse, where death was near certain, the Imperial soldier raised a sword and continued to fight until his life no longer allowed. 2. The coupled dragon carriage retreated from the Imperial capital of Lupagana and headed towards a fortified city of Garkla. The historical alliance formed between the Emilia camp and the Valachian Empire's leadership within that carriage had unexpectedly encountered interference in an unforeseen manner. Although, as for the cause of that interference, Anastasia, what's wrong, even though we were so worried about Natsukikin, it's distressing to see her looking at us like we're uninvited guests. Subaru and not making such a face him happy that we were able to meet properly, it goes without saying for Anastasia. But even if it's Julius with his stern expression, I'm glad about both. Anastasia, well, it ain't exactly a stern expression, but it's all cause of your appearance. And so the two people, Julius and Anastasia, who had suddenly boarded the interconnected dragon carriage, looked down at the shrunken Subaru from head to toe with keen interest. Naturally for Subaru, encountering the two of them, there was like a bolt from the blue. The level of surprise was comparable to when Priscilla had suddenly descended from the sky in the fortress city. However, why those two had ended up in the Valachian Empire, Subaru did not consider himself so naive as to be unable to guess the reason. Subaru, even so, I understand that Emilia and the others were looking for us, but for Anastasia and Julius to go out your way through Karaji just for me. Anastasia, yep, exactly, was a grand adventure traversing through 3 countries. Crossing the border to Wallachia ain't something that could be done easily, and the journey was quite costly, to say the least. Subaru irk. Anastasia, I hate to come across as counting every penny, but I'd be happy if you won't forget about the cost we broke our backs for. Being sent to the Empire was beyond Subaru's control, but when he heard about the concerns that were expressed for him, his heart fell heavy under Anastasia's gaze, and words it seemed like Subaru was about to be burdened with a tremendous debt of gratitude. However, at that moment a voice calling her Anna could be heard near Anastasia's neck. Echidna, you shouldn't bully Natsukikin recklessly, considering his current appearance. No matter how you look at it, Anna, you seem like the villain bullying a child. Subaru, ah. When Subaru raised his eyebrows at that voice, the other party responded by wagging a white tail. It was a fox scarf that Anastasia, who was dressed in a kimono, had draped over her shoulders. In other words, it was Echidna, the artificial spirit whom Anastasia was carrying with her. Unlike the witch with the same name, Subaru had a recognition of Echidna as a companion, whom he had gone through the ordeal of the Pleiades watchtower together. With hearing her voice, Subaru also felt relieved and at ease. With this among the companions who had gotten separated in the Pleiades watchtower, one Subaru showed his face to Patrash, who was outside. Only Melee would have yet to see that he was safe. Anyway, Emilia, Anastasia, and Julius, two you made it to Wallachia safely. Anastasia, I'm relieved that Emilia and the others are safe too. As for the hardships during the journey, I couldn't find Natsukikin before Emilia and the others did, so it's a bit embarrassing. Emilia, no, that thought makes me feel really happy, thank you. Emilia also welcomed Anastasia's appearance with a relaxed smile on her face. Indeed, the situation in the Valachian Empire already tense, and on top of that there was the undead disaster following the Civil War. Inadvertently, she could say that she was very grateful that she did not cross paths with Anastasia and the others in the imperial capital. And with the joy of such an unexpected reunion coming to a pause, Vincent, are you quite finished rekindling your old friendship? Whether you know it or not, the time for the military conference is limited. The one who dampened the mood with those words, with a cheeky attitude and arms crossed, was Abel. With an unusually tolerant demeanor, he had been trying to gauge the atmosphere, but it seemed like he could not remain silent any longer. Making a sarcastic remark, Abel glanced sideways at Subaru and then said, Vincent and other your acquaintances, how unexpected to think your influence has spread as far as Karaji. Subaru, as for that, it's a bit complicated, Anastasia-san. And the others are on the Karaji side, but not exactly on the Karaji side. So what's the deal with him? Subaru's puzzled question stemmed from the presence of Halibel, who stood beside Anastasia, and the others. Halibel, the wolf person who was known as the strongest in the Karaji city-states, demonstrated his existence while shaking the Kizaru he held. Subaru wondered what position Anastasia and her group held given Halibel's title and affiliation. Julius, I will handle that explanation. I will give a first-hand account of particulars that allowed us to get on that flying dragon ship. In response to Subaru's question, Julius brushed the scar beneath his left eye with his finger and began to answer. The new white scar on Julius' profile, combined with his unfamiliar appearance in a traditional Japanese outfit, emphasized his dignified and handsome aura, giving Subaru a strange sensation. It was not to say that the influence of regression had not affected Subaru's perception, but it was probably more due to the changes on Julius' side that caused the sensation. Somehow it felt like the current Julius had more composure than before. While there was elegance in his previous demeanor as the finest of knights, it seemed to be different from his current composure, might have even been considered something that stood in stark contrast to it. His attitude, which seemed like he had discarded long-worn armor, was a result of the experience in the Pleiades watchtower, or was there some other reason behind it that remained uncertain? Julius, your excellency, the Emperor Vincent of Wallachia, I am relieved to see you safe, and well, it is an unexpected honor to have the privilege of an audience with you once again. Ignoring Subaru's impression, Julius, having taken a step forward, bowed as he elegantly spoke. Abel, protected by Ga's large build as he stood, raised his shapely eyebrows at Julius, greeting Subaru too, harbored a sense of unease with Julius once again part. Vincent, once again you say him, but neither do I remember granting audience to a swordsman of the city-states, nor do I recognize your face. What prompted you to say once again? Julius, with all due respect, I once received the opportunity to have a glimpse. However, at the time, I was not a swordsman of the city-states, but a knight of the kingdom, Vincent the Kingdom. Upon hearing the response of Julius, who did not show fear, even when addressing Abel the Wallachian emperor, Abel's black eyes narrowed in deep thought, but he could not seem to find any memory of the occasion. With such a dignified demeanor, there was no way that Julius could possibly be telling a lie. As such, even though the two were actually acquainted with each other, Abel had forgotten it. In other words, it was evidence that the effects of gluttony which caused those around Julius to forget him had yet to be undone. Vincent, you are deceiving me, and thus I do not understand your behavior, Bristets. Bristets, yes, I too have no recollection of ever seeing this person. Vincent, it would be rare for Bristets to not be present at an audience. That is to say, it is not an issue between you and I, but one of a larger scale. By merely questioning the presence of Julius within Bristets' memories with a single word, Abel detected that extraordinary circumstances were entangled in the discrepancy of perceptions between himself and Julius. Witnessing Abel's speech and conduct, Subaru could not help but mutter, is this guy for real? Subaru, is it really normal to accept that so easily something that's so absurd? Vincent, we are in the midst of an emergency in which the dead have risen, and the Emperor is being driven away from the imperial capital. Speaking of the grand scheme of things, the fact that your body has shrunk does not make much of a difference. Either what matters is whether or not it can be conceived as possible. Subaru, I wouldn't say that me shrinking is something that happens every day either, though. No matter what kind of profound mysteries this world held, even if those were deemed as plausible theories, just because they could be conceived, it did not make them things that could be so easily accepted with an eye. Yes, I see. As Subaru's brow wrinkled, Beatrice, holding his hand, rubbed the wrinkle between Subaru's brow with her other hand. Beatrice, don't overthink it too much. I suppose it's much more convenient if they have the tolerance to accept it than if they were to be obstinate about it, in fact. Subaru, that's true. Also, that feels good. Please keep doing it a little longer. Beatrice, roger that, I suppose. While Subaru continued to receive an eyebrow massage from Beatrice, Julius, with the questions that arose in the first act of his greeting canceled, he returned to the main topic. That was... Julius, first of all, the lady present here is Anastasia Hashinsima. I presume you have already been made aware of Emiliasima's identity and status, but Anastasia-sama is also the same status. Serena, ho-ho, the same as Miss Amelia. In other words, candidates for the next king of the kingdom are together in a foreign country. My goodness, that's quite the amusing and rare situation. Serena contorted her facial scar in amusement, and Julius nodded silently. At her words, at his affirmation, the gazes of the imperial camp members turned towards Amelia, and meeting those gazes, her lips formed a smile. Amelia, yes, Julius is telling the truth. Anastasia and I are both candidates for the royal selection, and we're friends. Anastasia, though for the time being the thing about being friends, is an agreement for after the royal selection, is over following that introduction in a representative of Kararagi's Hashin Trading Company and one of the candidates for the royal selection in the kingdom of Lagunica. Vincent, in addition to that impressive title, you are yet another person of the kingdom. Anastasia, I feel a little sorry if my title happened to surprise you, but to tell you the truth, it ain't the only title I got right now. That's the reason we went out of our way to ride that flying dragon ship, ain't it? Just a short while ago, Abel had formed a friendly alliance with Amelia as the head of the empire, as Abel expressed his disapproval at the fact that another person from the kingdom had now become involved here. Anastasia put a stop to that. As Anastasia noted that she had a title that had yet to be disclosed, Amelia put her finger to her lips with a puzzled look on her face. Emilia, but Anastasia sent is a representative of the trading company, a candidate for royal selection. And there's still more, maybe the employer, the mercenary group that Mimi and the others are part of. Anastasia, the Iron Fangs, under the jurisdiction of the Hashin Trading Company. So I don't bother to add it to the title of trading company representative. Still, it's a separate matter from that. Emilia separate. Told that she was incorrect by Anastasia, Emilia muttered in an adorable, troubled voice. And beside Anastasia, she smiled at Emilia's behavior. Julius gestured to her with his hand. Julius, on this occasion, Anastasia Summa, is acting on behalf of Kararagi's League of Cities, appointed as an emissary. She has made her way to the Empire. Otto, the Kararagi League of Cities. Hearing Julius reply, it was Otto whose voice had capsized. Otto broke his silence with an uncomfortable expression, to which Subaru thought was the right opportunity to ask what's the League of Cities. Subaru, I've heard that Kararagi is known as the city-states of country, with many cities joined together. Otto, that understanding is correct. The Kararagi city-states are, roughly speaking, a country composed of 10 large cities. Each city has its own mayor, who is the representative of the city, and there is a council formed by these people, which is a League of Cities. Subaru, it's like the Council of 10 in Prestella. Otto, rather, Prestella's Council of 10 is probably inspired by the League of Cities, as is the case with the Water Plumage Pavilion. There is a large influx of Kararagi culture in Prestella along the border. Subaru, come to think of it, the Water Plumage Pavilion, where they had stayed at the invitation of Anastasia and her companions, was said to have wafer style both inside and out, which had been introduced from Kararagi. Going further back, Subaru believed that Kararagi's Japanese style itself might be knowledge that was brought from his world, but he put that aside for the time being. In any case, Subaru, it's not a peaceful situation when you're not only a candidate for the kingdom's royal selection, but you've also entered the Empire at the behest of the League of Cities as an emissary. Anastasia, you're right, though not as bad as with Legunica. Wallachia ain't on the best of terms with Kararagi. I mean, the Empire is basically hostile to everyone. Subaru, it's probably because the Emperor is so sharp, it's possible his corners will be a little rounder from now on. Vincent silence. When Subaru joined Anastasia's brazen and blunt comments, Abel, without changing his expression, hurled an admonishment at Subaru. Subaru stuck his tongue out at that, and Julius was taken aback by this exchange with Abel. Right after, he looked at Subaru in surprise, but since it would have been a long story if he were to explain, Subaru covered it up by simply sticking his tongue out at Julius as well. Anastasia, we heard about the mess in Wallachia while we were in Kararagi, but we didn't come here to take advantage of it. Vincent, that is very auspicious, however, it is not as if you have no intention of doing so. Anastasia, well, you've got to be tough to get by. Wouldn't it be more uncomfortable for you to be helped for free? Vincent, but of course. At that mischievous look in Anastasia's eyes, Abel's gaze briefly turned toward Emilia. As for Emilia, she looked at them curiously, but from Abel and Anastasia's points of view, Emilia's good intentions were probably way more unexpected. Even Subaru would not go so far as to say that they should help Abel and the others without compensation, and if he did, Otto would give him 1,000 hellish sermons. Then a hoarse voice asked for a chance to speak. When Brestets received Abel's silent affirmation, he turned his narrow, nearly thread-like eyes toward Anastasia and Julius while saying, Brestets, I am wondering, may I ask why the city-states have sent an emissary to the Empire in its current state? Perhaps you suspect that the problems of the Empire have come to your country, and you are pursuing them. Anastasia, even Kararagi, which believes that time and money are of equal value, certainly wouldn't come to talk about money in the middle of such a busy day. Besides, interference in internal affairs will only cause loss if you're not prepared for it. Vincent, you are being evasive. Did I not say that time is limited, Anastasia? You're impatient, Arentia. All right. Halibel, HM, you're fine with me talking. Anastasia called Halibel to her side as the Imperial leaders were eager to proceed. Leaning against the wall of the dragon carriage, Halibel, who was making a ring with the smoke from his kizaru, stroked the fur on his chin as the gazes gathered from around him. In Subaru's eyes, his fur was really nice, lush, and a full coat. Halibel, then he'll go for it. Actually, something strange has been going on in Kararagi for a while now. Well, the League of Cities been urging me to figure it out. Subaru, something strange. Halibel, y'all can imagine what I'm talking about. Right, the Hotakusen have been moving. Emilia Hodoke. Subaru gasped at Halibel's easygoing, slightly pretentious words, but Emilia Gaz and others tilted their heads at the unfamiliar word. Seeing that reaction, Halibel gave a wry smile as he said, sorry, and Halibel, righty, right, that phrase is Kararagi dialect, so none of y'all woulda understood in Kararagi when you say Hotakusen. It's got the meaning of a corpse I'm trying to say. Subaru, are you saying that the city-states also suffered harm from the undead? Halibel, something like that. Halibel calmly nodded, and the same shock that Subaru had just received spread to Amelia and the others anew. Given the undead forces that had come out of left field to interfere with the battle for the imperial capital, if the same thing had happened in Kararaji, it would mean that the large incident was not a matter confined only to the Empire. Subaru, then this could be happening on a global scale. If we're unlucky, right what happened to that zombie disturbance in Kararaji. Halibel zombie. Subaru, the moving dead people, ITLL be easy to understand if we have a name for them. Halibel, ha, I see for some reason, even though I didn't know the word, it sure rolls off the tongue. Gathering Subaru's response, Halibel gnawed on his Kizaru and replied in somewhat good mood, but frustrated by Halibel's reply, Subaru hastily shouted out Halibelson. With every passing moment, if the undead cataclysm was continuously expanding. Subaru, that would mean we don't have a moment to waste for you to have come to the Empire is. Halibel, don't you worry, I done tidied up the zombie disturbance that happened back in Kararaji, so you don't need to get all worked up about Kararaji. Subaru, Halibel, you're such a sweet kid. How about some candy? I ain't got no candy on me. Without doing anything like feeling around in his sleeves, Halibel soothed Subaru with a light-hearted tone. Involuntarily, Subaru pouted his lips, feeling rebuked for his hasty attitude. Julius, according to Mr. Halibel's investigation, the undead in question know the zombies. Following the flow of where their damages have been incurred, it seems that they have gradually been proceeding toward the Empire. Therefore, in order to investigate the emergency that occurred within their country, and to issue an alert for caution to your country, the League of Cities has. Anastasia, we done employed Halibel since he was fully informed on the situation, and I've taken on the role as an emissary for the League of Cities. It was also quite the help for crossing the border. That was how Anastasia promptly summed up the details of how she took on the role of emissary for the League of Cities. She may have taken care as to not sound too serious, but unfortunately, no matter how much care she took, the contents of this matter were such that there was no way it would not become heavy. In particular, the fact that the undead cataclysm had occurred earlier in Kararaji was. Vincent, the incident that occurred in the city-states preceded the Empire. If that is the case, it could be said that the current undead catastrophe was brought to the Empire from your country. Is that not so? Anastasia, I guess that's possible, but we got a different view. Vincent, ho, if this is not an attempt to avoid responsibility, let me hear it. Anastasia, it seems like Kararaji was the first place where the Hotakusen, where the zombies caused damage, but I think the main target was Wallachia, and Kararaji was used as a practice ground before that. Anastasia replied to Abel's snide remarks with an unchanged attitude. Contrary to her elegant demeanor, the hypothesis she posited was a rather extreme one. The view that Kararaji was a practice ground and Wallachia was the main event was far too harsh. Amelia, why does Anastasia think so that the thing with Kararaji was not serious, and that Wallachia is the real objective? Anastasia, well, the scale of damage. When the question Subaru had in mind was spoken by Amelia, such was Anastasia's response, while the gaze of her pale turquoise eyes clashed against Amelia's amethyst eyes. Anastasia, the account was convoluted, but Garkler received the first report of damage to the Imperial capital. Even if it ain't fully accurate, it's true that zombies done capture the Imperial capital, ain't that right? Julius, it is unusual for the Imperial capital, the center of the Wallachian Empire, to be captured, and for its citizens all to be evacuated en masse henceforth. I have no doubt that the intentions of the enemy who brought about this situation lie in the Empire. Vincent, your reasoning is sound. Hearing the deductions posed by Anastasia, and Julius Abel gave a brief response. However deep in thought behind his tranquil sable eyes, the Emperor, prefacing his speech, would incidentally turn his gaze toward Halibel. Vincent, the damages you said you suppressed in the city-states, what truly happened there despite the state of the Empire? I have not heard anything of the city-states being destroyed by undead. Halibel, righty, I done stopped it before that happened, though, even if I'm saying that seems like their goal wasn't to make a mess of Kararaji, but just to warm up like what Lil Anna said. Vincent, what does that mean? Halibel Putton, it's simply the zombies I happened across had entirely replaced all the people in the city and were living the same lifestyle. As if they were still alive, seemed like they didn't want us to know that they had swapped places. Subaru. As Halibel revealed the truth, Subaru became lost for words. And it was not only Subaru who was surprised. This group of wise people all had thoughtful expressions on their faces, and everyone who was surprised like Subaru was speechless. That was probably be expected just now. Halibel's story was far too different from what had been assumed. Gazi, you are saying that those undead are going as far as to disguise themselves as the living. It is true that Her Excellency Lamia spoke in the same manner as she did then when she was alive, but even so, Serena, if you see them as the living, then that destroys the perception of them being an opponent who attacks indiscriminately. It's already troublesome that some of them are intelligent, but if that happens, the way we deal with them as enemies will need to change quite a lot. This has become excessively amusing. God's just what is so amusing, High Countess Drakroy. Even your impudence ought to have its limits. Gaz and Serena's views were pitted against each other as a shocking embodiment of that misconception. However, that reaction from the two was natural. In fact, Subaru had the same opinion. These were not opponents which could just be fought. It had become a matter of exploiting their weakness. Even still, Emilia Hay Halibelson, you said that everyone in the town was turned into zombies. But in that town, how many people were living there? It was a question that someone needed to ask. Subaru regretted that instead of himself he had let Emilia do it. That regret grew deeper and larger after hearing Halibel's answer. That was because Halibel, roughly somewhere around 2,000 people. Emilia, that many. Halibel's answer clearly quantified the scale of the damage. One could only imagine that drastic scale of damage that made. Emilia's expression severely darkened and drove a cold, sharp thorn into Subaru's chest. However, there were not just people who were hurt by Halibel's answer. There were also those who looked ahead. Vincent, if that many disguise themselves to be the living, I have no choice but to say that it is troublesome what caused them to be exposed. Anastasia, the reason they were discovered was the amount of supplies that were going in and out of the city. They disguised themselves to some extent, but the numbers between the living and dead people didn't match up. The Hotakison don't need food or drinking water. So that's where the discrepancy came from. Vincent, the boundary between the living and the dead, it appears it cannot be crossed. Unlike Subaru, whose emotions halted him, Abel and Anastasia did not stop. While he felt frustrated by that difference, he also did not want to forget what it told Abel, that it was necessary to not throw away this frustration. Vincent Brestets, you had an army station in the western part of the empire, correct? Indifferent to Subaru gritting his teeth, Abel posed a question to Brestets. Brestets nodded briefly with a yes to the Emperor's question and, Brestets, we have received reports of unrest along the national border with Kararaji in the west. It was before the signs of civil war had expanded, but we feared countermoves and polarization of the rebel army, so we kept it maintained to keep them in check. You do not mean Vincent, the one entrusted with that army. It ought to have been Groovy Gumlet, was it not? His narrow thread-like eyes, opening slightly, Brestets laid bare his astonishment. As if agreeing with the Prime Minister's realization, Abel let out a small sigh. That which the sigh spoke of was certainly one of the 9 divine generals. She was supposed to be the first-class general whom Subaru had never had a chance to meet face-to-face. The reason why Abel narrowed his eyes languidly when he said that person's name was, God's Your Excellency, surely not General First-Class Groovy is. Vincent, keeping the unrest on the national border with the city-states in check, if that is why they did not participate in the great battle of the imperial capital, and if it has reached a state that we are not even able to meet with them, then there is no other recourse but to assume the worst. Serena assumed the worst, HM. Even I would have a hard time calling that amusing. Gaz's face flushed red, and Serena erased a thin smile on her lips. Giving a nod at these leading figures' reactions, Abel spoke. Vincent Groovy Gumlet and his army have already fallen into the hands of the undead. If they fail to unite with us in the future, we ought to operate under that assumption. Gaz HK. In response to Abel's words, Gaz's entire body trembled, and he gnashed his molars. It was not a metaphor. He really ground his molars, as an immense amount of indignation ran to the body of the warrior named Gaz. Ralph, and the possibility of having lost his comrade was hitting him hard. Even for Subaru and the others who did not know him personally, it was a silent blow. Brestets, Your Excellency, as per your speculation, if an undead can pretend to be alive, then Vincent, indeed, the reports from various regions on our own have lost credibility. Without increasing the accuracy of the information, to engage in a battle for recapture of the imperial capital will be next to impossible. Which of the delivered reports were from their living allies, and which ones were from the undead enemy was not known. Presented with such a frightening possibility, Subaru gasped. Subaru, in other words, that's the reason why the League of Cities entrusted Anastasia-san with being their emissary. Anastasia, the sense of crisis. Y'all feel it too, Dancha. It absolutely mustn't be allowed to spread, therefore. We were allowed to go as just a small group of reliable people. Anastasia spoke, while nodding, to which both Julius and Halibel also expressed agreement. Due to the commencement of the opposition against the undead, they were 2 trusted people chosen for their individual war potential. Subaru, what about Ricardo, Mimi, and the others? Anastasia, they're building a united front with the League of Cities at the border. Basically, they want to be entering the Empire. If it doesn't stop with the Empire, Kararaji will have to be prepared. Halibel, that ain't a good omen, but give me a break. Well, at this point, it's too late to do anything about Lil Anna's sharp tongue. Anastasia Halibel. Anastasia, who had answered the whereabouts of the absent Iron Fawn, looked at Halibel with a smile. She put her hand on her cheek in a soft gesture and kept her gaze fixed on Halibel. Anastasia, I overlooked it the first time, but can you stop calling me Lil Anna I ain't a kid anymore, and am also a representative of Kararaji. Halibel, though you say you're not a child, you don't look any different from when you were a wee lassie. Your character hasn't changed from the OL days when you were such a rascal together with Ricardo. Anastasia Halibel. Halibel, alrighty, my bad. Waving his hand, Halibel raised the white flag to Anastasia. The seemingly familiar relationship between the two was intriguing, but compared to the pressing issue at hand, it could only be considered a trivial matter. Indeed, from the point of view of having to defend against the unprecedented undead cataclysm. Julius, once again, I would like to convey the intentions of Kararagi's League of Cities. In order to contain the damage caused by the undead, the damage caused by the zombies, the city-states will extend as much support as possible to the Empire. Vince, regarding the support, we can work out the details later. Do you people have any ideas of means to stop this situation? Halibel about that it ain't a natural phenomenon that the Hotakusan wake up. Right, no doubt it's a result of some fellas' gaudy intentions. In other words, Anastasia, the mastermind, the caster, the ringleader, or whatever you want to call it, they gotta be subdued. A huge problem that could plunge the entire world into crisis, and the plan to overcome it. Stopping the entity responsible for this problem, the unseen enemy, was the highest priority of the kingdom of Lagunica, the Valachian Empire, in Kararagi's League of Cities. Subaru, the unidentified enemy. Thinking of the enemy whose true nature was unknown, Subaru murmured softly. What did this enemy look like, and just what were they thinking when they made preparations to commit such terrible barbaric acts? The mere thought of the hardships and obstacles that awaited them in their quest to defeat this yet obscene enemy sent cold sweat down his spine. However, Subaru, with this many members gathered here, Subaru's heart seized by fear, as it was nevertheless encouraged by the presence of those around him. The Amelia camp, who had even come to the Empire in search of Subaru, and the others, the leaders of the Empire, who hardened their resolve to unite for the sake of protecting it, and the reliable reinforcements from Kararaji. Subaru, no matter what the enemy is planning, there's absolutely no way that we're going to lose. That was not Suki Subaru's sincere declaration of war against the enemy. 3. Indeed, it was around the same time as Subaru's surge of enthusiasm from within the coupled dragon carriages. Ferociously, the reservoir's water gushed forth from destroyed bulwark, engulfing the imperial capital. As the muddy torrent swept away buildings and tore people and trees asunder indiscriminately, the blue-haired boy, having escaped to a high vantage point, used his hand as a visor as he gazed over the view. Boy, oh dear, I tried to buy as much time as I could, but I wonder if everyone was able to successfully escape, hopefully, boss, and the others didn't let the blood rush to their heads and mess up the decision to retreat. Light-heartedly muttering, so clad in a kimono, and wearing Zori with Cecilis. In this grand battle for the imperial capital, as the most difficult problem in all aspects concerning the complete change in the situation was, identified by his natural intuition and drama geek mindset, the leading actor of the world rushed to the scene. In fact, if Cecilis had not taken such a selfish and arbitrary action, the imperial capital would have been engulfed by water much sooner, and many more people would have failed to escape, resulting in an enormous amount of casualties. In that sense, Cecilis' actions, beyond anyone's expectations, coincidentally brought about a fortunate outcome for many. However, that was not the case for Cecilis as the person concerned. With the sudden appearance of the undead forces, the state of the battle for the imperial capital had changed, and trying to surprise the third enemy, who was attempting to snatch victory through a boorish intervention, Cecilis had leapt forth. Undoubtedly, he was in a state where he could sing his own praises of it having been a performance meant to enchant the world. And yet, Cecilis, even so, this was completely unexpected. Within the imperial capital engulfed by the muddy torrent, Cecilis murmured, so scratching his cheeks at the sight of undead, who had all fled to higher ground like he had still maintained their fixation over those who yet lived. There was no doubt that they existed outside the natural order, resurrected by a technique unknown even to Cecilis. In fact, he had also encountered the being that had made them into such things. Even though everything up to that point had proceeded in accordance with Cecilis' intuition, Cecilis, unbelievable, who could have imagined that the situation wouldn't be settled even when the caster is defeated. Collapsed at the feet of Cecilis as he raised his voice was the caster who had resurrected and commanded the undead. With beautiful pink hair and long ears, a young girl appeared to be around the same age as Cecilis, having confronted the blue lightning Cecilis. She was a witch whose life had already met its end. Chapter 17. A magical approach. As much as it was necessary, the certainty that this was an unprecedented situation only grew deeper. Among the events that had taken place in Lagunica, recorded in the history books, was a case resembling this unusual situation, but in that sequence of events the case was not treated as anything major. The Demi-Human War. It was a mass-scale civil war that occurred in Lagunica's past, and much like the current situation, It was the only recorded instance in history where the dead rose as enemies. However, the main focus of the history books were more on the friction between the human and demi-human tribes, and the extraordinary attacks carried out as part of the Civil War had not been recorded in detail. That was regrettable had the details of that time been recorded in more depth. I'm not going to fall behind these guys. With a roar and a swing of his fist, a group of Imperial soldiers, each pallid in complexion, were blown away all at once. Riding off the energy that had been vigorously drawn up from the ground, he firmly stepped on. He unleashed a blow with all of his might, one that was perhaps closer to a cleave than a punch. In quick succession, he repeated the attack a second and third time, with each blow knocking down the enemy's formation. No, it was not anything impressive like a formation. At first glance, the silhouettes of the enemy approached side by side, but they had no such thing as tactical leadership, coordination, or strategy. If that were the case, they were simply a cluster of individuals. If they were merely a cluster of individuals, Garfield would not be caught lagging behind. However, Ziha, with a sharp lunge, a double slash grazed Garfield's neck. Feeling his hair standing on end, he glared at his opponent. Having suddenly appeared, kicking away the fragments of a shattered undead, was another undead clad in an air different from the others. Garfield TCH. With a click of his tongue, he raised his shoulder and checked his neck where the tip of the sword had slightly grazed him. The extent of the slash was about a finger's length difference between the first and second blows. It was the technique of a master who deliberately demonstrated a dodgeable blow, then tried to cut off the opponent's head with a second. They were nothing more than a cluster of individuals without any formation, but occasionally among them there were those who had this level of skill. As a result, it had become a bit more troublesome than expected, and he assumed that there was one skilled undead out of every 20. Because of this, he could not carelessly support his allies by saying that they would be fine as long as they worked together. Based on one assessment of the situation, it was quite possible that a formation of 100 men could be destroyed by a single skilled undead. Skilled undead Zihazua. Garfield wrinkled his nose, whereupon the undead again unleashed the same double slash. Contrary to what had just been shown, the range of the technique had changed to be more daring. Earlier, the difference was a fingertip's worth, and now it was a fist's worth. A deep cut the size of a fist would be fatal no matter how shallow the cut was. However, the undead who had unleashed the technique widened his eyes of face in stark contrast to that of one confident in victory. The reason was simple. Their right arm, which had been holding the sword, had been shattered at the wrist. Garfield, no matter how many obvious tricks you play your grip on the sword, is always in the same position when you slash the three-headed. Valgren has but one body, He switched over to shatter the left hand, and then drove his fist into his opponent's astonished face. As soon as the impact of blow passed through to the back of its head, the undead's head was blown away, as if it were a fruit bursting open. As its head crumbled, fissures went through its torso and legs, and its whole body shattered. Garfield, this ain't to my liking. Looking down upon the wreckage of his vanquished foe, Garfield voiced those words. What irritated Garfield was the way the undead were defeated and destroyed. Since these things were dead, it would not be appropriate to describe it as a way of dying, and more than anything else, the very way they shattered deprived Garfield of the feeling that he was fighting against something that had life. All that remained was a faint, cold sensation, questioning just what in the world he was fighting against. Garfield wiped the sweat from his chin with his arm, and when he looked around, he saw an incessant stream of undead soldiers on the night plains that had become the battlefield. In order to combat them, a tactical delay force, which included Garfield, was in the midst of fighting hard. Initially, Garfield had been assigned to a medical unit in order to make good use of his healing magic, but the policy of preventing people from getting injured suited Garfield's nature better than treating the injured. Petra Garfson, your fidgeting is worrisome. If you're so restless, go help the people fighting yourself. So said Petra, who was working hard in the same medical unit as Garfield. Though it was not because she had insisted Garfield rushed outside. In reality, as a volunteer, he thought he was producing some good results. However, he was not so conceited as to say that he was doing the best work here. The reason was, "Do it!" A sharp yell echoed in the black of the night, immediately after which the sound of drawn bow strings firing rang out in succession. In accordance with the yell from Tarita, the chieftain of the people of Shudrak, a tremendously dense hail of arrows was fired. Rather than as individual arrows, they fell as a single cluster that left no means to dodge. The only way to evade them was to either catch or repel all of them. In fact, the undead, having no choice but to suffer the attack, each tried to utilize their weapons and shields. However, Cuna, I see it, Holly, go for it. The undead, focused on the sky overhead, were struck by a heavy-duty arrow fired from a strong bow by an assertive voice. Literally, to say that they were shot through would be an understatement. That absurd impact was like being rammed by a full-speed dragon carriage. The undead that assumed a defensive stance were blown away along with the group behind them at the same time. Garfield, my amazing self, ain't supposed to lose to you, but that's fucking insane. The undead who were weak were eradicated by the rain of arrows which dominated the area, and the undead who were strong and survived that attack were sniped by the strong bow to rhythm of the coordinated hunters. Greatly impressed Garfield. Even for Garfield, his movements would halt if he was turned into a hedgehog from getting pierced by arrows, and then in addition to that was a huge damage in the strong bow, which he could not dodge. He considered a relief to have those tactics on his side. Garfield, well, I got no idea what's happening OVR there. In contrast to the great strength of the Shudrak, another group won Garfield's admiration in a different way. They accompanied Subaru, who should have fought alone in the Empire. They were a group who all looked rough, the self-proclaimed Pleiades Battalion. Pleiades, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Pleiades, strongest, invincible, bring it on, bring it. On. Pleiades UOH. They were abnormally loud in the midst of a nighttime battle, and Garfield's I could not spot anyone as being exceptionally skilled in martial prowess. Of course, many of them seemed to have refined their techniques to the level of an imperial soldier at any rate. It was hard to say if the majority of them were trained, but they were good at giving in to their instincts and the way they raged about. But even so they were strong, already the difference in physical strength was like an adult compared to a child. It's beautiful, their strength is refreshing. A voice reached Garfield, who was staring at the way the Pleiades Battalion fought. When he turned his head, lined up next to him was a woman with dark brown skin and dyed red hair, Mazelda. Mazelda, who had a single wooden leg, wore a smile the color of blood toward the battalion's violent fighting style. Garfield, I don't get it, but they have something to do with Captain. I do wonder what they're doing, but I ain't worried that it's bad. Mazelda, Captain Subaru, is it Emilia, and the others, they put great faith in him. Garfield, our faith, a word like that is an understatement. Captain's a man who gives back my amazing selves. Expectations and faith 100 times OVR. It was neither an exaggeration nor a bluff on the bottom of his heart. Garfield held zero doubt in praising him in such a way that Garfield's answer the quality of Mazelda's smile changed from a mask of war to something that was somehow calmer and harbored a sense of understanding. Mazelda, I also understand that feeling in the lifeblood ritual and in all the subsequent battles. Subaru continued proving himself to us. He has the soul of a warrior, though he may not have a good face for a man, had make a good husband for Derrida. Garfield stopped talking about his face. The captain also worries about the look in his eyes besides. Mazelda, besides. Garfield, no matter how charmed someone gets by Captain, there's someone that he's already decided to fall for. Mazelda, I see that's right. Garfield rubbed his nose with his finger, and Mazelda nodded profoundly. He was unsure to what extent were her words a joke, and to what extent were they genuine praise, but the fact that Subaru was also valued within this empire made Garfield proud. Wherever he was, Subaru involved the people around him and brought about great results. However, though Subaru could get on exceedingly well wherever he found himself, it was the wish of Garfield and the collective will of the entire camp to have him stay with them. It was for this reason that everyone went through great lengths to rush to the heart of the empire, Garfield, and yet they had the nerve to get in the way of our amazing selves reuniting with the Captain HK. Garfield was a military officer, one who loved to compete against the strong, but he was not a battle junkie who chose to fight anyone and everyone no matter the time or place. To reunite with an important companion, to be in a situation in which that delightful reunion time was interrupted by constantly appearing enemies, filled his heart not with happiness, but solely with hatred. Garfield, but they sure are a weird-ass lot, ain't they? Mazelda the dead coming back to life is unnatural. I understand what you're saying. Garfield, that ain't what I meant, Mazelda. His fangs creaked as he bit them together. Mazelda raised an eyebrow at Garfield's mutter. In a purposeful response to her doubt, Garfield jerked his chin, directing his gaze towards a group of undead that were still being targeted by the Shudrak's arrows. Garfield looked closely, and you can tell there ain't a surefire way to kill these guys and break with one arrow, while others don't even with 5 arrows in them. Mazelda, there are also some tough beasts, just like people isn't the same thing. Garfield, I know the difference between strong and weak. This ain't like that. He could not explain it well, but from Garfield's view, even among the undead appearing roughly equal in strength, he sensed a difference in their level of toughness. Whether an arrow hit a vital spot or not seemed to have little relevance. Some seemed to be unaffected even when an arrow pierced an eye, while others shattered from a single arrow lodged in their shoulder. It felt as if simply gauging them by the strength or weakness of their life force. Garfield, damn it, just thinking about it hurts. My head, it's a Guiltalaw that fell one step short. If we just crush them all, it ain't matter anyway. That is exactly how a Guiltalaw that fell one step short would think, isn't it? At that moment, Garfield's shoulders jolted in response to the voice descending from above his head. When he hastily looked up, there was a silhouette leisurely approaching from the thickly clouded night sky. It steadily grew into the shape of a man that Garfield could not stand. And then, Since you are struggling, let me give you a hand, Garfield Dudley, you bastard. Oops, I feel bad saying this after you had finally gotten used to my alias, but after the meeting we had earlier, there's no longer need to hide my name. So as usual you can, Garfield fucking Roswell. Roswell, while there's an unnecessary prefix, but you can call me that, I don't mind. Indeed, Roswell, who had landed on the ground, was laughing, provoking Garfield's irritation. Since infiltrating Wallachia, he may have concealed his facial makeup and outlandish costumes, but his unique manner of speaking, which likewise should have been sealed away, had returned. Hearing that the pseudonym was also lifted, it could be inferred that the discussion in the dragon carriage had probably been settled. The negotiations that Otto, Frederica, and the others had mentioned before to reach a consensus regarding their involvement with the Empire, without twisting Subaru and Amelia's feelings. That in itself was a joyous thing for Garfield. Garfield, if you finish talking, I'd like to hear how it turned out. Beatrice, have you changed sides? It's rare to see you to be with that bastard. Beatrice is out of necessity. In fact, if possible, Betty would rather not leave Subaru's side for even a second, I suppose. But it can't be helped but to be relied upon in fact. With that said, Beatrice flung herself out of Roswell's arms. Since it was for just 1 month, Beatrice being active even in Subaru's absence was still fresh in her memory. So now that she somehow managed to reunite with Subaru, Garfield thought that she would have been resolved to never leave his side again. In fact, just before everyone was about to smother the awoken Subaru, and the coupled dragon, Carrots the girl, had been mumbling along those lines with completely determined look in her eyes. For her to leave Subaru's side and come to battlefield with Roswell. Beatrice, Garfield, Betty is here to ascertain the origin of that unease you felt, I suppose. Garfield, the origin of the unease. Roswell, if you go into a battle without knowing your enemy, the results will amount to less than half of what you expected. You compensate for this by knowing your enemy, especially this enemy, who is shrouded in far too many mysteries. After letting go of Beatrice, Roswell swung his arms, as if feeling somewhat lonely at the words of those two. Garfield felt optimistic about the outcome of the conversation, and his fighting spirit surged. Even though the bearer of this message was a despised Roswell Mazelda, not Dudley, but Roswell, that's your real name then. Roswell, yes, Miss Mazelda, due to certain reasons I had to falsify my name. I do apologize, not only I, but also Emily Yasama, who you knew as Emily had to do the Sami. Mazelda was done by a man with a nice face. So you are forgiven, Beatrice. What an outrageous basis for a decision, in fact. Mazelda digested the issue of the pseudonyms with her own peculiar sense of values. Beside her, Garfield gazed toward the pair of Roswell and Beatrice. And Garfield, so the fight's going to continue in the Empire, and the reason you two came is... Beatrice, events outside the realm of reason are best identified by magicians who have the ability to interfere with reason, I suppose. Roswell, this is a historic collaboration between Lagunica and Wallachia. The most valuable thing the kingdom can offer in return to them is a magical approach to determining the cause. If the knowledge of a mage can help to identify the cause of the endless stream of undead, then surely there was no one in Amelia's camp better qualified to help than Roswell and Beatrice. And Amelia was a spiritual arts user. Ram was the type to rely on her senses, and Petra was still in the process of learning. Roswell, how has it been actually fighting them for a prolonged period? Have you grasped anything? Garfield, I don't really get the difference between the ones that tray easy to beat and the ones that tray hard to beat. I think there's a reason apart from whether they're strong or weak, but Roswell, so the survivability and vitality of each individual is different. Garfield inwardly clicked his tongue at Roswell, who was in thought with a long, slender finger on his chin. It was true that he did not like Roswell's every move, but the tongue click just now was not due to irritation with him, but rather for the fact that he was counting on his thoughts and knowledge, because he honestly thought that Roswell was reliable in this situation. Beatrice, Roswell looking at it, in a daze, won't lead to the answer, in fact. Roswell agreed. Well then, if it comes to this, Beatrice, how much mana do you have left? Beatrice, after having met with Subaru, perfectly full. I suppose Roswell very well fiend. Suddenly, smiling, Roswell's heterochromatic eyes narrowed, and soon after 4 different colored lights mana floated in the air around him. Roswell snapped his fingers, and the 4 colored lights raced through the darkness of the night at arrow-like speeds, piercing into the distant group of undead, each light displaying their own powers. One of the undead burst into flames, and another was encased in ice. One had its limbs severed by a blade of wind, and one was pierced to the groin by a block of rock that rose up from the ground. All of them were fatal wounds of destructive force that shattered them into infinitesimal pieces with a cracking sound. A second later, Garfield and even Mazelda raised their eyebrows slightly in surprise at the result. Roswell, as it was reported, is the fire attribute that works the most effectively when did poorly, and Earth is treated no differently than a physical strike. Freezing seems to be inefficient with its mana consumption. However, to Roswell, the executor of the attack, it was not the fact that the undead were defeated, but rather how the strength of the attacks affected the defeated undead. And then Beatrice had also begun the same examination, but in a different way than Roswell. Beatrice Vita. Beatrice held her hand up to the night sky, and her chanted magic meddled with the rain of arrows, which was released by the people of Shadrach as the arrows tore through the sky. Innumerable arrows poured down upon the undead, their weight multiplied several times by the effects of Beatrice's magic that altered the weight of its target. The increase in their power could be gauged from the spectacular sound that came from each undead as they were pierced into the ground. Beatrice, as Garfield, said there is no explanation for why. Some zombies crumble, and others don't even know the arrows are different weights and have different power in fact. Garfield, if you make all the arrows heavier, won't be hard to tell the difference. Beatrice don't think so lowly of Betty, I suppose. Instead of making all the arrows the same weight, each arrow was tested differently in fact. Beatrice appeared angry, puffing out her cheeks like a little girl, but her reply in an effort to not be treated like a fool was even more foolish. Garfield, as a person who could use magic, albeit specializing in healing magic, understood the precision of the magical manipulation that Beatrice was doing. One could see that what she had just done with magic was of equal difficulty to threading many needles at once without using one's hands. Moreover, Beatrice and Roswell were. Roswell, the cause of their crumbling, is not the loss of their limbs. Some of them are still alive even after having their vitals gouged out. Although they are humanoid in appearance, it is better not to think of them as living creatures. Beatrice, it's not easy for anyone other than you to treat them like they're not living creatures when they're laughing angry. And even talking, I suppose, maybe it's contingent on the accumulation of a certain amount of damage, in fact. Roswell, that's quite an insulting assessment. I've spent a lot of time with all of you, and I think I've regained a lot of my humanity. Some of them can be taken down with just one leg blown off if it's a condition of damage accumulation. It doesn't add you up. Beatrice, it's a ridiculous argument to settle it as a simple difference in individual endurance, I suppose. Roswell, what other reason could there be the flow of mana is uniform? Beatrice, indeed, it is uniform weight. In fact, it's way too uniform, I suppose. While exchanging banter with each other, Roswell and Beatrice's investigation of the enemy progressed. Surprisingly, as they discussed, the two of them checked the disposition of the undead, who attacked them using their respective areas of magical expertise. Fire, wind, and purple arrows raged, and the undead were unable to get close to the two as they fought back to back. Of course, Garfield and Matilda also attacked the undead to keep them away, but even without them, Roswell and Beatrice would not be deterred, although he would not say it since Beatrice would absolutely hate it. Matilda, those two couldn't be more in sync. Garfield, we absolutely can't let them hear that. As with Garfield's thoughts, Matilda gave the exact same assessment while showing off coordination that could only be described like that. Beatrice, unaware of what they were thinking, lowered her eyebrows and called out Roswell. Beatrice going to touch them just once. In fact, Roswell, how reckless. After saying this, Beatrice lightly kicked the ground with her foot and jumped forward. With a flutter of the hem of her dress, Beatrice's small body soared like a feather. This was also an unnatural jump, her own weight eliminated by using magic. As it was, Beatrice was headed for a single undead who had its back to her. Sensing Beatrice's approach, it turned around to face her. Roswell jawled. A moment later, the undead's right hand that held a sword was vaporized as it was about to strike Beatrice with it. Roswell was pointing at the undead. A white light that had emitted from his fingertip had burned the opponent's arm. The undead was stiffened in astonishment, and Beatrice placed her hand on its forehead. Then Beatrice's distinctive patterned eyes widened. Beatrice, as expected, I suppose. Beatrice grumbled as her body was pulled away by an arm around her slender waist. Holding Beatrice's body close, Roswell exchanged places with her and delivered a sharp fist with the arm opposite the one holding her, shattering the undead's head before it could regain its composure. Roswell, good grief, from the one who was going to get scolded by Subarukin. Beatrice, and it's Betty who will get all the praise from Subaru. In fact, it's restoration magic, I suppose. Roswell, so that's the reason. Roswell, who had complained about Beatrice's recklessness, closed his yellow eye at what he was told instead of an apology. The current interaction with the undead gave Beatrice some kind of certainty. It seemed that Roswell understood this in a few words, but unfortunately Garfield had no clue what it meant. Garfield, I don't understand it all, explained in a way that even Emiliasima could understand. Beatrice, essentially Amelia, and Garfield are about the same in terms of their comprehension. In fact, now we know the structure of the zombies' bodies and the mechanism behind it, I suppose. Garfield, like I asked, what the hell does that mean? Garfield asked the question with gnashed teeth. Garfield was already aware of the existence of restoration magic. It was a magic that could restore damaged objects, and he heard that the best users could even restore burned books from ashes. However, it was said that there were few users, and that there were also noticeable shortcomings, such as a need for exquisite magical precision, and the tendency for restored items to deteriorate in quality. And above all, life could never be restored. This was not restoration nor repair, but the forbidden realm of something like the sacrament of the immortal king that had been brought up a few times already. ReZero teacher chose mana for her vessels, and I chose blood for mine. But this enemy chose earth for their vessels. Are they not bothered if the contents overflow? ReZero, covering his mouth, spoke of the revelation that Beatrice had given him. Even then, Garfield's understanding fell short of theirs, but he could intuit that it was a path that would lead to answers that were terribly disturbing and unpleasant even for Garfield. Disregarding Garfield, ReZero looked at Beatrice with a grim expression on his face. ReZero, Beatrice, this isn't the sacrament of the immortal king, right? Beatrice, the basis is the same, but the approach is different. In fact, for the sacrament of the immortal king, the vessel comes first, and the soul second, I suppose. However, as for these zombies, ReZero, the soul, comes first, and the vessel after the body changes form to suit the soul. At ReZero's comment, Beatrice nodded deeply. As usual, Garfield could not understand the crucial part of the exchange between the two. Garfield, holding back his bitterness, suddenly could not believe his eyes. Garfield. ReZero was there with an expression that reflected even more anguish on his face than Garfield did. He had never imagined he could have this contorted expression on his face, nay, Garfield had hoped to punch him in the stomach someday, wanting to bring about an anguished face, but for a reason unrelated to Garfield's desire, ReZero was in agony. With that agony reflected in his eyes, ReZero opened his mouth. ReZero, I think I might know who this enemy is. Garfield, for real then. ReZero, but wait, that can't be. After all, by my hand, she was... Gone was the composure he had just prior, and ReZero's voice was filled with hesitation and doubt. At his demeanor of not stating things clearly, Garfield blinked, and then immediately bared his teeth. If it had been Garfield himself, it was possible that some absurd idea would have popped up. However, it was ReZero, not Garfield, who had come up with the thought. Garfield, bastard, this ain't the time to be uttering such weakness, ReZero. Beatrice, ReZero clarified one thing, in fact. Garfield leaned forward, as if wanting to grab ReZero by the collar. However, before his hand could stretch out in aggression, Beatrice's voice struck the silent ReZero. Beatrice fixed her eyes on ReZero, and after waiting for him to meet her gaze. Beatrice, the cause of your hesitation. Is it related to mother, I suppose? ReZero, am I that easy to read? Beatrice, only matters related to mother can upset you so much. In fact, also more recently about Ram, I suppose. ReZero, am confident I'd be overcome by emotions if something happened to you as well. With that, ReZero, who had responded with a wry smile, closed his eyes firmly and tightened his cheeks, then having pushed aside the hesitation and weakness from before he opened his eyes and nodded. ReZero, Beatrice's observation is correct. The mechanism by which the zombies are revived without the original corpse is an application of restoration magic. The prerequisite for this is the invocation of the soul, which is an application of the sacrament of the immortal king. Beatrice, both restoration magic and the sacrament of the immortal king aren't the kind of techniques that can be used immediately upon. Understanding the theory, in fact, to begin with, given the feat of combining such fundamentally different types of magic, it can be said that there are even a handful of geniuses who can do it. I suppose those who could do it would be ReZero, a teacher's lineage. However, it cannot be teacher. Therefore, the teacher that ReZero spoke of and the mother that Beatrice spoke of were the same person, and by no means could it be said that that person was completely unrelated to Garfield. Although it could be confusing because there were multiple people with the same name, when he heard that the name of that which was involved, Garfield immediately understood. A single word from Beatrice had cut through ReZero's agony, and his attitude of trying to admit what he did not want to admit might have also played a role in Garfield's understanding. However, Mazelda, what a boorish gaze, suddenly Mazelda murmured in a low voice. Because it was about the intricacies of magic, Mazelda, who probably could not keep up with the conversation between ReZero and Beatrice any more than Garfield, had given up on understanding the cause of ReZero's agony, and was focusing solely on attacking the undead. The woman had stopped in her tracks, and she was looking upwards with her fierce eyes narrowed in aggression. Garfield also looked towards the target of the hunter's piercing gaze, and choked up not only Garfield but Beatrice and ReZero as well. However, the reason behind the reactions from those three were slightly different. For Garfield, it was because he saw a familiar figure that should not have been there. For Beatrice and ReZero, it appeared that a more negative feeling was the reason. In the night sky, with long fluttering pink hair, was a girl clad in black. Her face was the same as the being Garfield had admired ever since he could remember, however with cold eyes that had never been directed at Garfield. She was looking down at him. Girl, this was not desired, but implementation was successful. Seemingly, this world has recognized my existence as its own life. The familiar face murmured in a familiar voice, gently tracing the crack that ran through her face with her hand, and glaring at Garfield, and the others through her golden irises. In response, Roswell swallowed his saliva with an audible gulp and opened his mouth. Roswell, so you are alive, Sphinx? Sphinx, no, I am dead, observation required. With an indifferent voice, as if teasing the girl with an appearance that looked exactly like ReZero Garfield's grandmother, the witch Sphinx with the face of an undead declared. Chapter 18. Reunions are but a moment. 1. Her long pink hair fluttering, a young girl clad in black floated in the air. The young girl's slightly elongated ears narrowed her slim eyes, that outward appearance serving as proof of her elven descent, a race that was loathed in this world. However, those external features were strictly speaking a misperception. The reason being that upon pursuing the history of the young girl, the most peculiar fact about her would not be the elven part, but rather the way in which she was born. Using the elf ReZero Meyer as a model, a certain technique established in the sanctuary was used to produce replicants constructed using mechanisms similar to the artificial spirits. Each one was a brand new life. Among the many such replicants produced, there was one evaluated as being the greatest failure, that had betrayed the intentions of the witch who had devised the technique and utilized the mechanisms, resulting in a large number of victims, and it was engraved into the history of the kingdom as a major catastrophe. The artificial monster created as a result of Echidna, the witch agreed, failing to replicate her own existence, that was Sphinx. Roswell. At the sight of the enemy floating in the night sky above him, Roswell gasped. The unexpected encounter with an enemy that should not exist brought no small shock to his psyche. No, let it be recognized without any pretenses. It had been an utterly crushing blow, quite capable of causing Roswell's heart to fissure. This was a reunion that should not have been possible. Regarding the monster overhead, the one who was most cognizant of its existence was Roswell. Indeed, he had actually faced Sphinx when she was wreaking havoc in the demi-human war. Back then, the monster's life should have been crushed by the fist of that generation's Roswell. And yet, Sphinx's absence of four limbs negative regarding memory intact up to just prior my form is anchored in an unintended state self-awareness is troublesome. Is it not countermeasures required? While stretching out her arms in midair, Sphinx muttered in a quiet voice. Her golden irises and pale skin drained of color were unmistakably those of the undead, but she also possessed a stronger sense of self than any of the undead that Roswell and the others had encountered thus far. The presence of memories and sense of self in their lifetime, deciphering the degree to which that element varied between undead individuals, was the reason why Roswell and the others had come here, but it was a mistake that spanned around 40 years at that. Sphinx's survival was a major blow to Roswell, but what he lamented even more was that Beatrice and Garfield were also present here. He should have never allowed them to meet. Regardless of Sphinx's true identity, for the enemy to have that appearance, an appearance which both Beatrice and Garfield had emotional attachments to, he should have absolutely never allowed them to meet. Hiding that regret behind a blink of his eyes, Roswell clad his heart in armor, and without taking his gaze off Sphinx. Roswell, Garfield. You must not rush ahead. Garfield, Beatrice, get behind me. Beatrice, Roswell, calmed down, in fact. All three simultaneously raised their voices towards another, and a moment of silence ensued. If each of them had called out to one they thought would be the most emotional, then all of them must have dealt with the initial shock and were now thinking ahead. The exploration and perceptions from Beatrice and Garfield were postponed. Mazelda, not only can it speak, it has a different air about it. That undead is special, right? Unlike Roswell and the others, Mazelda, who had no reason to stiffen, narrowed her eyes, drawing back his chin at her words before Beatrice or Garfield could hurl some words at Sphinx. Roswell opened his mouth. Roswell, I find it hard to believe, but have you been surviving as an undead ever since the demi-human war? Sphinx, I sense a slight discrepancy in that phrasing. If the term undead is adequate, would the term surviving not be unsuitable? Roswell, I see you have no intention of answering the question. As always, you tend to get on people's nerves. Sphinx, the form of your question was improper. I merely pointed it out. It was a reply that was nothing short of vexing, and yet Sphinx's expression showed no change. From the very beginning, the girl was a monster, without any semblance of emotion, so by becoming an undead, she had also lost what could be called the warmth of a heart. To be precise, it could be described as the coldness of a lifeless body. But the moment she took on that undead body, the sense of unease that Roswell felt was unbearable. This was employing the same mechanisms as the technique of producing replicants devised by the witch agreed Echidna, as well as the artificial spirits, whose bodies were constructed using mana. There were also the improvements that had been made to the sacrament of the immortal king which he and Beatrice had hastily deciphered earlier. Clearly, this monster had become an existence more dangerous than ever before. Garfield bastard, what the hell even are you, oi? Perhaps frustrated upon seeing the lack of progress in Roswell's exchange, Garfield interjected. The boy is sharp canines clattering and emerald green eyes brimming with indignation. Garfield, I know there's others who look and speak like Nana, but you see I know everyone who has Nana's face by name and exactly where they're at. Sphinx. Garfield, so what the fuck are you? Garfield was talking about ReZero, the grandmother he loved dearly, and the replicants who had the same manner of birth as her, but lacked a sense of self due to not being assigned a role. Even those replicants were given names, and the reusers who lived independently were now in charge of their education, hoping that one day they could be entrusted with carrying out the camp's duties. Anyhow, it seemed that through Garfield's intuition, he discerned that Sphinx was not one of those, but rather another that had been born in the same manner. To Garfield, she was no different from a blasphemous existence that tarnished his family. In response to the question from the fervent boy, Sphinx silently lowered her eyes and, Sphinx, since a short time ago, it seems the atmospheric manner has been disturbed by you too. Garfield T.H. She had completely ignored Garfield's presence. As if the question had never even been asked, Sphinx's gaze turned to Roswell and Beatrice. At that fact, Garfield's throat clenched and the intensity of the anger in his eyes grew. Understanding Garfield's anger, Roswell closed one eye with only his yellow. I glared at Sphinx, torn between cursing at her and provoking her. Beatrice, there's a vague idea as to who you might be, I suppose. Roswell. Beatrice. Beatrice, be quiet. In fact, Roswell, that thing came out while Betty was secluding herself in the Forbidden Library, so your silence about the matter will be overlooked for now, I suppose, but... Having been beaten to the punch by Beatrice, as he was still choosing his words, Roswell sighed. She seemed to have discovered the reason why Roswell had not disclosed the existence of Sphinx, given that Roswell's ineptitude would surely catch up with him later. However, right now, Beatrice, this time, you will not be able to get away, in fact. Raising her hand, Beatrice fixed her gaze on Sphinx with her round eyes meeting the strong determination in Beatrice's eyes. Heat and Sphinx nodded, the monster directing her hand towards Beatrice. Sphinx, I too have recognized the threat elimination required. With that in the moment where words that should never have been spoken were voiced, the emotion in both Beatrice's and Sphinx's eyes slightly intensified. Roswell, please die. Faster than anyone, the inferno of the magic unleashed by Roswell signaled the commencement of the battle. 2. Stopping in the corridor of the coupled dragon carriage, Subaru glanced out the window with a sudden uneasiness. The dim night sky stretched across the Empire's plains, and praying for the safety of the little girl who had been sent there yonder, he placed his hand over his chest and felt a faint beating of his heart. Amelia, Subaru, are you all right? And noticing that state of Subaru's, Amelia called out to him from beside. Amelia narrowed her beautiful amethyst eyes as she gazed at him, and Subaru raised his hands, saying, yeah, I'm okay. The discussions between the Amelia camp, the leaders of the Valakian Empire, and the Kararaji emissaries had come to a close, and experts were now exchanging ideas within numerical areas, such as calculating military potential and securing logistics. He could be useful if a strategic breakthrough was required, but when it came to the pragmatic management of such a large number of people, Subaru could not help but feel that he lacked an ability. Subaru, even in the Pleiades battalion that was left to Gustafsson and Idra. Amelia, I also know how Subaru feels honestly. I would like to be useful in these kinds of discussions, but I'd only be holding Otacon back. Subaru, rather, there's got to be something wrong with Ram and Otto who'll stay back there and participate in such an intense discussion. Regardless of Nisima, I think that Gaia has lost the ability to feel fear. Amelia, geez, no matter how you put it, you're exaggerating. Otacon is working really hard for us. Amelia puffed up her cheeks at Subaru's evaluation of the camp's all-too reliable internal affairs officer. In this calm setting, as he faced Amelia, the joy of having been able to reunite with her, and the fact that she was still just as perfect for him as always, made his heart restless. Seeing her every morning made his heart flutter, but after such a long time, the impact was tremendous. Subaru, how I wish I could fill my heart with praise for Amelia Tan's adorableness today. But Amelia, Beatrice, and Roswell, you're worried about them, right, Subaru? For my sake, Biko might be working herself too hard. When she correctly guessed why he looked out the window into the sky beyond, Subaru gave a wry smile. Though he had said it jokingly, it was no surprise that he had been greatly concerned. In reality, Beatrice had indeed departed with heavy breathing for Subaru's sake. Cooperation with Roswell, with whom she had complicated feelings, was another of his worries. Beatrice and Roswell, who had been brought up in the conversation, had left the coupled dragon carriage and converged with a group performing a tactical delay on the enemy forces, and were conducting inspection of them. That inspection was precisely speaking to ascertain the characteristics of the undead. Subaru, as a matter of fact, they'll see if the zombies are being resurrected using the sacrament of the immortal king that we've heard so much about, or if it's actually using magic. Emilia Wallachia seems to have fewer magic users than Lagunica, so I'm sure there are things that only the well-versed Beatrice and Roswell would notice. If they can explain what they find at Abel and his group, I think ITL will help. Upon having said that, Emilia tilted her head slightly. Emilia, honestly, I wish I could have been helpful too, but I'm not really knowledgeable in magic. I always just use it while saying hi after all. Subaru, that's because Emilia Tan is more of an intuitive person. You know your needs are different from the bookworm Biko or the Otaki type Roswell. There are scenes where you really shine. So I'll be alright. In fact, in my eyes, you're always shining like the evening star. Emilia's sorry, I've got no idea what you're talking about. He had tried to encourage Emilia, who was frustrated at not being able to help Beatrice and Roswell, but his words came up short. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous that Emilia and he were able to share their concerns in this way and not burden themselves with them. To begin with, Beatrice and Roswell were not the only ones Subaru was concerned about. He was worried about Garfield, as well as everyone else from the police battalion, who were all fighting in the same place. Among the members of the battalion, only Tanza had remained on the couple dragon carriages, while the rest of the members had temporarily disembarked and arranged to join the tactical delay force. The members of the battalion were his comrades who up until now had all become one to overcome fierce battles, including Cecilus, who for some reason had still not converged with him no matter how much time had passed. Subaru trusted all of them. Subaru, but even so, worrying is worrying, please. Everyone don't be too reckless or get too carried away. And so Subaru put his hands together in prayer. Subaru Emiliasima, so this is where you were, Emilia. Julius. The door that separated the aisle was open, and Emilia raised her eyebrows at the handsome man, who appeared from the other side of the door. Just as she called, there appeared Julius, wearing a knight's sword over his traditional Japanese outfit. After doing a small bow, he went right up to Subaru and Emilia, who were standing along the corridor, and then relaxed his lips, which had been somewhat stiff just a few moments prior. Julius, back there, I was unable to exchange many words with you. Subaru, yeah, I calls you Anastasius and Echidna, all to worry, really thank you for coming all the way out here to find me. Julius, how surprising. As soon as Subaru sincerely expressed gratitude to Julius and Anastasia for their efforts, Julius raised his eyebrows slightly in earnest and, Julius, to think that you would so honestly express your gratitude, perhaps it is because you are younger in age and your stubbornness has been lessened in a way that is appropriate to your appearance. Subaru shuddered. There might be harm in that, but I'd at least say thank you even if I hadn't shrunk. Just where do you think we even are? It's hell. Emilia, it's Wallachia, not hell, right? Putting it like that is inconsiderate towards Abel and the others from the Empire. Subaru, oh, really the majority of why I feel like this country is hell is because of the way that God does things, so don't I have the right to offend him? Of course, he thought that Abel had his own perspective, and it was not difficult to imagine that he went through trial and error trying to manage the Empire effectively in his own way. But since the result of that was the agony that Subaru had experienced, he should have the right to say at least this much. Emilia seemed at a loss as to what to say to Subaru's complaints, and she must have felt in no small part that she could not deny what Subaru had to say. Julius, on the other hand, while stroking the scar around his eye with his finger in response to Subaru's scathing remarks. Julius, I thought this during the meeting earlier, but Subaru, what is your relationship with His Excellency, the Emperor Vincent? Your language just now was far too excessive. Subaru, if you say that was disrespectful, you'd faint. If you found out what I did to that guy, I'll say this now. But I'm not acting out because I have special privileges. As a kid, in fact, a reason like this is because that guy wasn't able to keep the reins on that old man. Julius, I am fearful to even imagine. Emiliasima, have you any details about what happened? Emilia, yeah, you're talking about how Subaru and Abel are really a lot closer than expected. Right at first, I was worried that the two of them would get along. But honestly, Subaru makes friends very quickly. Subaru friends him. With regret for Emilia, who boasted, as if it were her own accomplishment, Subaru was subtly pondering where to place Abel's presence among his relationships. At the very least, despite the fact that they had beat each other up while spilling their hearts, it was not as if they were a couple of delinquents who fought each other in a riverbed and immediately warmed up to each other. Julius, Subaru, have you decided on whether you think of me as your friend? Subaru, huh? Well, that's my guess, so I used to think it was questionable, but for the time being we crossed the sand sea together. So we're good? I think we're good. Julius, I see. That is a relief. This is the second best thing to hear after the report that you, Emiliasima, and the others were all safe. With an exaggerated joke, Julius' doubts were resolved for the time being. However, that was only the start of things, considering Subaru's current situation, which at a glance was obvious. To anyone, Subaru's biggest problem had not yet been solved. Julius, Subaru, about your body. Subaru, the old shinobi, did it to me. You should also give a try. I'd like to see it. Julius, I will refrain. I do not really want to face my younger self. Rather, someone like Anastasia or Emiyasama would have been quite adorable when they were children. Subaru, Amelia Dan's younger self. Oh, yeah, why didn't I think of that? Emily, I don't know. I had seen my younger self in the sanctuary, and I think the current Subaru and Beatrice are cuter. Emilia, who did not rate herself highly, would say as much, but there was no way that could be true. Since the grown-up, Emilia was this beautiful. She must have been a beautiful little girl. Even when she was young, that was she might have been evenly matched with Beatrice. Julius, nevertheless, hearing you speak like that, I am relieved. It seems a path to returning you to normal has already been set. With Julia's words, Amelia also nodded, saying that's right. Being taller than Subaru, she placed her hand on his shoulder from behind, and Amelia, the old man who made Subaru tiny, also seems to be one of Abel's allies. Right now, he's out there fighting the zombies. So when he comes back, we'll have to ask him to return Subaru back to normal, and then Subaru, actually, there's something I need to tell you about that, Amelia. Feeling slightly uncomfortable, Subaru glanced back at Amelia, who was standing directly behind him. Amelia, who was resting her hand on Subaru's shoulder, widened her eyes at his words. Julius, who was facing him, also furrowed his brow. Subaru, while scratching his own cheek, with a finger said, Subaru, I plan on not returning to my original size. Even after Albert-san returns, I think it'll be more convenient to stay in this small form for the time being. Amelia, why? Could it be because a child body needs less food to eat? If that's the case, I can share my side dishes with you. Subaru, your concern is incredibly cute, but it's not that. Shaking his head, Subaru gently dismissed Amelia's assumption. In response to Subaru's reply, Julius wore a serious expression, narrowing his yellow eyes. Julius, it is you after all, so it must be something you think is necessary. Subaru, I haven't introduced him to you, or Anastasia, but I became comrades with some people from Wallachia, the members of the Pleiades Battalion. Julius Pleiades. Because of the existence of the Pleiades watchtower, Julius was alert to the sound of its name. However, not wanting to interrupt, he disregarded the doubt and urged Subaru to continue. Nodding to that concern, Subaru continued. Subaru, when the members of the battalion, I don't know all the details, but when all of us, including me, unite our feelings as one, we become incredibly strong. It's not just emotional strength or anything. Julius Emiliasima. Emilia HM, that seems to be true. That girl called Tanzikin and Subaru's other friends are all really strong and fight very hard. Subaru, and I've been lying to all those friends a lie that I am the Emperor's son. Even with Amelia's affirmation, the words that followed had Julius staring in astonishment. Amelia, also taken aback, placed a hand over her mouth, which had gasped out an ah. Amelia, that reminds me, you did say that you introduced yourself like that, but Wallachia is not where you were born, right, Subaru? Subaru, of course, not my hometown. Isn't like this, hell, it's more harmonious, filled with love and peace. Julius, even in the fortified city, I heard talk of a black-haired crown prince. When I heard black hair, I did somewhat think of you. Subaru, just so, you know, Abel's the one who came up with it. So please direct your complaints over there. Anyway, it's important that everyone in the battalion believes in it, that's why. When departing from a gladiator island, Subaru made his companions, who he had persuaded to go with him, believe that he was the son of the Wallachian emperor. Today, the foundation of the Pleiades Battalion's unity rested heavily upon that lie. He was not going to leave things like this forever. Subaru had not wanted to continue lying to them. For when the unprecedented great disaster that was shaking the Wallachian Empire was resolved, Subaru would return to his normal size, and together with Amelia and Rem and the rest of the camp, they would make a triumphant return to the kingdom of Lagunica. And if Subaru and the others were to finish this battle with an overwhelming victory, the Pleiades Battalion's assistance was surely needed. Subaru, that's why I can't go back yet. I have to be the Natsuki Schwartz who everyone in the battalion believes in, at least until this battle to take back the Empire is over. Amelia, Subaru, tightly clenching the small fist that he had become accustomed to seeing, Subaru clearly stated his decision. Until declaring as such to Amelia and Julius like this, Subaru had also been unsure of what to do. It was a matter of course, but his larger form was more his body than his smaller form. He had a strong desire to get back to his original body, to hold Beatrice in his arms lightly and to talk with Amelia on the same eye level. But that yearning of Subaru's could not be compared to what was truly necessary. Julius, truly regardless of where you are or what form you take, you remain the same. Hearing Subaru's resolve, Julius spoke. As he let out a small exhale, he brushed his bangs back with his hand, and looking at Subaru, a look of equal parts wonder and understanding. Julius, you forced the most difficult and unexpected decisions to be made, be that for yourself or someone else. Subaru, it isn't such an admirable resolve. I want to be a child for a while longer. That's the kind of determination you'd hear in a show-era song. Told such by Julius as he faced him. Subaru replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Then a hand was gently placed on Subaru's head. He turned his head and found his gaze meeting a pair of amethyst eyes. Amelia lowered the ends of her eyebrows and looked affectionately at Subaru. Amelia, doing that, Subaru is going to get me worried again. Subaru, I don't really have an excuse for that, no. I really want to return to my normal body and flirt with Amelia, you know. But, Amelia, I know Subaru has thought about it a lot and chose what he thought was the best option, right? I also feel the same as Julius. That's just who Subaru is. A flustered Subaru moved his hands up and down, and Amelia smiled at him as he panicked. She placed her hand on Subaru's head, and this time poked Subaru's nose with her finger, continuing, but you know. Amelia, no matter how small Subaru is, I know that Subaru will still be Subaru. Even if you don't revert from being tiny, it'll keep waiting for you until you grow big again. Subaru, all the same ID, also like to avoid being unable to go back to normal, but what did you just? Amelia, with a gentle manner and tone of voice that made Subaru's eyes blink, as he felt like he had been told something incredible, but the person who had said that to him, perhaps not understanding the meaning of Subaru's reaction, tilted her head, curiously, with a face that was completely innocent. No, even just tilting her head to the side made him embarrassed. She had an incredible temptress inside of her. Amelia, feeling the red color involuntarily rising in his cheeks, Subaru looked to Julius for help. However, he shrugged his shoulders at Subaru's gaze and heartlessly brushed aside the latter's dependence. He cursed at the unreliable Julius in his mind, thinking that maybe they were not friends after all, and looked around regretting his earlier judgment. And just as a girl entered the corridor from one of the cabins, his gaze collided head-on with hers as she stared directly at him. 3. Yes, it was a girl with blue hair and light blue eyes who had called out to Subaru and the others, and as soon as Subaru saw her, his face lit up. Subaru, Rem, great. I want to talk to you too. When Rem showed up, Subaru's mind was whisked away from the events that had just taken place. Subaru, who had lost consciousness after the trouble in the capital with Amelia Beatrice, and others had not had the time to talk with Rem. After the confrontation with Abel and telling Katia what needed to be said, Subaru left her in Rem's hands and went straight to discussions. That discussion came to a close, and then they finally met again. Subaru, well, what about Kataisen? Has she calmed down? Rem, because the circumstances are what they are, that won't happen so easily. However, she has now tired out herself crying and has fallen asleep. So her brother is looking after her by her side. Subaru, I see. Oh yeah, I'm sorry to entrust you with such a difficult role. Rem, I did it because I wanted to do it, and by the way. Responding to Subaru in front of her, Rem's tone of voice lowered slightly. Subaru tilted his head and wondered what was going on. But before Rem could speak a word, Julius, Miss Rem, you are awake. Yes, Julius, surprised by Rem's presence, was quicker to speak up. His eyes widened and his voice burst with honest surprise and joy, and Subaru nodded with a that's right. Subaru, my bad, I should have told you, Anastasia-san. And Echidna. Rem woke up after we got separated from everyone else, but Julius, I have no recollection of Miss Rem. So her circumstances are the same as mine. Subaru, not only that, but she's in a hybrid situation similar to Crushton. Julius, then she has no memories. Julius' shapely brow furrowed at Subaru's explanation. He quickly realized that it was not a situation to rejoice openly, and seemed to be at a loss as to what to say, but once he closed his eyelids upon opening them, he regained his fearless expression. Julius, Miss Rem, I apologize for the unexpected manner in which I addressed you. I am Julius Juculius, and I am a knight in the service of certain person and a friend to Subaru. Rem, you are his friend. Subaru, the emphasis on that makes me want to protest. But yes, he's one of them, one of the people who helped me a lot when you wouldn't wake up Rem. Rem, that is. Rem raised her eyebrows in surprise when she was told his relationship with Julius, who bowed graciously, taking a moment to pause. In surprise, Rem also bowed her head in response. Rem, thank you for your concern. I can't say I am at full strength yet, but for the time being I am able to stand and walk on my own feet just fine. Julius, that makes it all the better for yourself and for everyone around you who is thinking of you. Rem, yes. It was tempting for Subaru to swear at him as usual for his carefree and thoughtful way of speaking. But in front of Rem, who had put her hand on her chest and nodded softly, it was impossible to say such a reproachful thing. Anyway, he was glad to be able to tell Julius that Rem was now awake. Later, he would have to tell Anastasia and the others. Subaru, but I'm really glad that Anastasia and the others came to the Empire, so that I could see Rem like this. You guys were also worried about us. Julius, yes, Anastasia-sama, was also deeply concerned. Although Miss Rem will not remember it, as someone who traveled with her, I am truly pleased. Amelia, yeah, I think so too. It's all thanks to Subaru's hard work. So instead of smiling, Amelia patting Subaru's head once more. Because of the height difference, it was easy for her to pet him, but being petted like this over and over again made him feel like a child, and it was very frustrating. It felt very good, but his manly heart did not want to allow Amelia to treat him like a child. Subaru, humiliate and don't dote on me so much. Amelia, I think you're cute, but am not trying to be overly affectionate, you know. I think Subaru is splendid as expected of my knight. Remha, Amelia what? And just as Amelia was petting Subaru's head like that, there was a sharp voice unexpectedly released, and Amelia's hand stopped. Amelia's eyes widened, and she saw Rem facing her across from Subaru. It was Rem with her pale blue eyes who stared at Amelia's hand placed on Subaru's head. Amelia, Rem, is everything okay? Rem, no. There's something I'm a little confused about. Amelia, Sen, can I check something? Amelia, check something. Yeah, go ahead and shoot Subaru, who even says go ahead and shoot these days. With one side placing her hand on his head, and the other having her hand placed on his head, Subaru and Amelia tilted their heads in unison at Rem's words. Rem looked at Subaru and Amelia alternately with a suspicious look. Rem, what kind of relationship do you two have? Amelia, Subaru, and I, Subaru, me, and Amelia, Dan. Subaru and Amelia exchanged looks at each other in response to Rem's question. Indeed, as it stood, Rem had just reunited with everyone in Amelia camp, and although he was told that an understanding of her relationship with Ram had been reached beyond that, there were no further details yet. If that were true, maybe they should do this where everyone was present. Subaru, right to put it simply, Amelia Dan is the top of our camp, the future monarch of country, called the Kingdom of Lagunica. Amelia am still working on becoming one, so am a candidate, and so Subaru is my number one ally, my knight. Ram, your number one ally. Subaru, yeah, I'm doing everything I can to make my Amelia Dan's dream come true. Amelia, yes, he's doing his best, although I'm not as Subaru as mine. Subaru's proud words were answered by Amelia's bashful response. Thereupon Rem, having heard their answer, put her hand on her forehead. Then after she pondered it for a while, Rem, excuse me, this is confusing. Am I the cause of this? Julius, no, I do not think you are responsible, Miss Rem, though that is coming from a third party's perspective. Rem, thank you for that. For some reason, Julius answered Rem in such a manner, the latter, seeming like she was troubled by something. It was not clear why Julius, who was from outside the camp, seemed to have such an understanding attitude when not only Subaru, but also Amelia did not understand Rem's confusion. Amelia, maybe I just said way too much about Lagunica to the current Rem. Subaru, I've told her bits and pieces of it here and there beforehand. Perhaps Priscilla may have told her some unnecessary things in Garrow. Julius, wait, why is Priscillasma's name being mentioned here? I find it hard to believe, but is Priscillasma also here in the Valachian Empire? Remum would it be, all right, if we dealt with my confusion first, in seeking to resolve the questions that had been raised before new questions had emerged. So they were on the brink of going around in circles. For the moment, there was a struggle to decide on priority of questions, with the feeling that there were too many topics that needed to be properly discussed with Julius and Anastasia and the others. The first and foremost priority, though, should have been to clear up Rem's confusion, but Subaru, as he and Amelia were trying to find a solution to Rem's confusion, Subaru's attention was suddenly drawn to something that passed slightly out of the corner of his eye. It was something outside the window, descending from the night sky to the field in a flash. Amelia, Subaru. As Subaru's eyes widened involuntarily, Amelia's questioning voice called out to him. Putting off responding to her, Subaru rushed to the window and peeked outside. Normally, Subaru would never ignore Amelia's call. However, right now, rather than responding to it, he gave priority to confirming the glimpse of what he just saw. His eyes strained at the landscape as it passed by, and he refocused his vision on the thing that had descended from the night sky. That was Subaru. What are they doing here? A person who should not be here, pulling it out from the fringes of his memory. Subaru blinked his eyes repeatedly and would vocalize that name, the person present there, who was supposed to be living a peaceful life in the kingdom of Lagunica. Subaru Ryuzison. There was probably no way she could have heard Subaru's whisper. Despite the distance and volume of his voice, which should have been impossible to hear, Subaru's eyes met those of a small figure heading towards him, and he instinctively sensed that they had both perceived each other. With her eyes still locked with Subaru's, the small figure moved its lips and said something. Subaru leaned forward to try and hear what it was. Subaru, ah! Immediately, following, a white light rained down upon the couple dragon carriages, engulfing Natsuki, Subaru, and most of the occupants on board, utterly blowing them away. Chapter 19. Valga Cromwell Stratagem. 1. The battle began forcibly with a salvo from the impatient Roswell. "Roswell, please die." And then, in contrast to those cold words, a scorching inferno erupted, as if burning the sky to nothing. The flames furiously blazed, spreading across the night sky. All at once the inflamed sky caught the eyes of everyone, including the warriors, who were still fighting against the undead with their lives on the line. Even though the goal was just to reduce a single enemy to ashes, this was overkill. Beatrice, an act of barbarity akin to burning down a whole mansion in order to kill a small insect in a room, I suppose. Burning down a mansion to accomplish an objective was a reckless act that only Petra and Otto would dare to do. If not for that resolve of theirs, she may have never mustered up the courage to leave the forbidden library. Beatrice was secretly grateful for that, but she still thought it was overdoing things. With his first strike, Roswell demonstrated that his overkill would not fall short of that of those two. However, threat, level recognized, adjustment required. After evading through the air to escape from the burning night sky, the enemy Sphinx was still going strong. Even though they had gone to the trouble of burning down the mansion, it would be meaningless if the small insect that had been targeted were to escape. In this case, it seemed like Roswell had only scorched the sky and startled everyone around without achieving anything. If only Roswell was the only person present here. Beatrice Elminia, with her pink hair fluttering as she soared freely through the sky, Sphinx had been floating in the path of shimmering deep purple flashes that had suddenly appeared. It was a pinnacle of magic that had the power to freeze the time of the target and shatter it. It was a deadly attack that had already been verified to be the most effective against the undead. Beatrice, it is not good that no one except Subaru and Betty can cultivate Een magic. In fact, against an army of undead, there would have been nothing to fear with a full lineup of Een magic users. Even Beatrice, who had lived such a long time, had never witnessed a scene where more than 10 Een magic users were all assembled in one place, so she knew it would be an impossible proposition. With such useless thoughts, Beatrice preemptively killed all hesitation within herself, in order to strike down the loathsome enemy who wore the same face as Ryuzu Meyer. Beatrice Ryuzu. Ryuzu Meyer's fleeting smile passed through Beatrice's mind. Unlike the Ryuzes who Garfield and Frederica dearly loved as their grandmothers, Ryuzu Meyer, their progenitor, was Beatrice's first lifelong friend. At the time, she was unable to recognize that she had been far too late in recognizing that. But it was different now. Now Beatrice could fully accept the magnitude of her presence. That was precisely why an enemy that took this form as far as Beatrice was concerned. Beatrice Betty has gotten angry, I suppose. As Beatrice howled, she saw Sphinx charging Hedon into the unleashed purple arrows. The eyes of the enemy narrowed briefly as she raised both of her hands in front of her face, and white light shot out from all 10 of her fingers, clearing away all the minions that stood in her way. With nary a sound of shattering, the deep purple crystals had been blown apart into pieces, but that would not be enough to destroy Beatrice's frustration. Sphinx HK. Although Sphinx had supposedly dismissed the threat, her expression slightly contorted. The reason being the deep purple crystals she had cleared away had turned into flying shrapnel in their shattered state, spreading out and chasing down the fast-flying Sphinx. Beatrice magic is an idea. As soon as you think you've stopped it, all goes wrong in fact. However, the crystalline arrow shape that represented Minya was not what was important. It was about the effect of freezing and shattering the time of the person it struck. Indeed, even if it did not have the shape of an arrow, as long as it pierced the opponent, the form and size did not matter. Hence the flying shrapnel of Beatrice, with her competitive spirit alight, would not allow Sphinx to escape. And then, Sphinx threat level recognized. Once again, adjustment requi. You're 100 years too late to rethink this. Evading the flying Minya that would turn her to stone as she strenuously tried to escape, directly next to Sphinx was the malicious countenance of Garfield, who had leapt off the ground with a kick. His eyes sharp as fangs bared, Garfield roared like a ferocious beast and swung his refined arms with mighty swing in an attempt to hit Sphinx with all his might. For a moment, Garfield's and Sphinx's gazes met. Garfield's hesitation to strike his fist into an opponent with the same face as that his grandmother made his heart. Garfield compared to Nana, the smell of your heart is completely fucking different. Such outfield concerns were unnecessary for the dependable military officer of the Amelia camp. A fist was unleashed, striking Sphinx's cheek. The girl's body was shot from the air straight into the ground, and the fist continued to press her against the ground with tremendous force. There was a thunderous crash and a cloud of dust that rose as if a large rock had fallen. Beatrice could see Sphinx's body flutter like a leaf on the other side of Garfield's arm. Garfield's blow was one of pure fury, void of any semblance of mercy or hesitation. If she suffered a direct hit, even one shot would likely reduce Beatrice to mana. Sphinx was blown away as she rolled behind the plume. Roswell, it's a 3-person encirclement. That was some nice teamwork way, isn't it? Beatrice is the guy who lost his temper first. I suppose Garfield teamwork with you is fucking disgusting. As Roswell shrugged his shoulders as if to say that he was completely unperturbed, Beatrice and Garfield each responded with abusive language. Receiving such cold treatment, Roswell shrugged his shoulders once more. And then, Sphinx once again threat level recognized adjustment required. Sphinx muttered as she slowly moved her body on the ground as the plume began to settle. Fell to the ground and coated in dirt, Sphinx did not show any expression of pain, but it was clear that she had accumulated damage from the sound of her voice. Sphinx. Still her golden irises shone as she trained her gaze on the three of them. They were not filled with feelings of hostility or anger, but rather a monstrous gaze of intelligence that saw them as nothing but targets of her curiosity. Garfield TCH don't like this. Like Beatrice, Garfield felt a chill go down his spine at the gaze of his enemy, and clicked his tongue. Roswell narrowed his eyes in silence as well and began to knead mana within himself in obvious discomfort. Once again, Roswell gave a sidelong glance, wondering if he should rush ahead, and Beatrice glared at Sphinx as she stood up, then immediately moved forward. Acting as a representative for the unreliable pair, she would try and find out her true intentions. Beatrice, Sphinx, Betty dares to call you out. In fact, just what are you? Thinking it happened when Beatrice tried to finish her question. Sphinx. Now standing up, Sphinx's body trembled, and her gaze fell on her own chest. From Sphinx's small chest protruded the tip of a blade. It was a deadly blade that stabbed her in the back and jutted out of her chest. And the one who was holding the blade was... I have a bad feeling about this girl. There are no reasons to keep her alive. Mazelda, who had stated so in a brutal manner, pulled out the dagger that had stabbed her and then stabbed her again. After 3 concentrated stabs had bored through the back and chest, she grabbed Sphinx by the hair and forced her head upward, then mercilessly slit her neck with a dagger held in a backhand grip. It was the body of an undead. No blood was spilled, but there was no doubt that all of it was lethal. Sphinx's body also fell forward onto her knees and collapsed face down. Beatrice UHK. Beside the collapsed Sphinx, Mazelda made sure that no blood had gotten on her knife. Upon witnessing this, Beatrice was frozen still as she stared with widened eyes at a complete loss for words. Roswell and Garfield were also left speechless at Mazelda's actions. Mazelda tilted her head beautiful and with eyes that conveyed a strong impression, as it was at the state of the three of them. Mazelda, I know that she had a history with you guys, but speak at her grave, that's the battlefield custom. Garfield, well, I guess that's true. It was a blunt outlook, but Garfield resigned himself to the fact that it was irrefutable. Beatrice had been frequently surprised by the sense of values in Wallachia, but she had altered her perception of their severity, believing her perception to have still been naive. Roswell Sphinx. Roswell, ignoring Beatrice's and Garfield's turmoil, stepped forward. He looked down at the collapsed Sphinx and called out her name in a sidelong glance that showed little emotion. Mazelda's blow, a fatal one, was evident not only in the location of the wounds, but also in the way Sphinx's body crumbled. Most of her lower body had already been reduced to dust, and the girl's face, on which cracks had been present from the start, was beginning to crumble away, and it would only be a matter of time before her whole body was shattered to pieces. However, Sphinx's life force, as an undead, had yet to be exhausted. She had no power to counterattack or struggle in vain, but she had enough energy remaining to move her golden irises, and look back toward Roswell, who was looking down at her. Roswell, even though he knew she was a different person inside, it still pained his heart to see Ryu's appearance crumble. What Roswell was feeling was probably different from Beatrice's sentimentality, but Mazelda's thorough realism had gotten in the way and perhaps deprived her the means to alleviate that sentimentality. In any case, the main culprit behind the anguish of Beatrice, Garfield, and Roswell was. Sphinx deliberation should have been required. In the midst of her body crumbling, one could hear Sphinx mumbling, never showing any signs of pain on her face. At first, Beatrice thought those were words lamenting her own lack of ability. Sphinx, are you 3? However, the words that followed indicated otherwise. Beatrice caught her breath at the added words, and Garfield groaned, huh? Beatrice, as well, was not quite sure of their true meaning, but she could sense that it was not a throwaway line that could be ignored. From there, Roswell, damn it. Roswell looked up as if he had been played. He had a look of impatience and remorse on his face, and turned around toward the rear back behind the sky. He had flown through with Beatrice towards the couple dragon carriages that were still advancing forward. Likewise drawn in by Roswell's unease, Beatrice also turned to face there. Then, while she was struck by the turmoil in her own small chest, Beatrice Subaru. So she called out his name. 2. An instant, yes, everything happened in an instant. Having taken notice of something out of place, immediately after he vocalized his doubts, everything was engulfed by a white light. Amelia, who was by his side, Rem, and even Julius, none of them were given a chance to react, Naturally, Subaru was also unable to do anything as the white light swallowed everything up and vanished. Natsuki Subaru immediately intuited what that meant, that his life had been expended and returned by death had been invoked. As proof of that, I love you. As if to say that she, having found him once, would never let him go again, he heard the whisper of her voice. Rema, would it be all right if we dealt with my confusion first? The moment that he heard that voice filled with equal parts astonishment and exhaustion, along with a tinge of irritation, Subaru flipped on the ready geo switch inside of him. Subaru, verify his footing in the situation around him, he discerned the specific moment from the faces that were present. The scene was in a corridor of the couple dragon carriages when Rem had joined in on the conversation he was having with Amelia and Julius. From the flow of the conversation, Subaru's last remark was perhaps Priscilla may have told her some unnecessary things in Garrel, which was made in deliberation over Rem's state. Toward the front of the couple dragon carriages, Abel Otto and some others were working through the details regarding military potential. Beatrice had been sent off quite far away together with Roswell, and they were taking an approach from a magical perspective in order to find means to counter the undead. The two were headed to the place where Garfield and the people of Shadrach were fighting hard alongside all the members of the Police Battalion, who should have also been there, the feeling akin to a prayer for nobody to get seriously injured, along with the faith that if it was them they would be all right, caused his heart to feel obstreperous. With that having flipped the switch, Subaru ran through everything up to that point in an instant. Amelia Subaru. In a surprised voice, Amelia called out Subaru's name. For a moment, her eyes must have caught the rapid movement of Subaru's eyes darting round and round. Once before, after having seen Subaru in the same state, Tanza had pointed it out. Tanza Schwartzman's eyes were darting around all over the place. It was eerie. That was Tanza's comment, choosing her words carefully, and yet still unable to find the right ones concerning Subaru's unusual behavior, as he endeavored to grasp the situation immediately after returning by death. Having laid eyes upon the same thing, Amelia's reaction being much more reserved was understandable. Anyway, Subaru, Amelia, just wait a little. As he raised his hand to avoid being questioned, Subaru's awareness was sharpened to a knife's edge. In an environment where retrying upon death was given the very intuition that had been essential in ensuring the survival of everyone on the Gladiator Island enveloped Subaru, and in order to investigate the cause that brought about his death, his concentration was exerted to its utmost limit. This was no time to be fussing over overly sluggish thoughts, such as, did I just die? Without the intuition that could catch up to reality by saying if I just died, he would never be able to arrive at a solution. It was absolutely essential for him to understand that if he could not make that switch quickly, it would cause Subaru and those around him to lose their lives twice as many times. Rem, Amelia, Rem, please. Next to Subaru, who was concentrating, Rem, with her eyebrows slightly knitted, looked at him with questioning eyes, but Amelia stopped her from questioning with a gesture of her hand, as if holding her back. Meanwhile, Subaru had finished correlating his death with the events just prior to returning by death. Subaru, outside the window of the couple dragon carriage, as it ran, he once again caught sight of the foreign object blending into the landscape. Instantly, Subaru jumped toward the window of the dragon carriage. And Subaru, Julius, outside, Julius understood. Amelia and Rem had felt the sudden change in Subaru, and naturally so did Julius. The fact that he sprung into action with nary a moment's hesitation upon Subaru's call was proof of that. Behind Subaru, as he jumped towards a window, Julius drew his knight's sword, slashing the wall of the corridor with a diagonal swipe, and extended his long leg, kicking it down. Then, carrying Subaru under his arm, he leaped outside of the effective range of the divine protection of wind evasion from the numerous ground dragons. Julius, leave the landing to me, Subaru. I'm counting on you. The moment they exited the divine protection's range, fierce winds and inertia battered Subaru and Julius. But Subaru passed all the preparations for survival over to Julius, who took it upon himself. Two quasi-spirits of hues yellow and green gently emerged around Julius, with one turning into a blanket of wind, and the other turning the ground into a cushion to support their landing. Julius' technique, woven together by his renewed bond with his quasi-spirits, was masterful. However, Subaru's attention was not drawn to it in the slightest. Even when the window he had jumped through was cut off together with the wall, even when he elegantly landed into the windstorm that followed, his gaze remained fixed on a single point, a girl who was descending from the sky. Subaru, I knew it the same as Ryuzu-san. With her pink hair and black robes, she was identical to the lovely and old lady Ryuzu, but no matter how much Amelia and the others were worried about Subaru and Rem, they would not have dragged Ryuzu to the Valakian Empire. In other words, that could not have been the real Ryuzu, nor was there any possibility that it was any of the replicants like Pico or the others all of whom took the same form as ReZero. In order to tell them apart, they had all been given different hairstyles, individual ribbons, and hair ornaments. The fact that none of those were present meant that it could not be any of them. Subaru, Julius, it's that girl sees her. Subaru shouted, pointing to the fake ReZero in the air before they had even landed on the ground. Hearing Subaru's request, Julius also spotted the girl blending into the night sky. Leaving all questions about who or what she was doing behind the finest, jumped into action. Dropping Subaru on the soft soil beneath his feet, Julius' body was enveloped in the remnants of the blanket of wind, using it as a foothold to leap through the air and advance towards the fake ReZero in a straight line. Because of his extraordinary momentum, the fake ReZero also recognized him as a threat. That instant, he realized that the eyes of the fake ReZero shone a brilliant golden radiance even at night, and understood that she was a pale-skinned, undead something he had not been able to recognize from a distance. Without any delay, the fake ReZero directed her hand towards Julius, and as she was about to unleash an abominable white light at Julius, and Ness, lend me your strength. A white light different to the one alight on the fake ReZero's fingertips made Julius' whole body faintly luminescent, and in turn a black light faintly enveloped the fake ReZero's whole body. The moment it became clear that Yang magic and Yin magic were being simultaneously employed by the two quasi-spirits, respectively Julius Knight's sword flashed, and the strength drained from the fake ReZero's arm, which had been housing light. Fake ReZero explanation required. Julius, I cut the tendon in your shoulder. Of course it will likely reconnect soon. Julius sincerely replied to the fake ReZero, who asked the reason for the lack of strength in her arm. At the end of his answer, Julius twisted in mid-air, and his long howling legs struck the floating girl, knocking her body to the ground. At the spot where the fake ReZero fell, the ground transformed together with yellow light. The ground, which had become viscous softly, and deeply received the girl's body, and then hardened all at once. As a result, the fake ReZero was stuck, as if wrapped in a quilt made of stone. Julius, I recommend you do not resist. If you fail to heed this warning, I will treat you as an enemy, be you alive or dead. Fake ReZero. His sword thrust before the fake ReZero, who lay on her back atop the ground, Julius declared. Having thus rendered his opponent powerless, Julius nodded to Subaru, who had ascertained that for himself, having had no choice but to watch the sequence of events go down. Subaru scratched his cheek with his finger. Subaru, no, that's what I wanted you to do, but seriously, this guy, clearly you've gotten a lot stronger than you were before. His style of fighting with the support of the quasi-spirits was more sophisticated and refined than before. Contracted with quasi-spirits of 6 different attributes, the Spirit Knight displayed his hybrid fighting style, combining both magic and swordsmanship. Emilia, wow, amazing you took her down in the blink of an eye, and from behind Subaru, running across the grass, was Emilia. It seemed like she had jumped off the dragon carriage in pursuit of Subaru, and Julius, her eyes widened when she saw that she would have no opportunity to do anything because of Julius' brilliant skill. Subaru, Emilia, then what about Ram? Emilia, I asked her to tell Otacon and the others that you and Julius jumped out. I needed to hurry too, so I followed you right away, but still. Subaru, no, it's not that you were slow, Emilia, then it's that this guy was too fast. Also, it was the right choice to not bring Rem here. It seemed possible that if it was the current Rem, she might come down with Emilia, but thanks to the latter's good judgment, she would not get wrapped up in any danger. When he thought about it, he reconsidered that the Rem who did have her memories would have definitely jumped down, so Emilia was very correct in instructing her to stay behind anyway. In any case, Emilia, this isn't ReZero right. Subaru, she looks exactly like her, but there's no doubt she's a zombie. Come to think of it, could someone like Biko or ReZero become zombies? He did not even want to think about Beatrice or ReZero dying, but there was room to question whether zombification was possible for these women whose bodies were composed differently to those of normal creatures. In reality, since there was an undead that took the form of ReZero, her origin should have been the same as ReZero's, unless she was a miraculous look-alike. In that case, they would conduct an investigation without needing to give a second thought, so Subaru and Emilia headed over to the fake ReZero who had been captured by Julius. Julius, this is a zombie that is able to think and speak. Subaru, please be careful. Subaru, yeah, actually there's a high chance she's way more dangerous than her appearance suggests. Emilia, then, could you also be careful and keep an eye out? Emilia, yeah, leave it to me if you behave 'em. Entrusted to be vigilant, Emilia roused herself, but found herself lost at what to say to the fake ReZero. It was doubtful whether the warning, if you don't resist, we won't hurt, you would be meaningful against an undead. Nevertheless, they must never let their guard down. This small existence had just utterly blown away the couple dragon carriages holding Subaru and the others in the span of a breath. Even if her 4 limbs were bound, it was uncertain if she was perfectly immobilized. Subaru, sure is a shame that your preemptive strike failed, fake ReZero you are. Subaru, my name is what I would say from my conditioned reflex to give my name, but am not try to be friends with you. It's fine if our relationship remains with you being a dangerous person and me being the one who hindered your plans. Fake Ryuzu, I see you are a strangely capable person. At first glance, you seem to have no outstanding ability, though. The fake Ryuzu, lying sprawled on the ground and looking up at Subaru, expressed her views. He had grown accustomed to being underestimated, so he was not upset with that assessment beside him. It seemed Amelia wanted to say something, but Julius shook his head to stop her. In any event, Subaru, no other zombies are coming to you. Just go ahead on your own. Because you could fly if you rushed ahead thinking you could beat us, that's too bad. In reality, he had already been killed once by her preemptive attack, but he would not let that be known. If his provocation would make the opponent speak up, it would be profitable. However, it seemed that her skin turning pale was not just for show, and no emotional response was given. But it was a cliche for this type of person to be tempted to show off their intelligence by making repetitive statements that ran contrary to their objectives. If necessary, Subaru was ready to put on a performance of a lifetime as the stupidest child he could manage. However, fake Ryuzu Valga Cromwell Subaruha. Suddenly the lips of the girl, lying there, uttered an unfamiliar term. No, it sounded like something he had heard somewhere before, but Subaru could not immediately recall when that was or what it was about. While Subaru furrowed his brow at that doubt, Amelia and Julius had a different reaction. Both of them reacted as if they knew the name. But before Amelia or the others could question the fake Ryuzu's words. Fake Ryuzu, this was a stratagem of his that had not been carried out at the time. Indeed, the fake Ryuzu had been the one to continue first. Thus, the development thereafter also connected seamlessly, giving no room for the question that had already been delayed from being asked once. Amelia Subaru. A moment later, Subaru saw Amelia's facial expression change, and he was forcefully pulled into her arms as it was Amelia gnashed her molars and created a wall of ice around Subaru, Julius, and herself. Inside the wall of ice, Julius also readied his knight's sword, which had been aimed at the fake Ryuzu near his feet, and clad himself with the rainbow light of the concentrated power of his 6 quasi-spirits. In response to forthcoming danger, Amelia and Julius had completed their preparations in an instant. Then they would Subaru-wa. A white light rained down from beyond the sky, wiping them all out at once, as if in a cruel mockery. 3. Remem would it be all right if we dealt with my confusion for Subaru HK. The voice of Rem, filled with equal parts bewilderment, exhaustion, and irritation, was heard, and Subaru took a short breath. The feeling of remorse of being unable to avert the arrival of the death, which, unlike last time, he knew was coming along with the trembling of his soul caused by the shock he had anticipated, pummeled Subaru's heart from within. He had completely misjudged the cause of his death. This was the result of latching on to the most obvious visible change, and a conceited thought that he had prevented it. The first time the interval between noticing the existence of the fake Ryuzu and then death was too short, causing him to miss what had actually happened. The absurdly powerful white light that had obliterated Subaru and the others had not been released by the fake Ryuzu, but had rather originated from somewhere else. Amelia Subaru. Subaru Amelia, just wait a little. Noticing Subaru's introspection, Amelia tilted her head, to which he raised a hand in response. Pausing his introspection, he cast aside all regrets while there was still room for growth and reflection. Regret was nothing but self-pity of something one wished they could have done. With that, neither the self that he had pitted nor all the others whom he had ignored would be saved. That he would not allow, that he would absolutely never allow at that moment the fake Ryuzu had mentioned the name Valga. Cromwell Subaru had still yet to understand what it meant, but Amelia and Julius seemed to have recognized it. Perhaps he should ask for more details. No, they could wait even if he found out who this Valga was. The wrath of the white light that followed would not simply disappear. That attack was very much real, and more so, it was an outrageously powerful danger that stood in the way of Subaru and the others that needed to be dealt with. But was it possible to prevent it from being fired in the first place? It was impossible for the situation with the fake Ryuzu and that attack to be unrelated, but would she, an undead being, be willing to negotiate? If she was an undead that could communicate, would it not be dangerous to close the door on negotiations? No. If she could be reasoned with, then she would not try to kill them outright with no dialogue. Whether she could be reasoned with or not in order to sit around the negotiations table, a table first needed to be set. Amelia Rem, please. Besides Subaru, whose thoughts were sparking in full throttle, Amelia stopped Rem's question. The flow of events was the same as before. However, from this point on, it had to be steered toward a different progression. Within his mind, he processed everything that had happened in order, and in order to get off this rail track that ended in death, a change had to be made at this critical juncture. For that reason, Subaru, Julius outside. Amelia, you come too. Julius understood. Amelia, yes, got it. The moment that he glimpsed the form of the young girl outside the window, the harbinger of the death that would soon arrive, he jumped towards the window and called out to Emilia and Julius behind him. Without hesitation, Julius' sword strike sliced through the wall of the coupled dragon carriage, and once the wall was kicked down, Subaru and the other two headed outside. Just before they escaped the range of the divine protection of wind evasion, he yelled, "Subaru Rem, I need a favor," so he declared. For a long leg flashed a kick knocked the fake Ryuzu to the ground. The changed nature of the earth caught the body of the undead, and once again an earthen quilt restrained her entire body. "Julius, I recommend you do not resist. If you fail to heed this warning, I will treat you as an enemy, be you alive or dead." Fake Ryuzu. Right beside her, as she lay on the ground, the fake Ryuzu stared at Julius, who thrust his sword before her. She may have been marveling at Julius' elegant skill, but his fighting style had not capitalized on any advantages from Subaru's return by death. Seeing Julius, who had dominated his opponent with his pure ability, Subaru clenched his fist. "Emilia, this isn't Ryuzu right." In a split second, Julius neutralized his opponent, and Emilia, who had jumped down from the coupled dragon carriages, at the same time furrowed her shapely eyebrows at the fake Ryuzu by his feet. Subaru, too, did not know the true identity of the fake Ryuzu, but he knew that she was an undead, both willing and capable of doing harm to Subaru, and the others outside of that he knew nothing. Subaru, the way they look, is identical, but she is neither Ryuzu nor Pico, or the others. More importantly, put me down, and be on guard, get ready, Emilia. Emilia, be on guard, even though that girl has already been taken care of by Julius. Subaru, something bigger, is coming, something that can kill us if we're not prepared. Saying that, Subaru jumped down from Emilia's arms. This time, Emilia was left to cover the landing, and Julius was asked to immediately restrain the fake Ryuzu. With that, Subaru nodded to the surprised Emilia and rushed toward Julius, who was restraining the fake Ryuzu. "Subaru, good work, but there's more to come. There's going to be a huge shot coming from beyond the sky. If we don't stop it, we're all in big danger." Julius from the sky. "Subaru, I also have Emilia," taking deep breaths. Skipping over the minor details, Subaru pointed to Emilia behind him. There, with her arms spread wide, Emilia was taking slow, long, deep breaths. Her concentration was improving in preparation for what was to come. Julius nodded his head at that, and the quasi-spirits of 6 colors gathered around him. "Fake Ryuzu you are." Quickly, both Emilia and Julius hurried their preparations, and the fake Ryuzu, who was restrained to ground, gazed at Subaru with skepticism. With the current exchange, he understood quickly that the cause of her head being pinned down was Subaru's quick comprehension, but the fake Ryuzu's surprise did not end there. "Subaru Valga Cromwell, fake Ryuzu. Subaru, that's the name of your military strategist, isn't it?" Closing one eye, Subaru conveyed to the fake Ryuzu that he saw through her plans. In truth, neither the intentions of the fake Ryuzu nor even the identity of Valga Cromwell were known to him, but it was a bluffing technique that did not reveal that fact. The information that had come from the fake Ryuzu herself was now causing the fake Ryuzu to be astonished. In fact, up until now, she had remained expressionless, but now her cheeks stiffened, and she was looking at Subaru with more intensity in her eyes than ever before. "Fake Ryuzu, I had thought prudence necessary for the magic user and Spirit Knight, but it seems for you too caution required. Subaru, your stratagem has been seen to be graceful and accept your defeat." Subaru tried to continue bluffing, but since a bluff could not affect the spirit of the fake Ryuzu, men or planning had been different altogether. The fake Ryuzu stratagem, it was not the kind that would fail if it was seen through. Fake Ryuzu Valga stratagem is something that cannot be prevented even if it is perceived. At that moment, that white light from beyond the sky aimed at Subaru, and his friends know it was not. The white light was not aimed at Subaru and his friends. It was aimed at the fake Ryuzu lying on the ground, unleashed to obliterate everything atop the surface. Emilia, Subaru. Before the imminent light of death annihilated Subaru's existence, Emilia reached out her hands and deployed an ice barrier, which violently collided Hedon with it. At the same time, Subaru was pulled up by his collar, and his body fell to the ground at Emilia's feet in front of Subaru's eyes. The fake Ryuzu, who was closer to the light than Subaru, was engulfed by the white light and disappeared. Perhaps this had always been the case. That white light was something unleashed aiming for the fake Ryuzu. Her presence became the marker for the white light to aim at, and the aftermath of the impact swallowed Subaru, and the others, as well as the coupled dragon carriage. She became a living target of overwhelmingly powerful bombardment as she traveled into the midst of the enemy. No, since she had died, she was a dead target. Either way, the one who had originally proposed that was completely crazy. Subaru, that damn idiot Valga Cromwell Julius Alclauseria. Subaru's heartfelt cry was met by Julius' incantation as he thrust the tip of his sword toward the light. A rainbow aurora was born. Its brilliance collided with a white light like a wall. It just barely restrained the light enough to prevent it from shattering the several ice barriers created by Amelia. A white light of destruction, and a protective ice wall clad in an aurora. Unlike the last time when they had no choice but to face it without sufficient preparation, there was time to formulate strategies against the white light. This was a reason why Amelia and Julius were able to resist the attack compared to the last time. But even still, Amelia Agyayake, Julius Guhk. With desperation in their voices, Amelia and Julius fought against the white light. But for this to be something that even the combined efforts of these two could not overcome, just how powerful was it? Unable to do anything in this situation, Subaru could only support Amelia's back as she stood her ground. Subaru, hang in there, you two, keep it up. Clenching down on his molars and unable to provide physical support, Subaru shouted out psychological support. It would have been nice if that roused the two of them and gave them the strength to extinguish the white light completely, but things did not tend to go so smoothly. No matter what the situation, salvation would not be suddenly offered out of the void. No matter how much one wished or prayed, one could not play cards that they had not been dealt in the game. That was why. You did well, Callan, for me, so darn praiseworthy. Indeed, hearing a carefree voice that contrasted the urgency of the situation, Subaru held his breath. Somebody had walked out next to them. Then the person gave Subaru's head a pat with their large hand and walked out in front of Amelia and Julius, as though they were merely taking a relaxed stroll. Those two were also surprised by the sudden behavior of the person, but hay raised the dead spot. As soon as they said it, the figure advanced in front of the three and swung the arm they had taken out of its sleeves, tossing something into the white light. The light possessed the power to swallow everything and turn it into dust beyond the barrier that Amelia and Julius had used to hold it back. That too would be swallowed up and then disappear. Or so it had seemed. Amelia, no way. Letting out a voice akin to a gasp, Amelia's amethyst eyes widened. Reflected in her beautiful eyes was not the white death that had been so close at hand, in fact, that had disappeared entirely, and instead reflected was a night sky covered with thick clouds that had now been hollowed out in the shape of the light. Witnessing the same thing, both Subaru and Julius were left speechless. The aurora-clad ice wall that had collided with the light had also disappeared, and the fake ReZero, who had used herself as a target, disappeared into the light, leaving nothing behind. Was thanks to that blue Oni girl, who when end came Callan for me. But the three of you did a real darn good job hanging in there. How about I give you some candy? While saying that, having just wiped away the overwhelming death with his own hand, the wolf-person strongest of city-states turned around and gave a huge grin at Subaru and his friends, utterly dumbfounded as they were. Then his hand rummaged around in his clothing, and while tilting his head with a Kizaru still in his mouth. Oops, I ain't got no candy on me. With that, he waved his empty hand about in the air, causing the exhausted Subaru to fall on his buttocks. Chapter 20. The Two Lights. 1. Roswell, the identity of the enemy, has become clear. The witch's failure that once wreaked havoc in the kingdom of being by the name of Sphinx, the worst kind of monster. An emergency meeting had been convened once again in a couple dragon carriages, and Roswell, who had rushed back from the battlefield, looked over everyone assembled and gave such an explanation. Sphinx, that was the name of the fake ReZero that Subaru's group had faced. Also, Subaru, you said she rampaged in the kingdom. When did that happen? Roswell, approximately 40 years ago, in the midst of the demi-human war. Subaru HK. Hearing Roswell's response, Subaru's eyes widened in surprise. The demi-human war was an incident that frequently came up in conversation, but it was an event that had taken place exclusively within the kingdom of Lagunica, the stage for the Civil War. To think that he would hear about it even when in the Valachian Empire. Julius, as per the records during the demi-human war, Sphinx was among the three people on the demi-human side who required the most caution. I have heard that her deep knowledge of magic significantly escalated the horrors of the demi-human war. Amelia, I think I also came across that name while studying the history of the kingdom and the name Subaru mentioned as well, Valga. Cromwell, right. Julius, indeed, that name also corresponds to one of the individuals who warranted caution. Having actually confronted the fake ReZero Sphinx and experienced the threat she posed, Amelia and Julius also referenced the other name that had been mentioned at that time. To them, it must have seemed like Subaru had suddenly thrown out that name, but by judging from Sphinx's reaction to it, they understood that she and the named individual were not unrelated. Then again, Subaru himself had not been aware that it was the name of a person involved with the demi-human war. Subaru, in other words, our enemies are Sphinx, and this Valga Cromwell guy, and the people who rampaged during the demi-human war are now on a rampage in Empire. I don't really get why. Anastasia, the demi-human war, was already over 40 years ago. I've also studied the history of the kingdom, and I know about what the demi-human side was advocating for during the Civil War. I feel this situation ain't a lignin with that. Subaru, right anyway, I'm just glad that Biko and the others are safe, but in the past, Sphinx and Valga had wreaked havoc in the kingdom, but it was illogical that these two would now be rampaging the Empire, so both Subaru and Anastasia tilted their heads in doubt. At this rate, it seemed likely that the last of the three people to be wary from the Civil War would also turn out to be an enemy. Beatrice, that impossible, in fact the last person, the one named Liber Fermi, was confirmed to be in the library of the Pleiades Watchtower. I suppose there is no doubt that he is counted among the dead in fact. Snuggling up to Subaru's side, Beatrice negated his worry. Ever since hearing about the predicament in which Subaru's group had found themselves in, Beatrice, who had literally flown back with Roswell, had firmly resolved to not leave Subaru's side. For Subaru, as well, letting her go to the battlefield had been heart-rending, so he was more than willing to accept Beatrice's cute resolve. Anyhow, Subaru, so we can rest easy if they had a Book of the Dead, but is it really okay to say that we're dealing with zombies? So I'm starting to feel like it's natural that it was there. Julius, if that is the case, it is a frightening prospect, the possibility that we may not just be dealing with ordinary zombies, but with the likes of heroes or villains whose names have been engraved into history. Subaru, the heroes engraved into history. Hey, you aren't going to get too excited, right? Julius, regrettably, I have already confronted Redistria. Thus, I am disciplining myself as to not harbor excessive expectations. Julius shrugged his shoulders, and Subaru gave him a doubtful look. In fact, when the topic of Reed had come up at the tower, it became more evident that Julius was a history geek. He had also properly settled matters with Reed. He was not the kind of man who would fall behind, but Subaru doubted his remark that he could keep his composure when facing an eminent figure. Otto, now is not the time to be talking about that. For the time being, Natsukison's group has been able to stop one of the opponent's trump cards, but it was not perfect. The good news is that Sphinx, who seemed to have been a formidable opponent, has dropped out early, but Garfield's sorry about this Otto bro truth. Can't be saying that for sure. Otto, huh? As Garfield, with his arms crossed as he grit his fangs, told that to him with poor enunciation, Otto widened his eyes, staring fixedly at Otto. Garfield had returned from the battlefield with his whole body covered with dirt, and he gestured to Beatrice and Roswell with each of his hands. Garfield, that Sphinx fucker, was in front of my amazing self Beatrice, and that bastard, that face. She wore it pissed me the hell off like you gotta be fucking kidding me. Amelia, yet that's right, she had the same face as Reusison. That must have been really tough for Garfield. Garfield, well, if she ain't my Nana no matter how much she looks like her. That's why I didn't have any hesitation. The fighter problem is what happened after. Amelia after. As Amelia tilted her head, Garfield nodded deeply. His brave countenance was unusually clouded over, and with a sigh he said, Garfield, there's no doubt that our amazing selves took down that Sphinx, saw her shattered to pieces with my own eyes to the point that it was like Ridgerigi's wasted trump card. That was Beatrice, that was Sphinx's goal, I suppose. Taking over Garfield's conclusion, Beatrice squeezed Subaru's hand tightly. She gripped Subaru's fingers so tightly that they turned white, indicating the extent of the shock that Sphinx's goal brought to Beatrice. Looking fondly at Beatrice, Roswell continued to allow me to conclude. Roswell Sphinx certainly died in front of us. She then died once more in front of Subarukin and his group. What could be inferred from this is plain and simple. Sphinx is able to die several times, and each time she could be resurrected as a zombie. Subaru. Roswell, perhaps making it even worse, the next resurrected zombie could be aware of her previous death and the circumstances that caused it. In other words, she could know that Subaru Kuin and Halibeldono were the main factors that stopped her plan to blow away the couple dragon carriage. Everyone, though it was just conjecture, Roswell explained a dreadful thought at the very end. But there were many parts they could certainly agree with in the midst of the destructive light that rained down while being exposed to a blow that will reduce her to dust. Sphinx did not seem the least bit distraught. When facing their own death, there existed people who remained unfazed. However, Sphinx's lack of reaction to death was because she had not considered it to be death. It strangely made sense to Subaru. It's just like return by death, Subaru thought, though he did not say it out loud. Thinking that losing one's own life was not a detriment, but rather that it could even be a weapon used to accomplish a devastating attack, the functional difference was the fact that the reality of death itself would not disappear. Come to think of it, rather than Subaru's return by death, it may have been more comparable to the troublesome possession ability of Betelgeuse, who he had once fought against. Julius, no matter how many times they are defeated HM. For a moment, as Julius muttered that his gaze met with Subaru's, perhaps Julius, like Subaru, had compared the troublesome nature of Sphinx to Betelgeuse, though unlike Betelgeuse, Sphinx did not possess others, so perhaps this could be called escape by death. Subaru, if you can't defeat them no matter how many times you try, then there is one sure way to defeat such a person. Just keep defeating them until they run out of spare lives, that's it. Amelia spar lazy that's. Subaru, it means the remaining number of times they can come back to life no matter how dangerous the opponent is. There's no way they can revive as many times as they want without limit. There is definitely a limit, right? He felt like he was not one to talk, but the remaining lives seemed to have to be exhausted eventually, if they killed Sphinx repeatedly until she ran out of lives or otherwise composed. Faced despite the fact that she might have thought she could not die, would no longer be able to retain its composure. Subaru, so that's why we don't have to stay in the dumps. Let's just be happy we knocked them down a peg, thanks Rem. Rem, too, didn't do anything that important. When suddenly prompted, Rem shook her head. However, she was too modest to say that she had done anything important. Immediately upon using Return by Death, Subaru had exited the coupled dragon carriage accompanied by Amelia and Julius, then asked her, who remained inside, to convey a message to the others to seek out the most powerful of Kararaji. Subaru, if Rem hadn't gone and retrieved Halabelson, then Amelia, Julius, myself, and the coupled dragon carriages would all be dust by now. If that had happened, Biko would be a widow who lost me and a nun who would be mourning me forever. Beatrice, don't just casually state the worst possible outcome like that. In fact, it's something unthinkable. If you die and leave Betty behind, then Betty will really become that nun, I suppose. Amelia HM, I guess it's thanks to Rem that Beatrice didn't become this nun, and that we can talk like this, thank you. Rem, I understand, at least I think I do. Rem was somewhat reserved in accepting the thanks from both Beatrice, who was almost in tears, and Amelia, who was smiling. The sight of Amelia, Beatrice, and Rem all together again made Subaru's heart swell with emotion. Then he turned his gaze to the tall figure standing there. Subaru, of course, thanks Halabelson. To be honest, I was just banking on the reputation of Halabelson's name to see if you could do something about it. Halabel, ain't it a good thing to be honest? In fact, I was also surprised when I was suddenly called by the young blue Oni girl, if I'd been hit by it. Without knowing I'd also be dead. No, if anything, I feel like I narrowly escaped death because she told me about it. Halabel laughed with an attitude that was not befitting of his accomplishments. His laid-back tone lacked a sense of urgency, but without him, Subaru and the others would have been annihilated. It was a good decision by Subaru to have called him on the second time, but it was horrified to imagine him not having been there in this coupled dragon carriage in the first place. In that short time, he had to assemble all the combatants on board the dragon carriage and find the best solution, even so there was no guarantee that there could have been a solution, and that was truly because of the strongest of the city-states. Anastasia, you say it like that, but how did you actually do that? Amelia, yet Julius, and I did our best, but I think we came up a little short, so I'm really glad that Anastasia had Halabelson on our side. Anastasia, I see, well then it was worth spending all that money to get him to come with us. Quietly, Amelia and Anastasia also reassessed Halabel, who lacked a sense of urgency, and in any case were able to reflect on the situation, because everybody had taken the best possible action. That was Subaru's takeaway from the incredible assault just before. Subaru, so that's how the whole mess went down earlier. Well, that was fast, and all of us did our best to save everybody's lives, you know. And of course, there's something to be said for that, right, Vincent? It was a great service. Subaru, you bastard. When the Emperor Abel, who had been quietly listening to the report up to this point, expressed his gratitude, Natsuki, Subaru shook his fist intensely. 2. Though it was a matter of course the escape by death strategy that Sphinx had used when attacking the coupled dragon carriages needed to be shared with the imperial leaders who had become relevant parties before they could even become aware. The coupled dragon carriage was supposed to be a considerably important and highly classified secret typical of the Valachian Empire, since it had been necessary to destroy a part of the valuable vehicle. A concrete explanation was needed. Be that as it may, Subaru, even though we put an end to such a situation, you're just settling it with the words great service. God's way you saying Natsuki Dono, how could you ask for any greater reward than words of gratitude from His Excellency? You should feel ashamed as a subject of the empire governed by His Excellency. Amelia, Gazin, don't be mistaken, Subaru is not a child of the empire, but of the kingdom like us. Subaru, Amelia, your voice is getting wound up all out again. Unlike the imperial soldiers who had maxed out their loyalty, Abel's words of gratitude were not enough of a reward for Subaru. Though if it was thanks from Amelia, whose voice had grown loud to match Gaz, it might have made up for Subaru's dissatisfaction. Vincent, currently we've been driven out of the imperial capital and are en route to reestablishing a condition from which we can deal with the situation, even if you demand a reward corresponding to your achievement. I shall not make empty promises, therefore I have naught but words to grant you. Subaru, don't tell me so proudly that your wallet is empty. Wah, Anastasia Assen. Anastasia, yes, you ain't got no need to get so frustrated. It'll be making sure that you, Julius and Emiliuson, get your fair shares paid exorbitantly by the Empire. Subaru whoopee rip him off. Subaru raised his hands with tears in his eyes at Anastasia's dependability, and Abel frowned before sighing, then restoring the discussion to the original topic. He said so. Vincent, this undead in question, the one called Sphinx, you mean to say she is at the center of the current great disaster? Roswell, at the very least, she must have been the one who constructed the technique that revived such a large number of zombies. Alteration and improvement of existing techniques. That's what that failure would do. Amelia Roswell, I know you hate her, but don't use so much nasty language. Roswell responded to Abel, and Amelia raised her eyebrows slightly at his statement. Her gentle amethyst eyes grew severe, and as she fixed her gaze on Roswell, Amelia, we don't want to speak with foul mouths, right? Even if you happen to do a good thing, if you're always saying nasty things, no one will be willing to listen to how you really feel. Roswell, yes, he'll bear that in mind. Amelia, yes, please do. Roswell gave a wry smile as he obediently bowed his head to the smiling Amelia's complaint. Though her gentle nature remained unchanged, Subaru felt that Amelia's way of thinking had grown more sophisticated. It would be nice if Roswell also felt the same thing. Then, leaving Subaru's thoughts aside, Vince and I hear that Sphinx had gone on a rampage during the kingdom's civil war. What became of these circumstances? Julius' kingdom records state that Sphinx, Valga Cromwell, and Liber Fermi were all killed before the Civil War. Concluded the loss of these three resulted in the demi-human side's disadvantage in the Civil War. That is what I remember. Vince and I see, but there is no possibility that the undead are simply sprouting from the earth. Without cause is it not the fault of your kingdom that they become undead and presently ravage the vast lands of the Empire. Roswell, oh my someone as eminent as His Excellency the Emperor Vincent, is saying the most nonsensical things. As Abel posed that question with a single, I closed. Roswell smiled and shrugged his shoulders, indicating to the view outside the window with his hand. Roswell, the deepest depths of their thoughts are still unknown, but since they are bringing disaster to the Empire, and not to the kingdom where they have memories of defeat, it's clear that their agenda is different to what was back then. Considering their silence for the past 40 years, it is unrealistic to think that the kingdom's record is wrong. Having said all that, Roswell moved his hand back from gesturing outside and held up one finger, saying, but then again, Roswell, if there was anyone who participated directly in the demi-human war and had the opportunity to kill Sphinx but failed to do, so then, just as you say, Your Excellency, I believe they should be blamed. Vincent foolish, they would have participated in the kingdom's civil war over 40 years ago, asking an old soldier who decided the outcome of the battle. It is not even worthy of discussion. Subaru, well, that's right. For a start, I'm relieved. You're not a guy who would make such unreasonable demands. Huh, what's the matter, Biko? You're making an ugly face. Beatrice Betty's face is always adorable, I suppose. Abel quickly conceded that Roswell had made a sound argument and retracted his point. Such restraint might have been a habit, but it was a bad habit. So it would be better to change it to Subaru's side, as he thought that to himself. Beatrice wore a glum expression for some reason. It was true that was adorable, but apparently there was something in the current exchange that weighed on Beatrice's mind. Perhaps this face of Beatrice's was Roswell-related. Vincent, so what else did you uncover? Making such a dramatic show of jumping out is no accomplishment if it yields the same result as having stayed on the dragon carriage. Beatrice, it was Subaru, not Betty and the others who made a dramatic show of it, in fact. But it is also Betty's duty to take responsibility for Subaru's dramatic show, I suppose. Roswell, of course, there were some fruits of our labor, not so much about the peculiarities of zombies, but we did learn several things. Asked by Abel, Beatrice and Roswell responded confidently. To the two of them, Subaru snapped his fingers and said, as expected of you, Subaru, so, did you figure out the zombie's weak spot? If we figured that out, we don't have to be afraid of Sphinx when she appears again. Otto Natsukison, please do not get your hopes too high, no matter how you look at it. Such impressive results are. Beatrice, you underestimate Betty and Roswell too much. In fact, of course we figured out, I suppose. Otto was Subaru for real. Subaru and Otto were astonished at Beatrice's words, with her chest puffed out and her face smug. Beatrice, pleased by their reaction, smiled and said, naturally, in fact. Beatrice, the hint was Garfield's intuition. I suppose Garfield, who was already rampaging across the battlefield before Betty and Roswell, noticed something strange, in fact. Garfield, that said of Beatrice and that bastard hadn't come along, might have forgotten about it. Roswell, I think it's a real waste that you're someone with excellent intuition, but you don't trust in it. Oya, I had intended to compliment you, but Garfield, I ain't gonna be happy whether you praise or criticize me. As Garfield rebuked and stuck out his tongue, Roswell closed one eye and shrugged. Aside from their usual bickering, Beatrice continued. Beatrice, the discrepancy Garfield noticed was a difference in the durability of the zombies. I suppose some zombies would die from a single arrow, while others would still be alive, and well, even after being pierced by 10 arrows, that's a discrepancy in fact. Amelia, but isn't it because each zombie's strength is different I'm stronger than Subaru, so it could be that kind of discrepancy? Beatrice, that was not it. I suppose even with the same difference in strength between Subaru and Anastasia, there was still a discrepancy between 1 arrow and 10 in fact. Anastasia being compared with me seems like Natsuki can still as pitiful as ever. With an elegantly wry smile, Anastasia glanced at Subaru, but since Subaru had been shrunk, there was no room for him to refute the claim, and he responded to her concern with a wave of his hand. However, Beatrice's mention of a discrepancy was certainly something that caught his interest, also the fact that Beatrice and Roswell had uncovered the truth behind that discrepancy. The answer was, Vincent, state your conclusion. What caused the discrepancies between the undead? Beatrice bugs, I suppose Subaru bugs. When Abel's question was answered, Subaru furrowed his brow at the contents of the answer. Then Beatrice looked towards Roswell and nodded with that signal. Roswell took something out of his own pocket and, Roswell, everyone please be extremely careful. It has been frozen to stop its activity, but if the ice breaks, it is presumed that a zombie will be born here. Subaru, what are you talking about? Hey, what the hell is that? Roswell, Beatrice said it, didn't she? It's a bug ID even venture to call a core bug. As he stated this, in Roswell's hand was a small block of ice being pinched between his fingers about the size of a coin. Inside, there was a red round object. Upon closer inspection, he understood that it was a small round bug that looked like a caterpillar. Roswell, this core bug is lurking within the body of every zombie, and this worm is a zombie's lifeline. In other words, it is undoubtedly their core. Subaru, these bugs are their cores, that means. Julius, I see, so the true nature of Garfield's perceived discrepancy was a difference in the points at which an arrow killed the core bug within the zombie's body. While Subaru's shock from the impact of the bugs is still yet to disappear, Julius comprehended the details in such a manner. Hearing Julius' words, the others also reached an understanding. Of course, Subaru also finally understood the purpose of the bug's existence. Subaru, so you're saying that the core bug is basically the heart of a zombie. Roswell, we will be working to unravel more about the technique, but this core bug acquires the data of the target, that is to turn into a zombie, and then reproduces the original form by making a vessel out of earth. That is our conclusion. Beatrice, indeed, in fact. Without objection, Beatrice nodded her head in agreement with Roswell's conclusion. But Subaru was utterly shocked at the conclusion that the two had reached. If the zombies were being created by magic, he could accept it in a fantasy, since, however, when it came down to magic bugs creating the zombies, the feelings of disgust prevailed. Subaru, even though I loved catching bugs when I was a kid, how pathetic. Otto, though I do not think that is the kind of situation where you should be reflecting on that. In any case, our people have produced good results. How do you like that, Your Excellency the Emperor? Vincent, at the very least, you have proved that you are not merely an incompetent bunch who make big talk and produce no results. I recognize that it was a great service. Otto, perhaps it would have been better had I not asked. Regardless of the people of the Empire, those words of praise were disreputable to the people of the kingdom, including Subaru. Anyway, as Otto went out of his way to corner him with words, even the obstinate Abel had no choice but to acknowledge the results that Beatrice and Roswell had produced. Deep down, he was probably grumbling, Subaru, you did a great job, that's my Biko. Beatrice, naturally, I suppose that is a competency of Subaru's partner, in fact, unlike that dear girl, who has only gone through a little bit of hardship with Subaru, I suppose. Subaru, instead of getting huffy, shouldn't you get along with Tanza? Amelia then also said not to say anything nasty. Soothing Beatrice, who was showing her competitiveness, in a strange way, Subaru promised to pet her 100 times to restore her mood, and then looked at Abel and the others again. When Abel returned to look, Subaru said, well, with a puffed-out chest, and, Subaru, these are my reliable allies. All my big talk paid off, didn't it? Vincent, I recognize your achievement in protecting against the earlier attack on the dragon carriage. For what reason must you insist on boasting your success to me in order to feel satisfied your achievements are visible enough to the eye? Subaru, whatever you say makes you sound like you're a sore loser and feeling great right now after all. Subaru snorted in a good mood in response to Abel's displeased reply. Amelia said no, angry at him for this attitude, but Subaru could not disguise his true feelings. Then, perhaps impatient with Subaru and his party's achievements, the Imperial leaders Bristetz and Serena exchanged a few words, and then Abel looked over to them. Bristetz, Your Excellency, the people of the kingdom, since our acquaintance Margrave Mathers and his companions have shown so much success, would it not be dishonorable if our side was unable to produce beneficial answers? Vincent, High Countess Dracroy, for what reason are you so amused? Serena, amused, you say, apologies, Your Excellency, I wasn't conscious of myself, but perhaps it is a result of the feeling that my own dignity as imperial nobility is being put to the test, supposing we are in a situation where the Empire's prestige must be demonstrated to maintain our honor. Vincent, putting her hand over her ample chest, Serena replied, as the white scar on her face contorted. She was not smiling, but the tone of her voice and the intensity of her eyes were rather Gutemored in a situation where she was absolutely not the superior. She exhibited an outstanding mental fortitude to be dealing with the Emperor with such a tone. Subaru could be that Serena Sen is quite the dangerous person, Garfield. I don't know if she's bad or not, but she's pals with Roswell Subaru, seeking information about Serena with whom he had little contact. The first bombshell thrown in was enough to break down the wall of doubt. However, it was hard to say whether it had been Roswell or Serena who had decided to be friends. After all, it was clear as day that their cross-border friendship was a factor behind why Amelia and the others were able to come all the way to the Empire to look for Subaru and the others. Come to think of it, Roswell was also very impudent during the ceremony for the royal selection. It made sense to hear that he was friends with Serena, who held that attitude towards Abel. Anastasia, enough times passed that I can talk about it, but Natsuki-kun was also like that back then, right? Subaru, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. As Subaru covered his ears and ran away from his unpleasant past, the things you've done in the past won't disappear. The lukewarm eyes of the very person who had once preached that to him now felt like they were stabbing into him. And with a similarly lukewarm gaze, Serena graciously faced the Emperor and continued to persuade him about something. Serena, anyway, Your Excellency must think those things are useful. That's exactly why you've kept them by your side. But those are just the suspicions of a woman like me. Vincent ceased. Even if you had not gotten so unscrupulous with your words, I would still understand. With a snort, Abel obstructed Serena's gaze with his hand. Then he erased all hue of deliberation and revealed what Serena had encouraged him to. That was, Vincent, there is someone who possesses information that may or may not prove useful. As we confront this great disaster, it is necessary to hear what that person has to say before we arrive at the fortified city. 3. Oh my, are you finally going to listen to me? In that case, am overjoyed, Your Excellency. The person who had been said to be confined beyond the door of a firmly locked cabin within the dragon carriages gave an amiable smile upon seeing Abel's figure. However, for him in such a state of confinement, it really was not something that he should have been smiling at. After all, his entire body was bound by chains tied to a chair, so as to never let him escape. Subaru, Abel, no matter how you look at it, this is. Vincent, a necessary measure for better or worse losing this man would be a major blow to our side. Allow me to warn you, if his restraints are removed, he will easily go off to his death. It's preposterous that ID go off to die. It's just that I've been doing everything I can to stop this great disaster. Until now, if it's for that purpose, it doesn't matter if I lose my life. Subaru, thoughtlessly smiling, the delicate man rocked back and forth in the chair he was bound to. Feeling a sense of insanity from that manner of speaking, even Subaru could not help but believe that Abel's argument was no exaggeration. However, even though they seemed to be nothing but suspicious, Subaru, the stargazer, is Ubilkson, was it you said we could rely on this person? Ubilk, what's this is upsetting that in being doubted, wait, taking a closer look, aren't you the stargazers of the kingdom that I passed by in Chaos Flame? Subaru, you're completely wrong. By any chance were you the one who instilled the idea that I'm a stargazer into this guy's head? I ended up in a fistfight with him. Because of that, the delicate man with the sparkling face Ubilk had uttered a rash remark that caused Subaru to snap back. For Subaru, being treated like he had the dubious occupation of a stargazer was a huge inconvenience, of course. Since stargazers took on some sort of prophet-like role, Subaru understood there was a risk that he, who could return by death, could appear to be like them. Even so, it was a huge inconvenience. In any case, Subaru am not the same, as you keep that in mind. Ubilk, that sure is strange. I heard that you were the same, though. Subaru, was that from the stars? In that case, Abel, we aren't going to be able to rely on this person. If it turned out that the stars gave incorrect answers, they were something he would unfortunately want to avoid right now. At the present moment, the important thing was to acquire accurate information from the stars, no matter how trivial vague prophecies that could be taken either way along the lines of the Barnum effect were unnecessary. Hence, he promptly turned his back in disappointment. But, Ubilk, wait, please, what? I understand you were a stargazer. That doesn't matter to me. Subaru, am bothered by your manner of speaking, but even if you amend your statement, it's not like your credibility is suddenly restored. Ubilk, I don't care if you keep me locked up like this, but please at least listen to what I've gazed in the stars. That's all you need to do. Subaru, Twisting around in his seat with a burst of strength, Audiobook appealed. So his eyes ablaze with such vigor the chains wrapped around him forcefully tore into his skin to the extent that his blood mercilessly started to spill out. Completely ignoring the pain, he was trying to convey some information that he had heard from the stars as a stargazer. If he could do that, injuries would not matter to him. It seemed as if even his own life did not matter to him. Subaru, able these stargazer people are. Vincent do away with that sentiment, hear what he must say, and then decide if it is worth consideration. That intense fixation towards the stars gave Subaru an unpleasant sense of deja vu, but Abel did not agree with that judgment of Subaru's, and he proactively fixed his gaze on Audiobook. Seeing Abel's willingness to listen, Audiobook ceases writhing his gentle face, forming a smile. Audiobook, rest assured, Your Excellency, no matter how mighty the great disaster, maybe the stars are on the side of Your Excellency. Vincent, the same cruel stars that make no distinction as to which Vincent Valakia is left behind. Do not make me laugh, speak. What must you convey? Audiobook, too, there are. Abel posed his question with arms crossed, and Audiobook gave that short reply. Hearing it, Subaru muttered too inside his mouth, and Abel urged him to continue through his silence. Subaru was extremely apprehensive as to whether they could put their trust in him, but at the very least the stargazer was said to have predicted the arrival of the great disaster itself, and right now they will provide information for the sake of the shaking empire. That was... Audiobook, too, lights to overturn the peril of the great disaster, the first brought by a stargazer of the kingdom, or rather by the boy who is not that a girl unable to communicate with words. Subaru, what? Audiobook glanced toward Subaru, and the latter widened his eyes motionless at the words that had been spoken. He had been questioning whether to fully believe Audiobook's words or not, but the words that had then been spoken made it unthinkable that there was any cause to believe him. After all, there was only one person who met the conditions of which Audiobook had just spoken. Then, without sparing a moment for him to recover from that impact, Audiobook continued. With the same lips that had just revealed one of the so-called two lights, he continued to the light which yet remained. That light it was. Audiobook, the most well-versed in curses across all the empire, a beast man who stands upon one of the 9 summits. For, kicking off the ground out of breath, he ran up the rocky mountain path with sheer force. Fuck these fucking shithead bastards. Even the vigor in his words had grown weak. He was aware that he was wearing himself out. Running across plains and continuing to fight without sleep or rest were things he had always been doing in order to survive in the vast lands of the empire since he was a child. Nevertheless, the stress from going over 10 days without eating or drinking was a different dimension entirely. HK sniffed when the stench of earth mixed with something strange entered his nasal cavity. He furiously began to exert his limbs. He neither tried to catch a glimpse with his eyes nor tried listening with his ears. He was able to fully grasp the world through what his nose could smell alone, even the positions, numbers, and general armaments of his enemies. Because of that, he understood that he was surrounded by 100 enemy troops, that it would be hopeless no matter how much he whittled down their numbers. It made him want to think that his nose had gone stupid. These fucking assholes. But he immediately dispelled those thoughts and slammed his weapon into the center of earth. A first, a second, and third, the bodies of the enemies that received a direct hit were blown to pieces, and the impact perforated through the opponents on the other side, allowing him to forcefully break through the encirclement and get away. No matter how many he took down, the pale earth puppets ceaselessly sprang forth. Those nightmarish things of poor craftsmanship were undoubtedly prowling after his life. The army unit he commanded was annihilated, and it was already all too late. When he realized, while doubting his talents as a general, he continued to run further east, clinging to his dear life. Even if he tried to converge, some of the paths continued to be obstructed. Not only was he starving and thirsty, but his last contact with a living person had been when he parted with his second in command. At the very least, it would be nice if a few of his subordinates had been able to survive. Tise. The moment his thoughts veered off topic, his reaction to the enemy slashing at him had been slow. His shoulder plate protected against the attack as it grazed his shoulder, and taking the opportunity to escape the impact, he kicked off the surface of the mountain trail. Compared to proceeding up the narrow path filled with those hindrances, slipping off the side of the cliff was much better. Deciding that he ran down the cliff steep as a right angle as it was, and began to shake off the pursuing enemies quicker. Even if he was going to be cornered by the number of enemies being thrown at him, a small breather would be somewhat helpful. Having faith in that, he ran. HK, the smell is... Mixed among the earth vegetation and slight fragrance of flowers, the smell of life tickled his nasal cavity. Sensing something that was different to the scent of iron from the weapons his pursuers held, his thoughts were scattered into 1,000 pieces for a moment, but he immediately consulted the situation and followed the smell of life. He hesitated about dragging other people into his fight with this enemy. However, if he were to avoid that he would suffer from hunger and thirst and lose all his strength, that would be the stupidest, most idiotic fucking conclusion he could reach. Fuck a hidden village. Following the smell of life, he entered an isolated settlement among the mountains. In the Empire, there were a considerable number of people who abandoned their land in order to evade taxation, and either became bandits or went to live in the mountains or forest. This settlement was probably one of those hidden villages. As a general of the Empire, he typically would not let the existence of this hidden village slide, but it's a fucking emergency. It's fine for now. More importantly, wondering if anyone was present, he gazed over the whole settlement and sniffed his nose when nobody entered his vision. The origin of the smell of life was this settlement, but what potently ticked his nasal cavity was not a lingering scent, but the stench of somebody who was currently present here. He headed in that direction, and if they were someone who could fight, he would request their assistance. Even if they could buy him a little time, he would probably be able to use it to regain his physical strength through a meal and water. Rousing his heart right before he was about to wither and die, he relied on the scent and went toward the large building in the settlement. He approached the entrance and burst inside. "Oi, I don't know who you are, but would you lend me a hand against these fucking bastards?" That instant, 2 columns of wind violently flashed to meet his entry. Fucking close one. Right away, he leaned his head and hips back in order to evade. He was late in sensing that what had been unleashed were sharp, slashing attacks. He had barged in requesting help, but instead an attempt had been made to kill him. He snarled his fangs and intently glared at the opponent who had performed such a foolish fucking action. And then, oh now, this is quite the strange happening to think would try and see whether the next dead person be a man or a woman, only for a living person to plunge in redhead. Looks like in the winner of our bet. Shut the fuck up, be quiet, die, winning, losing, it's all fucking worthless. As he glared, what had entered his vision was the inside of a spacious building where 2 middle-aged men sat by a circular table. Furthermore, they were men who absolutely reeked of liquor. One held a katana, and the other a knight's sword. While looking at the drunken state of the 2, anger surged up within him, and for a moment it caused him to forget about his empty stomach and parched throat. Hey, motherfuckers, these perilous days of the Empire aren't the time for you to be getting fucking shit-faced drunk fucking hell. With that, the master of cursed tools, Groovy Gumlet, exclaimed in a terribly straightforward manner. Chapter 21. A Destiny Unavoidable. 1. A thick air of liquor and an earthy scent hung over the tavern. Heaped up near the entrance were emptied alcohol bottles and barrels, as well as a wreckage of earth puppets, which likely once were in the form of people. All that had been heaped up by these 2 middle-aged men grumbling over booze inside the bar. Oh, this gentleman got a slight feeling that I've seen him somewhere before. What do you think? Redhead recognized this furball gentleman over here. Groovy whore, you calling a fucking furball. Don't fucking fuck around. I've been doing nothing but running without drinking or eating anything, so I am fucking exhausted. As the man with a ruddy face grinned in good humor, giving his knees a good slap, Groovy flared up at him. For some reason, the middle-aged man, blue hair tied behind his head, began to laugh with increasing amusement, and that's inevitable after hearing Groovy's complaint. It seemed like he was in a completely drunken state. Since the blue one was out of question, Groovy looked towards the red-haired middle-aged man. He was sat quietly in his chair, glaring at the bottle in his hand. Groovy, are you over there fucking redhead? Are you the same type as this fucking blue-haired motherfucker? Redhead. Groovy, don't ignore me, stop fucking keeping silent, and look over. Redhead, shut the fuck up. Here before Groovy could finish his sentence, a flash of silver surged toward him in retaliation. While still seated in his chair, he unleashed a horizontal slash aiming for Groovy's neck. Something similar had happened when it first barged into the tavern, but this was precise swordsmanship that sought to strike the opponent's vitals. If the opponent had not been Groovy, it might have been a fatal attack. But, Groovy, who do you think you're picking a fucking fight with? Asshole. Evading in a way such that the sword attack only skimmed the tip of his nose, Groovy took a step and closed the distance, and in a single instant, as his fist, held equipped with a gauntlet, it slammed into the side of the red-haired, middle-aged man's torso, the resultant shockwave launching him into the wall. Coughing out a caw with cries of pain, the red one's body spun around. As it flew, the man crashed into the wall, without taking any measures to defend himself, and as Groovy gave that a sidelong glance, he caught the bottle of booze out of the air as it flipped around vertically. The alcohol that the red one had been drinking, Groovy poured it down his throat with tremendous vigor. Groovy could that fucking Burns ID prefer water and some fucking food, but blue-haired man, bravo, your skills sure are nothing to scoff at. Mr. Furball, the redhead shoulda also been considerably strong. I'm amazed that you dealt with him so easily. Groovy, ha. Glancing back towards the red-haired man who was upside down against the wall, the blue one went down onto his knees and offered up his katana, as if to say he had already been beaten. Sitting on his knees and with his face flushed red, the blue-haired man praised Groovy's strength, and while displaying that he had no intention of fighting back, he deeply bowed his head. Blue-haired man, we've caused you a terrible inconvenience. Mr. Furball, we fellas are just wanderers, and we ended up aimlessly stopping by the settlement. However, by the time we stumbled here to this village, it was already like this. All the villagers were gone, and it was occupied by a group of those earth lumps. Groovy, so you're trying to say that you fucking dumbass had no choice but to drink up all the booze that the dead left behind. Blue-haired man, dearie me, it's a bit embarrassing, but you're exactly right, we were bored. So we ended up betting on whether the next earth lump that came through the door would be a man or a woman. Smiling like a fool, the blue-haired man divulged the particulars of a bet that would make one forget that this was a time of emergency. Those particulars were nonsensical, but Groovy could not tell if they were gambling with the alcohol that did not really belong to them, or if it was with their own lives on the line. Wherever these men lived or died was all up to their own whimsy. However, Groovy, I really don't fucking like this blue-haired man. Hell, what do you mean? Groovy bastard, you got the nerve to get on your knees and offer up your katana, acting like you got no fucking intention of fighting. But my nose can't be fucking fooled. Don't fucking stare at me with that murderous intent, fucking hell. Blue-haired man. Sniff Groovy snorted his nose and glared at the blue-haired man, to which he responded with a troubled expression, scratching his cheek with an eh. But the fact that he did not voice words of denial, rather than him being unable to find the right words immediately, it was likely because he understood that a sloppy excuse would incur Groovy's wrath. This blue middle-aged man, ever since the red one was beaten, had been constantly hiding an intent to kill Groovy behind his words and attitude. Having barged into this place after being chased by the earth puppets, instead of getting to rest, he had gotten entwined with a troublesome opponent, and just when he thought that, Groovy realized. Groovy bastard, I remember your fucking scent. The stench he had smelled somewhere before Groovy recalled, as all the hairs on his body stood on end. He would not say that he could remember every scent he had ever smelled, but distinctive smells were difficult to forget, faced with that scent eluded by a murderous intent when he tried to recall his opponent's identity. Groovy, hey, asshole, are you that fucking cessless fucking shitty dad? Voicing the memory that came to mind, Groovy glared at his opponent. Under that sharp gaze of Groovy's, the blue-haired man made a loathsome expression and, blue-haired man, yikes, looks like you remembered me. Groovy, fucking hell, you have the fucking nerve to try and kill me, because you did want that leak. Stop fucking joking around to begin with. Why the fuck are you even alive? Didn't Cecilus kill you? Blue-haired man, even if you ask me why, I can only answer that I'm alive, because I'm alive. That said, if it came to light that I survived, it'd be awfully inconvenient for me. Loosely shaking his head from side to side, the blue middle-aged man answered shamelessly. He was the father of Cecilus Segmont, first of the 9 divine generals. In the past, he frequently visited the Crystal Palace together with Cecilus. So he was someone who Groovy had passed by many times. However, a few years ago, he committed an act of blasphemy in the Imperial Palace and was cut down by none other than his own son, Cecilus. He should have been considered dead. Blue-haired man. They got wanted posters for me everywhere. Must have been a slip. Oh, your memory, if you thought ID died. Groovy, I just thought that Cecilus fucker wouldn't fuck it up. That asshole's sword skills are the only fucking reliable thing about him. If he still fucked it up, then he's nothing but a fucking piece of shit. There's no fucking way he took discretion just because it was his fucking parent. Blue-haired man. That ain't it, that guy's swordsmanship never be dulled by the likes of familial bonds. Groovy, witnessing that firm declaration, Groovy withdrew the words that he was going to bite back with. He did not know much about the parent-child relationship between this blue-haired man and Cecilus, but this was the father who raised Cecilus to become that Cecilus. It was not difficult to imagine that he was also a good-for-nothing monster. If Cecilus' skills had not dulled when cutting down his father, then that also probably stood to reason. However, Groovy fuck. After being chased constantly running away, even though he had finally just managed to come across living people, they were a pair of drunkards. Furthermore, one of them was a wanted criminal, and the other was prone to drunken violence. He cursed his poor luck, and began wanting to wallow in his despair. Redhead, ugga. Blue-haired man. Oh, you also let the redhead live. You're a kind one, Mr. Furball. Groovy, I didn't really take it easy on him, or anything. That fucking redhead is just fucking sturdy. The violent red-haired man, now upside down against the wall, had endured a strike from Groovy that had been intended to make the insides of his body all mushy, and was nearly drowning the vomit overflowing from his mouth. Even in his battered state, Groovy would be able to beat down this blue and red duo of middle-aged men, but blue-haired man, quite the racket outside, ain't it? Just as the blue-haired man said, an aroma of loathsome earth had entered the settlement. Having chased down Groovy, it seemed like quite a large number of them had surrounded the hidden village. Sensing with his nose that the encirclement was gradually closing in on them, Groovy anguished. He would beat these two middle-aged men to death and fight as hard as possible to break through besiegement. Then he would find someone better than these two drunkards and make the time to fill his belly with food and water. That ideal could it realistically be achieved? If not that. Groovy, you fucking bastard. Let's make a deal, blue-haired man, respectfully listening. Still seated on his knees, the blue-haired man humbly placed a katana by his side. Until just before, this guy had been trying to kill Groovy with the exact same posture and attitude to the extent that he wanted to call him a barefaced liar, and yet the scent of murderous intent had now subsided. While feeling irritation, at that Groovy spoke. Groovy, no matter what it takes, I gotta get back to where His Excellency and the others are, even if that means I gotta use you fucking dumbass to get there, that's why. Blue-haired man. Groovy, you'll use my power as General First Class to get you off the wanted list. In return, you'll cooperate and help me get back to the Imperial capital. For Groovy, this was a desperate last resort. If he were in perfect condition, he would have never thought to rely on such men. But if he remained stubborn and collapsed, just who would that benefit? Groovy, that would be the fucking piece of shit who constructed this whole fucking incomprehensible situation. Honestly, he felt like there was lots going on in the shadows behind the civil war shaking the Valachian Empire. Keeping vigilance over the west side was indeed a believable reason for why he had been sent far away from the imperial capital, but in that case, too, he slightly suspected that Vincent had had other motives. The reason he obediently followed that was because he had thought it was fine to believe in Vincent's judgment. Thus, in order to hear the answer of what he had believed in, Groovy had no choice but to go back. Therefore, Groovy, do you accept the deal, or not hurry up and decide, you fucking asshole? Groovy bared his fangs and howled opposite him. The blue middle-aged man closed a single eye in deliberation. Before the man whose mind was difficult to read could voice his answer, there was a loud crash behind Groovy. The tavern's door had been destroyed from the outside. Maintaining the vigor from breaking down the door, the pale earth puppets burst inside. Right before their hands could reach Groovy's small back-ace sword flashed. With a slash from the unsheathed katana, the heads of the earth puppets were parted from their torsos and turned into clods of earth. The one performed those actions, the blue-haired man returned, his katana to its sheath in a natural motion, and stood up. Then the man, his face ruddy, stroking the stubble on his chin with his empty hand. Blue-haired man, in addition to erasing me from the wanted list, how much am I getting paid? Groovy, you sure are a fucking piece of shit through and through, fucking bastard. Taking that shameless question as an answer, Groovy took a long, deep breath. Then it seemed like his vision spun around and... Groovy, fuck. Indeed, his physical strength had reached its unavoidable limit, and overwhelmed Groovy's consciousness sank to a dark riverbed. Blue-haired man, goodness gracious, to think he'd doze off and delay sorting out the finer details for later. This furball gentleman is quite the pleasant character. Having languidly tumbled down on the spot, the small beast man began heartily snoring. One of the apexes of the Valachian Empire's military strength, Groovy, Gumlet, of the 9 divine generals, looking down on him, Rowan Segmont, his face red from drinking, tilted his head in contemplation. The terms that had just been presented Groovy did not seem like the kind of person to go against his word. Upon consideration, these terms were sufficient, of course. He also considered continuing to run away. He could stab the sleeping Groovy in the heart here, but then he would merely proceed with his life on the run. Rowan, if I did such a thing, just who in the world would it benefit? Plus, it'd be more proactive of me if I took this, as luck being on my side. At long last, the curtain rises on the third act of my life. As he took firm steps upon the ground, Rowan worried about the slight cramp in his left leg. However, he then chuckled to himself, realizing that there was no longer any need to act reactively. Nevertheless, the top priority right now was to get out of this place alive. So as he sensed the presence of the earth lumps gathering outside the bar, he heaved Groovy up. Then he stepped towards his companion, who was upside down against the wall, Heinkel, and gave him a good kick. Rowan, hey, redhead, wakey, wakey. The situation's changed. Heinkel, aha. Rowan, idea of trouble sleeping if I just left you here. Redhead, if your life has come to a dead end, then your best bet is to turn the tables by taking up the sword and fighting alongside me here. Rowan spoke in an intensely loud voice, and Heinkel reluctantly opened his eyes up wide. Through his upside-down vision, he looked at Rowan and at Groovy upon the former's shoulder. He slightly swung his legs and flipped himself back upright, then immediately began to stagger due to the dizziness. Heinkel, what do I feel like shit? Rowan, rather to give such an answer after taking a hit from a general first class, is nothing short of a big shot. Come on now. We just about drank up all the booze here. So it's a good time to start drifting over to the next place. Heinkel, what about that beast man we eating him? Rowan, maybe if we're ever really pressed for food, but for now we ain't intending on doing that well then. Using his sleeve to wipe the vomited booze off Heinkel's mouth, Rowan gave him a hearty clap to the back, then adjusting Groovy's body on his shoulder, Once more he turned around. All at once the lumps of earth surged into the tavern, facing them Rowan used a single hand to tear a katana out of its sheath, and as he wore a large grin on his face. Rowan, stay alive and wait, prodigal son of mine. You've still some way to go before you reach the heavenly sword. 2. To overturn the peril of the great disaster, 2 lights there were. That was the prophecy brought forth by the stargazer Ubuk shackled in chains. No, as he would put it, it was a commandment. This statement from the stargazer, a being treasured in the Valachian Empire, and reputed to have accurately predicted numerous events, struck Subaru with a profound impact. Frankly, Subaru did not have much faith in prophecies or premonitions. He considered such things as a sort of fraud through the employment of various psychological techniques, of course. He recognized that in this different world, phenomena unconstrained by common sense could very well occur. After all, depending on how one saw it, the results that Subaru's return by death brought about could be regarded as a way to avoid the worst possible future through foresight. If possible, he would have been more grateful to know the future without having to die. Regardless, Subaru, a girl unable to communicate with words. To rephrase and say that Subaru was not the stargazer going to such lengths just to transmit accurate information. The implication brought to mind an individual, and Subaru caught his breath. However, before Subaru could inquire about the true intent, Abel, standing beside him, turned a cold gaze towards Ubuk. Vincent, one of the lights you spoke of, if it is groovy, Gumlet, he is dead. Ubuk, Ubuk's eyes widened and his mouth gaped open at the outright declaration. That was to be expected. If someone were told the subject of their grand announcement was dead, anyone would have such a reaction. In fact, Subaru was also taken aback by Abel's claim. Ignoring Subaru and the other's surprise, Abel's arms folded, shrugged his shoulders lightly. Vincent, out of a mouth that pompously declared that the stars are on my side, came, that it is rather a letdown to say the least. Subaru, hold on, don't just speak. As if it's true, it's still unconfirmed. Vincent, fooled with no signs of him converging, he is as good as dead. Subaru, don't lump as good as dead with he is dead. You overthink the worst-case scenarios so much that you kill people off in your mind. Subaru snapped back vigorously at Abel's words, which seemed to be needlessly stirring up Ubuk. There was no particular reason to deceive Ubuk right here and now. So this was a well-deserved retort. In response to Subaru and Abel's exchange, Ubuk released a conspicuously relieved sigh. Ubuk, too, received no indication if he was alive or not, so wouldn't it be fine to assume General First Class Groovy hasn't died? Vincent, we have long lost contact, and there is no movement from the army. He was supposed to be leading in the West. If his whereabouts are unknown, it would be more constructive to speak as if he is dead. Subaru constructive in building what a graveyard. Possibly taking Subaru's words as teasing a hint of severity, entered Abel's gaze. However, since there was no reason to back down from his stance, Subaru stuck out his tongue in response and turned to Ubuk. His trust in the stargazer remained shaky at best. Subaru, at the point when the stars spoke to you, Bilkson, was this groovy person definitely alive? It would make convincing this guy easier if he was. Ubuk, I'm sorry to say, all I received from the stars were the essentials of those who could resist a great disaster. Am not privy to whether these individuals are alive or not. Vincent, so groovy Gumlet, having died, holds a countermeasure against the great disaster. The issue of life or death was getting tiresome, and Subaru gave up on correcting it further. However, Abel's offhand remark held significant implications for the future. If one assumed Ubuk's prophecy was believable, then whatever unique thing Groovy alone possessed would be a necessary component to stop this disaster. In addition to that, Subaru Lewis. If one of the 2 lights Ubuk spoke of referred to Groovy Gumlet, a general first class of the Empire, then the other pointed to her, the girl who was transported to the Valachian Empire alongside Subaru and Rem. She who had overcome countless hardships with them joined them in these coupled dragon carriages, and was one of the most troublesome characters, even in this world. Ubuk stated that she was necessary to repel the disaster. Lewis and Groovy, there should have been something common between these 2 that was effective in defeating the enemy. Vincent Groovy Gumlet is known as the master curse tools. He is familiar with magic and curse arts, possessing the skill to create equipment incorporating these techniques. Perhaps he had followed the same line of thought as Subaru. What Abel revealed was a unique skill that Groovy possessed, one that could not be replicated by others, which likely contributed to his selection as one of the lights. Subaru, so as one of the generals of the first class, he must be pretty strong himself, right? Vincent, there is no doubt that he is sufficiently competent. Even amongst beast people, his senses were exceedingly sharp, especially in the sense of smell. None across all the Empire could rival him, but based on conditions stated by this damn stargazer, his skills as a warrior are not what requires attention. Subaru, I know magic and curse arts, huh? In regards to magic, Beatrice and Roswell had already shown promising results. They had discovered that the core bugs lurking within the undead were undoubtedly at the center of the mechanism that birthed the undead. However, neither Beatrice nor Roswell were included in the two lights Audiobook had mentioned. In essence, the emphasis should not have been on exceptional magic users, but rather Subaru, Vincent Curse Arts. Subaru and Abel spoke simultaneously, their black eyes exchanging glances. The fact that not only he but also Abel had come to the same conclusion strengthened Subaru's conviction. Almost certainly Groovy had been chosen as a countermeasure against the undead due to his knowledge of curse arts. On top of the magical approach, the addition of a curse arts-based approach could lead to some sort of effective measures to use against those undead. Vincent excluding Groovy Gumlet, the only one with knowledge of curse arts, is Albert Dunkelkin. It is urgent that we gather all those with such insight. What about your side? Subaru, as for us, Biko has a bit of knowledge, and I myself am still cursed. I wonder whether Roswell or Nisima is more knowledgeable. Vincent disregarding that one part, it is necessary that we have them speak from their knowledge. In the past, when he had been bitten and cursed by a pack of Olgarm, which be Subaru, had been told that the after effects were still nested within his body. Fortunately, since it did not interfere with his daily life, he had left it alone, though since the curse was like having an unidentifiable wart on his body, it would be a lie if he said it did not worry him. In any case, as Abel suggested, it was necessary for them to gather all those who had knowledge about curses to arrive at the insights that the leading expert Groovy would have provided them with. As Subaru considered this, Abel quietly added on top of that, Vincent, do you possess an answer as to what kind of advantage that girl's existence will bring to the Empire? Naturally, the conversation spread to Lewis, and Abel's inquiry was thrust unto Subaru. Subaru, closing his mouth, Subaru kept Abel waiting for a beat before giving an answer to that question. However, a beat soon turned into 2, then 3, and still he could not arrive at a clear answer. What he was being asked was clear, and it was equally clear without any doubt that Subaru himself did not have an answer. Vincent, back when we shared that APA, I had told you that what I had intended to say was not that we ought to execute someone whose apparent identity was that of an archbishop on the spot. As if in lieu of the silent Subaru, Abel pushed further on the topic of Lewis. At the end of their disgraceful brawl, Subaru and Abel had divided the APA and ate it together, and during that exchange they had also mentioned Lewis. Back then, Abel had indeed then said that he would not punish Lewis due to her identity, but Vincent, even now, those thoughts remain unchanged, for it is not I who ought to decide what that girl shall be defined as, but you. Subaru, I ought to define Lewis. Vincent, the one deeply involved with that girl's conduct, is not me, but you. Even should that girl entrust her fate to another, it would not be me, but you who is desired. Besides, Subaru, as he felt a thirst in his throat, Abel stated thus matter-of-factly, and returning his gaze from Subaru back to Audiobook. Vincent, there is no mistake in what you have heard from the stars, that in order to pose the great disaster, the existence of the girl whom this one brought along is considered a key. Audiobook, yes, my story hasn't changed, just like for General First Class Groovy. I don't know what the stars have acknowledged in that child. The chains jingling as he shrugged, Audiobook replanted the seed of the unchanged dilemma. He was yet unaware of how it would sprout, what buds it would form, and what flowers it would bloom. Even if he was unaware, Subaru had fully understood that he could not merely continue to carry the seeds with him, neither allowing the flowers to bloom nor wither. Then, as Subaru worried himself over that reality, the Emperor, who would never conduct himself to try and understand the pain of others, proceeded to tell Subaru without a shred of mercy. Vincent arrived at a conclusion swiftly, though that is only if the taste of that APA and all of your big talk were not falsehoods. 3. Emilia, Subaru, did you get to hear what you wanted? Upon exiting the cabin where Audiobook was being held captive, he was greeted by an anxiously awaiting Emilia. The existence of the Stargazers was pretty much considered confidential information in the Valakian Empire, so people from the kingdom, with the exception of Subaru, were not allowed to be present in the room. Subaru was already acquainted with Audiobook, and it seemed that Abel had made the judgment that he ought to be allowed to hear what the Stargazer had to say. Subaru, if you're asking if I heard it, then I did, and if you're asking if I didn't hear it, then I didn't. Beatrice, that answer completely avoids the point. In fact, are you saying it was just a waste of time, I suppose? Subaru, no, I don't think so. Beatrice had trotted across to Subaru, whose enunciation had unconsciously gotten worse, and had taken hold of his hand, furrowing her brows. However, neither Beatrice nor Emilia, nor Otto, nor Garfield, who also happened to be present, wanted to rush Subaru's answer. With a vague feeling that their consideration was different from that of the imperial people, he ended up wanting to indulge in a warmth of their kindness that he had so dearly missed. But Subaru, that's a no-go. It was not something that he could keep turning his face away from forever. Outweighing his dishonesty, the situation had reached a point of urgency above all at the time when he was separated from those who would forgive his avoidance. It would not be Subaru who would suffer the most. Therefore, Subaru everyone, though it's also for the sake of the Empire, there's something I want to have a serious discussion about. Amelia, something you want to discuss with everyone Subaruya. As Amelia asked in return, Subaru nodded and took a deep breath. For everyone here, and even for those who were valuable to Subaru but not present here, was a subject that they absolutely could not avoid, that they must not avoid. And that was Subaru about to send Archbishop of Gluttony Louis Arneb. Let's have a proper discussion. Chapter 22. Want to believe, will not forgive. 1. Village Chiefgun, may I have a moment? As a voice called out to him from behind, Vincent Valakia halted his step. Before he even turned around, he knew the owner of that voice was. Once he heard a voice or laid eyes upon a person, he would never forget them. This was no exception. He immediately grasped that this was the blond, blue-eyed peddler Flop O'Connell. Vincent, unfortunately, the survival of the Empire is currently in crisis. I have not the time for frivolous chatter with you. Though he had grasped it, Vincent would not engage any further than grasping it. The oracle he had received a moment ago from the Stargazer U-book left him no choice but to discuss with Bristet Serena and the rest of that lot regarding how they should handle it. Groovy had been designated as a countermeasure against the enemy, but since there was a high chance he had lost his life, to formulate a plan that depended on him would be an act akin to the height of stupidity. On that point, putting his expectations in Natsuki Subaru, who was headed to persuade the other person who had been designated, was a foolish idea that was less objectionable. In the first place, there was no chance that Vincent would be able to persuade that girl. He would not even be able to come to a mutual understanding with her, since the cards in Vincent's hand could not be used on a young girl. It was logical to let Subaru deal with that side of the two lights. Ergo, the only thing Vincent could do was continue scrutinizing the details for a realistic plan. Flop, well, there you can't know whether it's frivolous chatter or not unless you talk, and find out no matter how clever Village Chiefgun is. I doubt you'd be able to tell what seeds of conversation I have before you water them. Vincent, you. Speaking those words, Flop grabbed Vincent's shoulder as the latter tried to resume his walk, preventing him from moving forward. Not could that be called, but a reckless action, the very pinnacle of imprudence. Under different circumstances, it would have been a barbaric act that caused Flop to be beheaded on the spot. Vincent, release me at once, if not wish your life goodbye. Flop, of course, I'd also like to start talking with you right away, but I want a suitable amount of time to have a proper discussion about this matter. We can't be rushing things. Vincent, I did not tell you to speak, but to release your grip. Now don't say that, Abel Chin. Instead, you should talk about what Big Bro wants to tell you. Vincent H.K. As he looked back with his head and scowled at Flop, who still had his hand placed on Vincent's shoulder, a voice had called out from in front of him simultaneously. Another reckless act had been performed, that of two hands grabbing him by his sides and lifting him up. Having held her breath and now giving a cheerful broad smile, the one who had done that was Medium O'Connell. The sibling duo of Flop and Medium had pincered Vincent with smiles from both front and rear. Medium, Abel Chin, you've been disregarding Big Bro this whole time, right? Big Bro is so injured and worn out that he always needs to lie down for even just a second longer. So don't be mean and just listen to what he has to say. Vincent, speak not of foolish things. To begin with, how long shall you continue to contact me with such a familiar attitude should the situation change? So shall individual positions. Things are no longer the same as they were in the Shadrakian village and the fortress city. Medium, well, Abel Chin may be acting like the Emperor, but I think it's mistaken of you to make light of us, Big Bro. Flop, got it, dear sister. The unreasonable sibling pair did not lend their ears to Vincent's words. At the high-spirited call, his younger sister Flop, responding in a similarly energetic manner, promptly opened the door to the adjacent passenger cabin. Medium then carried Vincent inside, and the door was closed. After quickly confining the Emperor in a locked room, Medium finally released Vincent. Vincent, you too, are you aware that this is an act so barbaric that not only you but all members of your household will be punished for? Flop, ha. Unfortunately for you, Village Chiefgun, our family purely consists of us two siblings, so your objection isn't really much of a threat. Medium, but Big Bro, what about everyone from the orphanage? Even if we aren't related by blood, everyone who escaped is our family. Flop, ha. Now that you mention it, Village Chiefgun, please find within yourself to forgive us. Vincent, set me free immediately and behave. No matter the situation, the conduct of the O'Connell siblings seemed invariant. Medium had been shrunken and stretched, and Flop seemed to have been injured, but seemed to both of them like this was causing him to grow suspicious. If one had their body shrunken and stretched, it would typically be a heavy burden on their mind, but Medium was far too lacking in awareness that her body had shrunk and then stretched back again. He had heard that Flop had also suffered a grievous wound that brought him to the verge of death, but he too was full of life. Noah's neck had a visible complexion, but it seemed he was concealing the color in his face using makeup. Flop, after all, it's quite important for merchants to put on an act. Vincent. Flop, But although it's always been an ironclad rule of trade to barter, for what you want I'm unable to meet village chief Kun's current demands. I don't want to put this off any longer. Vincent, what are you saying? Flop, I've been entrusted with a message from the person who in your place had acted as emperor. Having expected him to start speaking more nonsense, Vincent's eyes slightly widened. Going out of their way to confine the emperor in an empty cabin, the O'Connell siblings were attempting to report something to Vincent. In this world, there was only one person who had held that position. That was why. Flop, you ought to hear his words, village chieftain. Know your excellency, the Emperor Vincent Valaquia. Thus, when Flop displayed a serious expression for the first time, Vincent had chosen not to interrupt it with words. 2. The Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis Arneb. When he spoke those words aloud, Subaru had heard a grating sound reverberate within his heart. While it was always within arm's reach, he had always hesitated to take the lid off of that box of taboos. It was a Pandora's box that could be opened at any time, so long as he was willing to do so. Subaru, deciding this was not a conversation suitable for a corridor, they had relocated, moving to a spacious passenger cabin. Abel's thoughtful allowance of them to use his cabin, if necessary, was a rare display of consideration for the feelings of others, though since the resolution of this matter was of critical importance to the Empire, it might have been natural for him to give that thoughtful allowance. Gathered in the cabin were Amelia Beatrice Otto Garfield and Roswell of the Amelia camp, and in addition, Anastasia, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. Really, it's a connection that seems to pop up indiscriminately. Elegantly touching her cheek, Anastasia quietly murmured. So, and Julius was maintaining a solemn silence. By her side, the participation of these two was also essential. That was not merely because they had traveled a great distance to cross the border to assist Subaru and his friends, but because they too had suffered from the damage caused by gluttony. Subaru, the person at the crux of the matter, Louis. She's currently with Rem, and some others, I think everyone except Anastasia-san and Julius, should already know about Louis, but Beatrice, of course. In fact, frankly, it was an outrageous surprise at first, I suppose. Subaru, that was the case for me too. Beatrice's wording of surprise was likely a generous understatement. In fact, when Subaru had first realized that he had been transported with Louis, his sole intention had been to protect Rem, which caused him to adopt a rather aggressive stance. At first, this led to Rem being quite wary of him, perceiving him as someone who could not be trusted. Subaru did not know under what circumstances Amelia and the others had met Louis, but it was not difficult to imagine that their initial contact would have been fraught with tension. With that in mind, he wanted to express his gratitude that no one had resorted to extreme measures. Subaru, you all did well to hold yourselves back. I'm sure Otto and Garfield were ready to erupt at any moment. Otto, indeed, Garfield, and I were the opinion that we should either eliminate or restrain the fact that she was not subjected to either was due to Emiliosima persuading everyone else. Subaru immediately did that. As one might expect, it seemed that Otto was at the forefront of the radical faction, but his views had apparently been tempered by Amelia, who was of the moderate faction. As Subaru and the others turned their gazes to her, she gave a short nod, saying yes. Amelia Medium-chan was defending that child Louis with all her might, considering how much those around her cherished her. I was scared of trying to decide anything and everything on the spot. Subaru, I see Mediumson did that. Hearing that Medium had defended Louis, Subaru felt a faint sense of relief. Originally, Louis had grown quite attached to the cheerful and caring Medium. Still, the last time Subaru had witnessed that between the two was back in the demon city of Chaos Flame, when Medium had been afraid of Louis after her identity as a St. Archbishop had been revealed. If Medium had still defended Louis after that, there must have been some shift in her feelings that had taken place somewhere unbeknownst to Subaru that made him happy. Amelia, that's something I've also experienced, having people say that I'm really scary, that I seem like a witch to everyone, and nobody around me want to talk to me so. Otto, for Emiliosima's case, it is due to a rational prejudice against half-elves. However, with this girl, there's a difference, a clear distinction, resulting from none other than her own actions. Amelia Otacon. As Amelia explained why she stood by Louis in addition to Medium's protection, Otto bluntly offered a stern comment. He did not hesitate to clarify his position as an ally of Amelia and simultaneously an adversary of Louis. Indeed, their journey together so far had been nothing more than a deferment until a final conclusion. Roswell, may I have a word? Into the tense atmosphere created by Otto's declaration, Roswell raised his hand casually. As Subaru's glance urged him to speak, Roswell closed his blue eye, and Roswell ran Anastasia-sama, and I joined later after AoE. Really don't know how that girl Louis behaves, but is there anything suspicious about her? Of course, Garfield has been keeping his eyes, ears, and nose peeled on her, hasn't he? Garfield, I wasn't exactly peeled from head to toe like that, but I gotta agree with Otto, bro, That's why from the moment we met her till the big battle, I kept a close eye on her, but Roswell, so it turned out to be in vain. Theen, how can you definitively say that the girl is a dangerous Sin Archbishop? Otto, because of Beatrice, John, and I, we encountered a girl claiming to be Louis Arneb, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, in Priestella. I had my leg gouged in then, and it is not something I will forget. Roswell, representing those who had less interaction with Louis, made a statement to which Garfield and Otto expressed their respective views. As Otto stroked his leg, it was a reminder of the injury that had caused him to be taken out of action for quite some time. It made sense as to why Otto, in particular, was very cautious of Louis. Julius, my apologies for following the Margrave, but may I also speak? Once Roswell's question had been addressed, Julius quickly joined the conversation. In this discussion about gluttony, Julius, who had been making a difficult face from the beginning, glanced an even more grim-looking Subaru out of the corner of his eye and said, Julius, first I would like to confirm, is it correct that the girl named Louis, who is currently riding in this dragon carriage, is indeed the same individual as Louis Arneb, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony? Emilia, what do you mean by that? Julius, Emiliasima, and Lady Ram must be aware in order to replicate the powers of those it devours, there are instances where gluttony had changed its appearance to match that of its victim. In other words, Anastasia, so you're suggesting the possibility that the Louis we're talking about and the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony might not be the same person, but one who is consumed by the other. At Julius' conjecture, Emilia and the others wore faces of surprise. Indeed, considering the nature of gluttony, it was not an improbable theory if gluttony could mimic the form of the person it consumed. It would make sense that the original who was consumed would still exist somewhere. If this was true, then the existence of this Louis could be separated from that of gluttony. However, Subaru, no, that's not likely. Louis the First believe is reproducing the abilities of those she has devoured. It must be due to the authority of gluttony. Julius, I see my apologies for such misleading speculation. Julius closed his eyes and apologized as Subaru shook his head. It was no fault of Julius if his hypothesis were correct. Subaru would not be as troubled as he was right now, but they could not resort to makeshift solutions created by tiptoeing around the issue. What they needed was not just an answer, but an answer derived from a shared understanding of the truth. Louis had been transported alongside Subaru to the Valachian Empire, and yet despite being treated so harshly by Subaru, she pushed herself time and again to help him, suffered injuries, and even put her life at risk. It was her Louis Arneb, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, who was the same person as the Louis, that they all knew to get everyone to acknowledge that she was an essential presence for the upcoming battle. Subaru, first, let me explain what happened with me and Louis in the Empire, after I was sent here, Rem, before any of you came across Louis. Silently, everyone directed their gazes toward him. Under the scrutiny of his trusted comrade, Subaru unmistakably felt a sense of suffocation. It was as if a grading of exams or verification of answers was about to begin. It was a verification of whether Louis could truly be accepted by his comrades for who she was. Emilia, Subaru, there's no need to rush. Emilia gently reassured Subaru, who was bracing himself for what was to come. Beatrice, by his side, gave his hand a gentle squeeze with a nod of affirmation. Comforted by their consideration, Subaru took a deep breath and began to speak. Subaru, the very first thing we noticed was that we were next to a large forest far to the east. 3. He had intended to speak plainly, choosing his words to convey the facts as succinctly as possible. Still, the things he had to talk about sprang forth like a gushing spring, making him acutely aware that the days he had to recount were filled with significant moments despite the brevity of the time in question. To begin with, a tremendous amount of trouble had occurred in just a short period. All of it comprised accidents that endangered the lives of Subaru, Rem, and their companions, and naturally Louis was inevitably involved in these. Naturally, yes, it was indeed natural. After all, Louis had been with Subaru and the others the entire time, enduring Subaru's hostility while receiving kindness from Rem, and she persevered without being discouraged by the harsh treatment from Subaru. So, Subaru, Louis, and I, collaborating with Yorna, San, managed to win our bet against Albert, San. It was with a bit of cheating, though, as we changed the rules from hide and seek to a game of tag. Subaru, after that, something unimaginable happened at Chaos Flame. As you may have heard, the people living there miraculously survived, and we were able to join up with Abel and his rebels. I lost consciousness there and got separated. You guys probably know more about what happened with Louis after that, right? Emilia, yes, we met Abel and the others when they came back to the destroyed Geralt, which happened right after. As Emilia nodded in confirmation of Subaru's statement, he finished his explanation and took a long breath. Even though Subaru had intended not to take up too much time, in the end the story lasted nearly an hour. He was grateful that during that time his companions mostly refrained from interrupting and listened intently. Inevitably, Subaru had to tell the story from his own perspective, but he tried to be as detached as possible in narrating the events. With that in mind, Subaru, as I've told you, there wasn't any suspicious behavior from Lewis. While she was with me, I believe you can hear the same story from Rem. Otto, we are not really doubting that if we truly thought her suspicious, there is no way Ramson would have allowed her to stay near Rem-san. When it came to her family, and especially Rem, there was no need to mention the intensity of Ram's scrutiny. In fact, the primary reason she overwhelmed Gluttony's Leibadden-Katos at the Pleiades Watchtower was a profound objection to any interference with her relationship between Rem and herself. Ram, who could go to such lengths for his sister, she did not remember. If she felt even the slightest hint of danger from Lewis, it would have been unthinkable for her to leave Lewis near Ram, who had just awakened. Anastasia, we've roughly grasped how tough it was for Yanatsukikin. Anastasia, who had been silently listening until now, was massaging her brow, with a finger acknowledging the harshness of Subaru's journey. Even for a woman as wise as she, the sequence of events presented a volume of information that took time and effort to fully digest. Having somehow swallowed it all down, Anastasia removed her finger from her forehead and... Anastasia, I'm curious about what happened to Yanatsukikin after you lost consciousness in the Demon City. But since that ain't the main subject, let's put it aside. Subaru, right now, what's important is Lewis. As I've said, Lewis hasn't shown her dangerous side to us so far, and there's a prophecy of Audiobook the Stargazer that's a factor to, so, in the upcoming battle, having Lewis cooperate with us. Anastasia, the questions about your story, where's the point of compromise that you're going to take? Just like that, her quiet interjection stopped Subaru's train of thought. Anastasia, having voiced her thoughts, gently traced her lips with the finger that had been massaging her brow. Her intellectually vibrant aqua eyes seized Subaru's heart as she continued. Anastasia, I ain't against your idea of using everything at our disposal, Natsukikin. Even Millicent, who helped us cross the Augrius sand dunes, was originally an enemy. If we're making such distinctions, then the same applies to that girl. Subaru, that's all the same, right? Meili and Lewis should be in the same position. Anastasia, no, it ain't the case, I'm sure everyone, but Yanatsuki-kun would think so. Subaru, HK. Confronted with that calm assertion, Subaru looked around at the others in surprise. Anastasia's words echoed in Subaru's mind as he scanned everyone's faces, hoping that someone would disagree. However, not one of them met his expectations. Subaru, everyone HK. Otto, since no one seems to be willing to say it, I will. Among the group, all wearing grave expressions, Otto raised his hand, without changing his demeanor. However, his unchanging demeanor did not denote a lack of emotional response, but was the mere reflection of his calmness sustained since the start of the meeting. Neither his gaze nor his voice were unconditionally supportive of Subaru. Otto, I agree with Anastasia-sama. The situation with her and Meili-chan is different. They are not in the same position. Subaru, Otto. Otto, I will take it upon myself to say what no one else seems to want to. It is because she is a Sin Archbishop. Otto answered Subaru, whose voice had inadvertently risen with a calm tone. Anticipating Subaru's question, Otto's response was as fitting as it could possibly be for the reason why none present could side with Subaru. Beatrice, Subaru, Betty wants to stand by Subaru. In fact, if Subaru says that girl Lewis is a girl without evil intentions, now Betty can believe that too, I suppose, but Roswell, the fact is Gluttony's victims include us, not to mention, considering that the damage is not easily apparent, I wonder what the extent of the potential victims is, right? Julius, though there is no way to confirm it, the bitter regret of those who lost themselves forgotten by others and could not return, while having anybody to turn to, I cannot imagine how they must feel. Following up on the concern, Beatrice, Roswell, and Julius expressed their genuine opinions as a person heavily concerned with victim and as an actual victim of Gluttony's authority, respectively. Roswell and Julius were correct. Those who knew they had been affected were comparatively better off. There must have been many victims who could do nothing but be truly wrought in despair, having lost their names and memories, left without a place to return, unable to be saved. And thus the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, who had created numerous victims. Amelia, it's not that everyone doesn't believe it. Subaru, Amelia. Amelia, it's not that, rather I think they won't forgive her. Subaru's explanation was not lacking, nor did his feelings not get through to them. Amelia's words, with her eyebrows furrowed, shattered his heart as she explained that the real problem was not there. Knowing about Lewis' time with Subaru, and knowing what happened after his absence, Amelia and the others knew the current Lewis was not a threat to them, having understood that the issue at hand was the actions of the past Lewis. Anastasia, the things you've done ain't ever going to disappear, Subaru, HK. Quietly, Anastasia murmured those words. Once before was a despairing warning that had frozen Natsuki Subaru, crushing him to pieces. The fact that those words were thrown at him only existed within himself, and once again in a different turn of events, they were delivered from her mouth to Subaru's ears. Anastasia, no matter how much Natsuki tries to convince us that that child is harmless, it doesn't even up the harm she did in reality. The victims remain victims. It ain't a superficial problem that can be brushed aside with pretenses for your own benefit. Subaru HK. Anastasia, first off, don't you think that you'd come after getting back all the names and memories that have been eaten so far? Even if you try to proceed without them, wouldn't Natsuki also be dissatisfied with that? Anastasia's sharp words sliced through the stiffened Subaru one after another. All of their arguments were valid, but the one that caused the greatest pain was a final point that they could not even stand on the very foundation for deciding Lewis' fate if they did not return the memories and names that had been taken. That was the crucial premise leading to what Amelia had said: they can't forgive her. Roswell, well, His Excellency the Emperor, is aware of this prophecy Subaru heard, saying that we won't let this girl Lewis cooperate in the battle is just not realistic as it. Garfield, how what do you want to say? Speak clearly. Roswell, it's troubling to have your irritation taken out on me, but no matter how our discussion ends, the plan to involve the girl won't change. The only thing left is how she will be treated afterwards. Subaru treated. His heart grew impatient with Roswell, who still continued with his roundabout way of talking after being told to speak clearly. In response to Subaru's earnest gaze, Roswell shrugged his shoulders and spoke. That was Roswell. It's a matter of what we can tell her to make her cooperate. For instance, Sue could promise her amnesty once we overcome this crisis threatening the Empire, and then once everything's done, the appropriate punishment for her crimes will be executed solemnly. This is the best way to handle it without any future problems. Garfield HK stopped messing around. In response to Roswell's explanation of his wicked plan, Garfield clicked his fangs and snapped at him. He glared fiercely at Roswell and Garfield. Even if the other guy's a villain, we don't have to stoop. Subaru, after that, something unimaginable happened at Chaos Flame. As you may have heard, the people living there miraculously survived, and we were able to join up with Abel and his rebels. I lost consciousness there and got separated. You guys probably know more about what happened with Lewis after that, right? Amelia, yes, we met Abel and the others when they came back to the destroyed Geralt, which happened right after. As Amelia nodded in confirmation of Subaru's statement, he finished his explanation and took a long breath. Even though Subaru had intended not to take up too much time in the end, the story lasted nearly an hour. He was grateful that during that time his companions mostly refrained from interrupting and listened intently. Inevitably, Subaru had to tell the story from his own perspective, but he tried to be as detached as possible in narrating the events. With that in mind, Subaru, as I've told you, there wasn't any suspicious behavior from Lewis. While she was with me, I believe you can hear the same story from Rem. Otto, we are not really doubting that if we truly thought her suspicious, there is no way Ramson would have allowed her to stay near Remsan. When it came to her family, and especially Rem, there was no need to mention the intensity of Ram's scrutiny. In fact, the primary reason she overwhelmed Gluttony's Laban Catos at the Pleiades Watchtower was a profound objection to any interference with her relationship between Rem and herself. Ram, who could go to such lengths for his sister, she did not remember. If she felt even the slightest hint of danger from Lewis, it would have been unthinkable for her to leave Lewis near Ram, who had just awakened. Anastasia, we've roughly grasped how tough it was for you, Natsuki. Anastasia, who had been silently listening until now, was massaging her brow, with a finger acknowledging the harshness of Subaru's journey. Even for a woman as wise as she, the sequence of events presented a volume of information that took time and effort to fully digest. Having somehow swallowed it all down, Anastasia removed her finger from her forehead and... Anastasia, I'm curious about what happened to you, Natsuki, after you lost consciousness in the Demon City. But since that ain't the main subject, let's put it aside. Subaru, right now, what's important is Lewis. As I've said, Lewis hasn't shown her dangerous side to us so far, and there's a prophecy of Audiobook the Stargazer that's a factor too, so, in the upcoming battle, having Lewis cooperate with us. Anastasia, the questions about your story, where's the point of compromise that you're going to take? Just like that, her quiet interjection stopped Subaru's train of thought. Anastasia, having voiced her thoughts, gently traced her lips with the finger that had been massaging her brow. Her intellectually vibrant aqua eyes seized Subaru's heart as she continued. Anastasia, I ain't against your idea of using everything at our disposal, Natsuki. Even Millicent, who helped us cross the Auguria sand dunes, was originally an enemy. If we're making such distinctions, then the same applies to that girl. Subaru, that's all the same, right? Melee and Lewis should be in the same position. Anastasia, no, it ain't the case, I'm sure everyone, but Natsuki-kun would think so. Subaru HK. Confronted with that calm assertion, Subaru looked around at the others in surprise. Anastasia's words echoed in Subaru's mind as he scanned everyone's faces, hoping that someone would disagree. However, not one of them met his expectations. Subaru, everyone HK. Otto, since no one seems to be willing to say it, I will. Among the group, all wearing grave expressions, Otto raised his hand without changing his demeanor. However, his unchanging demeanor did not denote a lack of emotional response, but was the mere reflection of his calmness sustained since the start of the meeting. Neither his gaze nor his voice were unconditionally supportive of Subaru. Otto, I agree with Anastasia-sama. The situation with her and Meili-chan is different. They are not in the same position. Subaru, Otto. Otto, I will take it upon myself to say what no one else seems to want to. It is because she is a Sin Archbishop. Otto answered Subaru, whose voice had inadvertently risen with a calm tone. Anticipating Subaru's question, Otto's response was as fitting as it could possibly be for the reason why none present could side with Subaru. Beatrice Subaru, Betty wants to stand by Subaru. In fact, if Subaru says that girl Lewis is a girl without evil intentions, now Betty can believe that too, I suppose, but Roswell, the fact is gluttony's victims include us, not to mention, considering that the damage is not easily apparent, I wonder what the extent of the potential victims is right. Julius, though there is no way to confirm it, the bitter regret of those who lost themselves forgotten by others and could not return, while having anybody to turn to, I cannot imagine how they must feel. Following up on the concern, Beatrice, Roswell, and Julius expressed their genuine opinions as a person heavily concerned with victim and as an actual victim of gluttony's authority, respectively. Roswell and Julius were correct. Those who knew they had been affected were comparatively better off. There must have been many victims who could do nothing but be truly wrought in despair, having lost their names and memories, left without a place to return, unable to be saved. And thus the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, who had created numerous victims. Amelia, it's not that everyone doesn't believe it. Subaru, Amelia, it's not that, rather I think they won't forgive her. Subaru's explanation was not lacking, nor did his feelings not get through to them. Amelia's words, with her eyebrows furrowed, shattered his heart as she explained that the real problem was not there. Knowing about Lewis' time with Subaru, and knowing what happened after his absence, Amelia and the others knew the current Lewis was not a threat to them, having understood that the issue at hand was the actions of the past Lewis. Anastasia, the things you've done ain't ever going to disappear, Subaru HK. Quietly, Anastasia murmured those words. Once before was a despairing warning that had frozen Natsuki Subaru, crushing him to pieces. The fact that those words were thrown at him only existed within himself, and once again in a different turn of events, they were delivered from her mouth to Subaru's ears. Anastasia, no matter how much Natsuki tries to convince us that that child is harmless, it doesn't even up the harm she did in reality. The victims remain victims. It ain't a superficial problem that can be brushed aside with pretenses for your own benefit. Subaru HK. Anastasia, first off, don't you think that you come after getting back all the names and memories that have been eaten so far? Even if you try to proceed without them, wouldn't Natsuki can also be dissatisfied with that? Anastasia's sharp words sliced through the stiffened Subaru one after another. All of their arguments were valid, but the one that caused the greatest pain was the final point that they could not even stand on the very foundation for deciding Lewis' fate if they did not return the memories and names that had been taken. That was the crucial premise leading to what Amelia had said. They can't forgive her. Roswell, well, His Excellency the Emperor, is aware of this prophecy Subaru heard, saying that we won't let this girl Lewis cooperate in the battle is just not realistic as it. Garfield, how what do you want to say? Speak clearly. Roswell, it's troubling to have your irritation taken out on me, but no matter how our discussion ends, the plan to involve the girl won't change. The only thing left is how she will be treated afterwards. Subaru treated. His heart grew impatient with Roswell, who still continued with his roundabout way of talking after being told to speak clearly. In response to Subaru's earnest gaze, Roswell shrugged his shoulders and spoke. That was Roswell, it's a matter of what we can tell her to make her cooperate. For instance, Sue could promise her amnesty once we overcome this crisis threatening the Empire, and then once everything's done, the appropriate punishment for her crimes will be executed solemnly. This is the best way to handle it, without any future problems. Garfield HK stopped messing around. In response to Roswell's explanation of his wicked plan, Garfield clicked his fangs and snapped at him. He glared fiercely at Roswell and Garfield. Even if the other guy's a villain, we don't have to stoop to the same level, dangling some bait that doesn't even exist just to get her to help. No way he'll approve of that. Roswell, oh really? I think Otacon was thinking the same thing. Garfield, don't lump yourself in with Otto, bro. Otto the Margrave is speaking for the majorities, and archbishops should not be granted any amnesty, or rather. Their Otto paused for a moment and gazed fixedly at Subaru. As Subaru gulped under his gaze, he continued mercilessly. Otto is Natsuki-san, trying to create a precedent where some archbishops are forgiven. Subaru HK, I don't intend on doing anything like that in this world. There are villains who mustn't be forgiven. The Sin archbishops of the witch cult are definitely among them. Pedalgues Regulus, the brothers Roy and Lay Sirius Capella, every St. Archbishop Subaru had encountered up until now were all invariably far beyond redemption. They were beings who would not hesitate to sacrifice others to satisfy their own desires. However, Otto, are you saying only Louis Arneb is different Subaru, that's well? Otto's query attempted to lay bare the depths of Subaru's heart. St. Archbishop should not be forgiven, not just Otto, but everyone drew this line in the sand something Subaru could clearly understand. Yet the insistence on putting Louis in a separate category, as Otto put, was indeed strange. Subaru, under the scrutiny of everyone's gazes, Subaru once again questioned himself. What did Subaru want to do with Louis? They harbored great hatred for each other in the Hall of Memories, and Subaru chose not to save her, as she suffered from the aftermath of return by death. He did not think that choice was a mistake, even if he were to be placed in that situation. Once more, he would most likely make the same decision. However, at the same time, he knew the Louis who had shared hardships with him in the Valachian Empire. The fact that he had witnessed her risk her life to save him and die for it multiple times was certainly engraved in his soul. Somewhere along the way, Subaru's vigilance had been melted away by Louis' earnestness. Amelia, how Subaru? Suddenly a hushed question was posed to Subaru just as he was deep in thought. As he opened his closed eyelids, he found himself looking directly into Amelia's amethyst eyes. She narrowed her long-lashed eyes and repeated the same question once more. That was, Amelia, how did Subaru come to think that way? Subaru, how you ask? Amelia, you really couldn't stand the St. Archbishop of Gluttony. Could you, Subaru? You thought you couldn't forgive her, so why now? Subaru, that's because didn't I already tell you she Louis in this empire with us? They had shared many hardships, and Louis had bravely tried to protect Subaru and Rem. The events in the empire had left their mark on Subaru as much as, or with even more intensity, than the unforgivable enemy she had been thought to be in the Hall of Memories. That was why not Suki. Subaru's feelings towards Louis had changed. Julius, Subaru, let me once again convey a harsh truth to you. Julius said this in a low voice to Subaru, who had answered Amelia's question falteringly. The fact he prefaced his words as harsh made Subaru brace himself as Subaru prepared himself for it. Julius traced a scar under his left eye with his finger and addressed him. Julius, humanity in this world will not forgive the St. Archbishop of Gluttony, the girl known as Louis Arneb, whether it be the kingdom or the empire. You can say it is a consensus of the world. Subaru, Julius, even if she were to flee to any corner of the world, there is no place where she will be pardoned. Acts of crime will be met with punishment. And a St. Archbishop is a criminal whose sins can only be atoned for with their life. There was no falsehood in that preamble of the harsh truth. Julius decisively pronounced it in a clear, strong tone, leaving no room for misunderstanding. There was no place in this world where Louis Arneb could live and be forgiven. At those heavy words, Subaru was left unable to respond, however. Julius, I too desire nothing but death for St. Archbishops, nothing but death for the beings we consider enemies of the world. That is what I can say with all my soul. Subaru, what? Otto Julius Juculius. The person who had raised their voice sharply glaring at Julius was Otto. Subaru, unable to comprehend the meaning behind those added words, was left aside with widened eyes as Otto and Julius stared at each other piercingly. Julius' gaze was filled with pain, while Otto's was bitter, their eyes wounding each other. Otto, for you, an outsider, to say that is outrageously selfish. Julius, I am sorry, but I would like to correct your perception on this matter. I am also one of the parties involved. I am in a position to voice my opinion. So allow me to exercise that right. Otto HK. Gritting his teeth, Otto's glare towards Julius grew sharper. Despite knowing he was no match in terms of fighting strength, the intensity of his gaze did not even budge Julius, too. Closed one eye at that strength of Otto's will and let out a small sigh. Subaru, nothing but death for the St. Archbishops. Beside the back and forth between the two, Subaru muttered, while feeling as if a part of his brain had gone numb. What Julius had tried to say, and why the perceptive Otto had snapped at him, Subaru had not noticed what had been hidden beyond the surface-level words. Nothing but death for the St. Archbishops was desire the world would not forgive Louis Arneb. The St. Archbishops Louis Arneb the world would not. Subaru, Beatrice Subaru Betty will speak now, in fact. The moment he felt the sensation of a slight breeze blowing across a labyrinth of thoughts, Beatrice spoke up, looking up at Subaru with her round eyes of a distinctive pattern. Beatrice Betty ran into the St. Archbishop Louis back in Priestella. I suppose, after that, this time when we happened to meet in the Empire, this is what Betty thought about that girl state. In fact, it's as if she's a different person, I suppose. Subaru, Beatrice, that girl, she's different from the St. Archbishop. Betty knows, in fact. How is it from Subaru's perspective? I suppose from the perspective of Subaru, who had directly spoken with the St. Archbishop up close. Beatrice's kind yet inescapable words questioned him. He understood what she meant for Subaru. It was something he had refused to acknowledge because he did not want to acknowledge it. That the current Lewis and the Lewis Arneb he had met in the Hall of Memories seemed to be different people. However, just as he had refuted Julia's suspicion, Lewis had been using her authority just as Gluttony had used that she was able to freely utilize the special abilities of her eaten victims. Lewis still possessed the authority of Gluttony, but her mind alone had been born anew. That was just like Subaru, just like me when I had lost my memories. If that was indeed, so had Lewis been suffering this whole time. Just like how back then Subaru had chased after the phantom of Natsuki, Subaru, troubled and distressed at being unable to trust anyone around him, had Lewis also been seeking help. Even if that was the case, Lewis had still helped Subaru and Rem, and had made it through to this day. Then, Amelia, you know I've been thinking about this the whole time. Once you do something bad, is it already too late to undo it, Subaru? Amelia, you apologize, you atone. But even then, if you're told that it's not enough, then sometimes you get fed up with apologizing and atonement. Right, so I've been thinking about a way to prevent that, but it's not easy to find such a terrific solution, but Amelia, there's just one method that might work. It's a method that Subaru taught me. Amelia placed her hand against her chest, and she carefully chose words that could fully convey her emotions. Hearing the words that she had spoken, Subaru searched his own heart. But among the things Subaru had taught Amelia, as for something that could be applied to this moment, nothing came to mind. To Subaru, who had no idea what to expect, Amelia, with her gentle gaze upon him. Amelia, it's to think I want that person to be happy more than you think I will not forgive that person. Subaru, Amelia, for lots and lots of people around them to think I want that person to be happy. I think that in order for us to forgive that child, it's necessary for her to make us think that way. Amelia's words slowly and gently seeped into Subaru's heart. A method to forgive bad people, a method to forgive evil deeds, a means of salvation that might lay beyond apologizing and atonement. That was the earnestly thought-out answer that Amelia had given. Whether she had learned that from something Subaru had done, or it was something he had once taught her, he had no idea. But it felt like those words had fallen firmly into Subaru's heart with a thump. Why was it that Subaru was so concerned for the sake of a St. Archbishop, for the sake of Lewis? That was because Lewis had done more for Subaru than what Lewis had done to him. Therefore, Anastasia, once more let me ask you the same thing. Hearing Amelia's words and Subaru's faint sigh, Anastasia had thus spoken. While stroking Aridna, who was wrapped around her neck, she looked at Subaru and Amelia in turn and spoke. Anastasia, in your story, just what point of compromise do you intend on taking? So she declared, for Lewis, as she cupped Lewis' face between her hands, who was looking at her curiously. Rem let out a long, deep sigh. That reaction of Rem's caused Lewis' face to look more and more puzzled as her cheeks remained cupped. From the girl's demeanor, Rem reflected that she must have caused her to worry, even though she reflected, Rem, that's quite the sigh, Rem. Is something the matter, Remnissima? Just when she gave a big sigh, a gentle voice called out from beside. It was Ram, who had returned to their assigned passenger cabin, having prepared some tea. Behind her, she was accompanied by a girl with antlers. Tanza, Rem recalled her name to be. Noticing Rem's gaze, Ram nodded and said, ah. Ram, it seemed like she had nothing to do with the time on her hands, so Ram brought her along. Tanza, it is not as if I have nothing to do. Ram, really, there was a look of dissatisfaction on your face when you were kept away from the rest of those loudmouths. Even the Empire has ideas like wanting to fight to protect women, and children, Ram thought they would have been more foolish. Rem and Nisima, that is a bit of an exaggeration. Rem's cheek stiffened slightly at her sister's rather blunt statement. It was still taking quite a bit of time to come to a thorough mutual understanding between herself and her sister, but even so, since the appeal from the root of her soul was honest, Rem could feel her heart stirring with every single move Ram made. Regardless, Tanza looked discontent with the way Ram had put it. Tanza, it may be true that many of the people in the battalion, especially Cecil-sama, think about things in a simple manner, but among them are those who are as sharp-witted as the governor. Rem, I see, so it was that sharp-witted governor who told you to stay behind. Tanza, no, it was Schwartz-sama who had told me to rest Lewis you. At Ram's switch at the corners of Tanza's mouth slightly stiffened as she replied. Immediately Lewis, whose cheeks were being cupped by Rem, moaned as the pressure of the hands grew stronger. Oh no, thought Rem as she apologized to Lewis with him. Sorry, Rem, I carelessly did such a thing, are you? All right, Lewis John Lewis, Rem, no, that has nothing to do with this. Lewis, you. Her cheek still being sandwiched, Lewis cast a doubtful gaze on Rem after hearing the latter's answer. Turning away from Lewis' gaze, her eyes met Ram's, who had just been serving the tea. She placed a cup of warm, fragrant tea in front of Rem. Ram, despite being a confidential dragon carriage of the Empire, it's not as well stocked with tea leaves. As you'd expect, the flavor isn't anything too notable, but it will keep your body warm. Ram, thank you, will take a sip now. Ram, so did Barusu. Do something rude to you, Ramtui. Finally releasing Lewis' cheeks, as soon as she put her mouth on the tea, she sputtered out as Rem quickly put down the cup. Lewis, try to wipe her face with her own sleeve. Rem, am fine, Lewis John. What is it, Nisama? Ram, nothing at all. Barusu's behavior is usually rude and inconsiderate, even if it is guesswork. Chances are high that is the reason why Rem's face looks so gloomy. Rem, that's also a bit of an exaggeration, no matter how you say it. In other words, it was just some guesswork off a hunch. So Rem breathed a sigh of relief as Lewis wiped her face, but that reaction was enough of perceptive Ram to guess the reason for her sigh. Sitting cross-legged just in front of her, Ram stared at Rem as she tilted her cup. Under the pressure of that silence, Rem soon relented and confessed. Rem, about Emilia-san. Ram, Emilia-sama, yes, Emilia-sama is also clueless and inconsiderate in some aspects, isn't she so? Is that why Rem's face was so gloomy? Rem, no. That's not it. It's just I wanted to ask what the relationship between that person called Natsuki Suburu and Emilia-san is. As the tone of her voice fell, Rem succeeded in asking her question while keeping as calm as she could. However, at this time, Rem did not realize that the very choice of topic was enough to make Ram's light crimson eyes narrow. But her astute-looking older sister quietly muttered, I see. Ram, well, Ram ought to tear Barusu limb from limb. Let's do that together later. Rem, Nisama. Ram, it will be a Sicily collaboration. I suppose Barusu can be useful sometimes. Her faintly smiling sister possessed enchanting beauty, but her remarks were extremely disturbing. And after hearing Ram's remarks, it was Tanza who quite literally had a horn to pick. She took a sip of the tea that had been brewed for her too, and though she was surprised at the taste with a wow. Tanza, is that not a bit of an imprudent statement, Barusu? I suppose that is referring to Schwartzama, but if you lay your hands on Schwartzama, I and the rest of the battalion will not show mercy. Ram, that's quite the courageous response, Tanza. How old are you? Tanza, I will turn 12 this year, Ram. That explains it. Tanza, even though you have reached some comprehension, I am unable to understand. Ram approved of the dissatisfied Tanza's view. Why had Ram reached an understanding when she had heard Tanza's age to begin with, was it not? So that Ram had not even answered Ram's question yet. What kind of relationship does that girl Emilia have with Subaru? Ram, they were awfully close. If she were then to be asked, so what, even Rem would be unable to reply with anything. But Rem did have many thoughts about how close those two were. Thus Rem preferred to resolve this as soon as possible so she could focus on her own problems. Rem's problems, that was to say anyway, it was Rem's problem. Rem, that's right, it's just a trivial matter that needs to be taken care of quickly so that I can face the bigger issues, nothing more, nothing less. Rem, you got a minute? Rem, With a loud jolt, Rem reflexively stood up on the spot. This caused Rem to unconsciously pick up Lewis, who had been on her lap. Rem lifted Lewis up, who in her surprise let out an AU, and Rem yet again apologized to her, looking toward the door of the cabin in the direction where she was called from. Rem, who is it? Rem, not just who, it's Barusu, the one to be torn to pieces. It seems that their discussion is over. Rema. At Ram's words, as she gracefully tasted her tea, Rem let out a small sigh and hugged Lewis, with no Lewis twisted her head, and Rem closed her eyes as she buried the tip of her nose into her golden hair. Just before Rem was present when an attack was launched on the couple dragon carriages, but afterward she did not join the subsequent discussion, where Abel had taken Subaru with a serious look on his face. Of course, there was also the fact that she would not be useful even if she got mixed up in an important conversation, and there was also the small issue that she had ascertained earlier that was still bothering her. However, the biggest reason was Lewis Yu. The reason was that she had an unpleasant apprehension about the one in her arms, Lewis. She did not fully know why, but Rem's heart instinctively knew that she needed to be by Lewis' side thus when she had shut herself in this cabin like this. Tanza, Schwartzama come in. Subaru, thanks, wait, Tanza was here too. Tanza, yes, and Schwartzama conspired with everyone and forced me to stay behind. Subaru, something about the way you put it makes me feel guilty. While Rem was flustered, Tanza instead welcomed the visitor into the room. When Tanza hit him with some resentful complaints, the person who entered scratched his head in a troubled manner. Even though his stature had shrunk, the atmosphere of his troubled profile had not changed much. That was probably because even if he grew somewhat taller, the childish look of his face would not disappear. Rem, despite the mean-looking eyes, he's a strange person. Subaru, hey, just now, did someone say something bad about my eyes? I heard you, you know. Rem, this is quite the considerable feat to think that the complaints of the people of the kingdom of Lagunica could be heard across the border. Subaru, there's no way the whole kingdom is talking about my eyes. They're making delightful conversation about dinner and plans for tomorrow and whatnot, I bet. Giving an exaggerated response to Ram's teasing, Subaru strode into the room with a great deal of swagger. For some reason, Ram felt unable to look at Subaru, so she hid her face behind Lewis, whom she was holding up with her arms, and did not face him directly. Instead, Lewis took her place and spoke in UAU to Subaru. Subaru, yo, Louis the First, also have some business with you. Would you happen to know where Rem is? Lewis, AU. Subaru, I see, so you don't know Welpen Beat, even though I had something important to tell her. Rem, if it's an important matter, please don't joke around, and get to the point. Subaru, whoa, Rem, so you were behind Louis the First in notice. Subaru forced an unnatural and exaggerated reaction when Rem interjected, but then again his forced behavior seemed to have fooled Lewis as she shrugged her shoulders in disappointment that she could not hide Rem from him. As she lowered Lewis to the floor and stroked her head to comfort her, Rem narrowed her eyes. Rem, perhaps you're overdoing things, Subaru. Rem, I think I've said it before, please stop overdoing things and shouldering reckless burdens like that. After all, you're not a hero who could do everything. Subaru's attitude just before seemed to be some sort of brave front. So Rem quoted the same words that she had told him in the past. Subaru's eyes widened at those words, however, he immediately smirked and said, Subaru, nah, surprisingly, I'm objectively viewed as Superman, so while I'm grateful for Rem's opinion, I'll just accept it as a cute voice. Rem, please don't joke around. Subaru, am not joking, Rem. I have something important to tell you about Lewis. Straightening his posture, Subaru erased a smirk and said so straightforwardly. Hearing that, Rem gulped, and in her place Ram sighed at the exchange of the two, and Ram Barusu shall Ram and Tanza excuse ourselves. Subaru, nah, it's fine if Nisama and Tanza stay. Nisama can be the representative of the big sister division, and Tanza can be the representative of the lowly division. Ram, you're saying Ram is superior to Frederica as an older sister. Naturally. Tanza, what do you mean by lowly division? Requested to be present, Ram puffed out her chest, and Tanza cocked her head. Then Rem gently pulled Lewis closer as Subaru turned his gaze toward them again, holding the back of Lewis' head to her chest. Rem fixed her eyes on Subaru. And then, Subaru, let's resolve at this lovely relationship between us that we don't really understand. Chapter 23. Lewis. 1. Truly their relationship had been a peculiar one, Natsuki, Subaru thought. Perhaps rather than peculiar, it ought to be called a malignant providence that had guided Subaru and his companions thus far. Their ideologies, their ways, he despised absolutely all of it, with every fiber as being the Valachian Empire, the one who had given him the unbearable yearning to cry his heart out for reasons he did not understand, bereft of her memories. Rem, the one he had cast the entirety of the blame upon, who he had utterly loathed, the sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis Arneb. Served with a situation he could not help but curse, lamenting and raging in accordance with the path that had been laid out for him, while he repeatedly continued to crash. Subaru had been able to survive through these days by dying over and over again. Here there were also people who he had made contact with, who had helped him, and he had helped the Valachian Empire. He was together with the one whose kindness and deep thoughtfulness made him yearn to weep, bereft of her memories. Rem, the one who had risked her life time and time again, bravely devoting herself to him, the sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis Arneb, processing the curse that had been served to him, refusing to follow the path that had been laid out for him, while they continued to gently hurt each other. Subaru had been able to survive through these days by dying over and over again. Was it malediction, grief, or hatred, or perhaps without cursing, without grieving, it could be forgiveness? The time had come to resolve this relationship, which up till now had continued to remain ambiguous. Subaru's declaration upon entering the passenger cabin cloaked the space with an air of tension. Present in the room were Rem and Lewis, joined by Ram and Tanza, totaling for former two, were directly concerned in the matter of the latter two witnesses. Subaru desired to converse with them. Emilia, Beatrice, and the rest were waiting for the resolution. Regardless of the form Natsuki, Subaru's answer would take, they were waiting. Rem has the important discussion with Abel-san concluded before Subaru, who had been considering how to broach the subject. Rem was the first to speak. Seated beside Lewis with her hand in hers, Rem's words, whether she was conscious of it or not, seemed like an attempt to keep things in check. In response to her question, Subaru shook his head. Subaru, it's paused, so now that discussion can't proceed until we resolve our own matters of discussion with Abel also involves Lewis. Lewis, A. Rem, why is Lewis John involved? Subaru, it's because according to the prophecy of the Stargazer guide, Lewis' presence is crucial for us to win this battle. Rem, HK. As Subaru presented the prerequisite without concealing anything, a bitter expression crossed Rem's face, holding Lewis' hand. Rem looked at Subaru with her pale blue eyes and said, "So that means, Rem, you're saying that you're going to make Lewis John fight. Despite her being so small, just a child who doesn't understand anything, you're suggesting such a cruel thing." Subaru, whether she needs a fight or not is a question for later. But let me clarify something first. A notion that Lewis is just a kid who doesn't understand anything is a mistaken one. Rem, what do you? Subaru, even though communicated with words is difficult, Lewis clearly understands the situation she's in. She chooses who she wants to side with and who she doesn't, knowing that she is here with us. Rem, that's HK. At Subaru's calm words, Rem lowered her head, speechless. Rem, too, understood that Subaru's objection was the truth. If it were not so, Lewis would not be here in the first place. From the moment she had been cast into the Valachian Empire, she was in an incomprehensible situation. She acted like a clingy child, imprinting herself onto the first people she encountered, Subaru and Rem. However, such an explanation could not account for the myriad of brutal trials that they had surmounted together. If the imprinting was not a sign of love, but rather a manifestation of a defensive instinct seeking a protector in order to survive, it would go without saying that being together with Subaru and Rem was detrimental to Lewis' survival. If she merely wanted to survive, it would have been easier for Lewis had she not been with Subaru and his companions. Rem, on that point, Rem agrees with Barusu, although only bits and pieces of the situation have been heard from Rem. That child being here despite having been separated from both Rem and Barusu is a result of her own choosing. Rem Nisama. Rem, don't misunderstand, Ram is entirely on Rem's side and has resolved in her heart to tear Barusu apart together with you later, but she want twist the truth. Subaru, there was one part of that declaration that I can't ignore, but thank you. With a feeling somewhere between gratitude and bitterness, Subaru thanked Ram, who had interjected. To Subaru, that too felt like an attempt to keep things in check from Ram's side. At the same time, it was an indication that Ram will be impartial in this conversation and had no intention of emotionally siding with Rem. That was exactly in line with the way that Rem used to often describe her assessment of Ram's behavior. Subaru Nisama is far too kind, huh? Whether those words murmured within his mouth could be heard or not, Ram snorted. Without giving any words, then crossed her slender legs and brought her cup of tea to her lips. Beside her, Tanza, who seemed to have been somewhat bored, looked at Subaru with her dark eyes and... Tanza, similar to Ramsama, I also shall not support Schwartzama. I am unable to gauge the situation. So please do not be mistaken if you were intending to make me an ally here. Subaru, I know Tanza is being reliably strict with me. I didn't think you'd take my side anyway. Tanza. Subaru, how that seemed to have upset you a little. Why? Having followed Ram's lead and declared her status as an impartial witness, Tanza's expression became a bit sulky. Tanza's expression rarely changed, but the sullen face was relatively common. Most of the time it popped up in response to Cecily's unreasonable words and actions, or when Hyan said too much. Also, it was quite frequently directed towards Subaru. Nevertheless, thanks to Ram and Tanza stating their positions, he had finished mentally preparing himself. With that, Subaru once again turned to face his main focus, Rem and Lewis. And then, Subaru, Lewis were about to discuss something important. It's about you, and I won't conceal any of what I feel within my heart of hearts. Will you listen without running away? Lewis, you. Subaru, I see you're a good girl, thank you. After a moment's hesitation, Lewis nodded with a lively voice. That reaction was yet another piece of evidence that she had a good understanding of what Subaru and the others around her were talking about. Rem, avoiding any eye contact, glanced at Lewis' profile. Therein, Rem was hoping to see the emotion she desired of Lewis would show even the slightest sign of discomfort. She could use that as a reason to stop the conversation. But in Lewis' profile, she had been unable to find a reason to do so. Subaru, Rem, Louis, the first thing both of you have realized that from the start I was always really wary of Lewis, and that I always shunned her, and that I had always hated her. Rem. Subaru, the reason for Rem being so excessively suspicious of me at first, that was the main source. When I tried to somehow separate the two of you, I even got my fingers broken. Rem, about that time, I also went too far. Subaru, it's fine looking back. It's just another good memory between me and Rem. Rem, huh? Subaru flexed the fingers of his left hand as he answered, and Rem made a face, as if doubting his sanity. Not only Rem, but Ram and Tanza too made similar faces. So despite the topic being broken fingers, Subaru changed the subject by saying anyway before his heart could be broken. Subaru, I was actively wary of Lewis, and so Rem was actively suspicious of me. I don't know how Lewis was feeling, but you must have felt that tense atmosphere, right? Lewis, you. Subaru, even after we got separated at one point, and later were reunited with all the Shadrakians, even after we retreated from Geralt, and after that around the time of the siege of Geralt, it had always been like that. Because of that, the gap between Subaru and Rem kept getting wider and wider, making it difficult to fill. As for the reason Subaru had felt hatred for Lewis, the fact that her existence caused his relationship with Rem to worsen was something that undoubtedly had a great influence. His animosity towards Lewis only began to change after they arrived at the demon city of Chaos Flame, having separated from Rem. While spending time with Lewis without Rem as a mediator, she had worked her hardest to protect Subaru, and little by little Subaru had no choice but to acknowledge that. That was why, after they had split in the demon city and he was reunited with Beatrice at the imperial capital, he had been honestly happy that Lewis was also there. At that point, none of the animosity that he had from the beginning remained. Subaru, if we just stayed like that, continuing to go on without thinking too much about it, I think it definitely would have been easier, but that's just not possible. It's the same as a wound. Some wounds will heal if left alone, while others will only get worse. This is a wound that we can't just leave alone. In order for the wound to heal, it needed to be treated. And for treatment, one could not just rely on magic or medicine. In some cases, more daring methods had to be used. Thus, this was a wound of the sort where they had no choice but to resort to such means. Therefore, Subaru, up to now, I've never once said it the reason, Lewis, why I hated you. Lewis, you. Staring into those blue eyes, Subaru poured out his feelings. As if responding to Subaru's serious gaze and tone of voice, Lewis did not avert her gaze. Either this girl had resolved herself to accept whatever he might say. Instead, Rem, please stop. Biting her lip, it was Rem who spoke in such a trembling voice. In a voice that trembled as if she was pleading, she remained holding Lewis' hand. As she spoke, no, that was wrong. It was not that the one with their hand being held was not Lewis. It was Rem whose hand was being held by Lewis. That much was clear. Rem, I don't want to hear the reason that you hated Lewis, John. I don't care about such a thing. Isn't it fine to just think that you were cold-hearted? Weakly shaking her head in refusal, Rem rejected Subaru's words, stopping herself from putting pressure on Lewis' hand by instead clenching her other hand so tightly that her bones creaked. Rem tried to refuse what came next. He wanted to respect those feelings of Rem's. He wanted to grant all of Rem's wishes. Subaru, I'm sorry, I won't let you plug your ears on this matter, but he must not do so. Neither could he fulfill Rem's wishes, nor could he show them respect. If she did not want to listen, her only option was to flee this room. Subaru had no right to stop Rem, if that was what she truly wanted to do. However, Rem also understood that plugging her ears to Subaru's words here would be tantamount to turning her back on her own missing memories and Rem, and it also would mean betraying the feelings of Ram, who was silently watching over her. Rem even, so I don't want to hear it, HK. Clenching her eyes shut and gritting her teeth, Rem chose to not run away from here. However, she felt a very, very strong urge to refuse Subaru's next words. While struck by her words, Subaru again kept his eyes fixed on Lewis. You. Lewis' lips moved indeed. She voiced a sound that did not form a coherent word. That sound he understood perfectly well, that it was calling out his name, Subaru. And because he understood that, Subaru, Lewis, the reason why I hated you, why I detested you is. Rem, stop, HK. Subaru, because you are the one responsible for stealing Rem's memories, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. Because he understood that Subaru had no choice but to respond. 2. He had said it at last. He had finally said it, the words that had always been left unspoken. The moment he told her, there were no deep emotions of a secret being laid bare, no heartbreaking sensation of a detestable individual being condemned. Even now, as he revealed that which had been bottled up in his heart, there was naught but anguish of intensified weight and anguish. And it only got worse with the developments that followed thereafter. Remwawa. Her voice raised, her face grimacing. Rem's hands reached towards him. Her hand seized Subaru's collar and with tremendous force pushed him down onto ground. He was unable to offer any resistance as she was positioned on top of his body. He probably would not have been able to do so even if his body had not become smaller. But now that he was smaller, it was especially true. If Rem were to have put all her strength into her arms, she would have easily been able to cover Subaru's mouth. Yet until those definitive words were spoken, Rem had done no such thing. Even now in this moment, as she was mounted atop Subaru, Rem, why just why, HK? Her voice strained, her face contorting with fury. She scowled at Subaru's face at a distance, so close that he could feel her breath, but still she did not utilize all the strength in her arms. Her emotions were bursting out, but even so Rem remained rational before crossing the final line. Subaru, feeling Rem's hot breath on his face, Subaru stretched out his hand to restrain the bystanders. At the moment that Subaru was pushed down, Tanza immediately attempted to move to protect Subaru out of the corner of his eye. He could see that Ram was holding Tanza back by the arm. From Subaru's side, too, he appealed to the two, indicating that they had done enough, and looked back at Rem, who was in front of him. Drop by drop, tears streaked from Rem's pale blue eyes and fell upon Subaru's cheeks. Her eyes housed neither anger nor sadness, but rather were intensely brimming with frustration, and the reason why she had maintained her rationality and opted not to cross that last line that was what was embodied in her tears. That was, Rem, even without you telling me, I could tell that Louis-chan, that she had something to do with the memories that I couldn't remember. I knew that. Subaru, Rem. Rem, after all, what else could it have been the only reason why you were so cruel to Louis-chan, trying to keep her away from me over and over again was because you thought I would be in danger if I stayed with her. There couldn't be any other reason, could there, HK? Her breath, her voice, her eyes, all of them trembling, feebly Rem poured her heart out. Upon being told the Subaru shut his eyes, it was only natural. Indeed, it was none other than Rem who was the victim of these lost memories. The thought that Rem herself could be less concerned about her own memories than Subaru and everyone else, such an absurd notion, could absolutely never be the case. It was natural that more than anyone else she would have been in anguish, longing for the whereabouts of her own memories. Rem, I'm well aware. Do you think I'm stupid? Maybe I am stupid. I'm just a stupid woman. Who doesn't know anything after all? I don't know anything about you, and I don't even want to, and yet you just barge right in. I hate you. Subaru. Rem, you are nothing compared to Louis-chan. Louis-chan has always stayed beside me. She's always cared about me. She is Louis-chan is my. Those endless streams of tears not only hit Subaru's cheeks, but they also ran down Rem's cheeks and chin, embellishing her body and heart with teardrops disguising them. She knew, but she still wished that she did not. Rem, everything, all of it, has to be some kind of mistake. All of it is your lies. Subaru, Rem. Rema. Feebly, Rem's eyes welled up with tears, and when a large teardrop fell, her blurred vision must have been temporarily cleared, for she could see Subaru's face right before her. Subaru pinned down as he was gently cupped Rem's face between his hands and fixed her gaze on himself. Black and blue eyes met, and Subaru spoke to her lovely face, soaked with tears as it was. Subaru, it's not a lie. Everything you thought, Rem, was true. Louis was our enemy. Rem, HK, what do you mean enemy? Is it because of what she did to me, to my memories? If so, then, with a strong shake of her head, Rem raised herself up as she left Subaru's hands. As it was, she turned toward Louis, who remained standing in her initial position. Rem, then, I will ill forgive Louis-chan, ill forgive her. So isn't that enough? See, with that, everything will be solved, won't it? Subaru, no, that's not enough. That doesn't solve anything, Rem. Why? Subaru, because I will never forgive Louis for the pain she caused you. Her voice cracking, Rem said she would forgive Louis, to which Subaru thus declared. Hearing Subaru's words, Rem's eyes widened, letting out a hoarse breath. Suddenly, Rem's body lost its strength, and Subaru slowly raised himself up. Rem, still on top of Subaru's body, stood up and exchanged glances at close range. Subaru, it's not just me, it's Rem, it's everyone else, it's everybody who cares about you, Rem. They won't forgive Louis no matter how much you say you forgive her. Rem, that's just Subaru. Besides Rem, the things Louis did, they weren't all. To just you, many, many more people are suffering from gluttony's wrongdoings because of the things Louis did. Even if Rem really forgave Louis, even if she forgave her out of compassion and not out of impulse, there were many more Rems in this world who could not forgive Louis. So long as those people were not saved, Rem's desperate plea would never come to fruition. Rem, many others. Subaru, yet to an outrageous extent, so many people are suffering. Rem, well, there's nothing that can be done about it, right, Subaru? Rem, from the very beginning, there was nothing that could be done. That's the sort of issue. This is right, you're saying that there's nothing that can be done. Is that the resolution you were speaking of? Her lips trembling, more large tears began to well up in Rem's eyes in a manner likely more intense than how she anguished over her own. Memories, Rem wept for Louis. That she wanted to save Louis regardless of her own memories, that she truly desired to save her in accordance with how emotional she had gotten. Rem's lips trembled, she wept. Those tears, that trembling voice, both caused Subaru to feel the pain of being torn apart. Subaru, I'm sorry. It must feel like I'm messing with you, Rem. Please don't apologize. Subaru, but I'm sorry this whole time. I've only been saying things that are hard and painful for you, Rem. Rem, like I said, please don't apologize, HK. I don't want to hear it. Subaru, I'm sorry, but you have to listen to me, Rem, like I said, HK. Subaru, I don't want to give up. I don't want to continue being unable to forgive Louis. Rem, huh? A gasp escaped from Rem's throat, and her eyes opened wide. Facing Rem, Subaru took in a deep breath and licked his lips word by word. He ensured that his thoughts, exactly as he had intended them, were fully conveyed to the girls who he wanted to hear them. Subaru, I'm the same as you, Rem. I want to forgive Louis. The first, don't want to continue being unable to forgive her, but I can't after all. Rem is really important to me. Rem, HK. Subaru, that's why I want to forgive Lewis for the terrible things that she did to you, for taking away your memories, and for causing you to still suffer like this, Rem. Gently reaching out, Subaru wiped a tear from Rem's cheek with his finger. By the time he wiped off that single droplet, many more teardrops had already moistened Rem's cheeks. Even so, Rem did not break Subaru's finger. It was as if to say he had not been denied. Thus, Subaru continued to speak. Subaru, everybody really let me have it. They scolded me a whole lot, telling me not to say or think such stupid things. I think Otto probably still thinks things would work out better if Lewis were dead. But that was surely the natural mindset. This was not to say that it was a self-purification process, but everyone knew in their hearts that it had to happen. Even Subaru knew it in his mind, and that was why he strongly faced strong opposition. However, Subaru Julius told me he's an incredible guy. On the other hand, he might be an idiot. He's as much a victim as you are, Rem. But he shouldn't say those things like they're normal. He's an idiot. Rem. Subaru, I've been told lots of things by smart people, by stupid people, tons of things, by cool people, by kind people, by amazing people. And I've thought about a whole lot, and I've decided my point of compromise. Rem, point of compromise. Subaru, I want to believe in Louis, the first one, forgive her, but I want to forgive her right now. So as he voiced his thoughts, watching Rem's eyes waver in front of him, the words of a certain man passed through Subaru's mind. How could I go along with someone who decides who lives or dies based on his own fickle whims? The words of a man with whom Natsuki Subaru had been incompatible clawed painfully at his soul. He was told that his attitude of deciding to forgive, or not based on his own fickle whims, was not something worthy of trust. There was no doubt that those words were correct. That which was the least reliable was Subaru's own heart. Even so, it was a matter of reaching a compromise with his heart, something that he could not yield to anybody else, and proceeding onward. So easily moved, so quick to come around with his fragile and pathetic soul of his, he would reach a compromise. Rema. Subaru hugged Rem tightly, who was surprised by his words and unable to move. Despite the difference in height, Subaru pulled himself out from under her body and embraced the slumped over Rem's head to his stomach. Subaru wished to convey that he truly cared about Rem from the bottom of his heart. And then Louis UAU. At the sound of that voice calling his name, Subaru looked at Louis. Parted from Rem's hand, Louis had been standing still, and knowing that it was now her turn, she called out to Subaru, Louis UU. Witnessing how forlorn Louis appeared as she stood Rem still in Subaru's embrace, let out an ah and hurriedly stood up. Then as Rem hugged Louis from the front, Rem, I am sorry, Louis John, we on our own, Louis OUAU. Rem, I'm sorry, HK. With a feeble apology, Rem wiped her face with her sleeve, then stood up beside Louis. Once again, she tightly squeezed Louis' hand. However, this time it was with a face that did not rely upon her. He felt just a little bit envious of Louis, who was able to move Rem's heart like that. In addition to that, Subaru, Louis, do you still want to become me? Louis, you. Rem, what are you saying? Seemingly not understanding the meaning behind Subaru's question, the two of them tilted their heads together. Indeed, they had both tilted their heads. Not only Rem, Louis had too. Louis had too. Subaru, as I told you earlier, Rem, even if you forgive Louis, the first won't forgive her. The many other people who have suffered harm due to gluttony won't forgive Louis either. But, Rem, but, Subaru, but Louis the first won't forgive you if I was able to forgive you. That's what I would want to do, so let me ask you this. Firmly conscious to not let his voice waver, Subaru looked straight at Louis. He saw Rem squeeze Louis' hand, and Louis squeezed it back while he hoped that this would be the answer to the relationship between the two. Subaru, are you an archbishop, or is it possible Louis? Subaru has been said to me a lot, and I agree the world will not forgive the sin archbishops, and it must not forgive them. The sin archbishop of gluttony, Louis Arneb, is a being who must not be forgiven. Louis. Subaru, but you helped me, you protected me over and over again. You didn't even know that you once wanted to become me. You're completely different to the Louis Arneb that I knew. Still, you can use the authority of gluttony. You possess a witch factor. That was Subaru's full impression of Louis from the time he had spent with her thus far. She was of the same appearance as the St. Archbishop Louis Arneb, whom he had encountered in the Hall of Memories, and even though she possessed the same authority, she did not seem to be the same person. That was just like Natsuki Subaru from some time ago, and Rem, who was like this now. Someone who, while being the same, was different. Someone who could make that choice of their own will to be the same or to be different. To that Louis, he wished to ask, Subaru, are you a St. Archbishop that no one in this world can ever forgive, or is it possible that you might be able to take back what the St. Archbishop has done? Louis AUU. Subaru, can you start your life anew? What if, just what if? What if the situation that Louis had been placed in was the same as that of Natsuki Subaru? And Rem, then Subaru was asking a terribly cruel and unfair question. Having no memories, having no clue as to what was happening, the hardship of being burdened by the self that one is not Subaru was keenly aware of those feelings. Rem too knew them well. And now he was trying to force those same things upon Lewis like this, however. Subaru, if you can do that, if that is what you desire, then take my hand. As he said this, Subaru slowly held out his hand to Lewis. Lewis' eyes traced back and forth between Subaru's face and the proffered hand similarly. As Rem held her breath next to her, her gaze shifted between Subaru's eyes and hand. Subaru, Lewis, a lot of people curse you the same way that I do. I can't speak for all their feelings, but I can just say one thing. Lewis. Subaru, I don't know what you would need to do to get everyone to forgive you. It's just what you need to do for me to forgive you. I can tell you that. Before he had come here, before he had been permitted this time, Amelia had told him. Amelia had said it was something Subaru had taught her, but that was unthinkable after all. Subaru was always learning from everyone else. He did not even know how to resolve his own feelings without being taught how to do so. Questions like, why did Subaru want to forgive Lewis, and how could Subaru be able to forgive Lewis all of it? Thus the way to reach the point of compromise was Subaru, Lewis, save lots of people. Lewis. Subaru, right now you're going through unreasonable circumstances. I know that without any memory you're being forced to bear an outrageously unreasonable cross. Even so. Taking a deep breath with unwavering eyes, his gaze fell upon Lewis. He told her, Subaru, you can help lots of people, Lewis. Subaru, if you help and keep helping, continuing to help more than you've stolen, at least I and I alone will be on your side. The things you've done won't ever disappear. That was what Anastasia had said to him once in the past, and then again just before a statement that froze Subaru in his tracks. Now Subaru found those words no different to traumatic advice, that there were some things that even his return by death was unable to overturn. However, when Anastasia had made that statement, she had also said, Subaru, if you want people to believe you're doing the right thing, you have no choice but to show them something that backs that up. The only way to change their appraisal is to overturn it with a different one. That was the most important part of the traumatic advice that Subaru had received. The fact that Subaru was offering his hand to Lewis like this now was also because through her action she had overturned the animosity Subaru harbored towards her. That change of heart that had happened to Subaru would happen to all the people who suffer from the damage of gluttony. That was, Subaru, that's from zero I'm offering you. Not just from zero, but on a worldwide scale. She had no choice but to start from the negatives. Facing such an absurd, outrageous, and tremendously nonsensical challenge, it was grandly delusional reasoning, for who in their right mind would believe that such a thing could be accomplished? But that was the best that Subaru could offer. So then, facing this absurd, outrageous, and tremendously nonsensical challenge was a grandly delusional reasoning that nobody in their right mind would believe could be accomplished. Subaru would lend his aid, in the same way that it had once been done for none other than Natsuki Subaru in the past. Lewis, hand outstretched Subaru, remained still awaiting an answer to come. He did not rush her, nor could he wait forever. He was giving her the time she needed and quietly awaited the needed answer. Rem, I don't know. During that stillness beside the silent Subaru and Lewis, Rem muttered. For but a moment it seemed as if that statement meant that she did not comply with Subaru's proposal. However, Rem's eyes said otherwise. She continued. Rem, about the ones called St. Archbishops, about the name Louis Arneb, all of it. Subaru. Rem. But if those so-called St. Archbishops, and also this Louis Arneb person, if their existence is not forgiven in this world, then what will this child become? Her voice trembled, but her pale blue eyes were not filled with tears. As if to say that with a blurred and moist vision, neither would she be able to see the answer she coveted nor the answer the other person presented. Rem's eyes were direct. To be neither a St. Archbishop nor Louis Arneb, if such was her choosing, what would she become? As Louis, she would bear many unreasonable burdens and walk a path seeking forgiveness, unaware of whether it truly existed on the other side of it all. Such a girl, just who would she become? When proffered this question, all Subaru could say was Subaru Spica. Rem, huh? Subaru, to this girl starting over as a new self with a new way of life, I bestow this name. Rem's eyes widened and Louis' eyes followed suit. If she chose to live in a different way to how she had lived thus far, and set her sights on a completely different future from now on, Subaru intended to do everything he could to support her. Because in a world where nobody would forgive a St. Archbishop, in a world where nobody would forgive Louis Arneb, he still wanted to forgive the girl who stood before him from the bottom of his heart, so that Subaru could forgive the girl he wished for her to become such a person thus. Rem Spica. Stunned, dumbfounded, Rem uttered the name, then looked to her side. The young girl fixed her eyes on Subaru. He too looked at her, without averting his eyes. He wanted things to be like this, such was his wish. And knowing that it was now her turn, she called out to Subaru, Louis, you. Witnessing how forlorn Lewis appeared as she stood Rem still in Subaru's embrace, let out an ah and hurriedly stood up. Then as Rem hugged Lewis from front, Rem, I am sorry, Lewis John, we on our own, Lewis, O-U-A-U. Rem, I'm sorry, H.K. With feeble apology, Rem wiped her face with her sleeve, then stood up beside Lewis. Once again, she tightly squeezed Lewis' hand. However, this time it was with a face that did not rely upon her. He felt just a little bit envious of Lewis, who was able to move Rem's heart like that. In addition to that, Subaru, Lewis, do you still want to become me? Lewis, you. Rem, what are you saying? Seemingly not understanding the meaning behind Subaru's question, the two of them tilted their heads together. Indeed, they had both tilted their heads. Not only Rem, Lewis had too. Lewis had too. Subaru, as I told you earlier, Rem, even if you forgive Louis, the first won't forgive her. The many other people who have suffered harm due to gluttony won't forgive Lewis either. But, Rem, but, Subaru, but Louis the first won't forgive you if I was able to forgive you. That's what I would want to do, so let me ask you this. Firmly conscious to not let his voice waver, Subaru looked straight at Lewis. He saw Rem squeeze Lewis' hand, and Lewis squeezed it back while he hoped that this would be the answer to the relationship between the two. Subaru, are you an archbishop, or is it possible Lewis? Subaru has been said to me a lot, and I agree the world will not forgive the sin archbishops, and it must not forgive them. The sin archbishop of gluttony, Louis Arneb, is a being who must not be forgiven. Lewis, Subaru, but you helped me, you protected me over and over again. You didn't even know that you once wanted to become me. You're completely different to the Louis Arneb that I knew. Still, you can use the authority of gluttony. You possess a witch factor. That was Subaru's full impression of Lewis from the time he had spent with her thus far. She was of the same appearance as the St. Archbishop Louis Arneb, whom he had encountered in the Hall of Memories, and even though she possessed the same authority, she did not seem to be the same person. That was just like Natsuki Subaru from some time ago, and Rem, who was like this now. Someone who, while being the same, was different. Someone who could make that choice of their own will to be the same or to be different. To that Lewis, he wished to ask, Subaru, are you a St. Archbishop that no one in this world can ever forgive, or is it possible that you might be able to take back what the St. Archbishop has done? Lewis AUU. Subaru, can you start your life anew? What if, just what if? What if the situation that Lewis had been placed in was the same as that of Natsuki Subaru? And Rem, then Subaru was asking a terribly cruel and unfair question. Having no memories, having no clue as to what was happening, the hardship of being burdened by the self that one is not, Subaru was keenly aware of those feelings. Rem too knew them well. And now he was trying to force those same things upon Lewis like this, however. Subaru, if you can do that, if that is what you desire, then take my hand. As he said this, Subaru slowly held out his hand to Lewis. Lewis' eyes traced back and forth between Subaru's face and the proffered hand. Similarly, as Rem held her breath next to her, her gaze shifted between Subaru's eyes and hand. Subaru, Lewis, a lot of people curse you the same way that I do. I can't speak for all their feelings, but I can just say one thing. Lewis. Subaru, I don't know what you would need to do to get everyone to forgive you. It's just what you need to do for me to forgive you. I can tell you that. Before he had come here, before he had been permitted this time, Emilia had told him. Emilia had said it was something Subaru had taught her, but that was unthinkable. After all, Subaru was always learning from everyone else. He did not even know how to resolve his own feelings without being taught how to do so. Questions like, why did Subaru want to forgive Lewis, and how could Subaru be able to forgive Lewis? All of it. Thus the way to reach the point of compromise was Subaru, Lewis, save lots of people. Lewis. Subaru, right now you're going through unreasonable circumstances. I know that without any memory you're being forced to bear an outrageously unreasonable cross. Even so. Taking a deep breath with unwavering eyes, his gaze fell upon Lewis. He told her, Subaru, you can help lots of people, Lewis. Subaru, if you help and keep helping, continuing to help more than you've stolen, at least I and I alone will be on your side. The things you've done won't ever disappear. That was what Anastasia had said to him once in the past, and then again just before a statement that froze Subaru in his tracks. Now Subaru found those words no different to traumatic advice, that there were some things that even his return by death was unable to overturn. However, when Anastasia had made that statement, she had also said, Subaru, if you want people to believe you're doing the right thing, you have no choice but to show them something that backs that up. The only way to change their appraisal is to overturn it with a different one. That was the most important part of the traumatic advice that Subaru had received. The fact that Subaru was offering his hand to Lewis like this now was also because through her action she had overturned the animosity Subaru harbored towards her. That change of heart that had happened to Subaru would happen to all the people who suffer from the damage of gluttony. That was, Subaru, that's from ReZero I'm offering you. Not just from zero, but on a worldwide scale, she had no choice but to start from the negatives. Facing such an absurd, outrageous, and tremendously nonsensical challenge, it was grandly delusional reasoning, for who in their right mind would believe that such a thing could be accomplished? But that was the best that Subaru could offer. So then, if facing this absurd, outrageous, and tremendously nonsensical challenge was a grandly delusional reasoning that nobody in their right mind would believe could be accomplished, Subaru would lend his aid, in the same way that it had once been done for none other than Natsuki Subaru in the past. Louis, hand outstretched Subaru, remained still awaiting an answer to come. He did not rush her, nor could he wait forever. He was giving her the time she needed and quietly awaited the needed answer. Rem, I don't know. During that stillness beside the silent Subaru and Louis, Rem muttered. For but a moment it seemed as if that statement meant that she did not comply with Subaru's proposal. However, Rem's eyes said otherwise. She continued. Rem, about the ones called St. Archbishops, about the name Louis Arneb, all of it. Subaru. Rem. But if those so-called St. Archbishops, and also this Louis Arneb person, if their existence is not forgiven in this world, then what will this child become? Her voice trembled, but her pale blue eyes were not filled with tears. As if to say that with a blurred and moist vision, neither would she be able to see the answer she coveted nor the answer the other person presented. Rem's eyes were direct. To be neither a St. Archbishop nor Louis Arneb, if such was her choosing, what would she become? As Louis, she would bear many unreasonable burdens and walk a path seeking forgiveness, unaware of whether it truly existed on the other side of it all. Such a girl, just who would she become? When proffered this question, all Subaru could say was Subaru Spica. Rem, huh? Subaru to this girl starting over as a new self with a new way of life, I bestow this name. Rem's eyes widened and Louis' eyes followed suit. If she chose to live in a different way to how she had lived thus far, and set her sights on a completely different future from now, on Subaru intended to do everything he could to support her. Because in a world where nobody would forgive a St. Archbishop, in a world where nobody would forgive Louis Arneb, he still wanted to forgive the girl who stood before him from the bottom of his heart, so that Subaru could forgive the girl he wished for her to become such a person thus. Rem Spica. Stunned, dumbfounded, Rem uttered the name, then looked to her side. The young girl fixed her eyes on Subaru. He too looked at her, without averting his eyes. He wanted things to be like this, such was his wish. But if he spoke it out loud, the girl would surely do so, not of her own wishes, but because she respected Subaru's thus, he would not say it. Because he wanted her to choose for herself, and not for anyone else. He wanted her to walk, and keep walking, so that when she looked back at the path she had walked, she would be able to think that it was a path that she had chosen to walk. Louis UAU Subaru. The girl's thin lips moved. Subaru's name was called out gently. Silent, and still Subaru waited. He did not want to rush her, nor could he wait forever. He had given her the time she needed, and she had chosen what was needed. He wanted to hear her answer. Then as Subaru desperately tried to contain himself, the girl's expression changed. Louis AUAU. Gentle and tender word respun, and a smile emerged. Then as tears trickled down from the corners of her blue eyes, the girl's hand softly grasped the hand Subaru had held out. Welcoming that light, soft touch, Subaru clenched his eyes shut. To be neither a St. Archbishop nor Louis Arneb, a new way of life. Having been a St. Archbishop, having been Louis Arneb, a past that could not be erased. Taking that upon herself, she would need to walk a thorny path. The girl. Spica, he held her hand so tightly and firmly, as if to never let go. Subaru, one day I want to forgive you, so let's do our best together. Spica, flashing her white teeth, Spica gave a wide grin with her tearful face. Having witnessed that smile of Spica's from the side, Rem's emotions swelled up inside of her and burst forth. Rem HK. With more passion and more tears than ever before, Rem embraced Spica. Embracing her, cradling her, wailing her heart out, Rem cried, startled by the embrace. Spica was drawn in by Rem's emotions, and as her expression clouded over and scrunched up. Spica, you. Spica, too, with a loud voice, her face scrunching up in a manner befitting her age, while shouldering a destiny that someone her age should never have, till she burst into tears. Just like how any other being who was newly born into this world would. Wailing like newborn babies, the girls kept crying. They just kept crying. Subaru also cried a little. Chapter 24. To walk in the light. 1. Spica, is it? Looking at the two crying Rem and the girl, who had been Louis up until that point, a voice muttered. Subaru wiped his tearful eyes with the back of his hand and turned around to see Ram, the person who had spoken with her usual calm expression. She sat with her long legs crossed and her chin propped on her arm that rested on the table. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Subaru with narrowed light crimson eyes. Ram, where did that name come from? Subaru, it's the name of a star from my hometown, though. Ram, so you're a poet out of character for Barusu, but do you understand? With narrowed eyes, Ram's gaze turned toward the two in an embrace that was enough to let Subaru know what Ram was actually saying. Naturally, this was something he had discussed extensively before coming to this cabin. Ram, do you know exactly what it means to use a Sin Archbishop, even if it is for a greater purpose? Subaru, of course, I thought about it. I can't say I understand for sure, but Ram, if that's the case, then stop Subaru HK. Subaru's throat let out a small sound as the cold, hard word struck him. However, Ram, with eyes unmoved by his pain, continued to add, Ram, if you don't properly understand, then don't do it. That is to understand the meaning of facing these eyes. Saying this, Ram extended her hand, which had been supporting her chin, and touched the slender shoulder beside her. It was Tanza who stood next to Ram and watched the exchange between Subaru, and the others along with Ram. Tanza was asked to be a witness and was present. Her black eyes flickered at Subaru's gaze. Tanza, I am very aware of Schwartzman's feelings, as we have weathered many hardships at Jinnenhive, and along the way since then, however. Subaru, Tanza. Tanza, however, I would be inclined to think that even Schwartz-sama, who brought even Cecil-sama with him, should not bring a Sin Archbishop with him. Resolutely correcting the wavering light in her eyes, Tanza looked at Subaru and said this. Tanza did not flatter anyone by choosing words that were pleasing to the ear, but rather assert her honest opinion. Tanza's honest, yet childlike opinions were thus deeply felt by Subaru. Subaru, yeah, I know I've been an idiot. After Tanza's words, he was once again acutely aware of the truth behind Ram's words. And that was a mistaken weight of what Natsuki Subaru had chosen. Subaru, I understand all right, I've been told a lot, and I'm going to take it all on. Ram, yes, Ram is telling you whatever Barusu or Rem may say. Ram will not allow it. HK Nisama. Ram, no, Rem, as you're older. Sister, your kindness makes Ram proud, but this is different. Holding Spica in a tight embrace, Ram looked at Ram with tearful eyes, but shaking her head in response to her sister's gaze, Ram clearly stated her viewpoint. It was natural Ram was yet another victim of gluttony robbed her other half. Ram. He would never think of trying to say something so presumptuous, such as that her position was comparable to Subaru's. That was why Ram, for her to want to be forgiven the entrance for such a wish, is yet to be open. The only reason why this girl Spica has not been torn apart by Ram even now is the issue of memories, that is all. Ram, I don't know how to get my memories back right now if anything happens to Spica. Ram, though it is unlikely Rem's memories not coming back is an outcome that cannot be allowed to happen. Rem said it would be fine if they do not return, but Ram doesn't want that for Rem, and Ram to recall just how much we love each other. Ram will ensure we remember. Flatly declaring that she would regain her love, Ram's conclusion was the same as before. When the Battle of the Pleiades Watchtower concluded with Leibad Kato's dying and Roy Alfred successfully being taken into custody, Roy's life was not taken, as he was a possible means of helping the victims of the authority of gluttony. However, Ram, the only difference is that when compared to that Sin Archbishop, she is more cooperative. Subaru Ram. Ram stopped making that face. All right, if she wants to be forgiven, she has to make amends first. That is the logical thing to do anyway. She had already been told this. Subaru, right. With a nod in response to Ram's words, Subaru pressed a small fist against his chest. Exactly as she said, Spica has been allowed a generous deferral, for now the people involved with her extended the period of deferral of her punishment because of her deeds and usefulness. All Subaru could give her was a name to kickstart her determination to begin living anew and assist her by getting a lot of other people to agree to extend the deferment. Subaru, for the time being, Spica, are you unable to use the power of your authority to restore Rem's memory and name in one go? Spica, UUO. Subaru, as expected, that's asking too much. Peeking over the shoulder of Rem's embrace, Spica shook her head apologetically. She was opening and closing both her hands, but it did not seem easy to freely control her authority and return that which the gluttonies had collected. Rem, are you sure that Louis John No Spicakin can do this? Can Spicakin bring back mine and other people's missing memories? Subaru, at least Spica, is the one with the highest chance being able to do. That is the minimum requirement. That in itself is already a different matter from what the Stargazer talked about. Rem was worried, but that was something that Spica would need to be able to do. This was the essential condition needed for Spica to walk while bearing the cross of Louis on her shoulders. To that end, Spica needed to master the use of the authority of gluttony. Subaru Remum. A momentary fleeting anxiety shut down her words and made Rem's eyes waver. The generosity exhibited by Ram, the conditions necessary to undertake, that knowing the means that must be achieved in order to do so the authority's very existence was dreadful. It was dreadful that in order to become something that was not the unforgivable Sin Archbishop, the authority utilized by the Sin Archbishop would continue to be used, and Spica's way of life would once again draw closer to that of Louis Arneb. To keep Spica alive meant to continue fighting against that fear, with that resolve settled. Subaru will have you do it. I'm counting on you, Spica, UAU. With definite determination housed within her blue. Spica nodded vigorously at Subaru's words. Though Spica and the villainous Louis Arneb shared an appearance, their innermost feelings did not overlap. That was a hope that could certainly be believed in. Subaru, Tanza, I'm sorry I didn't take your advice. Tanza, do you expect me to just smile and forgive you, saying it is something that always happens? Taking his eyes off Rem and Spica, Subaru turned back towards Tanza. The tone of Subaru's voice worsened, and Tanza responded in a voice stiff in emotions. At that response, Subaru shrugged his shoulders with a no. Subaru, I don't expect that. After all, you rarely smile at me, Tanza. That is not what I... Subaru, I do know what you mean, but give me a break. Tanza, if that is what you want, there must be countless methods to choose from. Why not just say that her power is for the sake of the Valakian Empire, and by extension for Yornosama's salvation? Tightly pursing her lips, Tanza vehemently argued. So to Subaru. Regardless of the authenticity of the Stargazer's prophecy, if attention was drawn to the fact that Spica's presence was essential to this battle, then Tanza would not be able to say no with Yorna's life on the line. But Subaru did not like that approach. Subaru, I could probably get Tanza to do, as I say, using that unfair tactic. But I don't like that idea. I don't want to use any unfair methods on anyone. You're one person who I feel that especially strongly about. Tanza, in that case, it is impossible for Schwartzama. Tanza finally turned away from Subaru, hugging her own thin arms. Confronted face-to-face with gestures and words regarding his cowardice, Subaru let out a long sigh. The things Subaru wanted to do were always a path that would do nothing but hurt the people around him, the people who cared about Subaru. Well, how well did the unfair and cowardly Barusu play his cards out there? Subaru gave a wry smile at the way Ram phrased it. Ram was kind for not letting Subaru's self-mockery be replaced with self-satisfaction in this way, although he really wished that he could have played his cards as well as Ram put it. Subaru, I didn't do anything so perfectly. I had the means to do it over until I did it perfectly, but, for example, at the Gladiator Island, Subaru had been able to do that without hesitation. Whenever he went down a mistaken path or progressed into an undesired relationship, he gave it another go, using a method to recover from those mistakes with an assertiveness to just keep repeating in a cycle of trial and error. Subaru, but now that I'm reunited with everyone, I don't want to do that. As he said this, Subaru slid his tongue around inside his mouth, that which had been stored there for an awfully long time, the drug cartridge hidden behind his molar, ascertaining that he did not feel that package of poison. He closed his eyes. Even if he did resort to that method again, he would never use it in order to avert his eyes from mistakes in his relationships. And precisely because he had firmly decided that in his heart, Subaru, after all, Otto also punched me really hard. That even if the path he trod would force him to make sacrifices, he must not repeat it. 2. Garfield, Otto, bro, show me your hand, and it'll fix it up. Upon hearing this, Otto turned to face Garfield, who stood in front of him. This rough-looking boy, despite his rugged exterior, had a very delicate nature. He was considerate and kind-hearted, truly embodying the essence of a member of the Amelia camp. In response to Garfield's offer, Otto shook his head and replied, Otto, there is no need to be so concerned. It is not that serious, Garfield. Otto, bro, that ain't like ya. Otto, Garfield, no, ain't like my amazing self, don't have my own thoughts and feelings. So I kind of understand how you must feel. Garfield scratched his head and closed one of his eyes, and he gestured toward Otto's hand with a jerk of his chin. It was a painful sight, Otto's right hand, which was swollen and bruised. For a moment, Otto tried to turn away to hide his hand from view, but it was foolish to think that he could do so in front of his sworn younger brother, who was a skilled warrior above all. Garfield, you ain't planning on going into an important battle with that untreated hand, are you, bro? Otto, with you saying that I really cannot argue, can I? With a wry smile conceding to the reasonable persuasion, Otto extended his bruised right hand. The dark, swollen fist throbbed with pain from the sensations that he had accumulated over more than 2 decades of his life. Otto was pretty sure that the bones of his fist were broken. If anything, thinking so only intensified the pain. Whether it was broken or not, it sure felt like it was broken. Garfield, this feels like the timid Domus is the first to die on the battlefield. Otto, did that not mean that someone who is usually timid going all out on the battlefield and dying a pointless death? Garfield, well, I wouldn't exactly associate timid with you, Otto, bro. As he spoke, Garfield gently grasped the offered hand and cast a healing spell. A sensation like being gently warmed by hot water enveloped his hand along with a faint light. In just a few seconds, the pain in Otto's fist had subsided. Garfield, it's freshly healed, so if you're going to punch again, use your left. Otto, I did not want to break both hands. I will leave the next punch to you, Garfield. Garfield, if my amazing self did it, there'd be a massive hole, wouldn't there? It's only because of your strength that it stopped at that and no. With a gritting of teeth, Garfield turned his head, sending his gaze towards the wall of the carriage. Indeed, just as Garfield had said, there was a slight indentation, and a crack in the wall. That mark was made by Otto's fist, and the height of that mark. Garfield is right around our shrunken captain's head, huh? Otto, it is fortunate of Natsukison that he was small at that time. If I had punched him in that state, no matter the explanation, I would come across as a villain. Garfield, no doubt about that. Well, if the captain were his usual size, after you were done, I might take a swing myself. Garfield chuckled at Otto's light-hearted remark. Seeing Garfield's reaction, the corner of Otto's mouth twitched into a smile. Oh, honestly, he muttered, scratching his head with his right hand that had just healed. His freshly healed right hand still hurt when he handled it roughly, but the pain was reassuring. Otto, simple as it may be, pain can be therapeutic. Oh, maybe I should have just gone ahead and punched Natsukison, regardless of his size, after all. Garfield, if that's what you're thinking, want to go give him a smack together now. Otto, no, thank you. If we go now, we will see something we would rather not. Garfield, trying his best to be comforting, groaned with a low growl, struggling for words upon hearing Otto's response. Even though he had not intended, Otto reflected on his words, feeling as though he had unfairly lashed out. But did he really have no such intention? Could he confidently say that he had not aimed those sharp words at Garfield, who was always looking out for his best interests, fully knowing that he would never turn against him? Otto, this is frustrating. Muttering to himself, Otto once again smacked his forehead with his right hand, a bit harder this time. The forehead that was smacked and the right hand that smacked it both cried out in pain. Presently Subaru had headed toward the cabin where Ram and Rem were waiting there. He was expected to confront Lewis and engage in a conversation. The topic likely to be discussed, there was something that Otto, from the bottom of his heart, did not want happening. He could loudly declare that he absolutely did not want to be present for it. Amelia and Beatrice, more worried about Subaru himself and the nature of the conversation, had followed him, whether they would enter the cabin or not remain uncertain, but he could easily imagine them anxiously awaiting the outcome. However, considering the circumstances, Garfield, with his awkward expression and silence, probably had stayed here out of concern for Otto. Amelia, Beatrice, and Garfield all had a way of making Otto's heart sour. Otto's stance on the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis Arneb, had consistently been that she must be eliminated at all costs. Because he believed this and had strongly resolved himself to it, there was a fact that Otto had deliberately not shared with Amelia and the others. Since their reunion in the fortress city of Garrow, and through several encounters with Louis, the girl who was unable to speak, his ears had never once picked up on any malice from her. Otto's divine protection of the soul language had a simple function, one that enabled him to communicate with any living being, and only that while he had most frequently used it to exchange words with ground dragons or insects in order to gather information, if Otto so wished, he could even communicate with an infant. There was a time during his difficult days as a traveling merchant when he had taken on the task of looking after the infants of influential figures in various lands simply to earn some money for his traveling expenses. Even though an infant's voice might not be able to form words, Otto could understand the underlying intention. In the same vein, while the utterances of Louis might not have formed coherent speech, Otto was able to discern her intentions, and within them he found no malice toward others. Instead, her affection toward Subaru and Rem had made up the most of it. That was why Otto had placed a lid over the certain truth and never told Amelia or the others about it. As long as doubts were harbored, he could prevent them from getting too close to Louis. Once those doubts were dispelled, it was needless to say what kind of attitude the kind-hearted Amelia and others would display towards Louis, or how they would approach her in terms of emotional distance. That would. Otto Garfkun mind if I have a word. Otto, with a light knock-knock on the cabin door, peeping in was Anastasia, clad in a kimono. Upon seeing her, who had brought Julius beside her, in a similar fashion, Otto tightened his cheeks and gave a nod, signaling yes. Anastasia, it seemed like things over there were going to take a while, and I thought it might be a bit much for all of us to wait together. I was also worried about Otto's hand. Garfield, even without your worries, I already healed brother's hand. Besides, Anastasia, Garfield, I ain't comfortable with you calling me Garfkun. Garfield voiced his grievance while crinkling up his nose to which Anastasia widened her eyes in surprise. She then chuckled sorry about that and said, Anastasia, see Mimi's always calling you Garf and talking about you like that. So I just got used to thinking of you as Garfkun is Garfkun, not okay. Garfield, not that it ain't okay, but Otto Garfield, there is no need to fuss. While Garfield reluctantly stood his ground against Anastasia, Otto patted his shoulder and shook his head. When Anastasia and company had entered, Garfield shifted his position, placing himself between Otto and them. To be precise, it was not due to Anastasia. Garfield, the presence of Julius standing right beside Anastasia, was the reason. When he had appeared in the cabin, Otto's demeanor had shifted, and Garfield noticed it. Grateful for Garfield's thoughtfulness, Otto nodded. And then, standing beside Garfield, who was basically his younger brother at this point, Otto presented his right hand to Anastasia and company. Otto, as Garfield has said, my hand has already been treated. Anastasia, I see, that's good to hear. I was thinking about having Julius heal if need be, but I guess I was being kind of nosy. Anastasia playfully stuck out her tongue while looking smug as she spoke, grating on Otto's nerves as she thought they could not refuse her suggestion. She was unfortunately mistaken. While Otto and Garfield were absent from the Augria sand dunes, it was possible that the duo of Anastasia and Julius had deepened their friendship with Subaru, Emilia, and the others, but Otto, unlike them, I properly remember that you two are our enemies. Anastasia, you really are good. Otto, of course, I don't dislike Emilius and the others, but without that kind of response, I do lose my competitive edge too. Otto's gaze sharpened, to which Anastasia responded with a gentle smile, although her expression and voice were soft alike, and her pale blue eyes was firm, and Otto too understood. Even though they had gone to the trouble of crossing the border into the Valachian Empire, Anastasia clearly established camp delineations. That was precisely why they had boarded the dragon carriage in a position of such importance to the Kararaji city-states. In that regard, the problem was not Anastasia, Otto, Knight, Julius. Julius, earlier, I made an excessive statement. Allow me to apologize for that. Otto apologized, huh? After addressing the other party with a harsh voice, hearing Julius' reply caused a sigh to escape Otto's lips. The excessive statement seemed to be the comment that was expressed over the treatment of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony from the earlier exchange. In the sense that he was voicing his opinion, Julius was merely exercising his right to do so. Those were supposed to be Julius' own words to the then agitated Otto. Otto, so you say that you have reconsidered, that you are an outsider after all. Julius, know the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony's authority. I am involved in the sense that I have been harmed by it. I also have a younger brother whose existence I cannot recall. From that point of view, too, I do not consider myself to be an outsider. Otto, in that case, in what way did you exceed yourself? Lowering his voice, Otto furrowed his brow as he listened. Despite having offered an apology, Julius stated that he had no intention of changing his opinion regarding the part that Otto was concerned about. It did not come to mind, however, another reason for Julius to apologize. To the puzzled Otto, Julius then said, sincere gratitude, and even a certain kind of respect towards the other permeating his yellow eyes. Julius, Otto Dono, for taking away your role. I apologize, Otto. Julius, I could tell by your reaction, had I not brought it up, you would have spoken the same yourself, nevertheless using the fact that I myself am a victim of gluttony as a pretext. I took away your role as a person partaking in the camp, therefore. Cutting his words off there, Julius bowed deeply. Then, with the crown of his light purple hair facing them, Julius, from the bottom of my heart, I apologize. I am truly sorry. Yes, when shown such a genuine display of apology, Otto bit hard on the inside of his cheek. Had his reaction been any slower, he would have almost bit his lip in front of the other party, bowing his head. Julius could not see it, but Anastasia could. That absolutely had to be avoided. Anastasia, Julius really wanted to apologize for that, didn't he? So I was thinking that if Ottokin's hand hadn't healed, yet it'd be easier to start the conversation that way. Garfield S., that right, well, sorry about that. Anastasia, that's fine, even if without a cue my knight is good at apologizing properly. Setting aside Otto and Julius, the two parties involved exchanging such words were Anastasia and Garfield. Meanwhile, Julius kept his head bowed, and Otto belatedly realized that his response was being awaited. Otto needed to give a response, or this apology would not be complete. Otto, your head raise it, please. Taking his time, Otto slowly addressed the other party. In response, Julius also began to slowly raise his lowered head, seeing the knight in his wayso with the scar under his left eye accentuating his dashing features. Otto sighed. And, Otto, that your statement was not malicious, and that you were trying to cooperate with Natsukasen, I do not doubt, but you are our enemy. That remains the same. Julius, Otto Dono. Otto, I am not a knight, so we have no opportunity to cross swords. You are neither a merchant nor a civil official, so we have no opportunity to cross words. Nevertheless, though we are in a position to cross neither swords nor words, you are my enemy, and I am yours. Tightly clenching his fist hard enough that it hurt, Otto declared to Julius. Taking Otto's words head on, Julius' eyes widened, be it astonishment or amazement. The fact that it was not the kind of surprise you would direct at someone you don't think of as an enemy protected Otto's pride. Otto Anastasio-sama, I would like to say this beforehand. No matter what Natsuki-san's and Emiyasuma's opinions are the reason for making use of the Sin Archbishop is in the Empire, if we are slandered because of the Sin Archbishop's existence, it is the Empire that should bear the blame. Anastasia might have no objection to that. Even if I did, I don't think I would take such a thing in my hands, because you know that's how it is right. Anastasia closed one eye at Otto, who turned in her direction, and made a pertinent argument. As she stroked her white fox scarf, she turned her gaze in another direction towards a cabin where Subaru and the others probably were. Anastasia, no matter what kind of plan it may be, as soon as the Sin Archbishop is allowed to be involved, people around us will be disgusted regardless of how deep or shallow the relationship is. This isn't true just for the Empire, nor just Emilia's camp. It's true for us too. Otto, if you understand, then that is fine. Nodding to Anastasia's answer, Otto relaxed his shoulders slightly. If a Sin Archbishop was involved in a matter, it could not be received positively in any situation that was the framework of this world and an unshakable truth. No matter what the victim Julius said, no matter how the kind-hearted Emilia showed the path to forgiveness, and no matter what the foolishly hopeful Subaru wanted, this remained true. For that reason, they must thrust at one another. Knives pointed at each other's necks, while mutually pressing their fatal wounds. Otto, sorry, there is something I need to do. Excuse me. After confirming their common understanding, Otto suddenly said, so hearing that Anastasia tilted her head, what is that so beside her? Julius digested Otto's earlier declaration. His surprised expression tightened, but Otto could not bear to look at him for too long. So he quickly turned away. Garfield, bro, my amazing self to Otto Garfield. Garfield, huh? Otto will be fine by myself. Swiftly, Otto attempted to leave the cabin. As Garfield tried to follow him, Otto blocked him with his hand, saying so in an easy-to-understand manner. It was not that he was okay alone. It was a plea that he wanted to be left alone. And then the considerate younger brother obediently listened to him, nodded, and saw him off. Otto, closing the quiet cabin door, Otto departed with long strides. He left Garfield in the same room as Anastasia and Julius. He was worried about what they would talk about, but he did not have the emotional leeway to support him. He did not run, but his mind was in such disarray that he wanted to run. Otto, my role taken. Wanting to apologize, his head bowed. Julius' words echoed within Otto's head, causing him to clench his molars. To be able to apologize, Julius was indeed the knight of Anastasia. A sincere and earnest person, such a pleasant thought did not at all come to his mind. He just felt very bitter about Julius' misunderstanding. Julius was making a big mistake. Had Julius not said anything, Otto would never have said something that would poke a hole in Subaru's impasse. It was true that, as Julius said, he would be lying if he said he did not have the same thoughts as him, but one could be assured that Otto would never say that even in his death. It was not because he was deprived of his role that he was so furious. Otto was furious with Julius there because he said something he should not have said. No, he did not want him to say. Julius did not understand that. And yet the one making that misunderstanding, Otto, indeed those two are alike. At his core, this was proof that Julius was an idealist just like Subaru. He believed that human beings were fundamentally good, but that was not because he was carefree. It was not because he was ignorant of reality, even though in reality he was still able to boast like that. That was the same as Natsuki Subaru and Emilia, their way of walking in the light. Otto HK. Otto-kun, that's no good. Suddenly, Otto felt his arm being gripped, snapping him back to reality. Looking to see what had happened, he realized that he had unconsciously raised his arm, which was now being restrained by someone from behind. Most likely in a surge of emotion, he had just been about to punch the wall. It was the very right hand, which had just been healed by Garfield. Roswell, this is Garfield's healing magic, isn't it? It seems that it's just been healed, so it'd be awkward for you if you break it again right away. Otto, I acknowledge that I did something stupid. So would you let me go? He involuntarily muttered with a low voice, surprising himself a little. But the other party, seemingly used to it, made no mention of it and released Otto's arm. Standing there was Roswell, who he never really wanted to run into. Although Otto never really wanted to encounter him, he now felt especially averse. Roswell, that expression suggests you don't even want to speak with me, doughy, isn't it? Otto, if you can see that and still approach me, then you, Margrave, are truly relentless. Roswell, that's an uncharacteristically dull retort from you. Seems like you're taking it harder than I thought. Otto, naturally, Roswell had also been a part of the earlier discussion in the passenger cabin. He was well aware that Otto's heart was furious during that meeting, as well as that he held an unyielding stance on how to treat the Sin Archbishops. Knowing this and still acting this way, it was clear as day that Roswell intended to provoke Otto. If that was not the case, then he was far too inept at interacting with others. Otto, I am sure you can tell Margrave, but I don't have the patience for this right now. If you do not wish for your whole body, to be munched on by the rats that I have purchased, I would advise against ruffling my feathers. Roswell, if I ever find myself being nibbled by rats, ill know that you were behind it. That may have been useful to hear, but I'm genuinely concerned about you. Otto, about me. As Otto responded with skepticism, Roswell nodded. With that response, Otto understood that Roswell was pestering him from a different angle, that being done to him in a situation where he lacked patience made him truly feel nauseated, making it all the more abhorrent. Otto Margrave, what are your thoughts? Roswell, me, am of course in the same boat as you, Otacon. I couldn't care less that the Empire is destroyed. Otto, Roswell, oh, perhaps I was mistaken. The Sin Archbishops are nothing but poison, incapable of doing any good. Instead of pondering on how to make use of them, it would be better if the Empire just disappeared, just as you suggested, the Subarukin, it'd be fine. If we just return home, bringing back only the members who we would feel guilty about abandoning. Roswell's attitude shrugging, as if to say it was a great idea, plainly displayed Otto's own views back at him, giving him an unpleasant mood. Shamelessly speaking in order to draw close to him, Roswell went out of his way to fire Otto's approach back at him, showing that the sheer nastiness of his character was reaching its peak. At the same time, even though Otto recognized the pragmatic side of his own suggestion, he was repelled by his own inclination to think of it as the best solution. Observing the self-loathing Otto, Roswell peered closely and remarked, Roswell, I will tell you this much. I think you're doing more than enough, Otacon. Otto, it seems that without makeup, even your sharp tongue is dulled, Margrave. It almost sounds as if you were trying to close a distance with me. Roswell, I have no talent for getting close with people, so don't assume I am doing. So either way, I believe you're doing more than enough, but there's also the matter of no matter how much you struggle. Otto, no matter how much I struggle. Caught off guard by Roswell's choice of words, Otto's eyebrows twitched. As Otto repeated it, Roswell gave a deep nod. He rested a hand on the slender chin of his makeup-free face, and as he closed a single eye, leaving his blue eye open. Roswell, this recent incident serves as a perfect example. In most cases, things go according to how Subarukin and Emily Yasma desire them, to everyone rallies around organizing their efforts, arranging the path for their wishes to be met. Otto, what are you saying? Taken aback by Roswell's sudden assertion, Otto furrowed his brow. The idea that Subaru and Amelia's wishes always came true was incredibly absurd. If that were the case, Amelia would have been crowned king and taken on the name Natsuki Amelia long ago. The fact that this had not happened meant that was not the case. Otto, are you mocking me? Or perhaps are you ridiculing Natsuki, San, and Emily Asuma? Roswell, neither. I merely pity you. Your family's contributions played a part in our journey from Lagunica to Wallachia. For that, I am grateful to you, and it is out of this gratitude that I offer this earnest advice. Otto, Roswell, becoming overly engrossed and finding yourself at odds with Subarukin and Emily Yasma is toxic for you. This toxin will erode you, and I fear that it may eventually kill you. After all, someone as capable as you is hard come by. Gently, as he calmed the tone of his voice, Roswell spoke in a straightforward manner. At some point, he had dropped the clownish intonations in his speech, and he appealed to Otto Suin with sincerity in his heterochromatic eyes. At those words and attitude, Otto stayed silent for a while, and after a bit he noticed it. The aim of the person named Roswell L. Mathers. Otto Margrave, I have understood your words, therefore I shall not follow your advice. Roswell, narrowing his eyes, Roswell let out a long sigh with a hint of concern. After that, to him, as he tried to hear the truth, for why his advice was rejected, Otto declared, Otto, I understand I must be a hindrance for you. After all, I have not forgiven what you had orchestrated, Margrave, and I suspect that you are still plotting something. Roswell, oh, Otto, that was why you decided to approach me, after seeing that I had a great deal of discontent build up. Perhaps you thought a perfect chance to get rid of me under a plausible pretext, but that was a grave mistake. Indeed, Roswell's assessment was accurate. The earlier exchange had been in the time since Otto had joined the Amelia camp. Perhaps the moment he had felt the most anger before joining the camp, there had been an incident that had angered him to the point of punching Subaru, and this anger rivaled that. Otto, although if you were thinking that I would just give up on everything, because of that you are gravely mistaken. Roswell, Otacon. Otto, first of all, what was all that nonsense just now? Whatever Natsuki and Emily Yasuma wished will come to pass, please do not utter such absurdities. That is not true in the slightest, which is why Garfield, Beatrice John, Ramson, Petra-chan, Frederica-chan, Patrash-chan, and everyone else have struggled so desperately to get to this point. Saying that he was extremely misguided, Otto was viscerally furious at Roswell. Roswell's earlier assertion was this: whatever Subaru and Amelia desired, the people around them would somehow make it happen, so it was not necessary for him to be overly concerned and wear himself out, that no matter how much he objected, his opinion would be suppressed, making his presence meaningless. However, Otto, such a thing I could never. Roswell. Otto Margrave, about what you said, I do not know to what extent you were indicating that everyone rallies around them at the very least, supposing I were to side with all of Natsuki-san's opinions, affirming them all, and arranging the path such that everything would come to pass. I do not consider myself capable of doing such a thing. He was not like Beatrice or Garfield, who could lend their powerful abilities. Nor was he like Ram, Frederica, or Petra, who could provide their indispensable support. He did not have the power to grant all their wishes either. So what was the meaning of Otto being there? Otto I cannot do that I will not acknowledge, that I will not allow that whenever Natsuki-san and Emily Yasuma desire something, the moment that I stop speaking out will be when my very reason for being ceases. Roswell, Otto, unfortunately for you, Margrave, it will not be as you desire. While intensely staring at Roswell, Otto plainly declared so. It was probably the first time that Roswell had been so one-sidedly pressured in the span of a single breath. Of course, while it had never been expressed aloud, there had always been this kind of intense tension between Otto and Roswell. For that reason, when Roswell saw the opportunity, he approached Otto in an attempt to remove a hindrance, an attempt to set the board to his advantage. But Otto would not yield, at least not because of today's ludicrous reasoning. Otto, I have decided where I stand. I cannot walk in the light, and that is fine. Roswell, Otto, that was a bad move, Margrave. It would have been better had you not approached me. Nevertheless, the outcome would have remained unchanged, or so he would have liked to say. However, if he had at least taken more time before reaching an outcome, it may have swayed. But Roswell's haste to get the result that he desired had led to the opposite, to an undesired result. And it was at the moment when Otto caught his breath in front of Roswell, who wore a pleasantly different sullen face. Otto-san found you. Upon being called by a high-pitched voice accompanied by the patter of tiny footsteps, Otto turned around. Thereupon his eyes met with Petra's, who was running towards him while waving her hand. Otto, Lady Petra, Petra-chan, reflexively addressing her out of the habit that had formed when they were undercover. Otto placed a hand over his mouth and corrected himself. Petra, who had run up to Otto and was slightly out of breath, asked, Petra, Otto-san, is your hand okay? I heard you punch the wall with all your strength. Otto, everybody seems to be asking me that. Fortunately, Garfield healed it for me, so it is fine. Sorry for making you worry. Petra, no, not at all. As long as you are okay, then it's fine. What is the master doing? Giving a wry smile, Otto showed Petra his unharmed hand. Since she had been worried, relieved, Petra immediately changed her expression and glared at Roswell. In response to that gaze, Roswell weakly shook his head and said no. Roswell, I was just reflecting on my habitual behavior. Petra, the master is, since you never reflect on anything, would it not taste like nothing? Roswell Yuwa. Otto had also intended to put a lot of pressure on Roswell, but the impact of Petra's single comment was incomparable. In fact, Roswell's shoulders had drooped, but Petra, who had been watching Roswell intently, suddenly exclaimed, "Ah," as if she had just remembered something. Then she turned towards Otto, the ribbon on her head swaying. Petra, speaking of which, I didn't just hear about your hand a little while ago. You guys were talking about Louis John, so. Otto, yes, that is right for that as well. Sorry for making you, Petra. So, I, in place of Otto-san, went ahead and hit Subaru. Otto, thrusting out her small hand that was tightly clenched into a fist, Petra declared so. Looking alternately at the outstretched fist and at Petra's enthusiastic face, Otto blinked his eyes in surprise. At Otto's reaction, Petra's breathing became a little rough and, Petra, Otto-san, I heard that you held back because Otto-san would have felt sorry for hitting the now small Subaru, so I did it myself. Opening her closed fist, Petra showed off her palm as she peeked at him from behind her palm. Otto stayed silent for a while. But he could not hold back. Otto, ha. When Julius had apologized to him, he had endured the discomfort. When Roswell had gone on the offensive, he had even endured the helplessness of being showered with blows. But now, when faced with Petra's words of good sentiment, he could not endure it. Laughter did not mean that everything was settled, with the issue still remaining. As always, Otto was opposed to Subaru's thoughts. Even so, while remaining opposed, since his reason for being was to keep saying that the point of compromise Subaru had found was unacceptable, he would continue to say it. He would never give an Otto, Petra-chan, Petra, yes. Otto, thank you. Saying that, Otto placed his palm against the palm that the young girl had extended. A light clap resounded, and Petra laughed, saying, my pleasure. Chapter 25. The Wishes of Those Who Near Death. 1. Your Excellency, the Emperor Vincent Wallachia, looking at him with a serious expression, Flop had addressed him in such a manner, and Vincent closed a single eye. Flop and Medium had abruptly confined Vincent in a cabin of the coupled dragon carriages. His blonde-haired sibling duo did not comprehend exactly how terrible of an act they had perpetrated. a reckless act that would likely warrant them the death penalty if witnessed by anyone. Their reason for doing such a thing was to transmit a message from somebody else, so there must have been something wrong with them. And to top it all off, Flop, before I deliver the message, may I take a little while to tell you an old story. Still donning his serious expression, he had suggested such a thing, Vincent. Unable to read Flop's motives, Vincent stayed silent with one eye still closed, perhaps thinking that the silence put him in an advantageous position. Flop, continue with that and... Flop, I'm aware it's impudent, but after you hear the message, would you allow me to ask a favor of you? Vincent, hey. Flop, my, that's quite the scary face, Your Excellency the Emperor. However, please don't forget, I'm the only one who knows the message you ought to hear, so you shouldn't carelessly try to silence me. Vincent, I also have the option to order Albert Dunkelkin, who would force it out of your mouth via shinobi torture methods. Flop, isn't it fine if we just have a peaceful chat together, Your Excellency the Emperor? Once Vincent included a threat, Flop immediately raised both of his hands. This was not merely a matter of having the courage to engage in negotiations against the Emperor that said the matter of the old story he had prefaced with, and the matter of the favor that followed must have both been quite important to him, such that he went out his way to bring them up. But then again, medium but big, bro, there isn't a lot of time right at this rate. If Abelchin doesn't return, won't Goskin and the rest kick up a fuss. Regardless of your request, what's the old story? As medium tilted her head, it almost seemed as if her brother had not shared any information with her. Vincent, you do not support your brother's reckless actions without questioning anything. Medium, huh? But it's what Big Bro was doing, right? If it's him, then he'll help out. No matter what he's doing, that's my family. Oath, isn't that the case for Abelchin, too? Vincent, fool, are you unaware of how Valachian emperors are born? Medium calmly spoke in a foolish manner, and when she heard his reply, her eyes blinked in surprise, witnessing her sincere reaction. Vincent cast a reproachful gaze upon Flop, as if to say even a lack of common knowledge ought to have its limits. Though it was by no means a nice story to hear, it was common knowledge that the brothers and sisters of the Valachian imperial family would kill each other to decide the next emperor. For Medium to not even know that Vincent suspected some bias in Flop's methods of teaching. But for whatever reason, Flop smiled upon receiving that gaze of Vincent's. Flop, I know what that gaze means, Your Excellency the Emperor. You're surprised at my sister's lack of common knowledge, aren't you? Vincent, what else is there to be said? Additionally, cease referring to me as Your Excellency the Emperor every single time. If naught else is applicable, just Your Excellency shall do fine. Flop, I see, understood, Your Excellency the Emperor. And Vincent, nodding his head and maintaining his smile, Flop continued, and Vincent narrowed his eyes. It could also be felt in his serious expression from just before, but today Flop was not just a friendly merchant. Rather, it seemed as if he intended to show the face that lay beyond his title. To be precise, a person who had some sort of reservations, while facing Vincent, was a face he intended to show. Flop, dear sister, you just asked me right about why I want to tell an old story. Well, that's because in our past there's a connection between us and His Excellency the Emperorkin. Medium, really between us. And Abelchin, what is it? Flop, come on now, no matter how you look at it, you're far too forgetful, dear sister. His Excellency the Emperorkin is the Emperor, the Empire, in other words, because he has connections with the 9 divine generals. Medium, you mean believe, bro. Her eyes widened in surprise, and the liveliness of Medium's expression suddenly vanished. She had voiced somebody's nickname, and there was also the term 9 divine generals from just before. Drawing a connection between the two, a single name naturally emerged in Vincent's mind. Vincent, are the two of you related to Balroy Temeglyph? Flop, yeah, that's right, Your Excellency the Emperorkin. He's what you call our sworn brother. We spent some of the most sentimental years of our lives with him. He's our extremely, extremely precious and beloved family. Firmly clenching his fist, Flop raised his voice as he answered, to which Vincent let out a sigh. The ends of Medium's eyebrows drooped, and her gaze alternated between her brother and Vincent. It was clear that bewilderment and signs of sorrow had emerged on her countenance. Flop, it also seems like High Countess Serena Drackroy happens to be riding this dragon carriage too. As a matter of fact, my sister and I were also in the care of Countess Drackroy for a period of time. Medium, Serena. Flop, by the way, this is a nickname that Countess Drackroy forced Medium to use, so that they wouldn't feel like strangers, and so that the Countess would never be treated like a woman who's older than she really was. Amusing, right? Vincent, get to the point. To bring up meaningless topics and cause people to lose concentration was the style of a peddler. He had formed an estimation the moment it had been revealed that this sibling pair had connections to both Serena and Balroy. Originally, Balroy Temeglyph was a subordinate of Serena Drackroy, and thanks to his definite capability, he was called upon to become a divine general. There were great expectations for his future as a general. However, knowing Balroy's whole story, the gazes of many generals and soldiers would turn to disappointment. He had rebelled against the Emperor and had died a violent death upon his failure. That was the end of Balleroy, that the world knew the conclusion of the man whom these two called family, that would be recorded in the history books. Vincent, no. Resurrected and having become an undead, it was likely that the descriptions of Balleroy Temeglyph left in the history books would not end with just insurrection, but with him becoming a being that brought ruin to the Empire. Despite having thought about that fact, Vincent did not speak of it to Flop and Medium, because he anticipated that if he were to bring up the matter of the undead Balleroy right here, and now the topic Vincent desired would only get further and further away. Either way, Flop, right, let's get down to business. My old story isn't really that long either, after all. Medium happened to already touch on the main point. As the ends of his eyebrows slightly lowered, Flop slowly shook his head. At his words, Medium gave a clueless face, but Vincent made no comment of it. This conversation with the siblings constantly veered off course, and thus he would only interject when it did get off topic. Flop, Medium, and I were orphans. We were raised in a shoddy institution. We got rescued from there, and were brought to Countess Dracoy's domain. That's where we met Balleroy, and became sworn siblings with him, got everything so far. Vincent continued. Flop, those really were some busy days. Both Medium and I were pretty ignorant about the outside world, so anything and everything we saw was fresh, and knew Countess Dracoy was someone who had a very broad outlook on things. So she gave us who had no place to go in education. Vincent, considering all that, it has not produced any results for your sister. Medium, that's because I prefer doing physical activities with Belibro and the others. Pouting her lips, Medium seemed to have regained at least a small amount of her good mood. Vincent had also heard of the circumstances in the Dracoy domain that Flop spoke of, and surprisingly the administration of the territory was something that could be evaluated favorably as well. Known as a scorching lady, she was often evaluated as having a rough temperament, but the special quality of Serena Dracoy was the flexibility of her ideas, which were unbound by any preconceived notions. In most cases, the people of the Valachian Empire did not have the vision to look at things from a long-term perspective. Since the majority of children did not show promise of serving effectively as manual labor or as military strength, many people were born, and among them those who were blessed with ability and circumstance would survive, with very few attaining great success as strong individuals. Though it was a different case of the people of one's own family, this was a country where the endeavor to raise a broad range of capable people by cultivating them during their childhood was mostly considered to be an impracticable theory. Flop and Medium were two siblings who had been blessed with that rare opportunity. No Balleroy, whose talent had been discovered, had also been one of those people. Flop, of course, it wasn't all just fun things, and Countess Dracoy couldn't always be kind to us back then. Countess Dracoy had just usurped the territory from her father by herself, so it was pretty busy for her. Medium, we also faced plenty of dangerous situations. Flop, like when those assassins attacked, aiming for Countess Dracoy's life, those were tough times. While the two reminisced on their fond memories, Vincent searched for the main point of the matter. But then again, the main point had already been touched on near the start. Putting it this way, there were words he had grown accustomed to being told, and gazes that he had grown accustomed to being turned to him. The words and gazes of these two likely conformed to those that was to say. Flop, we got through those days together. There was a strong bond between the siblings, and Balleroy is precisely because of that relationship that I want to ask you this, Your Excellency, the Emperorkin. Vincent. Flop, our sworn brother Balleroy Temeglyph, as is widely known to everyone, he was a foolish traitor who couldn't see ahead and lost his life after failing to achieve a desire beyond his station. But is that really true? Having asked that question, a stillness returned to Flop's expression once more. For himself and his sister, he was a sworn brother, but to the Empire, he was a traitor. Such was the position of Balleroy Temeglyph, and of his death Flop now inquired the truth from Vincent. As expected, these were words that had been said to Vincent plenty, and a gaze that had been turned to him many times. To die on the battlefield was the honor of a warrior. To refuse to yield, even when pierced by swords, was the way of the sword wolf. Even the Valachian Empire, a place where such things were valued, was not entirely filled with those who would celebrate the deaths of those close to them. It was logical that human emotions would seek out the meaning and reason behind death. Henceforth, Flop and Medium asking him, this here was lamentation that he had grown accustomed to. Vincent, for what reason do you doubt, do you suspect that impurities have mixed into the rumors that have circulated through the streets, and feel you cannot place trust in them? Flop, nah, that's not it. It's just I finally got my long-awaited chance to speak with someone involved. Then it's not that strange to think that I do want to hear a story that's much more trustworthy than the gossip, right? Vincent, though this opportunity for dialogue was forcibly created by the two of you. When Flop tried to twist it into a matter of being an unlikely convenience, Vincent added that brief comment. And then for a short, while he went into an unusual state of deep thought. The death of Balleroy Temeglyph, as was spoken of on the streets. The descriptions of his death left in the history books would have been that he died violently in the failure of his attempted insurrection. What Flop and Medium heard, too, should have been nothing more, and nothing less than that thus Vincent would not consider restoring Balleroy's honor past his death. The story was nothing more and nothing less than that thus the world in which it was propagated was correct. Flop, I want you to answer your excellency, the Emperorkin, once I know that he'll deliver the message to. Vincent, I do not know what it is you desire, but the rumors you have heard are not mistaken. Thus Vincent had tried to answer. However, Medium Abelchin. Vincent's words were interrupted by a feeble short call. Vincent, standing before the cabin door, Medium was obstructing him from going outside. No, it seemed like she no longer had such intentions. Standing stock still, Medium's shoulders of rather high stature for a woman had been made smaller as she tightly hugged her own arms and looked at Vincent, and her blue eyes tears had welled up. He had long become used to seeing people get teary-eyed while they made entreaties or pleaded for their life. Hence, that did not cause Vincent's heart to waver in the slightest, but although his heart did not waver, it gave his presence of mind a short while longer to ponder. Flop and Medium, though he did not know what was a desired indeed, Vincent had tried to give that answer. However, was that truly the case, what these two desired? He was sure to know what these two desired was obvious, and Vincent had the answer. He had it. But even so, he did not speak. That was Vincent's way of doing things. But that way of doing things, it could be crowned with the title of same as ever was. Vincent. The same as ever was method was something that decided everything based on Vincent's own thoughts. But with the same as ever was method, Vincent had the rug pulled out from under him by his loyal retainers. He had received a hard punch from a man with a naive mind, saying that the act regarding conjecture as a certainty was off the mark. The same as ever was method had its limits. What was required of Vincent had to be the beyond whatever was method. Thus, in order to obtain that method, Vincent, the true circumstances behind the death of Balleroy Temeglyph, they differ from the rumors that had been disseminated throughout the streets. Indeed, Vincent had chosen to give an answer that differed to the same as ever was method. 2. Flop Medium. The moment they heard Vincent's answer, an alteration was yielded in the expressions of Flop and Medium. Flop's eyes slightly widened, and Medium's eyes blinked in amazement, though astonishment could be seen in both the nature of each varied. Seeing the difference between their reactions, Vincent understood. Vincent, Flop, O'Connell, you already knew that reality was not in accordance with the rumors, did you not? Medium, huh, big bro. Flop, to say that I knew would be a tad incorrect. The rumors just didn't sound much like Balleroy at all. Really, even Medium thought that much. Medium, yeah. Invoking her attention, Medium nodded with a countenance of unfading perplexity. But Flop, who prompted his sister to nod, had not denied Vincent's query. Receiving Vincent's gaze, Flop slightly tilted his head. Flop, don't tell me, did your excellency the Emperorkin think that just because I'm close with Balleroy, I would have already heard about it from him beforehand, and so I just tricked you into confirming the truth? Vincent, there is a possibility, but it is close to non-existent. The man I knew would not have raised a margin of error even slightly, and he would not have disclosed his actions to anybody until the very moment in which he carried them out. Flop, right? I think it's as you say, your excellency the Emperor Kun. I'm glad it seems like with you I can talk about the Balleroy that I knew well after all. Vincent. Flop, ever since that incident, whenever we heard Balleroy's name somewhere in the Empire, Medium, and I could only think of it as being someone we didn't know. Knitting his well-shaped eyebrows, a sense of loneliness wavered in Flop's blue eyes. That must have been true. Vincent was not surprised by that. In order for it to be so, Chisha had tailored the rumors to become so. Brestetz had directed them like so, and it was Vincent who had given the orders for them to do so. Everything was in order to conceal the truth of the situation, to conceal the reason as to why Balleroy Temeglyph had become a rebel. That was Flop, that rebellion. It wasn't Balleroy's true motive. Medium, big bro. At the words Flop had spun, Medium shrieked out loud. Her round eyes were wide open, and as she vigorously shook her head side aside. Medium, that's weird, you're talking crazy, believe bro, was because Abel Chin says something tell big bro that he's being crazy. Vincent, if there's a need to correct him, I shall, if not I shan't, that is all. Medium, you have no reason to say anything. At a complete loss for words, Medium's face looked as if it was saying she could not comprehend what was happening. Meanwhile, Flop took a long, deep breath, coming to grips with the fact that Vincent had not denied the misgivings he had voiced about the true circumstances behind Balleroy's death. According to the rumors on the streets, Balleroy Temeglyph had been unsatisfied with his position of divine general. So he launched a rebellion aiming to reach a higher standing, and died a dog's death as a foolish failure. That had served the role of proving the sturdiness of Vincent Valachia's throne, and weakened the flames in the hearts of many who would have plotted treachery. Vincent, as irony would have it now, it is my own strategy that has supported the rebellion, causing those weakened flames to intensify once again. Flop, yeah, It was only peaceful for a little while, but that's probably just how the outcome got used. His original objective wouldn't have been that. Vincent. Flop Balleroy had a different goal. Your Excellency the Emperor Orkin just made use of the outcome, but the prerequisite should have been something different. Your Excellency the Emperor Orkin, do you know that objective? There had been plenty of time for him to think about it. That was likely the reason Flop could speak without hesitation. Upon Balleroy's death, a rumor that differed from the truth had been circulated, and Flop always continued to think about just where the truth was. Ergo, he had not let this golden opportunity slip. The magical sharpshooter Balleroy Temiglyph. His objective in taking part in that rebellion, that was Vincent to exact revenge upon the killer of Private First Class Miles, who had lost his life on a special mission to the Kingdom of Lagunica. Flop HK. Vincent, what is so surprising, Flop O'Connell? This ought to be a fact of which you are aware at every turn you are attempting to test the Emperor. It is disrespectful. As Flop held his breath, Vincent spoke those words and snorted. Similar to how he had previously asked if the rumor about Balleroy was true or not, this had likely been another trap that Flop had set for Vincent. It was in order for Flop to ascertain if there was value in continuing this conversation. However, in response to Vincent's voice, Flop shook his head with a no on his expression of surprise, as a second type of surprise emerged. Flop, I have no intention of making shameless excuses. I certainly have tried to test you, but... Vincent, what is it? Flop, your answer, it surprised me that you said the name of Big Bro Miles. Vincent. As surprise flowed through Flop's voice, Vincent narrowed his eyes. Setting aside the first answer about testing Vincent, the second answer was of a matter not worthy of surprise. Vincent knew about Private First Class Miles, who had a close relationship with Balleroy. No, it was not just Miles. Vincent, it is natural that I grasp the positions, names, and appearances of those who serve me, whose orders do these soldiers and generals believe they are receiving, to whom do they think they are devoting the entirety of their souls. If not for that, the position of Emperor will be tantamount to always having blades pointed at one's back. He was ordering them to put their lives on the line, so he ought to know about those people they might come to try and take his life. So he ought to ensure that he knew their faces. And the names of those who had lost their lives while following his orders were something that he would never forget. Vincent, I am different to those of the kingdom. My heart shall not break for the death of each soldier and general. I merely ought to remember. Therefore, regarding both Private First Class Miles and Balleroy Temiglyph, I shall. Medium able chin won't forget. Vincent, that is all. I shan't offer consolation, Vincent replied. So to Medium's feeble, tottering words. On top of that, Vincent added one more comment to Flop and Medium. Vincent, supposing you two desire to restore Balleroy's honor, that is impossible. Medium WWHY. Vincent, if it were to be known that the rumors differ from the truth, people would begin to sow distrust. In every rumor, the rise of that would lead to needless cracks in the foundation of the empire. Such a thing would not have. Flop Balleroy wouldn't have wanted it right. Flop confirmed that with Vincent, who wondered just how much Flop understood. Since it would be futile to keep it concealed, Vincent nodded. Then an intense turmoil spread further and further across Medium's face. To that sister of his, Flop spoke gently like a big brother, but also with a level of strictness. Flop, dear sister, you said it yourself, didn't you, that you'd help me out no matter what I do? That's our family oath. I can also puff my chest out and say that. Medium, that's right. But what do you mean that's... Flop, if Balleroy had truly intended on starting a rebellion and killing His Excellency the Emperor Orkin, he would have come to us and asked for help, even if it would have only raised the chances by a small amount. If he was truly serious about it, that's what he would have done. Medium, At Flop's words, Medium's eyes opened wide. The family oath that had also been spoken of earlier, Vincent did not know how much of a binding force that was, but if it carried a meaning so strong that one would not refuse the invitation to rebel against the Emperor, Flop's theory would be valid. Flop Balleroy had no real intention of succeeding in that rebellion. At the same time, he had the objective of wanting to get revenge for Big Bro Miles. The inconsistency there's that Balleroy wouldn't have thought that Big Bro Miles' killer was His Excellency the Emperor Orkin. Vincent. Flop, finally, may I ask just one more thing? Though he should have already shamelessly spent all of his time, there were no words to describe Flop's courage as he still held up a single finger. Vincent responded with nothing, but as if Flop had taken that as the situation being in his favor. Flop, did Balleroy fulfill his dearest wish? Did he get revenge for Big Bro Miles? Vincent, no. Flop, I see. With just that brief response, Vincent would not hand over any more information. Even if Flop requested such, he had no intention of handing it over. Even if Flop aspired to get revenge for the two siblings, for Balleroy and Miles, it would be impossible for him to accomplish that. And above all else, that was because Vincent Balleroy Temiglyph would not have desired it. 3. Flop, sorry for taking so long, Your Excellency the Emperor Orkin. His dialogue with Vincent concerning Balleroy Temiglyph having concluded, Flop bowed his head. His head had been bowed. In truth, the dialogue had taken a long time. Vincent, are you unable to imagine just how valuable my time is during this crisis? Flop, I have confidence in my appraisal of things. That's why I could tell that the message entrusted to me was of the highest value right now, and used it to get the answers that my sister and I wanted. Vincent, your disrespect knows no bounds. Additionally, do not speak falsehoods to me. Flop, HM. Vincent, those were not the answers that you and Medium had wanted. Those were the answers that you had wanted. This was nothing more than or simply go along with your request. That was a family oath you spoke of, was it not? Jerking his chin, Vincent corrected the mistake in Flop's speech. Hearing that, Medium widened her eyes, and after a moment of surprise, Flop nodded with right. Flop, I was the one who wanted to know the answer. If you're planning on an execution, my head is the only one I want you to lop off. Vincent, fool. You think I will engage with your careless remarks any longer, Medium? Do not look at me with those eyes. Conveying that he did not have the time to go along with frivolous chatter, Vincent snorted at the gaze of Medium, which was seeming to plead for her brother's life, and then, Vincent, so have you been satisfied? Flop, yeah, that's right. I fully understand that amidst your excellency, the Emperor Orkin's precious time, you've earnestly engaged with me, and you did so without even getting caught in my repeated tricks. Vincent was silent as Flop unashamedly declared that he had tested the Emperor. Supposing Vincent's answers had not fulfilled Flop's desires, what would he have done? Inferring that question from the silence, Flop smiled. Flop, if that happened, I would have brought the message to husband Kuin. Instead of your excellency, the Emperor Orkin save the Empire, and then have him become Emperor. Vincent, you. Flop, nah, it's really, really good that we settled things. Without that happening, you weren't one of the makers of the world that I must get revenge on. Vincent, revenge on the world. At the words mixed into Flop's sigh of relief, Vincent raised an eyebrow. Then, beside the conversation between her brother and the Emperor, Medium sniffled as she responded unwell. Medium, big bro, is always saying the reason that something unpleasant happens isn't because of a single bad person, but because of the world that made that person bad. Flop, that's quite a loose paraphrasing, but yes, exactly. Well, since this is an unpleasant world where those kind of unpleasant things happen unreasonably, I'm striving to steadily improve it, even if through small things. That's my revenge against the world. Vincent, what nonsense. The world on which revenge must be taken, and the makers of that world. While thinking that the way it had been put was similar to Cecily's segment, Vincent muttered. Hearing that mutter, Flop gave a wry smile, and Medium got angry with flaming eyes, saying, "What's with you?" At the reactions of the siblings, Vincent thought of it as increasingly foolish. There was no doubt that Vincent was one of the people who had shaped the world, which Flop felt to be absurd, even if someone thought about making change for certain reasons. As long as they did not enact it, they would remain as a target of that revenge. So why had Vincent been excluded from that, he could not understand. Considering that the origin had been him abandoning the same as ever was method, and then using somebody else's thinking as a reference, while aiming for beyond whatever was method, was something that he did not even want to think about. More importantly, Vincent, you had said earlier, if I did not meet your expectations, you would deliver the contents of the message to another person, and thereby eliminate the peril to the Empire. Flop, yeah, that's right. I had intended to entrust it to husbandkin. Vincent, it matters not who you were to entrust it with. Rather, if entrusting it implies that the great disaster will thus be eliminated, it must be a very important measure. A measure left behind by Chi-Sha, who deceived Vincent and had schemed all sorts of things. Just what sort of thing was it? Vincent, every single word and phrase delivered, without leaving out anything, assume that even a single omitted phrase can alter the future of the Empire. Flop, that was my intention from the start, but man, that's really scary. In total, I've been put in charge of 3 messages of Hem cheer me on, so I can do it well, dear sister. Medium, yep, leave it to me. Big bro, do your best. Receiving Vincent's threat, Flop hyped himself up as Medium raised her voice. As Vincent watched their charade, Flop cleared his throat a little once more. Flop, first is number 1 about Cecily's segment. I had replicated a technique of Albert Dunkelkin's to shrink him. Then he was sent to the Gladiator Island. Likely he has already crawled out using his own strength. But supposing he is late in his escape, assume that he is there. Vincent. Flop, well, because when he was talking to me, he looked just like you. Your Excellency, the Emperor Orkin, his tone and manner of speech were like yours as well. But that was exactly how he put it. As Vincent narrowed his sable eyes, Flop added that on in a panic. But there was no need for him to explain. In reality, ever since Chi-Sha had ousted Vincent from the throne, it was an undeniable truth that he had begun playing the role of emperor. Since Chi-Sha had been cautious, he probably would have never returned to his original form, and there was no doubt that he approached his final moments while imitating even Vincent's tone of voice. When he had witnessed a shrunken Cecilus in the imperial capital, he had roughly fathomed a guess that it was something done by Chisha. The objective of that was also clear, since with Vincent ousted from the throne, Cecilus' presence would still be an impediment. Vincent, even Chisha, could have never deceived him. If Cecilus had been living his days normally in the imperial capital, it would have been impossible for me to have been removed from the throne, no matter what Chisha had prepared. To put it plainly, it was the right decision to shrink and banish a hindrance to his plan. If it was Chisha, Cecilus would have had enough negligence to get shrunk. Vincent, no objections continue. Flop, then number 2, the Sanctum, has been detained in the fortified city. Depending on its presence, you may discover a way of being the great disaster, which invites ruin to the Empire. Vincent. Flop, to be honest, this seems quite important, but I don't really get what it means, but it doesn't seem like you need me to repeat it, so... Then Flop let out his words with an attitude that lacked confidence and held his breath. The reason for that was because upon hearing that message, a change was yielded on Vincent's expression. Vincent tightly clenched down on his teeth, then placed his hand to his mouth, and kept silent. He would not close both eyes at the same time, thus he forcefully shut only his right eye. The reason he had aimed for the fortified city of Garkla was because he had thought that if it were Chisha, he would have left some sort of countermeasure there, but that was incorrect. What Chisha Gold had left behind in the fortified city was not a countermeasure, was an answer. Vincent, we need to enter the fortified city as soon as possible. Medium weight Abelchin. There were 3 messages right. There's still 1 left. Vincent headed for the door as his time was too valuable to remain at a standstill, but Medium stopped him, halting his step. At her words, Vincent took a deep breath. The first was concerning Cecilus, the second was an answer. So then what had been left as the third? Vincent, let me hear it. If there's a card that still remains unturned, he would make full use of it and protect the Valachian Empire from the great disaster. As Vincent requested that, Flop looked back into his sable eyes and, clearing his throat again, to try and deliver the message exactly as it had been entrusted to him. Flop, Your Excellency, Vincent. Flop, my assistance in getting the wheel out of the ditch concludes. Hurry. Vincent, what an enormous fool. Declaring that, and nothing more, Vincent headed for the door of the cabin. Flop, having ceased his imitation, raised his own voice in a pleased wait towards Vincent's back. Flop, even if you hurry and rush out of the cabin, the speed at which we reach Garkla won't change. It would only be different if Your Excellency the Emperorkin could run faster than an Earth Dragon. Vincent, I have no choice but to make haste to a fortified city if necessary. I shall fly, there using the dragon's ship or by other means. Flop, the sky isn't safe. Either there might be dead flying dragons soaring around. Besides, there's still one part of this conversation remaining. Medium. Medium, yeah. Got it, big bro. He felt impatient to head to the fortified city. Flop had pointed out the danger of the dragon's ship from a reasonable angle, and as he ordered Medium, his younger sister, once again blocked Vincent's path. Vincent, even if it is to hasten the dragon carriage or to share the information with Prestetz and the rest, there is no better option than for me to hurry, get in the way, and you shall be executed. Medium, big bro. Abel's eyes are serious. Flop, but if it's about the degree to which we seriously live our lives, then there's no way we'd lose Your Excellency the Emperorkin. I said this at the start. After you hear the message, I'd like to ask a favor. Vincent. While harboring impatient emotions, Vincent turned around to face Flop, who was pincering him together with Medium. If he recalled correctly, Flop had impudently thrust the 2 conditions of the old story and a favor before him. He had no memory of accepting, but in order to hear the message, he had not outright rejected them either. Vincent, say it. He had already informed him that restoring Balleroy's honor was an impossible goal, something that Flop and Medium would have desired beyond that. Vincent could not think of a single candidate that would be impossible to achieve. If it was too far-fetched and unacceptable, then he would not be able to do anything but. Flop, Your Excellency the Emperorkin, after the current crisis passes, you will return to the seat of Valachian Emperor, and the Empire will go back to normal. No, you'll do your best to make it even better right. Vincent, I have reservations about the way you phrased it, but generally that is so. Vincent once had a plan of his own, but now that it has lost its footing due to Chisha's scheming, he felt that he needed to discuss whether it was feasible. For that reason, Vincent nodded, as there was no room for denial. Flop gave him to his response, and smiling, as if to say that it benefited his intentions, he nodded. Flop, then, I wonder after everything is over, I think Your Excellency the Emperorkin is going to welcome many wives, but would you let Medium be one of them? Medium, Vincent, what so? It was something like that. I do not mind, Medium, Originally, the reason why Vincent had not welcomed any wives until now was in order to reduce the annoyances that would serve no purpose to his aforementioned plan. Now that his plan had broken down, he had no reason to overly adhere to it. Regarding the imperial selection ceremony, too, he felt the need to get his hands in the game. Henceforth Vincent was merely facing the obligation he had to fulfill as a Valachian emperor. As Vincent gave that response, Flop patted his chest in relief, and then, medium, with that only the person who was placed as the subject medium continued to tilt her head in confusion. Note from the author. The topic of Balroy Temeglyph comes up quite often, but the book Restarting Life in Another World from Zero X4 Travelogue of the Finest deals with his character in a major way. And similarly, the topic of Miles, which comes up rather sparsely, is a character who makes an appearance in the book Restarting Life in Another World from Zero X1 The Dream That the Lion King Saw. Since nothing more than the contents that emerge in the main story will be written about in the main story, readers who wish to know more details, by all means check those books out. Chapter 26. The Poison Princess. 1. At the same time as when the open palm of Petrolady caused Natsuki Subaru's cheek to swell, and when Flop O'Connell's bombshell statement caused Medium O'Connell to be confused. As expected, seems like y'all couldn't wait for us to arrive, gazing up as he gnawed on his Kizru, the strongest shinobi of the city-states, languidly muttered, slouching his already sloped shoulders, having sat down cross-legged, the Wolfman Halibel, amidst the flowing nightscape, maintained vigilance of the quiet evening hours on the roof of the dragon carriage. Just before the coupled dragon carriages had been targeted, thanks to the children who had noticed the surprise attack before. Halibel, they had been able to avoid that danger, but accidents like those did not happen very often. To ensure that they did not happen was Halibel's duty. Halibel, after that little honest gaze, was real darn unsparing. I have to make up for it. The young girl, who he had known since long ago, due to ties with his kin, had paid an extraordinary price in order to go to the Empire on this occasion. Accompanied by Halibel, she had taken on the role of an envoy for the city-states, contrary to the expectation that this was an untapped business opportunity that ignited her merchant's soul. Her objective was actually to search for a friend who had disappeared. She was a girl who did not want to show weakness, of course. That was not something she would ever admit. Halibel calls it that she told the middle-aged geezer, who she knew from long ago, to not lend her a hand. As he said, that Halibel slowly stood up, consisting of multiple dragon carriages coupled together. The coupled dragon carriages were being pulled without rest by a great number of ground dragons, an outstanding piece of engineering truly characteristic of the greedy empire, fully displaying the haphazardness of the divine protection of wind evasion. Even so, Halibel could not get used to that unnatural sensation. Even though the wheels were stumbling along an uneven path, as the scenery flowed, neither wind nor shaking could be felt. Kararaji had a low overall number of ground dragons, and beast carriages were commonly used, so he was well acquainted with shaking and sluggishness. And speaking of unnatural sensations that he was not used to, Halibel Dang, even though the moving corpses were already quite considerable, seems like flying dragons are also be common zombies. Reaching his finger into a gap in the Japanese style clothing, Halibel sloppily scratched his belly as he grumbled, reflected in his slit eyes as he gazed into the night sky with cracks throughout their grand large bodies, and spread wings were flying dragons that had been reduced to corpses, a flock of undead flying dragons. A dense flock that concealed the stars like dark clouds were slowly approaching the coupled dragon carriages. Halibel, there's a troublesome one in there. As Halibel gave such an evaluation to a presence mixed in among the flock of undead flying dragons, as if noticing the presence of that repulsive enemy, unrest began to sprout among the ground dragons pulling the dragon carriages. Even though the ground dragons were known as loyal friends of people, it was not as if they had lost their wildness upon being domesticated. Feeling a sense of danger at the looming threat, even they would have a frightened heart. The coupled dragon carriages were a big deal as an invention, but such danger was always present. Ground dragons were already highly empathetic creatures. If one of them got frightened, that fear would spread like a chain reaction. Dota Jeyuan, right after Halibel had worried about that, a neigh that seemingly tore through the dusk reverberated. A lethal cry of the approaching threat that paralyzed the ground dragons with fear was not what it was. The neigh had originated from near the foremost wagon, where several dozens of ground dragons were lined up to pull the coupled dragon carriages. The thing that played the most important role was the loud cry of a single jet-black ground dragon. Halibel seems like there's a young gun who's got a considerably manly spirit. With the quick-wittedness of the black ground dragons, nay, the contagion of fear was intercepted from spreading throughout the ground dragons. Thanks to that, they had avoided the worst possible situation of the fearful ground dragons abandoning their duty, which would have caused a mid-air breakage of the coupled dragon carriages. And just when Halibel was impressed, he had suddenly realized. Halibel Golly, the black ground dragon young gun, was actually a female, rather than manly. Guess she's got a maidenly spirit, unusually widening his narrowed slit eyes. As he muttered, Halibel laughed a small caca. Smiling, the shinobi wolfman walked lightheartedly outside the dragon carriages that continued to run, stepping forth into empty space. He leaped into the sky. He would engage the formidable enemy that even the admirer deemed to be troublesome in order to prevent it from drawing any closer. That formidable enemy was 2. Subaru. Whoa, what the heck is that? Clinging to the window frame of the corridor, Subaru's voice croaked as he gazed at the scene outside. Having finished his discussion with Ram and Luisno with Spica in the passenger cabin, he had joined Amelia and the others who had been worriedly waiting for him in the midst of giving them a report. He had been slapped by Petra. Petra, this is for me, and a little bit for Adosin too. Then, after receiving that physical reprimand, he grappled with the concern he had caused the girls and the worry he would continue to burden them with in the future, and that was the moment he braced himself. A sudden roar, as if to shatter the night sky itself, was heard, prompting Subaru and the others to rush the window. Subaru, that thing's a black flying dragon. No, it's way too massive to even be compared to a flying dragon. Beatrice, that size, it's not a flying dragon, in fact, unmistakable. It's dragon class, I suppose, and furthermore. Amelia, that dragon, it has 3 heads. Above Subaru and Beatrice, who were clung to the window side by side, Amelia also pressed herself against the window and exclaimed just that not only Subaru, but also the people of this other world had recognized it as an atypical being of imposing appearance. Amidst the nightscape soaring to the sky as if to race alongside the coupled dragon carriages, a fearsome, colossal black dragon swung its massive body and 3 heads around. Cracks running through its majestic figure and expansive wings, the 3 pairs of golden eyes asserted its presence even in the night sky, vividly revealing its true nature. Subaru dragon zombie. Ram, a black dragon with 3 heads. No way, the 3-headed Valgren. Subaru, do you know it, Nisama? With their cheeks still pressed against the window glass, the trio of Subaru, Beatrice, and Amelia turned their gazes to Ram behind them, Ram cradling her own elbow, and as she stared out at the dragon with her light crimson eyes. Ram, it's the infamous Blight Dragon that once wreaked havoc in the city by the border between the Empire and the Kingdom. Subaru, I thought as much as a given that a unique monster with such a nickname would be formidable. Ram, a few years after the Demi-Human War, that dragon almost scorched the commercial city to the ground. Furthermore, Subaru, furthermore, what is there something else? Ram, it was that battle in which the head of the family from 2 generations prior, Roz Walsima's grandmother, lost her life. After a moment's hesitation, the words Ram delivered made Subaru and the others catch their breaths. The threat of an enemy became far more visceral when one learned that a relative of somebody close to them had been a victim, all the more when it was Roswell's grandmother. There was no way she could have been weak. That stupendous Blight Dragon had been forestalled and was presently being held at bay by Halibel, but Tanza, who exactly are those wolf people over there? Pulling closer with Subaru in the middle, Tanza peered out of the same window, unable to hide her astonishment at the confrontation unfolding outside. Surprise, as she was her phrasing, was not incorrect, no matter how much it may have seemed so. Regarding the appearance of the fighting, Halibel, her phrasing of those wolf people was indeed accurate. The reason was Subaru Halibelson. It looks like there's about 3 of him. Amelia, no. There are 4 of him, Subaru. It seems one has been on the dragon's back the whole time, trying to whittle down its wings. Beatrice, in this case, Betty doesn't think the exact number is the issue. In fact, touted as the strongest shinobi of the city-states, Halibel had erased Sphinx's deadly attack. In an instant, those actions alone already lived up to his reputation. But the battle now, within the view of Subaru and company, was equally, if not more befitting of that reputation. It was no big deal for him. Halibel, like a ninja, had split himself into clones and was engaged in aerial combat with the Blight Dragon. Given this high-speed combat, it was understandable that Tanza, unacquainted with Halibel, might have been fooled by the illusion into thinking that the true form of the strongest entity of the city-states was actually a shinobi group composed of multiple people called the Admirers. In any case, Baika Uau, Ram, I believe the Blight Dragon isn't our only enemy. Wouldn't it be best for us to regroup with everyone else? Spica raised her voice in alarm, while Rem, who held her hand, suggested regrouping. Ideally, Subaru would have wanted to share the details regarding the handling of Spica with everyone in a more calm situation. However, given how the situation was moving, they did not have that luxury. Subaru, yeah, you're right, we should head to where everyone is able, and the others should also be on the move right now, Weug. Amelia, Subaru, following the proposal of Rem and Spica, Subaru, was just about to suggest moving to another location. Midway through, suddenly a burning pain on Subaru's chest interrupted his words, and Amelia supported his body as he tried to crouch down. But it was not just Subaru who had experienced this strange phenomenon. Tanza, are you all right? Beatrice to be supported by you is humiliating, I suppose, dear girl. Ram, even Beatrice sees him a Barusu what happened. Just like Subaru, the sudden pain had staggered Beatrice, and she expressed her displeasure as Tanza promptly supported her. Ram asked a question upon witnessing that exchange, to which Subaru replied, "Two don't know." "Subaru, I just felt pain on my chest all of a sudden, huh?" As he spoke, Subaru pulled down the neckline of his clothes, widening his eyes in shock. Seeing the same thing, Subaru had both Amelia and Ram furrow their brows in confusion. Present there was a scar that seemed like a swollen red welt, and it was not just an ordinary scar. "Beatrice, what is this? It's shaped like somebody," said Subaru. "Also, you see it too at a mark shaped like an eyeball." "Wait, don't tell me Biko, do you?" Beatrice Betty has the same mark on her soft skin, in fact. What had appeared on Subaru's chest was a mark roughly the size of a child's palm with deformed design that appeared to depict an eye. It seemed like the same emblem had been carved into Beatrice, and Tanza confirmed by nodding deeply as she peered into the neckline of Beatrice's dress. "Subaru, but it's just me, and Biko, why is everyone else unaffected?" Ram, disgusting. "Subaru, I'm genuinely worried. Do you really think I'd say something obscene given the situation and my current size?" Ascertaining that the others did not have that same mark, which was still pulsating with pain, Subaru rubbed the mark on his chest and scowled. This was an abnormal sign that had emerged in this situation, of course. It was clear that this was an action taken by someone opposing Subaru and company, but the intentions behind the targets were unclear. Perhaps due to the contract binding Subaru and Beatrice, something cast upon one of their bodies could possibly manifest on the other as well. "Subaru, no good, the limits are unclear. No matter how much I think about it, the best thing would be to talk to someone knowledgeable about this. For now, we need to get out of here." "Spiker, Ram, HK, you can't." Once more, just as he tried to suggest they leave, he was interrupted yet again. In a flurried state, Spiker and Rem forcefully pushed Subaru and the rest aside from where they were lined up. It was a sudden move, however, it turned out to be the right one, because from directly above them the roof was penetrated, and the silhouette of an enemy wielding great shears dove and violently tearing through the spot where Subaru and company had stood just moments before. 3. Otto Margrave, Petromaster. In unison, two voices called out to him in concern, eliciting a wry smile from Roswell. These two might not have easily heeded his advice, and they certainly had not given their trust to Roswell, but their genuine worry was evident. Their inherent kindness not only spoke for itself, but also served as a testament that they too were part of Amelia's faction. This was a distinction that set them apart from Roswell, who could never truly connect with them at the core. "Roswell, HK, they've marked me." Swallowing his fleeting smile, Roswell pulled open his shirt to reveal his chest. There a red, swollen mark stood out, depicting the pattern of an eye. Petra, her face covered, had her eyes widened in shock upon seeing it. Otto's expression clouded over upon seeing the mark, murmuring, "That is Otto Margrave. Did you say Mark? I hope it is not what I'm thinking." "Roswell, it's exactly what you're thinking. This is most likely a sign that we've been recognized as enemies or perhaps designated as targets. Either way, it's not a welcome sign." Petra, enemies or targets? Otto's glance fleetingly shifted to Petra beside him. She quickly grasped the implication behind his look, fervently shaking her head in response. From their reactions, neither Otto nor Petra had this emblem manifesting on them, while that in itself was a relief. "Petra, what kind of effect does this emblem have?" "Otto, effect that I can think of could be a slow sapping of one's life, the ability to read the target's thoughts, or simply a means to continuously locate the marked individual." "Petra, you deliberately listed the worst effects first, didn't you? So the most likely possibility is that this mark serves to pinpoint our location." "Roswell, indeed, both of you are truly astute." Roswell closed his eyes, seeing Otto and Petra's broad, calm judgment on the range of possibilities. The most dangerous kind of curse, one that drained life, was not something that could be remotely inscribed and probably did not need to be considered. However, being constantly located due to mark will be problematic in itself. "Roswell, we might need to consider splitting up to ensure our movements aren't entirely transparent. With the assistance of Halibeldono outside, you two should distance yourselves from me." "Otto, no. It seems it is already too late." Right after responding in a low voice, Otto pulled Petra's shoulder beside him. Petra, her eyes widening in shock, watched as an immense figure suddenly crashed through the window, right beside her, entering the corridor of the coupled dragon carriages. The intruder, covered head to toe in black armor and wielding great shears emanated a malevolent orate, was an undead. "Petra, HK." Suppressing a scream, Petra pointed at the enemy from within Otto's arms. While praising the bravery of the girl who had tried to take the initiative in the sudden situation, Roswell stepped forward and thrusted his palm forward before the enemy could swing the great shears upward. He swiftly drove his hand into the gap between the helmet that covered the face, as if it was a sword, inserting his fingers into the opponent's eye sockets as he chanted, Roswell Goa. In an instant, flames engulfed and exploded from the creature's head, causing the armor to rupture from within. Despite their flashy entrance, the intruder had not landed a single blow. Believing he had chosen the best course of action, Roswell turned around only to realize he had been overly optimistic. One by one, soldiers in similar gear began pouring into the carriage from a roof and corridor. In no time, the entire coupled dragon carriage had transformed into a mobile battlefield. For medium Abelchin, over here, hurry big bro, you run too. Flop, to tell you the truth, this is me running with my full strength, dear sister. Raising her voice with all her might, medium protected the rear by repelling the enemy's attacks with her twin swords. The barbarian swords and the great shears clashed violently, and as they slipped through the openings, she created the two men she was protecting. Vincent and Flop kept away from the enemy's onslaught. At first glance, that was a pitiful aspect, but there were reasons other than the fact that these two were respectively an injured man and a non-combatant. Flop, your excellency, the Emperorkin, are you? All right, please don't tell me you've been poisoned. I'd be troubled if you were unable to keep your promise. Vincent, humph, if you are worried, then hide your ambition a little. It is disrespectful. Flop, it may come as a surprise to you since you surround yourself with ambitious people, but there are people in the world who approach you for reasons other than ambition, your excellency, the Emperorkin. Vincent snorted at Flop, who spouted such a thoughtless remark while supporting his shoulder. Vincent's expression stiffened as he experienced a faint pain akin to his chest being pierced, it seemed, as if the sudden pain along with the red scar was a thorn that ate into Vincent's flesh. Directly after that came the invasion of enemies, which Medium was now keeping in check. Vincent was convinced that he was being assailed by the same thing that had once attacked him in the past, and in a way that was more troublesome than that time. That was Flop, that painful chest wound is. Vincent, though it is an annoyance, it is likely the evil eye of one of my siblings, Palladio Maniske, during the Imperial selection ceremony. That man died in defeat. It seems he was unable to rest in peace. Flop, evil, I saw that effect is. Vincent backed, then it was something that allowed him to transmit his voice to somebody whose location he knew. But his precision seems to have improved after his death. While answering Flop's question, Vincent recalled the sibling, who he had once allowed to die. Among his siblings competing for the imperial throne, Palladio had been in a particularly formidable class, but his cause of defeat ended up being that he had grown complacent about the power of his evil eye, and had been unable to make full use of that ability. It had never occurred to him that Palladio would rectify that after his death, but Vincent knew even if he died, his way of being was not something that could be so easily changed. There is someone who has ordered Palladio to do this to me. Flop, but if he was your sibling, that Palladio person must also be a member of the imperial family. Right, no matter how undead, he's become for such a person to just do what he is told. Vincent, you have generally guessed that if Palladio were to obey, it would only be to either the former Emperor Dryzen Valakia or someone whom he had yielded to as being above himself. One person who fit that criteria was Vincent himself, but considering that Palladio was on the side of the undead, he was excluded from the candidates from the start. As a definite undead, Dryzen, the former emperor, and his biological father emerged as a candidate, and as an important matter worthy of no consideration, the face of his missing younger sister also came up. But taking the equipment of the enemy medium was facing into account, there was only one possible option for the real enemy. Vincent Lamia, HM, a being who satisfied the conditions for Palladio to obey, and was accompanied by brutal soldiers who carried great shears of pruning core. There was nobody else but Lamia Godwin. Vincent presumed that the enemy was one of the three siblings whom he had evaluated highly while competing for the imperial throne in the imperial selection ceremony, and he forcefully clutched his aching chest. And there, you're fucking annoying damn dead people. A rough bellowing voice could be heard, and a drawn blade rampaged ahead of the path of Vincent and the two siblings. At a glance coming from the opposite direction of Vincent and company, the soldier man with unruly hair and an eye patch was mincing up the undead that had broken through the window and entered the carriage, and was reducing them to dust. Then, breathing heavily, the soldier noticed Vincent and company and, "Oi, you lot, give me a hand. My sister's exhausted inside of there." "Vincent, nay, it is you who ought to lend a hand." "How the hell are you saying, why, your excellency the emperor?" The man who had approached him with such a rough manner of speech shouted upon realizing Vincent's identity. Thinking that was a natural response, Vincent found satisfaction in the reactions of those who were insolent and disrespectful, and as he gestured behind himself with his chin, "Vincent, cooperate with the ones behind me and stop the enemy forces. With this your sister shall be brought out." "Yai, Sir Private First Class Jamal," orally reporting. "Yes, Sir Vincent, exert your utmost efforts, Jamal. Orally, the survival of the Empire hinges upon your performance, Jamal HK." At Vincent's words, a one-eyed Jamal trembled all over immediately after he let out a fierce beast-like roar and ferociously leapt over Vincent and Flop's heads, rushing to aid Medium, who was fighting strenuously behind them, and he began to hold back the undead. Flop, you with the eye patch, the one fighting alongside. You, Medium, is a candidate for the most honorable Empress Consort, so please treat her courteously. Medium, I still haven't said yes to that. In response to Flop's voice, Medium's reply lacked tension. Behind her, Flop burst into the room where Jamal's sister was, and he brought out a woman in a wheelchair whose eyes were darting about. The woman clung to the wheelchair, and as her eyes pitifully brimmed with tears. Katia, what is it? Why can't you just leave me alone? Vincent, that is likely something that everyone in the Empire is currently thinking. While he sincerely agreed with the voice of the woman, who lamented the situation, Vincent shook his head. No matter how dire the situation became, they could not afford for the wheels of the coupled dragon carriages to come to a halt right here and now. If it were to stop, how much time would it take for the dragon carriage to start moving again? If that were to happen, Vincent, there is not a moment to waste. We must arrive at the fortified city. 5. Serena, if you stop the dragon carriage right now, will be surrounded by even more enemy forces. The mechanism behind the coupled dragon carriages rely on the divine protection of wind evasion. So, if we start going without the divine protection, we'll probably roll over. Anastasia, I knew that'd be too convenient, but that's a pretty big drawback, ain't it? Serena exposed the shortcomings of coupled dragon carriages when it was suggested that the dragon carriages be stopped given the situation of the coupled dragon carriages being attacked and the enemies and allies being mixed up in the moving carriages. Once Anastasia was told this, it was clear that it would be impractical for them to stop. Anastasia, even if that ain't the case, the ground dragons have been running for almost half a day, and once they stop, they won't be able to start running again tonight. Serena, there's also a difference in manpower between us and our opponents. This is undoubtedly made up for by the mobility of the dragon carriages. If that gap were to disappear, our fate would be the same as that of the aging Prime Minister Bristetz. Garfield, this ain't the time to be talking like that. Grams, quit letting everyone tell you what to do. Bristetz, this is the nature of High Countess Dracroy's character, not to mention the fact that it is only natural that I will be executed after the great disaster has been resolved. Garfield, don't be so fucking determined to just give up. Serena made a light remark that was hard to judge as such, and Bristetz responded with words that had no air of frivolity, to which Garfield raised his voice. This new attack occurred at a point in time where Anastasia and Garfield were in the same room. Normally, Garfield would have wanted to join up with Amelia and the others, but Anastasia, I'm sorry that you were forced to be with us, Garfcon, but thanks to you both, me and Serena-san and the others were saved right. Garfield, TSK, I ain't worried about the captain as long as Ram and Emily Yasuma are with him, but I'm worried about Otto, bro. Anastasia, reason doesn't disappear when we get emotional. Otto comes a merchant. So don't worry, he can take care of himself, whoops. Garfield, his arms not looking particularly strong, snarled in frustration as he intercepted the great-sheared Jaeger, who was boarding the carriage. With a blistering onslaught of punches, blows, and crushing strikes, he quickly hunted down the Jaeger in the blink of an eye. Then Bristetz, who was grouped on the same side as Anastasia as a non-combatant, narrowed his eyes even more at the sight of the undead beaten and crushed to dust. Bristetz, the pruning core, it seems that Her Excellency Lamia is here after all. Serena, Her Excellency Lamia Godwin. That's someone I would have liked to have met once. Anastasia, really, what kind of person are they? Serena, the Prime Minister, knows more about her than I do. After all, it was a Prime Minister who wanted her to become Emperor. Serena shrugged as she held up her own sword, the blade of which waved through the air, and Anastasia turned her gaze to Bristetz. The old man, who did not deny Serena's story, nodded, his eyes so narrowed to the point of being like threads that one could not readily see as to where he was looking. Bristetz, she was a woman worthy of being the emperor of the Valachian Empire. If not for Vincent Abelux and Prisca Benedict being in the same generation, she would have been emperor. Serena, could it be that she has risen as an undead to come and fulfill that ambition? Perhaps, Prime Minister, you might be forgiven if you were to pledge your allegiance once again. Bristetz, unfortunately, Her Excellency Lamia and I are losers. It is not in keeping with the imperial way. Serena closed one eye and sighed as Bristetz slowly shook his head. It seems Bristetz is serious. Answer was not to Serena's liking. Anastasia, too, could detect the mixed feelings between the former master and servant, but not much more. Anna, suddenly, as she was contemplating Anastasia, heard a call in her ear and raised her head. The call came from around Anastasia's neck from Echidna, disguised as a fox scarf. Glancing over Echidna's dark eyes, turned toward the entrance of the guest room. Anastasia-sama, I am back. Shortly after following her gaze, Julius appeared from the other side of the door. The handsome Julius held his knight's sword in one hand, and a slender man in the other. Julius had been ordered to separate from the others and pick him up. The figure shook his long gray hair, and as he raised his head, with a pitiful expression, Now, I'm troubled by this all happening. So suddenly my chest is burning and aching, and with this swordsman here shaking me all about, it's all so terrible. Anastasia, instead of complaining so much like a chittering bird, shouldn't you be thanking me and my knight? You might be their target after all. What? Wearing a look of surprise, it was the one who had been restrained earlier in the back of the carriage, the Stargazer U-book. Apparently, he was in a position where he was a beneficial asset to the Empire, and was also a valuable source of information for it in its fight against the great disaster. In order to prevent him from being killed, Julius was sent to him. Anastasia with Garfkun, I thought there would have been a lot of detours due to him wandering off and fooling about. Garfield him fighting properly and no stop complaining. Anastasia, really, if I didn't ask you to do this job, wouldn't you have gone to help Halibel outside instead? Garfield Grar, snarling with an expression that proved she had hit the bullseye. Garfield's fangs quivered. The coupled dragon carriage was being continuously attacked by their enemies, but ensuring the biggest threat could not approach them, keeping the evil dragon at bay on his own, was Halibel. The fierce dragon's roar could occasionally be heard along with the accompanying sky-cracking boom. If he were not the strongest of the city-states, it would be impossible to stall the world's most powerful species. Julius Garfield, thank you very much for protecting Anastasia-sama, and the others. I extend my respect for your bravery. Garfield, shut up, just like the captain. My amazing self ain't too good at dealing with you. Julius, that is regrettable, as with Subaru, I was hoping to become friends with you as well. Garfield, grrr. Garfield vigorously growled at the words Julius spoke in his face, thrusting out his fist, as if intersecting with Julius. The coordination demolished the undead that appeared behind one another. Even if Garfield would not admit it, the two top-notch warriors were perfectly in sync. Anastasia, however, this is all just a stopgap. I don't want to stop the dragon carriage, but if it stops, then that'll be the end of the line. We have to get the situation moving somewhere, right? 6. And UGH. With a deep and burly roar, a golden mace was swung. The horizontal impact sighed down the undead clad in bulky armor all at once, and the enemies that had been flung off the top of the dragon carriage crumbled into dust even before they even crashed into the ground. However, even after dealing with several enemies, at once the number of foes did not abate. Damn it, such shrewd tricks. Anger was a stern face covered in beard and scars, and Gazralfin roared like a lion. In Gaz's field of vision, he could see a swarm of undead flying dragons blanketing the sky, deploying the undead, clutching their talons down onto the coupled dragon carriages one after the other. This bold method of transport was the worst possible mechanism by which the enemy soldiers could board the coupled dragon carriages. Throwing the enemy soldiers down did not ensure that every one of them could catch hold of the coupled dragon carriages. Rather, nearly half of the soldiers failed to catch the coupled dragon carriages, and after being thrown by the undead flying dragons, simply fell to ground below, and the outrageous occurrence of the impact, reducing their resurrected bodies back into dust, was repeated over and over. However, even a military deployment that could only be called a suicidal act for a living soldier turned into an efficient means of transportation that can be used without the fear of losses using dead soldiers. And thus implementing it was Gaz. It is the pruning core of Her Excellency Lamia. Gaz had rushed to protect the ground dragons, who were the most important position at the foremost wagon of the coupled dragon carriages, and he glared at the sky, where the worst assortment of undead were being brought by the flock of deceased flying dragons. The pruning corps were the malevolent group that had carried out what came to be known in the Valachian Empire as the Great Purge. Every member was clad in an armor that disguised their facial features, and wielding massive great shears, they pruned any person deemed unnecessary for their master's supremacy. That was the purpose of the pruning corps. The reason the name of that group went down in the history of the Empire was because a girl from the imperial family Lamia Godwin, 9 years old at the time, had massacred all the armies of the mid-counts who had incited a rebellion. The victims of the purge had been made to suffer gruesome torment, thoroughly tasting the hell of this world. Naturally, the young princess had all her subordinates carry out all kinds of malevolent violence that would be a large burden for even those who got their hands dirty, thereby perfecting her malevolent squadron with ironclad loyalty. Just how much control she had over the hearts of her soldiers was on full display in this strategy. The fact that even in death, that which gnawed at their very souls, Lamia's poison, had not faded in the slightest. And then, my, even though so many years have passed, to think you would remember me and my adorable beasts, I am glad. Suddenly, a fear-inducing, sickly sweet voice descended from above. At that moment, Gaz, paying no heed to appearances, raised his mace overhead, and deflecting the bright red swing, Hedon leapt backwards. Immediately after the mace that Gaz held caught fire. It was a matter of course, after all the brilliance of the Yang sword dazzlingly illuminated all things. God's by no means to think that you would ascend onto the battlefield, yourself, your Excellency, Lamia Godwin. Lamia, is it really so surprising with his body that is the best choice, is it not? Clenching down on his molars, Gaz glared straight ahead, and in his vision was a noble undead who smiled bewitchingly. The blood-red opulent dress, the dazzling array of jewelry, and the natural beauty characteristic of the Valachian imperial family, which caused the value of the items which adorned their beauty to plummet, however, that too, when coupled with the pale cracked skin and eerie golden irises, she was but a shadow of her former self. In the past, during the imperial selection ceremony, the poisoned princess Lamia Godwin had vied for the throne against Vincent of Wallachia and could have become the empress's if, testifying that she had completely changed, she looked down at the half of her body that Gaz had shattered with his counterattack. However, where other undead would have crumbled to dust from such a blow, Lamia's body did not shatter. Instead, the cracks mended themselves, restoring her original form. Gaz, that body. Lamia, an immortal body that shall not be lost no matter how much it is crushed or destroyed, alas. It does not seem to be something so convenient that I can boast about it in such a manner. Lamia, gently stroking the part that had been repaired, wielded the Yang sword with that very hand, as if to prove that she had indeed recovered in her arms the dazzling beauty of the unfaltering treasured sword. Instead, seemed all the more blasphemous. Gaz frowned at that fact, to which Lamia muttered, "How unpleasant." Lamia, although you could not calm down and have a chat at the Crystal Palace, either, I wonder if you could stop making such a scary-faced General Second-Class, Ralphin. Gaz G.U.H. Lamia, you have become a General First-Class. Now have you not I heard about that, so Vincentiisima has reinstated the system of the 9 divine generals that is very much like him to do. Placing the hand, not holding the Yang sword, against her chin, Lamia parted her lips to the side. Those gestures and speech were unmistakably those of Lamia, whom Gaz had also come to interact with while she was still alive, and he was both horrified and angered by the technique that allowed for the undead to replicate her former behavior. Indifferent as in her thoughts, Lamia looked at Gaz's armor from top to bottom and said, "Lamia, the 9 divine generals, it is structured so that rising to the top is measured solely by strength. It is a perfect way to gather mindless, easily controllable pawns." Gaz, certainly part of the context behind His Excellency's reinstatement of the 9 divine generals, was an intention to prepare a countermeasure against the current great disaster. That is something I acknowledge. Lamia, though from the way you say it, it seems you have an objection. Gaz, with all due respect. Lamia's statement, it sounded like it was praising Vincent's thoughts. Before they opposed each other in the imperial selection ceremony, it was said that Lamia had been quite fond of Vincent, though life and death had separated their paths. Her confidence in him remained intact even after death. However, Gaz, your Excellency Lamia, how much do you know of the time when you were not alive? Lamia, what a strange question. Unfortunately, I know nothing from the time I was dead. Right now, I am in the middle of brushing up on all the various things that have happened. I would not mind if you were to teach me a little. Gaz, then just one thing, pardon my rudeness. I wish to correct you, Lamia. Gaz, as your Excellency Lamia has rightly observed, the 9 divine generals of the present age are all highly capable. They are all strong individuals who make light of even myself, but there is not a single one among them who is an easy pawn to control. Puffing out his chest adorned in golden armor, Gaz emphatically boasted out loud. Supposing that in preparation for the battle against the great disaster, Vincent had reinstated the 9 divine generals in hopes of having pawns that would do exactly as they were told, it could be said that his plan had failed. Every General First Class was a hardened troublemaker. There was no way such a thing could be done so easily. Gaz, it is not to the extent your Excellency Lamia believes the magnificence of the Empire is not summed up within His Excellency alone. Lamia, I wonder could that be an insult to Vincentiisima? Gaz, no, never, not at all, your Excellency Lamia. At Lamia's narrowed eyes and the slightly sharp tone she had put into her words, Gaz shook his head. Lamia was angered by the feelings he had expressed about Vincent, but Gaz was also sensitive to any disrespect or rude remarks made about His Excellency the Emperor. However, ever since the decision to abandon the imperial capital, his stance had changed slightly. All of it had not been influenced by Gaz himself, but rather by a change in Vincent. Gaz, I am relying on your work. He told me, Lamia, what did you just say? Gaz, your Excellency Lamia, His Excellency Vincent of Wallachia, who your esteemed self knew was indeed outstanding, and yet now, even more, His Excellency the Emperor is changing, striving for even greater excellence. Lamia, Gaz of Wallachian Empire, hereafter will continue to flourish more and more. For that reason, we cannot let the hindrance from those who have once died go uncontrolled any longer. In the sense of seeking perfection, from Emperor Gaz and Lamia were very much alike. But what decisively differentiated the two was their respective knowledge from the passage of the last 9 years. Those who continued to walk forward in time, They would leave behind those who had halted their step. That was a fact. God's a wise man who does not cease his onward march of passing even the expectations and predictions of those who halted, and pushing even further beyond that is the apex of the Wallachian Empire, His Excellency the Emperor. Raising the blazing head of his mace aloft, Gaz shook off his hesitation, and he charged forward. Up until that point, his love and reverence for Lamia, a member of the Wallachian imperial family, despite her altered appearance, had fettered Gaz, but those shackles were torn apart by a stronger and more fervent loyalty. Gaz Orea. Raising a mighty roar, Gaz's singular swing drew a semicircle and slammed down on Lamia. Possessing unparalleled Herculean strength to strike from Gaz, using all of his might, was not easy to block, even if the opponent was one of the 9 divine generals, even more so for the slender arm of a woman, even if that arm held the Yang sword. In fact, Lamia did not even try to block Gaz's strike with the Yang sword that she wielded. Lamia, with that unwise head of yours, you sure talk a lot, General First Class Ralph, and I am actually rather impressed. So I shall inform you. Her thin lips moved, and Lamia fixed her gaze on Gaz with a beautiful smile. The figure of the woman received the head of the descending mace in its entirety, and without offering even the slightest resistance, it shattered like ceramic and was blown away into smithereens. Right after stating her intention to tell him something, she had been reduced to dust beyond any hope of repair. Of course, there was also the matter raised in the War Council earlier. Even if the undead were defeated, there was a possibility that they would rise again through the medium of the so-called core bug that the magicians in the kingdom had discovered. Gaz, even so, the defeat of Lamia, here it should be a turning point in the situation. If the pruning corps no longer had someone to give them explicit orders depending on the presence or absence of commander know the difference in their ability would already be an advantage to his side. That confidence of Gaz was... Are you listening, General First Class Ralph and Gaz, HK? Once again, the moment when the sickly, sweet voice grazed his ears, Gaz's mace was swung directly behind him. Its path had slammed into the figure of the enemy, and piercing through the torso, had split their body in two with a sound like shattering pottery. As that was smashed and blown away in the corner of his vision, Gaz gulped. Because the enemy he had reflexively struck down, that which had been turned into dust and vanished, had a face that should have been impossible. The reason being that it was the very same as the one Gaz had defeated with his own hands just a moment ago. Even though you rarely say clever things, it is just as you say Gaz impossible. Faced with a strange sight that should have never been a hand, gripping the mace began to quake and tremble. Whether that was out of anger or some other emotion, even Gaz himself could not discern. What was certain, however, was that it was blasphemy. A blasphemy against the Wallachian Empire, to which the Lion Knight Gaz Ralphin had sworn his loyalty. This is a war of annihilation between us, who were left behind in the past, and you lot. This is a war of annihilation between us, who were left behind in the past, and you lot. This is a war of annihilation between us, who were left behind in the past, and you lot. Having declared thus, Lamia Godwin, who should have been shattered, smiled at Gaz. Wielding countless Yang swords in their hands, innumerable poison princesses, innumerable Lamia Godwins smiled at him. Chapter 27. Brestets von Dalfin. 1. Lamia Brestets, I am entrusting this situation to you. Stand firm, even if it means your death. Brestets, yes, your excellency, please ensure your own safety. That was the last conversation they had ever exchanged. If one were to ask whether their bond was based on a so-called strong connection beyond a mere professional master-servant relationship, the answer would be no. Still sensing great potential in her intellect and demeanor, using the wisdom he had accumulated over the years, he sought to pave her path, guiding her towards the throne, where the emperor ought to sit. Even without having loyalty or passion towards her, their master-servant relationship was genuine. She had not been instructed how to count from 1 to 10, yet this individual, once she understood 1, she would comprehend 100 and think up 101. She was someone able to judge for herself and others the roles befitting their abilities and the duties befitting their position. He had not been blessed with martial prowess. He always yearned to be the sword wolf of the empire, yet he never quite reached it. Not garnering respect from others, he could only live a life of scorn. But the fact that she had deemed him useful was perhaps something worthy of gratitude. Thus there was not a shred of deception in the last words that they had exchanged. During the imperial selection ceremony, he was sternly commanded to stand his ground even if it meant risking his life, and he had resolved himself to do so. Unable to proclaim himself a sword wolf, it was a final service of a man who had simply grown too old. Even though he was a passionless servant, he was determined to become a martyr to fulfill his duty. And yet Brestets had survived, and the master who had hoped for his safety had lost her life. To this day, Brestets von Dalfin continued to live in shame. Without fulfilling his duties pursuing the position of the emperor that leads the empire toward decline, he remained unaware of the schemes behind the great disaster that unfolded. To call himself a sword wolf now would be nothing short of hubris and disgrace. Despite not fulfilling any of the commands given to him, he continued to live in shame. 2. General First Class Ralphin, what has come over you? Is this not quite uncharacteristic for someone with fondness for the Valachian imperial family? Or perhaps you no longer favor me since I was defeated in the imperial selection ceremony. The same voice emanated from different mouths, and Gaz Ralphin found himself under the unrelenting gaze of countless golden eyes. Gaz Ralphin, clad in golden armor the same color, as those eyes distorted the scars on his face and gritted his molars at the horrifying reality reflected in his eyes. With all his might, he struck a hammering blow with his mace. The blood of the Empire's sword wolf coursed through Gaz's veins, screaming in defiance as he struck down Lamia, a respected member of the imperial family, now deemed an enemy. Torn apart by the soul-crushing pain of his actions, Gaz finally grasped the grim truth. The great disaster unquestionably threatened to destroy the Valachian Empire. Gaz, for what purpose? As Gaz's teeth ground together in rage, before him stood Lamia, or rather multiple Lamias, tilting their heads in unison. The sight of her cascading orange hair slipping over her slender shoulders fanned the flames of anger within Gaz. Gaz, why do you allow this imitation? Such blasphemy cannot be you are making a mockery of Her Excellency Lamia's life. Riding on his surging anger, his voice trembled as the impending tears were seared away by his boiling blood. Gaz addressed the countless clones of Lamia before him. However, in response to Gaz's heartfelt plea, the Lamias collectively placed the back of their hands to their lips, then playfully said, Lamia, do not misunderstand General First Class Ralphin. This is something I did of my own volition, not something someone else forced upon me. Gaz, what are you? Lamia, that which is rather rigid in her thinking. If I can be resurrected after being shattered, then I can certainly resurrect myself back. Before being shattered receptacles can be made endlessly, so all I need to do is dilute the source and fill them all once. That is intuitively grasped, well, something as dreamlike as this can be achieved right. Graciously smiling, Lamia Godwin, her pale face painted with a flush of mischief, proudly displayed the many versions of herself mirroring her wit from when she was alive. Gaz, seeing the dreamlike state Lamia described, Gaz could not help but inwardly agree. Lamia endlessly multiplying, blasphemously replicating her own existence, and each one of these Lamias bore the yang sword, the symbol of the Empire. If this was not a dream, or rather a nightmare, then what was it? Lamia, you know, General First Class Ralphin, you cannot shatter dreams in reality. Why not accept that and perhaps join us on our side? Gaz, what do you mean? Lamia, it is not complicated. If you were to die, you would be in the same position as me. And the others, why not choose the winning side sooner rather than later? Lamia, her hands clasping her sword in front of her and tilting her head, beckoned Gaz. If one would fall in battle, they would join the ranks of Lamia's undead army. It was a reality unfolding on the battlefield, but imagining it brought an unbearable weight on one's psyche. The staunchly loyal imperial soldier Gaz and the soldiers who shared his sentiments would, upon falling in line with those aiming to destroy the Empire, without a second thought, just as Lamia Godwin, who once vied for the throne of the Empire's empress, had done. There, upon its completion, would be an empire, the undead, in the country of the sword wolf, without even a shadow to be seen. Gaz, I am undeserving of your words, Your Excellency Lamia. After tightly shutting his eyes, Gaz lifted his face, and he confronted Lamia. In the face of Gaz's intense spirit, Lamia's beautifully arched eyebrows furrowed as she frowned. Lamia, you seem poised to refuse. Gaz, generous as your mercy, is Your Excellency Lamia. I, Gaz Ralphin, must respectfully decline. Lamia, as expected, you have turned me down. Against Lamia's narrowed golden eyes, Gaz thought of the vision he had seen in his moment of closed introspection. The vision where a life extinguished became an undead like Lamia, and the others, his pale face bearing those golden eyes, wielding his mace to destroy the Empire, shattered that vision into pieces. Complete destruction faced with that illusion that shrouded him, he roared. Gaz, I must correct my earlier statement. I said that none of the 9 divine generals are entirely under the Emperor's control. I am a loyal pawn of His Excellency, the Emperor, regardless of what others may do. I alone wish to remain so. Rejecting the fate of becoming a harbinger of destruction and death, he yearned to remain a living servant of His Excellency the Emperor. That was Gaz Ralphin's way of being, as the Empire's sword wolf, his desired path. Deep thoughts, lofty ideals, he left everything to his ruler Vincent, intending only to fulfill his designated role. That was to say, Gaz, I am the 5th of the 9 divine generals chosen by His Excellency the Emperor Vincent of Wallachia. I am Gaz Ralphin. He raised his golden mace, declaring his stand against the countless Lamias without taking a single step back. The next moment, a multitude of Lamias brandishing their yang swords lunged at Gaz, who had so boldly proclaimed this. With single touch of the sword, the scintillating flame of Alakia would incinerate a person down to their soul. But before it could touch him, Gaz's muscles pulsated and his mace swept through the air. Gaz HK. With unwavering intent, Gaz's swing struck the side of the attacking Lamia, smashing together about 5 of them in one fell swoop, turning their delicate porcelain-like bodies to dust. Witnessing this display, the remaining Lamias widened their eyes, their expressions changing. They gazed at the obstinately straightforward sword wolf and smiled cruelly. Lamia, no matter how bravely you roar and rampage upon your death, you will become my slave, you know. Gaz, if it is truly so difficult to resist, then I shall turn to stone before my life expires. I shall remain undying, offer my final act of loyalty to His Excellency the Emperor. He swung his mace overhead, poised to ensure none of the gathered Lamias would escape. If the Lamias wielding the yang sword scattered throughout the coupled dragon carriages their radiant light might sear the eyes of Vincent, he was determined to prevent that. And for that purpose, the colossal form of the Lion Knight was ever present in his fury. Gaz Ralphin raged on. 3. Lamia, it seems like you've steeled quite the valiant resolve, but alas, how unfortunate. At the foremost wagon of the coupled dragon carriages as it barreled towards its destination, Gaz Ralphin fiercely howled his reason for being preventing the wheels of the carriages from being stopped. While his ardor was quite considerable, his main desires would not come to fruition. Unfortunately for Gaz's desperate attempts to keep the now undead Lamias at bay, they had already reached other parts of the coupled dragon carriages. A matter of course, even as she multiplied, there was no need for her to multiply in only one place. She was not bound by such limitations. While she would not say that Gaz's valiant efforts were in vain, they had little impact. Thus, in a dragon carriage full of those among the empires living who played crucial roles, the significance of keeping a formidable force, such as Gaz Ralphin occupied, went without saying. Lamia, unfortunately for you, you are not the one suppressing me, General First Class Ralphin. I am the one subduing you. As Gaz fended off against Yang's sword by his lonesome, while hindering his ardor, Lamia glanced into the distance as she headed for one of the center wagons. In the distant sky, there could be seen the figure of a wolfman clashing with a mighty blight dragon dark as blackened clouds. Lamia, it's outside my calculations that Valgrind is unable to be used, but to successfully keep that one occupied is quite the achievement. Through her narrow golden eyes, Lamia was able to see just how exceptional the wolfman scene with Valgrind really was. Gaz, one of the Empire's 9 generals of the first class, was undoubtedly among the world's mightiest warriors, and that entity surpassing. Even Gaz was contending with being belonging to the world's most powerful life form. No, on the contrary, the Blight Dragon was the one who was being overpowered. The only reason why the Blight Dragon had not been completely overcome was because its ability to recover exceeded the damage in the attacks. It was suffering even when shattered time and time again. The shinobi was not able to finish off the regenerating Blight Dragon. The fact that it could not be killed alone already made it more than enough of an unusual sight. Lamia, but it's unfortunate that the Wolfman will be of no use to us even if he dies. That's a comment I can't overlook. At the sound of light footsteps followed by a rough-voiced Lamia slowly turned around. Looking in the same direction that Lamia was watching the battle between the Blight Dragon and the Wolfman, with a sidelong glance, stood a blond Mano. It was a boy. Lamia gave a small snort and cast a smile upon the boy. Lamia, considering you have the stench of a foul beast, perhaps you are half-beast. I don't want to hear that from a woman who reeks of dirt. Nah, it ain't just that. Lamia, lots of women who all got the same face lined up for something like that. Nana's more than enough for me. With a firm thud as he clapped his fist together in front of his chest, the caustic words of the half-beast boy caused Lamia and the other Lamias to narrow their eyes. The meaning behind the boy's complaint was unclear, but it was apparent that the boy had previously encountered another group of beings that all shared the same form, much like what the Lamias now. Furthermore, I ain't saying that my amazing self is all buddy-buddy with that shiny golden oldie there, but he got a fucking loud voice, so I know that out of all the ones who are attacking here, you're the toughest bastard. Lamia. Indeed, just after the boy bared his fangs and snarled, Lamia could sense a shift in the atmosphere. Those were changes in various wagons of the coupled dragon carriages. Assuming the whole motorcade was divided into 5 parts, Lamia was currently facing off with the boy in the third segment, separate from Gaz's show of resistance in the first segment. These changes had occurred in the second and fourth segments. The roof of the second segment had been engulfed in flames, while the fourth had been glaciated over by a freezing wind. Both instances had taken place in wagons that had been boarded by Lamias separate to this Lamia, as well as the pruning corps. Keenly understanding that reality from her experience, Lamia touched the back of her hand to her lips and smiled. Lamia, I see it seems that people from the kingdom really don't know when to give up. Why do you know that our amazing Selvisra from Lagunica? Lamia, I only just figured out, after all, you didn't seem very characteristic of Imperial citizens. So I just try to ask, I find it rather adorable. Nah, that ain't it teasing my amazing self, ain't the only purpose observing Lamia's smile as she mocked and the boy shook his head. It was not a matter of being unable to admit defeat, nor for that matter. Was it insight if it had to be put to words, it would be the boy's instincts. It was a primal innate ability to sniff out the truth. In his mind, the boy had connected the dots between what he had sniffed out and Lamia's earlier words. Considering the talk about how you can't use the admirer and your disappointment, about where my amazing self's from. Lamia, that's enough chatter. Evidently, the boy was using his head, despite it not being his forte. Seeing someone give their utmost effort to that which they were unsuited for was very, very irksome to Lamia. As Lamia shrugged her slender shoulders, another Lamia slashed at the boy in response. Ducking down, the boy evaded the sharp tip of the red blade, slamming the back of his fist into that Lamia's abdomen. But another Lamia slashed through the body of the Lamia, who had been blown away. The bisected body of that Lamia caught fire, and from behind the curtain of the blazing inferno, a lethal thrust aimed for the boy's life. With a brief roar, the boy kicked off the roof and leaped up into the air. An undead flying dragon sliced through the air in its approach, and the boy who tried to escape into the air was snatched into the deceased dragon's maw. With the boy in its mouth, the undead flying dragon ascended, and shortly thereafter other undead flying dragons swarmed. Lamia, it was the same with General First Class Ralphin, but those who need to close the distance will find that they have poor affinity with the Yang sword. Adjusting her grip on her unswung Yang sword, Lamia spoke to the boy who was being swarmed by the undead flying dragons. With just one slash of the Yang sword, its flames would scorch a soul, until naught remained. The magical blade's effect, which boosted the physical abilities of the wielder, could transform even the pampered members of the Valachian Imperial family into top-notch fighters. And for someone who had dedicated time to the art of the sword, its benefits went without saying. Lamia, now then the boy with that beastly stench, is dealt with. All that's left is Nisama's whereabouts. Taking her time as Lamia was about to embark on a leisurely stroll, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out above her head. The flock of undead flying dragons, so many had swarmed that it seemed like a round sphere, and over 10 of them had been blown away midair, bursting into smithereens, emerging from the center of that outburst, bearing not the slightest resemblance to the slender and agile boy from just before was a mighty, gigantic tiger. The large tiger, swinging its mighty arms larger than bundles of many logs, blew away the swarm of undead flying dragons, and immediately swooped down. Its weight made the roof of the coupled dragon carriages creak, and in the next instant it lunged toward Lamia. Lamia, whirling around, Lamia slashed the Yang sword upwards from a low position. She was momentarily taken aback. However, the beastification had made him a larger target. Against a wielder of the Yang sword, where a mere graze could ensure victory, this was a bad move. As the large tiger leaped toward her, its chest would instantly be sliced open by the Yang sword. Rara, Lamia, my. A sound was made as the tip of the Yang sword scraped against steel, and Lamia's golden eyes widened. The giant tiger plunged forth, and rather than slamming its brawny arm into Lamia, it instead dug its claws into the roof a half of a step in front of her, forcibly upheaving it to use as a shield. Lamia's sword stroke glided off its surface, and as the large tiger pivoted, it drove its other arm directly into her. The impact tore away Lamia's upper body, and her shattered form was knocked down to the side of the carriage. The giant tiger had exceeded Lamia's expectations, yet much like Gaza, it was a futile effort. Lamia, even if this me dies. As she crumbled to dust before hitting the ground, Lamia's lips spun words. Even if this body were to perish, she would simply regenerate just like her other selves. Moreover, the advantage of this regeneration was not just the fact that death did not mean the end. The next Lamia to rise would inherit all of this Lamia's experiences, which meant Lamia. As Lamia fell, sensing the other Lamias and the pruning core springing towards the giant tiger, her crumbling field of vision caught a glimpse inside one of the wagons of the coupled dragon carriages that she was leaving behind. Inside that wagon, her eyes met with someone gazing out the window. She had ascertained which carriage the person she sought was in, so that she could pass this information on to the next Lamia. Lamia found you, Vincentnisima. For, Bristet's your excellency. It was undoubtedly Lamia Godwin revived as an undead who had just now been shaken off the roof and had smashed to the ground. With his own eyes, Bristet had already confirmed this fact. As soon as he saw that the pruning core with whom he was well acquainted was participating in this fierce assault on the dragon carriage, he knew full well that it was Lamia who was behind it. Still, the sight of Lamia's body shattering and being reduced to dust shocked Bristet's. Serena, I had hoped to see you at least once, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Bristet's high count is Dracroy. Serena, don't look at me like that, Prime Minister. You saw the same thing I just did. If Her Excellency Lamia was crushed like that, might it stop her private army? The pruning corps, am I understanding that right? Bristets. Serena! This doesn't look very promising, though. The undead Lamia had just met her end outside the carriage window, and Serena, smiling, shrugged her shoulders. She spoke with dim expectations, and even though Lamia, to whom she had sworn her loyalty, was killed, there was not a shred of hope regarding the onslaught of the pruning corps. Based on the previous discussion at the military conference, death did not seem to be the end for the undead. Sphinx, the main perpetrator behind the great disaster, aimed to use even death itself to destroy the empire. After all, if this which could do it, what could the poisoned princess not do? Even without witnessing the undiminished fighting spirit of the pruning corps, the end of Lamia was surely ahead of them. Anastasia-sama, please stand back. Raising a dignified voice, a young man in a weso wielded a flowing sword. A rainbow-colored slash easily sliced through the solid black armor of the pruning corps, as if it were hot steel slicing through ice. Even Bristets, who was not blessed with martial prowess, could see that this young man Julius was no less capable than the Empire's finest warriors. Anastasia, but even my Julius can't stay fighting forever. We gotta move the situation forward. Anastasia muttered as she stroked the scarf around her neck, protected by Julius' struggle. Julius and Garfield, respectively, were fighting the enemy inside the carriage and on the roof, but along with Lamia, who had fallen earlier, both inside and outside, were fierce battles. It was a situation in which all the personnel who could fight were fighting, including the guards. Audiobook, even so, don't you feel like we're being targeted a bit too much? Anastasia, maybe, but ain't it 'cause you're here? I can see that sore on your chest. Looks like it's been marked up pretty good. Audiobook marked what it's true. Audiobook, who had been taken out of his confinement room, looked down at his loose blouse and raised his voice. As Anastasia had said, there were traces of a welt on his white skin that she had happened to glimpse, and if that had occurred at the same time as the attack. Bristets and evil eyed to grasp the whereabouts of a target. It cannot be His Excellency Palladio Manisque. Serena, well, are all the participants of the Imperial selection ceremony here. Then I'd like to reminisce with His Excellency Barthroy, who sent me flowers when I took the governorship from my father. The evil eye of Palladio Manisque, Prince of Wallachia, heir to the blood of the Evil Eye tribe, had captured its target, which must have been why the pruning corps continued to attack this place. Bristets guessed us, and Serena, who herself was using her sword to keep the enemy in check, licking her lips. Serena, whether we move from this place or not, I don't want to die, because we made a choice between being in the front or the back. If we are defeated, the Empire is as good as dead, not just ahead, but from the waist up. It will be interesting to see if there is any other way for creatures such as these to die. Bristets, I would be troubled if you were to say something unscrupulous. I am not sure about this old body of mine, but I cannot be replaced by the likes of His Excellency or you. Serena, no one is a replaceable Prime Minister. Indeed, I am in awe of you, just as I am in awe that you were appointed to represent His Excellency, the Emperor, be that as it may. Serena, who never lost her bitterness under any circumstance, was moved when she took a jab at Bristets' conduct in the imperial capital. The choice of whether to move forward or backward emerged from the choice itself. There you are, you've been standing your ground here, huh? Anastasia Natsukikin. Crossing the threshold of the door to the rear carriage, which had already been breached by the pruning corps attack, a small silhouette rushed into the carriage where Bristets and his group were. At the sight of the black-haired boy at the head of his group, Anastasia raised her voice in welcome. Those who had just hurriedly arrived were the boy named Natsuki Subaru and a girl in a dress holding his hand. Following them were a girl with blonde hair, and two young ladies who shared identical features, apart from one having pink hair and the other having blue hair. Julia Subaru, what happened to Emiliasima? Subaru Emiliatan is fighting hard in the rear section. She's freezing the vehicle to reinforce it, so that the enemies can't get in, and if we had stayed, would have ended up frozen too. Anastasia, that's quite the high-handed move, but still it's a winning one. Subaru answered Julia's question, which was asked as he forced an undead back out the window, as it was trying to break in. Anastasia batted, and I shut at the frowning boy's response, and then directed her light blue gaze behind him towards the blonde girl. Girly, you. Anastasia, with all this going on, I guess your talk's been put on hold. Subaru, no. I already concluded my discussion. It's just that the opportunity to convey it to everyone's been interrupted. What about that bastard Abel? Does he have the same mark as me? Standing alongside the blonde girl, Subaru spoke thus, and pulled his shirt down to show them a spot on his chest. There were rays well identical to the one on the stargazer Audiobook could be seen. As soon as he noticed it, Audiobook loudly exclaimed, "Ah!" Audiobook, see, I knew it. You got the same mark on you. That must mean we're fellow stargazers. Subaru, I keep telling you, that's not it. It's not just on me, it's the same on my cute Biko, and I feel sorry for her. What's there in common here? Most likely, it is marking the obstacles to the great disaster that need to be eradicated. This time a voice had come from the door opposite from where Subaru and the others had entered, and the one it belonged to rushed in from a corridor that led to the car at the front. Appearing side by side were Otto, a tactician of the kingdom who had exerted a strong influence in the war council, and a girl who had devoted herself to healing the wounded soldiers. Upon their entry, Subaru turned around, his eyes wide in surprise. "Subaru, Otto, Petra, are you both okay? I'm sorry about earlier." Otto let us leave that discussion for later. Right now, we need to exchange crucial information. Petra, the mark you were saying appeared on Subaru, and Beatrice Chan, it's appeared on Master too. Right now, Master is in the dragon carriage up ahead drawing the zombies to him. Pink-haired woman Raz Walsama also has the mark. Upon hearing the report from the girl, called Petra the woman with pink hair, likely a relative of Rem, cast her eyes downward. However, if not only Yubuk Subaru and the girl named Beatrice, but also the chief court magician of the kingdom had the mark, then the qualifications needed for being marked had become somewhat apparent. That being Anastasia Margrave Mathers and Beatrice John, who went up against Sphinx on the plane, also Natsukikin, who stopped the ambush on the dragon carriage and Stargaz Urson, as well if I recall. Brestets, it cannot be confirmed from here, but there is a possibility that the same marking has also been carved on Halibelson, who is fighting with that black dragon outside. Serena, and also our Excellency the Emperor, I guess I'd say that's quite likely every one of those names are all irreplaceable in their abilities. Serena made a quick jab at Brestets' prior comment, while also agreeing with the opinions of the experts. Concerning the discussion that was started by Anastasia and the others, Brestets also concurred so long as the effect of Palladio's evil, I persisted endless assassins would be sent after the ones who were targeted. However, Rem, wait, please, if your guess is correct, then I don't understand why the same mark hasn't emerged on this child on Spikikin. The one who voiced this was Rem, who was holding on to the little girl's shoulders from behind her. This girl that she called Spica, although her importance had not yet been detailed, was said to be one of those named in Yubuk's prophecy. In that regard, there was no doubt that she was an important person for the Valachian Empire. Otto Spica, is it? At Rem's appeal, Otto muttered with an emotion that differed from Brestets and the rest. Upon hearing his muttering, Subaru looked at Otto and with a serious expression. "Subaru, I've decided where I stand. The proof will be in her way of life from here on." "Otto, what an odd coincidence. I have just made a decision as to where I stand as well." It would have been impossible for an outsider to guess how many complex emotions were involved in this quiet exchange. Moreover, in the midst of this assault, it was a situation that would need to be put on the back burner. Right now, the top priority should be pink-haired girl. We need to get a move on before Garf, who's howling above our heads, turns into a grilled tiger. Subaru, don't make it sound like he's a grilled chicken, but Rem had a point earlier. Subaru nodded at the pink-haired girl's words, and when he turned around, everyone's eyes were focused on the girl named Spica. The girl made a choked sound at the concentration of their gazes, and looked around with puzzled face. Beatrice of the Stargazer is to be believed. This girl Spica is the natural enemy of the great disaster, in fact. So then why is she being overlooked, I suppose? Petra, is that really so weird? I mean, we would have never known if that guy hadn't told us about it. Right, if that's the case, doesn't that mean that they don't know either? Subaru, so does that mean there's not a Stargazer on the undead side? Subaru muttered this realization as the girls continued to exchange questions. Yubuk turned around at that remark, but he shook his head lazily with a forlorn look on his face. Yubuk, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't even know that since it's not related to my commandment. Rem even, so can you at least tell me what it is about Spikikin that makes you say she is a shining light? It would be irresponsible for you to just fling her name out. Yubuk's sorry for being so irresponsible. Yubuk's seemingly defiant expression turned Rem's face a tense color. However, Yubuk's answer was less than desirable, but Rem's skewed topic might have been worth considering. With what materials we have at our disposal, at the present we have no choice but to use the coupled dragon carriage, which would break up at any moment to charge toward the fortified city. All the while protecting those who have been marked. That city is supposedly still being repaired too. Subaru, I don't think we have that much time left. Even as they spoke, the dragon carriage was slowly losing its original shape under the attack of the pruning core. As had been previously discussed, if it were to stop moving, it would inevitably be destroyed. To stop this battle, they must deal with the Commander Lamia, who was leading the enemy forces. Brestets, as they sought for means which were more than just coping remedies, currently Brestets noticed in his narrow vision that Subaru had a terribly conflicted expression on his face. The anguish that occupied his countenance was a result of having realized something and hesitating to say what it was. A statement that the boy hesitated to utter in this situation. His conflict was different from Serena's, who did not examine her statements carefully enough, and the content of this conflict was pink-haired girl Barusu Otto Natsukasen. At the same time, two people called out to Subaru. Much like Bristet's, they must have also noticed a change in the boy's facial expression, and the two who knew the boy much better than Bristet's were able to understand what was troubling him. Closing his eyes at the intent of their gazes, Subaru took a deep breath and tightening his expression. Subaru spiked his authority. It could be the breakthrough in this situation. 5. Oriya. Wielding a barbarian sword in each hand, Medium forcefully cut down the undead approaching in front of her. As a result of that large swing, her backside was left completely exposed, and another pair of great shears from an undead were about to strike her. However, a slender longsword intervened in its path. Jamal, don't mess with her so lightly, you big fucks. The one who howled and slashed wildly was the one-eyed Imperial soldier who called himself Jamal. Working together with Jamal, Medium was struggling to protect her brother Flop, Jamal's sister Katia, and the self-indulgent Abel from the constant attacks of the undead. Even now, Medium stopped her foe in its tracks with a front kick, cut off its head with a barbarian sword, and turned the undead back to dust. Jamal also severed his foe's knees with his twin sword, skewered its chest, and destroyed it. Jamal, most honorable Empress Consort, he'll take care of this, you just stay back. Medium, like I said, I haven't said yes yet. Jamal, candidate for the most honorable Empress Consort, stay back. Medium, geez. Medium, not accustomed to being treated so respectfully, could not hide her bewilderment. It had been that way ever since the earlier discussion between Flop and Abel. Abel pointed out already, but Medium had cooperated with her brother without asking anything of Flop's thoughts. In hindsight, she should have asked him a bit, like Abel said. Medium, then I wouldn't have been so surprised. Flop, dear sister, worrying and fretting doesn't suit you. Medium, and just whose fault do you think that is, big bro? Placing her frustration into her sword, Medium put all of her strength into her legs. As she grappled with the great shears that were being thrust at her, she stood firm and pushed back, so as to not be overpowered. A blade was thrust from under her armpit, and Jamal, who had moved to the rear, pierced the enemy through the chest and killed it, after Jamal did so while scraping his twin sword together in midair. Jamal, Katia, don't get impatient. I'm not letting anything get near you. Katia, just stop it. I don't care anymore. There's nothing good, even if I keep on living anyways. Jamal, don't be so stupid. If you die, Todd won't be able to rest in peace. Katia, HK, MMY, brother, stupid are you going to say? Why you wouldn't say that would you die, brother? Katia, sitting in her wheelchair, began to weep when a name that Medium did not recognize was mentioned. Medium began to feel very sorry for Katia. If it was not for this current situation, she would like to confide in her as a fellow younger sister who was being pushed around by her brother. But there was no luxury for that anymore because Empress Consort now. That is something I cannot just ignore, don't you think? Medium, HK. I wonder, are you qualified to accompany the Sword Wolf among Sword Wolves? Tilting their heads, standing out from the black-armored undead who were rushing toward them, was a very beautiful undead, even from Medium's point of view. If not for her pale skin and eerie golden eyes, she would have been a sight to behold. Whether the power of her words came from her being dead or from when she was alive, her words were remarkably intimidating, rendering Medium unable to answer back. Vincent, whatever answer that girl would give you, it would be of no use, since you are already dead. And so it was Abel, not Medium, who answered back. Abel and this beautiful undead glared at each other with Medium, Jamal, and the undead soldiers in between from the front of the carriage all the way to the very back row. Abel and this beautiful undead stared at each other. Hello, Vincent Izuma, you look as dignified as ever. Maybe you have even lost some weight. Vincent, just when I begin to think that my brothers and sisters are no longer able to pester me, you and Palladio seem to have wandered back, it is inevitable that my cheeks would appear a bit gaunt. Fufu, of course, I would want to wander back, you say, Priska, right on, Izuma. Vincent, I wonder if you are qualified to punish me and Palladio Izuma, when it was you, Isuma, who violated the premise of the Imperial selection ceremony. If the truth were to become known, no one would recognize you as the Emperor would they. With a sneer, the undead princess laughed with her hand covering her mouth. Abel's black eyes shook slightly at her words. With those eyes, Abel tried to say something back to her, but Medium, there's someone I think Abel Chin is the Emperor. Jamal, me too, Your Excellency the Emperor. There's no need to listen to the dead. Unable to hold back the voices of Medium and Jamal, who had taken advantage of the situation, shook the carriage. Hearing both of their statements, Abel's eyes widened even more than before, and the princess' eyes narrowed with irises glowing of Aurelian luster characteristic to the undead. She looked at Medium and Jamal and, do pray tell these soldiers over there, do they have any idea of who I am? Jamal, how by the looks of it, you're a part of the Valakian imperial family. But what does it matter when you're dead? Those who die a dog's death are losers, and those who live are sword wolves. That's it. That's the way of the empire. Shouting out the world's most simple logic, Jamal resumed his melee with the enemy soldiers. At the pleasantry of that momentum, Medium blinked her eyes and smiled, smiling Medium like Jamal resumed fighting. Medium your way cooler than Abelchin Jamal. That's disrespectful, most honorable Empress consort. Giving a wild grin at Medium's praise, Jamal rampaged with his twin swords. The confrontation between Abel and the princess continued, with those fights occurring in between. Abel narrowed his sable eyes at the princess, as the latter seemed to become slightly displeased. Vincent, I sense the presence of many young swords. You are not alone, Lamia. Lamia, so what? I suppose you may be happy that your cute little sister has multiplied, or perhaps, since it's not Prisca Vincentiisma, isn't interested. Vincent, supposing that you are making use of the undead's mechanisms to induce phenomena outside the realm of reason, for what reason do you appear before me, without those numbers? At the mocking attitude of the Princess of Lamia, Abel was not at all concerned, yet, within Lamia's silence, Abel went ahead and found a clue. With his narrowed sable eyes, Abel gazed at his little sister, who seemed to have been completely changed. Vincent, there is a limit to your numbers. Moreover, the majority of them are being subdued, Gaz HM. Lamia, you say that so calmly on Isma. If that's true, then General First Class Ralphin's efforts would be worthy of medal. No, that poor soul saying that he's fine with being a pawn. Vincent, and hence I chose him. In a quiet voice, Abel interrupted Lamia. Abel naturally crossed his arms on the spot and took Lamia's gaze and words heeding. Vincent, he is one of the generals that I have selected. It is only natural that he should work to that capacity. After stating so imposingly, Abel continued by calling her name Lamia. Then to Lamia, as she looked at him with slightly widened eyes, he spoke. Vincent, I have never once thought of you as an insignificant being, Lamia. At the words that were spoken to her, Lamia's expression greatly shifted. Up until then, she had looked nothing but fascinated, very sadistic, and otherwise discontent, but upon hearing Abel's words, the look on her face changed. Her Aurelian eyes widened, and she bit her lip. Lamia Vincent Valakia. The next moment, the expression that Medium had seen vanished in an unbelievable manner, and a different expression appeared. Her face, in which no real blood flowed, housed a definite indignation, and as her Aurelian irises violently spasmed, she reached into the air and unsheathed her treasured sword, shining a brilliant red. The treasured blade of dazzling radiance in hand, Lamia stepped forth, kicking off the floor, kicking off the wall. Slipping through the gap between the undead, she leaped toward Abel. That radiance, as if flames or even light itself were being swung down, brightly illuminated the interior of the carriage filled with undead, and attempted to extinguish Abel in his entirety. Staring at that heat, the treasured sword swung down toward Abel's nose. Medium Abelchin. Kicking off an undead, Medium jumped back, catching the treasured sword with her barbarian sword. After time stood still for a moment, Medium's barbarian sword melted, and the treasured sword continued in its trajectory. Jamal, your excellency, the emperor. A moment later, Jamal's twin swords went to repel the treasured sword just as Medium had tried. These two were engulfed by the treasured sword's radiance, and their blades vanished in an instant. Surmounting the obstacles presented by Medium and Jamal, Lamia's sword strike was about to reach Abel. At that rate, Abel's entire body was going to be engulfed by the red light, and Medium screamed. It was at that moment, Vincent. Just what had happened, no one knew. Neither was it that behind Abel's imposing stance, Flop and Katia had both pulled on Abel's jacket and made him fall on his rear on the spot. Nor was it Medium, who felt a tremendous pain in her chest at the thought of Abel's death. Nor was it Jamal, whose face wore a look of despair at the thought that it was already too late. It was just that right there, as if struck by the wind, Lamia's body collapsed. 6. Lamia, to think you would yet live. You are quite tenacious, Prestet say, who won the imperial selection ceremony of Vincentiisma, or was it Prisca? Those were the first words she had presented to him upon their reunion. The reunion with his master, whose physical appearance had undergone a radical change. Even after 9 years, when he would close his eyes, he could recall her appearance from back when she had been alive, almost as if it were yesterday, as humans age events of the distant past tend to become clearer than what has happened the day before. That was why he only needed a single look to understand the abnormality pertaining to his master. Her fractured pallid skin and her golden eyes that no longer desired the light were those of the dead who had consigned their life to oblivion. He had also understood from the initial question she had given him the clock inside her had stopped ticking. That was right. That was how it should have been. The living and the dead must be kept far apart from each other. Therefore, Prestet's pruning ceased. He barked out the order, raising his voice to the point that he thought it might tear apart his parched throat. Graced by the divine protection of wind evasion, neither the strong winds that were supposed to batter him nor the violent tremors of the dragon carriage were present, allowing his voice to soar and resound throughout the area. The moment they heard the command, the undead, equipped with great shears in their hands, stopped moving. The pruning corps suddenly halted their movements, and he did not know what to think about that fact. Should he lament it, or should he feel proud? Entrusting their hearts to the poisoned princess, they were a similar fear with cold blood running through their veins. It was Bristet's, who had reshaped them into such they had met his expectations in accordance with his goals. And even after death, their bodies had reacted to command of Bristet's Fondalfin. Bristet's time has stopped for the undead. If so for them, that battle during the imperial selection ceremony would have just occurred the day before. What is ingrained in their bodies can never lose its color. They had demonstrated the ideal way to follow their master even in death. Lamia, and then you are only able to subdue my animals for a moment, are you not? Bristet's, yes, however, with this now you are here. Turning around towards a voice behind him, Bristet's greeted her in person alone. With its roof and walls and ruin, the dragon carriage was a mere shadow of its former sublimity, despite that on one of the platforms of the carriage that was laden with the Empire's hope, Bristet's and Lamia faced off against one another. Confirming that he was visible in the reflection of Lamia's golden eyes, Bristet's blew out of breath. Bristet's, I have been expecting you, Your Excellency Lamia. Lamia, yes, it seems that way, but I wonder why are you here alone? Lamia gave a slight tilt of her head, spreading her arms as her eyes scanned over the empty dragon carriage. Aside from Bristet's, neither Serena nor those of the kingdom were present. He had remained here alone because he had a secret plan to immobilize Lamia, as well as the pruning corps. As a matter of fact, he had been successful in doing so for the pruning corps, even if it would last for only but a moment. Bristet's was certain his commands would never take effect ever again, but he knew that his fellow passengers in the dragon carriage were able to utilize the opening he had created with the few seconds of time he bought. With that, Bristet's had kept his promise to those who had gone ahead of him. Bristet's, I am no longer at an age where I would make declarations I cannot keep. Lamia, there is no need to put yourself down like that. 9 years have passed since then, but you really have not changed a bit. You are the same as when I had died. Bristet's, perhaps it is, as you say, Your Excellency. Bristet's responded to Lamia's teasing words in a low, gravelly voice. Lamia knitted her brows as she heard that in front of her Bristet's balled his bony hand into a fist, clenching his teeth that had miraculously not suffered a single loss. He had not changed even after 9 years. What Lamia had said was correct. Bristet's, since that moment my time has also come to a standstill, Your Excellency Lamia. Bristet's murmured, then took a step forward. Full of determination, he took a large step. Once his outstretched foot met the floor, he took another, forcing his elderly body to move. Bristet's continued stepping forward one step at a time. Lamia, exasperatedly, Lamia narrowed her golden eyes. The flow of time moved along slowly, feeling sluggish and stagnant. Not only did it feel as such, but it was slow in reality, as well compared to Julius and Garfield, who had been fighting to protect Bristet's, and the others, until a little while ago. It was terribly feeble to the point that making a comparison would be presumptuous. He was a sheep painted black in a pack of wolves. He had become a sly old goat, making his horns seem larger than they were. He desperately flaunted that he had his own role amongst the wolf pack. Lamia yawned sword. As Lamia reached out toward the sky, the hilt of the esteemed crimson sword materialized in her hand. Her slender fingers squeezed themselves tightly around it, drawing out the treasured sword, the symbol of Alakia, the fiery red, scintillating flame, trapped within the blade, seared into his eyes. He was glad. He always kept his eyes narrowed. Thanks to it, his eyeballs would still have been protected, even if his eyelids had been scorched. Carrying those trivial, useless thoughts within, Bristet's lifted up his fist, curled around one of his fingers. Was a ring. It was proof that he was the prime minister of the Valakian Empire. It was a meteor imbued with mana of the element of fire. Lamia, I have already seen that. The coldness in Lamia's gaze retained its ice, having already seen the meteor in action at the imperial capital within the Crystal Palace, inside the throne room. Bristet's advance was terribly slow, and his last resort had already been subjugated once. On the other hand, his opponent possessed one of the 10 enchanted swords, which wielded power relative to the top echelon of the world. Bristet's, Your Excellency. He knew it would take less than a single second for her to cut him down and reduce him to cinders. Despite that, out of his entire life, which spanned close to 70 years, so far Bristet's made full use of the longest second he had lived. And then he told his master what he had told her in the past once again. Bristet's, we have lost. Bristet's threw down his raised fist as he spoke, pointing the ring at the floor. There he activated the meteor flame, swelled up, and burst out beneath his feet, augmenting the elder's sluggish advance with blazing momentum. With great intensity, Bristet's entire body barreled towards Lamia. Lamia's golden eyes widened upon seeing the old man's body throw itself at her from up close in those wide gold-colored optics. There was a reflection belonging to Bristet's Fondalfin. Gazing into the face that Bristet saw in her eyes, Lamia continued to hold up the Yong sword and... Lamia, so you were capable of making such a frustrated face. They were lady and vassal, with a long-lasting affiliation, while maintaining a respectable distance, who never had a heart-o-heart conversation with one another. For the first time, Lamia's enigmatic vassal displayed an expression that she had never seen before on that face full of wrinkles and thin eyes narrowed to the point that his pupils were not visible. The elderly man appeared as if he were about to cry, her hands stilled. Brisette's and Lamia's bodies met each other heating. Unable to mitigate the force of the explosion, the two hurtled into the wall of the carriage in a tangle of limbs. They were slated towards a wall that had been torn down by the pruning core breaking, and they were thrown out just like that. Squeezing tightly with fingers as bare as a withered tree, the elderly man grabbed onto the dress of the beautiful girl and refused to let go. Without separating from one another, their bodies were forcefully ejected out of the couple-dragon carriage. 7. In that instant, a shockwave struck all of the countless Lamia Godwins that had appeared within the couple-dragon carriages. Lamia. The Lamias fighting Gaz Ralph and the Lamias fighting Garfield Tinsel, the Lamias fighting Roswell L. Mathers, the Lamias fighting Amelia, and the Lamias in the other parts of Dragon Carriage were all affected by the shock simultaneously. A divine protection is a blessing that can be bestowed upon lives born into this world. Their true natures have not been elucidated to this day, and much is still shrouded in mystery. However, regarding divine protections, many hold a single conviction that they intuitively understand. That is, that divine protections affect the soul of the ones to whom they are granted and the ones on which they are targeted. Whether this is true or not has never been proven. However, this much can be said. Brisette's Von Dalfin was thrown out of the dragon carriage with one of the Lamia Godwins, and they were both excluded from the effects of the divine protection of wind evasion at the same time. And then, as one of the Lamia Godwins brought her sword down on Vincent Valakia, and both Medium O'Connell and Jamal O'Reilly failed to block the attack, it was also the very moment when tragedy was about to strike in front of Flop O'Connell and Kadia O'Reilly. Lamia HK, as if having been struck by a gust of wind, the body of Lamia, who had raised up her yang sword, was pushed back. At that moment, neither Lamia nor Medium and the others understood what had happened. However, the truth was that Vincent, who had been pulled down, extended his leg and kicked Lamia backward. Then behind Lamia, who had been punted away, the door connecting to the adjacent car was breached. Lamia, a rainbow brilliance danced, and the pruning core standing before the door were cut down. Slipping past the light of that rainbow, 3 small silhouettes scrambled into the car. One of them held up their hand, and a faint glow surrounded the 3 silhouettes, speeding them up as they rushed into the one in the middle, who was holding hands with the previous silhouette, shouted out, "Boy Lamia Godwin." With a raised voice, such was the shout of the black-haired boy, who was holding hands with 2 girls on either side. The girl in the dress had produced the glow. The young black-haired boy had called out that name, and the last one who had leapt in with the hand opposite to the one that was linked with the boy, she reached out. Girl EA. Retracting her hand after touching the back that she had leapt towards, she stripped off the name of the poison princess. Chapter 28. Siblings of the Empire. 1. A premonition had emerged within him. When the stargazer Audiobook had named her the light that would save the Empire, he had racked his brains in earnestness and plunged into thinking. Just how could she possibly become the nemesis to the resurrected dead? Just what about her was Una-like other humans? Being a kind girl, being earnest, being able to endure for someone, all that was wonderful, but those conditions applied to others as well. It was not that but a specialty she alone was endowed with and no others were. Subaru, the authority of gluttony. Even if she wished to part with her past of having been a St. Archbishop, that cross shan't ever let her loose. Subaru had pledged to her that he shan't let her loose from bearing that cross. She had pledged to Subaru that she would not escape bearing that cross. Thus therein lied hope. Subaru, I have the authority of sloth and greed, the abominable which cult the abhorrent St. Archbishops. Betelgeuse Romani Conti and Regulus Corneas, the authorities they wielded, were now through many series of events within the deepest depths of Subarus. Why had this happened repulsed, as though they had passed a baton onto him? Subaru did not confront it with gravitas as befit, but that was no longer possible for him. For her, for Subaru, who chose her, he must confront it, and so. Subaru, if you're going to choose a life as Spike and not Louis Arneb, then you should be able to change even the way the authority is used, just as I have. There were 2 sides to every coin. All tools depended on the way they were used. No, not just tools. Whether a person became good or was lacquered with evil, it was oneself who drew the final line. There existed circumstances where something of such sort eluded capability, but she had been bestowed the opportunity to do such. Leigh Baden-Catos of gourmet, Roy Alfred of bizarre eating, Louis Arneb of satiation. Wielding the power, they were endowed with ones who became sinners never to be forgiven by the world. possessing the same power as him, an atoner who walked the path of indemnifying the world. Subaru start eating, the inextricably intertwined siblings who etched an antecedent of evil. The atoner would eat anew their antecedent, the deeds of the sinners who inherited the names of stars. The newborn girl who eclipsed Star Spica of star-eating Spica EA, calling the names of those resurrected in vessels concocted of earth whose memories were sealed within bugs. The star-eating of the girl, bestowed with the name of the Alpha Virgines, was activated with a protruding hand with the touch of her fingers. He knew of an empty place, white, where naught held meaning, the place where the elements of all souls, be they beautiful or sullied, were scoured and born anew, eating their role, that of those who had been hauled down from that place, eating their fate, such that those souls could never again be food for another, eating the deeds of the sin archbishops affixed with the names of star-eating came to materialize. Spica Elioye, too, that instant the Lamias were all engulfed by the wind, halting their movements. Gaz Ralphin, as he bore searing wounds all over his body, did not miss this fleeting opportunity. Gaz got you. In the midst of battle, he was exposed to the threat of the encroaching Yang sword from every direction. However, Gaz shed his flame-engulfed armor, enduring the onslaught. As he skillfully handled each attack, Gaz closed his eyes as would fight undiminished, devoting himself to the sounds around him. Thanks to the divine protection of wind evasion, he could concentrate on the sounds of the Lamias. He opposed with more than 20 Lamias, and the sound between all of them remaining identical. Gaz understood that he was facing a truly formidable foe. But for all the identical Lamias, their compatibility against Gaz was the worst possible. For some unknown reason, all the Lamias had collapsed simultaneously. It must have been Vincent's doing. The Valachian emperor, to whom Gaz swore loyalty, had prepared a means to break the deadlock. Even in such a situation, it was enough to bring Gaz to the brink of tears. Holding back his emotions, Gaz raised his mace, and twisting the middle of his long handle, he disassembled it into the two parts of the striking head, and using the shaft, he struck the striking head with great force. In an instant, the shockwave of sound that erupted crashed against only the collapsed Lamias. Lamia, the golden mace wielded by Gaz, combining a long spear-like handle with a spherical striking head, was a masterpiece forged exclusively for his use. Weighing as much as 10 men with a single swing, when combined with Gaz's Herculean strength and exceptional ears, it realized a technique unattainable for others. Each and every living organism possessed vibrations unique to themselves, and a howl which could strike one's opponents with those same vibrations in the form of sound had been attained by Gaz. Contrary to his bold and dauntless appearance, Gaz Ralphin possessed ears that could distinguish even the nuances in the sound of the wind, and he had the skill of a genius who could delicately perform with any and all musical instruments. That deadly howl was precisely why Gaz was known as the Lion Knight. Once he had seized her unique vibrations in the heat of battle, Gaz's howl assailed Lamiano. It assailed all the Lamias, causing the cracks within each of them to grow, shattering the undead princesses. The same events transpired in various carriages separate to Gaz's battlefield. Deeming flames to be ineffective against the Yang sword, and instead confronted Lamia and the pruning core with blades of wind and landslides of earth, was Roswell. Using the immense strength from his beastification, his beastly claws ferociously tearing through Lamia, the pruning core, and even the dragon carriage itself, was Garfield. Reinforcing the dragon carriages with ice, as they were destroyed one after the other, slipping past a group of ice sculptures she had created to take on the pruning core and battling with the Lamias, was Emilia. Everyone aboard the coupled dragon carriages did not overlook the moments of opportunity that had been created in an unexpected way. They did not overlook the fleeting instance, believing that someone, even if they did not know who would create such a moment. With the radiant Yang sword in hand, the Lamia Godwins were shattered one after the other. 3. Lamia HK. Spica AU. Clenching down on her molars, Lamia spun her body around and slammed her long legs against the girl who had touched her back. Spica, receiving Lamia's kick, Spica's body was violently blown away. Subaru, who had been holding Spica's hand, and Beatrice flew an excessive amount together. There was a reason for that other than simply the strength of Lamia's legs due to the effects of Beatrice's. Murak, the gravity applied to Subaru, and the other two had decreased as much as possible, and they had become as light as ping-pong balls. Subaru, good Julius on it. Slipping under Subaru and the others who had been sent flying, Julius stepped towards Lamia. Tearing through the dust of the pruning core which he had cut down the thrust of the knight, sword clad in rainbow, as it was unleashed upon Lamia, housing an aurora. Julius' sword thrust even cut through the great shears of the powerful soldiers, as if they were pudding. However, the Yang sword held by Lamia released a light and heat more intense than the brilliant rainbow of Julius' sword, and halted the blow from the thrusting attack heathen. As light erupted upon the clash of sword on sword, Julius and Lamia both repelled each other. Both parties counterattacked immediately, and the next sword fight did not begin. Lamia, even in the Imperial selection ceremony, you never once did things by your own hand, now did you? Vincent, yes, that is correct. Loosening her lips, Lamia muttered those words like a sigh. Responding to that was Abel, who stood directly behind her. In Abel's hand was gripped a half-melted barbarian sword, and although the blade had become short and dull, it still was able to pierce through Lamia's back. Lamia, at long last, you finally feel inclined to use your own hands to kill your blood-related sibling. An undead's weak point was neither their heart, nor their cranium operating within the vessels of earth with the core bugs discovered by Beatrice and Roswell. As long as that remained intact, the activity of an undead would not come to a halt. However, the Yong's sword, its red blade pointed to the floor, was dropped with a swaying motion before the tip of the falling Yong's sword could pierce the floor. It vanished as if it was swallowed by the air. And the reason why Lamia had let it fall was because the tips of her fingers had crumbled, and thus she was no longer able to hold a sword. Lamia, twisting her body with the barbarian sword still skewered through her body, Lamia shook free from Abel's hand. Taking tottering steps, her dying body was such that it seemed like anybody could take a weapon and cause her to fully crumble to pieces with just a single strike. In fact, Jamal swung his melted twin swords around, displaying his intent to slash at her, but Abel held him back by reaching his arm out. Then, gasping very feeble breaths, Lamia looked back at Abel, and Lamia, it seems that neither father nor Barthor nor Yzma have come back after all those two were satisfied. Vincent, Lamia. Those brief words left behind by Lamia had caused Abel's sable eyes to waver. Seeing that single reaction, Lamia narrowed her lifeless Aurelian eyes, and her cracked face of pallid hue contorted into a smile. It was an awfully devilish smile. Lamia, General First Class Temeglyph. Immediately after Lamia's expression changed, and she called out a name with a shrill voice. It was not a name that was known to Subaru, but for several of the people currently present, that name held immense significance. Of course, that also went for the very person whose name was called. Out! Julius Alclauseria. With an instantaneous reaction, it was Julius who briskly painted an aurora of rainbow. Springing the tip of his readied sword up, Julius borrowed the power of his spirits and created a barrier of intense light. Thanks to Julius' quick judgment, the lives of everyone in the carriage had been saved. But at the same time, since the aurora laid out in order to protect them had hindered their mobilization, they were slow on the next move. Responding to Lamia's call, a bullet of light had come from the side of the coupled dragon carriages and perforated the wagon. The bullet-like object had blown away the wall of the dragon carriage, and the aurora had prevented it from shooting out the people inside. However, a light orb that had not been stopped was able to tear off the roof, and it fully exposed the inside of the carriage. Slicing through the air and approaching the exposed wagon was one from the flock of undead flying dragons that had been deploying the pruning core one after the other. No, it was one that had mastered acrobatic flight, to an extent utterly incomparable to that of the rest of them. Clad in a fierce wind, that dark undead flying dragon swooped down upon the dragon carriage and snatched up Lamia. Having dropped the Yong's sword, Lamia's arm had already been reduced back to its shoulder, and she was swept up into the air, set astride the undead flying dragon. The undead who performed that act was Julius Balleroy Vincent Balleroy Flop Balleroy. At that unexpected figure, several voices of astonishment were raised, but one among them was most potent with shock, and at the same time it was the most heartbroken. Medium Belibro, her blue eyes opened wide. Medium's mutter was met with no response from the undead she had called out to. Only pulling the reins of the undead flying dragon he was mounted on, he immediately ascended with Lamia snatched in his arms. As the undead rode the undead flying dragon, it faced its head toward the rear of the dragon carriage and flew in that opposite direction. As much as the coupled dragon carriages ran, as much as the undead flying dragon flew, the distance between the two of them increased. Medium Belibro Balabru, losing control of herself and stretching out her arms, Medium tried to chase the silhouette that had immediately faded out of sight. From behind, Flop jumped at his little sister and put a stop to her rash actions. The pruning core still remained in the coupled dragon carriages. Pruning core, RHHHHH. Those who covered their faces with black helmets raised a deep roar and fiercely raised their great shears overhead. It was just as if their collective will was to try and fulfill their master's escape. In the past, when their master was killed in the Imperial selection ceremony, that was something they'd been unable to accomplish due to being defeated by the Blue Lightning. So now that they've been turned into undead, that was a dying wish they would attempt to fulfill. Anastasia, everybody don't lose focus till it's all over. Anastasia shouted a command, and Julius, being the first to receive that ardor, burst into action. Those who could fight took up their weapons and clashed heating with the pruning core, who had just raised their own spirits. Thus the current clash annihilated them down to their very last soldier. But having bought time until their master could make her escape, there was no doubt that the final moments of this raid by the pruning core had certainly blossomed into a flower of success. For, around the same time when Balleroy Temaglyph had snatched up Lamia Godwin and flew away, far, far away, collapsed on the tracks left behind by the speeding coupled dragon carriages, the old man covered his face with his hands. His entire body creaked in pain, and his hideously burnt legs impotently cried out, yet neither the pain nor his inflamed wounds were things the old man had desired. Pain and wounds and the like, he gave not the slightest care. Why had he failed to die yet again? I was given an opportunity. To the old man who was lying on his back, cursing his own disgraceful self, she said so. She was not in human form, but her supple yet strong, beastly appearance epitomized what the humans of the Valachian Empire deemed to be superior and beautiful. Acting with the forces that were left behind at the rear of the dragon carriage, chasing after the coupled dragon carriages in order to deliver a message, she had certainly witnessed the figure of the old man leaping out with the flames of the meteor. And just before the old man was about to slam against the ground, she had snatched him away from death. Man by opportunity, you mean. Woman, when you were thrown out of the dragon carriage, I could not have made it to you in time with these legs of mine, but the undead that flew out with you sent you flying. Man, woman, in that brief bit of time my legs were able to make it, that is all I am able to say. Shaking her head slowly, the beautiful golden-furred leopard informed the old man. He understood what she had said along with the intentions behind it. However, he did not know the absolute truth. Perhaps that person had merely pushed the old man who had jumped at her side, finding him bothersome. She was a person whose true intentions he was not able to understand in the slightest. Thus, him having no idea about what someone else was thinking was something that applied to every member of the Valachian imperial family. So you were capable of making such a frustrated face. Bristet's HK, recalling her surprised expression when she had said that the old man's throat clogged up on something. Just what that was even the old man did not know. He just had this one thought. Bristet, if you even went as far as to kill your younger sister, to kill Her Excellency Lamia in order to obtain this empire, then take responsibility. Fulfill your duty as Emperor HK. Was he perhaps a sheep or a goat that had disguised even his own for merely feigning? As a sword wolf, the old man, who was simultaneously none of these things, and still somewhat all of them, wrung his voice out. Those were his own true feelings that lay deep within his eyes, narrowed to the thinness of threads. The old man, Imperial Prime Minister Bristet von Dalfin, reflected upon the shame of his life and wrung it out as words. 5. The Crystal Palace, often appraised as the world's most beautiful castle, had undergone a major change to its state of affairs. The undead roamed freely within its walls, and the wounds from the recent conflict that was centered in the imperial capital had not healed in the slightest, remaining there was only death and destruction, without the counterparts of life and restoration. For this reason, the Crystal Palace had lost its original beauty, and had become a dreadful realm of rampant repulsiveness. However, quietly opening the eyelids that contained those crimson eyes was a being who, even in this realm of suffering, had not lost their beauty. Her long orange hair was unraveled and frayed, her luxurious blood-red dress was torn all over, her snow-white skin was marred by dust and grime, but none of it tarnished her allure in the slightest. For those who were truly beautiful possessed traits that had no need for any superficial adornment. But then again, woman, compared to your current appearance, even frayed hair and torn clothing appear as excellent as gold. That is something that you would say, Priska. At the sickly sweet tone of voice that called her by her old name, Priscilla Buriel narrowed her eyes. Her arms were raised overhead, restrained by special chains, and her appearance was that of a prisoner of war being forced to stand despite this. There was not the slightest hint of vulnerability in Priscilla's eyes or demeanor. After all, no matter where she was restrained and made to stand, there was not a single reason for her to yield. Priscilla, who had been locked in the dungeon of the Crystal Palace in the imperial capital of Lipagana, was skeptical of the one who had expressly come to visit her, the now undead Lamia Godwin. She appeared to be the same age as when she had died 9 years ago, and while she possessed the skin and eyes that were characteristic of the undead, her alluring presence that had earned her the name of the Poison Princess was very much intact. With her dress in tatters and half her body destroyed, she was now but a mere shadow of her former self. Since she was an undead, she should have been able to restore the parts that had crumbled. Even if that was not the case, she could easily just transfer herself to a new earthen vessel, having observed the undead, and made those inferences Priscilla then understood. She grasped why Lamia, who despised unsightliness and disgracefulness to the extreme, had appeared before her in such a sorry state. Priscilla, what, are you going to die yet again, Lamia? Lamia, my, that is quite the way to speak to your elder sister. But indeed, after all, my connection to the empty box has been severed. No, it is more like the connection has been eaten. Priscilla. Lamia, yes, listen to this. Prisca Vincentiisima did this to me with his own hands. This is something he has never done for you whom he holds so dear, right? Lamia placed her hand, still intact, though about to crumble, over her mouth and laughed. Whether or not that was something that merited boasting was a matter of one's own sense of values. But Priscilla just sniffed quietly at her reaction. Lamia narrowed her Aurelian eyes and said, Lamia, truly, it has been quite dull apart from you and Vincent Naisama. There exists nobody else capable of holding a proper conversation with me. Priscilla, albeit between you and myself the number of proper conversations had could be counted on one's fingers. Lamia, it is not a matter of quantity, foolish little sister. With that murmur from Lamia, the hand she had placed over her mouth had crumbled and vanished. Slowly Lamia was losing what was left of her form, since she stood directly before her. The sight filled Priscilla's vision, whether she wanted to see it or not. However, Priscilla did not shut her eyelids. Those crimson eyes trained their gaze on Lamia, and with that gaze trained upon her, Priscilla, if your role has concluded, swiftly make your exit, Lamia. Once more mine self shall attend your deathbed. At Priscilla's words, Lamia raised her eyebrows slightly, then with a smile akin to sweet, sweet poison. Lamia, such an unlovable little sister. As far as Priscilla could remember, those were the exact same words and smile as her final moments from the time she was alive. 6. For a final convo between fellow sisters, was that enough to satisfy you? To Priscilla, who had just witnessed the end of Lamia, the light-hearted voice of a man called out from somewhere. Turning her face in the direction of the faint footsteps, she met eyes with the undead who had descended the dungeon staircase, wearing a dauntless expression, golden brilliance looming within black. He possessed eyes shared by all undead. However, just like Lamia, the atmosphere, he exuded set him apart from the other undead of poor craftsmanship. Priscilla, so it was you that is the one who brought Lamia back to palace. She sure was a tough cookie now, wasn't she, with her body in such a state? She came down to the basement all on her own, as expected of a noble Valachian princess. As an imperial citizen myself, it makes me rather proud. Priscilla, for a rebel who turned his fangs on the emperor, those words are plenty shameless. I ain't got any ground to stand on if you say that to me, but if it's in the sense of being a rogue to the empire, there ain't much of a difference between myself and lady. With such a manner of speaking, the standing figure stepped forth out of the darkness. The person's form clearly entering her vision, Priscilla confirmed the guess she had made based on voice alone. The name of this undead was Balroy Temiglyph, a former member of the Empire's 9 divine generals. And in the past, he was an acquaintance of Priscilla's during the times when she had still been in the Empire. That was when Priscilla had been the wife of an imperial mid-class count, her first husband. Nonetheless, this was not a case of the living and the dead, renewing an old friendship from bygone days. Priscilla, what business have you? 'Tis impossible to think your foolish question earlier was a whole purpose. Balroy, of course, ascertaining the last moments of Her Excellency Lamia was part of my job, but I've also brought a meal from Lady. While saying that, Balroy raised a silver platter that he had been hiding behind his back. With a similar silver lid resting on top, it adhered to the formalities one would see in a restaurant. But as Priscilla narrowed her crimson eyes, Priscilla needless. Balroy, well, now that goes without saying. After all, we're all dead, right? Since we ain't got the need for food, it's unthinkable that we'd have food for living people like M'lady. If I didn't bring anything of rare beauty, would have been ruined. The color of his skin bereft of life, Balroy smiled as he lifted the lid off the meal. Then a warm steam and aroma diffused, and Priscilla closed one eye at the dish before her. For something made by an undead, it appeared to be rather respectable cooking. Balroy, unfortunately, I couldn't sample it since my sense of taste is gone, but I've got experience with cooking, so I don't think it'll taste bad. Oh, please forgive me for giving you the cuisine of commoners, Priscilla. As Priscilla remained silent, Balroy took the fork that was on the platter and used it to stab the food. Then he brought it towards her mouth. Priscilla's arms were bound to the ceiling. She knew she had no choice but to do that, but, Priscilla, I shall lop off your head with my own hands. Calmly announcing that Priscilla ingested the food presented to her. It was not bad, but it was cheap even when using ingredients from inside the palace. If the skills and conceptions of the chef were cheap, the finished product could not be designated as high quality. At Priscilla's silent pressure, Ballards gave a wry smile with the face of an undead. Within that smile, Priscilla caught a glimpse of something other than what was being directed towards herself. Balroy, now this just reminded me about how there was a time in the past when I fed a young lass like this, since she was locked up as punishment for causing mischief. Sensing a change in atmosphere, Balroy divulged the true meaning behind his wry smile. While sensing displeasure in his answer, Priscilla voiced a wipe to have him wipe her mouth, and then, Priscilla, for what reason are you lot destroying the Empire in resurrection? What is it you desire? Balroy, it ain't my place to give an answer for former, but the latter is quite simple. Upon receiving that question, his wry smile from just before and his light-hearted tone, both disappearing, Balroy responded, In response to the change in atmosphere surrounding Balleroy, Priscilla became alert once again inside of him. No, it had been in Lamia too, was that definite indignation. Without betraying Priscilla's impression, Balleroy, the desires of the dead have been fixed since the dawn of time. It's to clear up any remaining grudges or pent-up resentment, indeed revealing the heartfelt desires of the undead. Balleroy Temeglyph spilled those words in a voice of lifeless laughter. 7. Man, did I get killed fucking hell. Kicking off the wet road with a splash, he turned the corner ahead of him with vigor. That instant his hips slammed against a wooden crate directly in front of him, and he forcefully tumbled over as he screamed in awe. Inside the helmet, as it crashed against the wet stone pavement, pain flashed through his forehead, and he saw a spark in his vision. But as a halo of birds spun above his head, this was not a situation in which he could afford to collapse. Placing his right hand on the ground, he had no choice but to hurry and get back up. If he did not do so, the man would come garbed in black, the one who wished to observe him, the one known as Viva, the dissector, would come. Man, if I don't hell make my organs spill out again, Viva, I have already come got it. Manhaka. Feeling a chill in his lungs, he drew the blue dragon sword from the back of his waist in the blink of an eye, lacking any technique or form. He swung it around in order to hit his opponent through brute force sweeps, no matter where he may be. However, though it ought to have landed a hit no matter where the opponent was, the blue dragon sword missed. Instead, a scorching pain passed through his armpit, and the blue dragon sword slipped right out his hand. Mangahaka. Viva resistance is futile. Got it. Even in the best of circumstances, the conditions you meet differ from those of the others. Got it. If you shed blood in futility, unable to conform to the Emperor's desires, you will be of no value. Got it. Constricting the arm where the blood was spurting out of his armpit, he struggled in vain, trying to reduce the amount of blood he was losing. He would have wanted to support the open wound with his opposite hand, if possible, but it had already been too long since he said goodbye to that arm for such a wish to be granted. Behind him, as he let out cries of pain, dual-wielding curved-edged knives and concealing his mouth with a black cloth, a blue-haired undead turned to face him. The pair of golden eyes glared at him, intently observing him as he shed blood. That his opponent enjoyed gradually torturing people to death was not the case as long as he believed what Viva had said several dozens of times up till now. His opponent's aim was experimentation. Using the body of a living person, it seemed there were things he wished to ascertain, likely that was something he'd been doing over and over since the time he had been alive, which was why his alias was a dissector. Man, so neither can I fight, nor can I escape. I want to move on to the next one. So, could you just make it painless? Viva, to make it painless would be illogical. Got it. It is not as though I wish to torment you. There are merely things I wish to ascertain. Got it. Man, as I thought, so be it. Giving up all hope that he could reason with his opponent, he shifted his gaze towards his fallen blue dragon sword. Fortunately, it was not lying very far from him, and it seemed like he would be able to jump to it. The problem would be whether he would be successful in cutting off his own head, or not. If he failed, the suffering would be hopelessly prolonged. This was no time to hesitate. Manhaka. A judgment was made in 1 second. A resolve was settled in 1 second. Not even 1 second was needed for him to burst into action before the dissector could commence his malevolent deeds. The man immediately dived towards the blue dragon sword without warning. Viva's response to that act was a move too slow, and in that opening, he would use the blade of the blue dragon sword to slice through his own neck. No, isn't it a little too soon to abandon this life and move on to the hereafter? As he tried to slice with the blue dragon sword, something was pinning the blade down against the ground. From what he could see, what had done that was a small leg, and continuing upward was a slender waist and a crazy smile. Standing on the blue dragon sword with one leg was a reckless act of a child wearing a Japanese-style outfit. Viva, a child, this is yet another undesired condition. Got it. Upon the entry of that child, Viva spun the 2 knives in his hands, and without a shred of hesitation, attempted to drive the same attack that had gouged a man's armpit into the vitals of the child. It was the most horrible routine of rendering the arms and legs useless, then proceeding to perform an inspection on the internal organs. Seeing those blades close in on him, the child raised an eyebrow and, "Child ho-ho, to completely ignore the sudden pretensions of an intruder, I must say bravo, although." Viva HK. In the subsequent instant, Viva's head, his eyes wide open, came flying off from his torso. The child had kicked the hand gripping the knife Viva had tried to swing, and as that arm shattered, it was instead Viva's own head that had been severed off by his own knife. And then the child nimbly switched the foot he had standing on the blue dragon sword, and his next kick perforated what remained of Viva's torso, and the body of the undead, on which dissection would not be required, was pulverized to smithereens. Child, unfortunately, co-starring with a villain of poor taste such as yourself, is NG. In contrast to the death battle he was taking part in, the child declared so in a frivolous tone. On the opposite side of that remark, the head of Viva, whose body had been destroyed, gave an astonished expression as it crumbled to dust engulfed by the winds of the imperial capital. The man could do nothing but watch with a dumbfounded look on his face in his collapsed state, and still with one leg raised, the child turned to face him. Child, pardon me for standing on top of your sword. You see the floor is wet. Right, would be really uncomfortable for me if my Zori got wet. So that's why I'm acting like this. Man, I don't really mind it, though. Looking up at the dim-witted pose of the child with one leg raised, he got himself up from his collapsed position and plopped himself down into sitting cross-legged, just as the child said it was unpleasant for his, but to get wet, but he was already in a state where it was too late for that no matter what he did. Man, more importantly, I want to ask someone to lend me a hand for things that aren't too late. Yet, could I count on you to help me out? Child, having only one arm would certainly be an inconvenience. That considerably striking form is exceedingly favorable for me, so it would be a waste if we parted here. That shall do fine. Giving an indifferent smile, the child vigorously added, however, and pointed at the roof of the building directly next to them. Child, as I have informed you, I don't want to get my Zori wet, so let's move to higher ground first. Until then, please take care not to lose blood, Mr. Helmet. Man, my name is Al Yu Yencha Boy. Child, Yencha, boy, the way you speak is kind of similar to boss. As the child roared with laughter, the man still constricting his armpit, Al gave a long sigh. The child was clearly not an ordinary person, but Al could keenly feel the influence of a certain someone who knew many of the words that the boy was spewing out. Whether this encounter would turn out to be a good thing or a bad thing, either way. Al, wait for me, Priscilla. I no matter what will definitely save you. 8. Strength no longer remaining in its 3 heads, a colossal body finally lay limp on the ground. With wings torn asunder and many ninja tools piercing its body, even when most of what could be said to be vital points were pierced and destroyed, it was difficult to tell just which had been the fatal strike. If there was just one thing he could say. Halibel, this won't do. I ain't good against zombies that ain't human, that's for darn sure. Waving his sleeves about, Halibel muttered as he watched the 3-headed dragon entirely turn to dust. The 3 additional bodies that had split off from himself also disappeared, and he took a lengthy breath from the exhaustion. As expected, fighting against an opponent on the level of a dragon took a whole lot of effort. If possible, he never wanted to be put on monster extermination duty again. Halibel, though that may be so, Lil Anna, and the rest of them said something like the same girl could keep becoming a zombie. If that was true, it was also quite possible that the 3-headed he had just defeated would reappear. Next time, Halibel would probably win again, but he was unsure if they would be in an environment where people nearby would not get dragged into the fight. Moreover, he would feel uneasy as a higher guard if his hands were busy during that occasion. Julius was also quite competent by Anastasia's side, but Halibel seems like he ain't up to my level. Cracking the joints in his neck, he set fire to the Kizaru, which he had not smoked during the battle, and inhaled its fumes. From there, after ascertaining that the 3-headed's body had fully disappeared, he turned around in search of the couple dragon carriages which had left behind as they ran far, far away into the distance. And then, Halibel, golly, after working so dang hard, I kind of want some candy. Oops, I'd die if I were to eat candy. While grumbling those words, he began to chase after the tracks left behind by the dragon carriages as they continued into the distance. Yendi. Bonus short stories. The Land of Wolves. Death unto the weak, mercy be none. Translation pending. Anastasia's search for her companions. First Chronicle 1. Around the same time that Emilia's group was planning to smuggle themselves into the Valachian Empire following Natsuki Subaru's disappearance from the Pleiades watchtower. Anastasia, yep, looks quite nice as expected. A handsome man's a handsome man. No matter what he wears, that's for darn sure. Julius, it is an honor to receive your praise. Seeing Julia's sharp kimono-clad figure in front of her, Anastasia joined her hands before her chest, and she became convinced that her own selection had not been mistaken. His knight's uniform also suited Julius, but with his looks the shades of a kimono, gave him a little more freedom to play around. The coloring and patterns of kimonos were much more flashy than the general clothing of the kingdom of Lagunica, and if the wearer's radiance did not lose out, then the overall sense of glamour would be multiplied. She praised herself for drawing out the maximum quality from the talented individual known as Julius Juculius. Anastasia, if I'm being honest, it would have been better if we could have prepared a special order kimono to precisely fit Julius instead of a ready-made one, but we ain't got the time, so that's too bad. Julius, there is no need to be so concerned, as this kimono fits my body well enough. At least it poses no hindrance to my movement. I am surprised. Anastasia, H.M. Julius, this is my first time wearing this kind of Hueso-style clothing, but it has far more functionality than one would presume based on its exterior appearance Just like with anything, there is so much one cannot know until it is experienced firsthand. Anastasia Fufu, the most important thing is that you're pleased with it. I ain't really able to tell the difference, but it seems to have a surprisingly good reputation among people who move a lot, while fighting one of the famous people in the Empire also supposedly likes ReZero. Anastasia nodded at Julius as he moved his arms to get a feel for the kimono he was wearing. ReZero was one part of the Wafa culture that was unique to the Kararaji city-states, and it was very familiar to Anastasia, who was born in Kararaji. Recently, seldom had she wore a kimono, but that was just because she had been trying to assert the impression that as a royal selection candidate, she wanted to familiarize herself with the customs of the Kingdom of Lagunica. As a person from another country, not to mention a representative for a trading company of that other country, the handling of her impression was very important. And that was the same as how Julius was now wearing a kimono-like. Almost didn't recognize you, Julius. I guess a handsome. Man's a handsome man, no matter what he wears. Then after he had finished changing, Ricardo examined his face inside the shop and gave a big hearty laugh with his mouth. Julius widened his eyes at Ricardo's compliment, and Anastasia placed her hand on her forehead. At the reaction of the pair, Ricardo tilted his head with a what? It is nothing, Ricardo. Those were just the exact same word of praise that Anna gave to Julius. It seems like Anna got embarrassed by that. Ricardo, come on now, don't you worry about such minor things. Me and the young miss known each other since she was a tiny lass. I also think that way this is what makes a maiden's heart so complicated. Anastasia, hey, don't say things like that on your own, geez, since when did you go and become a spokesperson for my heart? Rebuking Ricardo, and the one who took advantage of Anastasia's silence to talk about this, and that on their own Anastasia hit the base of her neck. The foxscarf that her hand touched was Echidna, who had been Anastasia's partner for many years. For a long time, Echidna's existence had been hidden even from Ricardo, but ever since the incident at the Watergate City, the circumstances were revealed, and Echidna had been getting on well with Ricardo and the others. Echidna, well, from my perspective, it was just that I had no opportunities to converse. So it has been a one-sided fellowship for 10 years now. On the other hand, I think the adaptability of Ricardo and the others ought to be commended. Ricardo, I was real darn surprised about that, but as Echidna says, I wouldn't find it too strange if the young miss is still hiding a thing or two from us. Is that huge handbag gonna start speaking as well? Anastasia, it won't, well, I wouldn't really mind if it did, though, responding so to that good relationship between Echidna and Ricardo. Deep down, it was something that relieved Anastasia. Even though Ricardo spoke in that manner, secrets were things that could easily become causes for misfortune, even after going on for so many years, she ought to think of herself as blessed. The fact that Ricardo was a person of such character had saved Anastasia, both back then and now. Anastasia, I really hit the darn bullseye when I looked at Ricardo and chose him as the first member of my camp. If life was a series of looking at things and choosing, then Anastasia's first choice had been that. And now, after bouncing from place to place, Anastasia had brought him with her all the way to this position in such an important bout. Then, Anastasia, well then have you steeled yourself, Julius. Julius, indeed, wearing this kimono, I believe both my body and mind are firm. Let us proceed. Returning a reliable answer, Julius straightened his posture, and together with him Echidna and Ricardo, Anastasia proceeded outside of the store. And for the first time in a while, she set foot onto the soil of her birthplace, that of the Kararaji city-states. 2. In the midst of the ongoing royal selection of the kingdom of Lagunica, Anastasia Hashin broke the prohibition that she had intended to avoid doing for as long as possible and made her return to the Kararaji city-states. The reason that was a prohibited move, of course, was because there was concern that it would negatively influence her in the royal selection. As the head of a large company in Kararaji, the Hashin trading company Anastasia had made use of that supporting base, but the scale of that influence served as a double-edged sword. Of course, the people of the kingdom were not favorable to influence from other countries getting stronger. That was a sensible fact harbored by all those belonging to the kingdom regardless, if they were an expert or just an ordinary citizen. Anastasia, it's a bit troublesome if you just say, for some reason people's choices and decisions are something that can be swayed by their mood a whole lot more than they think for some reason. I hate it. For some reason, I don't like it. There ain't a single good thing about thinking like that. If it was concerning likes and dislikes that had reasons behind them, then it would be easy to take measures to compensate. However, it was hard to search for measures regarding fickle likes and dislikes that had no reasons. Therefore, there was also the fear that they would be easily overlooked. Hence, Anastasia had taken various measures to ensure that these, for some reasons, did not damage her. Wearing clothes that were not ReZero and returning to Kararaji as little as possible, all of it, was in order to not grant any careless, for some reasons, to the people who paid attention to Anastasia's every move. However, Julius Anastasia, you have settled your resolve to return to the Karaji city-states in addition. That is not for your own sake, for the sake of Subaru, and Emiliasma, who are of a different camp. Anastasia, I just want to settle this debt. As soon as possible it would have been fine if it had been me doing the lending. But this time no matter. How you look at it, I was on the Borwin. And it ain't to my leaking Julius. Anastasia, geez, what's with those eyes? As Julius maintained silence at Anastasia's reply, she reflexively slapped her knees and raised her eyebrows, but seeing that reaction, Julius just said, "Pardon me," and shook his head sideways. Feeling somewhat avoided, Anastasia rested her chin in her hands in discontent. Currently, Anastasia's group was using beast carriages to cross the border between the kingdom of Laguncia and the Karaji city-states, and they were heading for the Karajan city of Avada. Anastasia and the Karaji city-states, the mayors of the 10 big cities, got some real influential voices, but Avada is one of them 10 cities, and it's the place where the Hashin Trading Company is located. Julius, in Anastasia-sama's absence, who has been managing the company in Karaji. Ricardo the Young miscommunicates with letters, but most matters are handled by the Vice President Chuden. Uncle Chuden, he always gives Mimi snacks. So I like him, he's really fat. Oh, Wunchin, you shouldn't speak like that. Hitaro chided Mimi, who had made such a comment, while flapping her short legs with a pitter-patter. Accompanying them on their journey was a sibling duo of Mimi and Hitaro, and they were quite energetic after having recuperated from the Watergate City incident. Their other younger brother, Tybee, had stayed behind at Priestella and was entrusted with the management of the Iron Fong and the Hashin Trading Company's activities within the kingdom. That also included looking after Julius' sleeping younger brother Joshua. Julius, Mimi, Hitaro, I am delighted that I am able to travel together with you once again. Mimi, oh, then that's really good, but Mimi's real sorry that we don't remember. Hitaro Wunchin. Julius, no, I do not mind, Mimi. That attitude of yours is very comforting to me. Julius, who had entrusted the younger brother of the two with taking care of his own younger brother, now laughed at Mimi's candid words. Suffering harm due to the authority of gluttony, Julius' name had been forgotten by everyone around. The memories she had made together with him that spanned longer than 1 year were no longer present, and for Anastasia, that was an extreme failure. However, on the other hand, the relationship between them did not completely collapse with that, and she could believe. So since Julius still stayed by her side to the Watergate City and the Pleiades Watchtower, for that reason, even though it would not be able to fully compensate, Anastasia, in order to find Natsukikin and Rem, I have to use all the cards available in my hand. Echidna, right, I will say this now, but that plan of Emiliakin and the others to smuggle themselves in from Lagunica, it's you know. Anastasia, even if you didn't say ID, understand Emilius and ain't good at lying, so you're saying it ain't suited to her. Echidna, after all, she is far too honest. As Echidna was choosing her words, Anastasia understood what she was trying to say and nodded. Emilia's group was searching for the disappeared Subaru and Rem's whereabouts from a different angle to Anastasia's group. She had heard that they were planning on crossing over to the Empire from the commercial city, but it was a plan that went hand in hand with hardship. Worst case scenario, the identity of Emilia's group would be revealed, and they would be deported, and it was quite likely that they would need to give up on entering the Empire. By some chance, she may try to break through with sheer force, and things would escalate to becoming an international problem, but the people around her would probably stop her before that could happen. Anastasia, but in that case it would become real difficult for Emilius and the others to search for Natsukikin. That's why. Echidna Anna is acting. As an alternative, you are quite engrossed in this. Anastasia, what are you trying to say, that I'm mistaken on something? Echidna, no, it is simply this is a first, so it also feels rather fresh for me. As Echidna tickled her nape while stirring about, Anastasia pouted her lips. The first she had pointed out was probably referring to the motivations for Anastasia's actions. Anastasia also had self-awareness that she was acting for a reason uncharacteristic of herself. It was the exact same reason why Julius had laughed at her earlier. Anastasia, it ain't a lie that there's a debt involved. But supposing that there had not been one, Anastasia would have needed to be more careful when deciding on this matter, because she was aware that Anastasia was unable to respond to Echidna and Julius' somewhat lukewarm gazes with her usually sharp tongue. 3. The line of beast carriages arrived at the third city of Karaji Avada as planned. Here the plan for Anastasia's group had been to converge with the Hashin Trading Company, having sent a letter in advance, and make arrangements to head towards the Valakian Empire and then cross the border. However, Chuden the Timon was just awful. President traffic to end from the Empire has just been completely restricted in terms of both people and goods. Even I've got my hands up with no clue as to what to do. Then, greeting Anastasia and the others as they converge in Avada, Chuden raised both of his hands. The giant middle-aged man with a big, belly, flabby chin and dressed in a costume that made lavish use of cloth got right into the heart of the main topic in his greeting for their first reunion in quite a long while. The speed of that conversation was certainly that of a merchant. It was probably a relic from before the Chuden Trading Company had had its name changed to the Hashin Trading Company, and he had been the president. Anastasia prepared exactly what is wanted for the person who wants it. Even though you used to be that kind of person, have you forgotten how to do business in the time you were bloating yourself and getting fat? Chuden is sure say some harsh things just to die, I think, drilled the fundamentals of business into you. Even if I've handed over the seat of president, my thinking's still a long ways away from getting rusty. Anastasia, if that's so, then what's the meaning of this? Shaking his head, the sag of flesh of his cheeks and chin shook all together. Gazing over him, Anastasia stared at Chuden with an impatient feeling. If that were true, he would have quickly made the preparations for crossing the border, and it would have been the point where she would have wanted Julius to reevaluate them. And as expected of the Hashin Trading Company, the fact that there was a setback was not amusing to Anastasia in the slightest. However, Chuden's following words were even less desirable. Chuden, it seems that the current restriction wasn't just from the imperial side, but the city-states also agreed to it. Anastasia, the Karaji side, did as well. Something so rare pretty much never happens. Frowning at Chuden's words, Anastasia pondered, then standing by Anastasia's side, Julius called out to her, saying, "Anastasia-sama. Julius, this is a difficult situation, but is this something rare? I often hear that the Empire bans traffic with the kingdom, and the city-states Anastasia demands from there are frequent, but fundamentally it's fixed that the Empire just asserts something on its own, and the city-states grumble about the heavy losses, but this time they agreed." Julius, in other words, Anastasia Karagi's League of Cities, is at work. Hearing Anastasia's answer, the gravity of the matter was conveyed to Julius. The Karaji city-states were made up of multiple cities, and their League of Cities was a congress made up of the mayors of 10 cities, an organization that possessed the right to decide on the management of the city-states. The fact that they had placed a ban on traffic between Karaji and Wallachia meant, Chuden, if we ignore the official notice, even the Hashin Trading Company will likely mercilessly have its business permit revoked, even if, not on a large scale, the company has already shown its readiness to move. So you ain't gonna be able to talk your way out of it by saying something like, "I don't know nothing about Wallachia." Anastasia, to think that showing the true strength of the Hashin Trading Company would backfire like this. As her fingers trembled, Anastasia was irritated by the abhorrent judgment of the League of Cities. Julius, so there is nothing we can do. Anastasia, don't be saying such stupid things. I ain't gonna back down here. However, while making an unpleasant face, Anastasia roused her spirits upon hearing Julius question that. Instant she saw Julius' lips loosen and felt like she was either being tested or guided. But Anastasia switched over to the belief that this was proof of his trust. Anastasia, Vice President, you weren't just waiting here to give us bad news, now were you? Chuden, now, I wonder it's just the dignitaries of the League of Cities are present in the next city over Fusumi. So I've already gone and completed preparations for you to head over there. Anastasia, stop saying each and everything like you're selling me an expensive favor. Puffing her cheeks up at her business teacher, Chuden's way of speaking, Anastasia turned her back to him at a glance. She could see that the next beast carriages and provisions for the journey had already been shrewdly prepared outside of the company. Anastasia, hey, let's get a move on. Time is money. Why did the League of Cities release such a rare announcement? We ain't gonna be able to enter the Empire if we don't sort that out. Julius bowed to Anastasia, who forcefully clapped her hands, while Ricardo, Mimi, and Hitaro ran around boarding the beast carriages and getting ready. Looking over their state, Anastasia wiped the sweat off her brow and muttered, "Anastasia, good grief, you're making me sweat. This'll cost you lots later, Emilia-san." So she declared, "Yendi, the Dragon Kingdom. Meili's Witch Beast Observation Record 4. 1. Meili Portrait was traveling through the Augria sand dunes along with Felt and her camp, heading for the Pleiades Watchtower. The journey was going well after overcoming the difficult sand time obstacle, but right before they reached the tower, they were faced with an unexpected problem. A mighty impact violently shook the dragon carriage. The ferocious voice of a young girl echoed amidst the sandstorm. Didn't expect to be greeted by the divine dragon. Listening to her voice next to her, Meili concentrated on her divine protection. For Meili's case, this meant she had to focus. An imagined heat was building up in the middle of her forehead. Every user of a divine protection had their own unique method of concentrating on their power, requiring each to learn on their own in order to discover the most suitable method for themselves. Meili's method was influenced by the way which beasts licked each other's horns as a sign of friendliness. As a young girl who had been raised by them, she had experienced having her forehead licked as well. In either case, it'll keep my concentration, Meili said, but But what? There isn't a single witch beastie that'll come near us when we're being so rowdy, as Melee exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. Another one of the impacts struck the side of the carriage. She held onto her seat as the carriage shook violently, holding back the urge to scream. This had been happening repeatedly, but the dragon wasn't going after anyone in the carriage. The impacts were merely the shock waves from its attacks, intending to hit its primary target. Felt clicked her tongue. Give us a break. Already, what the hell is Reinhard doing? He better not be going easy on it. Don't be too hard on him, Miss Felt, Ezo admonished. Sir Reinhard is certainly extraordinary, but the opponent he's facing is none other than one of the three heroes, the divine dragon Volcanica. Oi, Reinhard, if you lose, you're nothing. But a dead weight Felt yelled at Reinhard as he continued to parry the white beams coming towards him, holding Melee by her shoulders. What a daring thing to say, Melee thought, considering the person Felt was yelling at was someone she saw as a monster. My apologies, but my opponent is quite formidable. Don't give me excuses, Felt yelled. Show him what you're made of for once. Confusion overtook Melee, causing her to panic at the voice she suddenly heard echoing in her mind. Well, what was that voice? Just knew Al. Calm down, Miss Melee, Ezo soothed before beginning to explain the nature of the voice he had also heard that was Sir Reinhard's divine protection of telepathy. Contrary to Felt, who was bickering with Reinhard's voiceless voice, as if it were the most natural thing to do, Ezo bit his lips, rather normal reaction for someone in a situation, one might add. There'll be no end to the situation if it continues on like this, Ezo muttered. Miss Flam, Miss Grassies, are you too well? We're managing somehow, answered Flam, but not for long, responded Grassies. Receiving their responses, Ezo made a sour face like that of a young boy agonizing over their predicament. If only we could distract the divine dragon for even a second. However, he knew all too well that they would just get in Reinhard's way if they tried to interfere. We sorely lacked the strength to jump into the battle between the Sword Saint and the Divine Dragon. Such was his analysis on the matter. Glancing at Ezo's profile as he desperately searched for an effective method, Felt clicked her tongue. Melee, how about you make a witch beast throw itself at the Divine Dragon? I told you, Melee responded. There isn't a single soul bold enough to get in the middle of their battle. Not even a witch beastie. If you think there's some convenient way to help Mr. Red Hair from here, then you're mistaken, were the words she wanted to say. However, before she could utter them, Melee came to a halt. Felt tilted her head. What's wrong? Melee began searching her breast pocket and took out a small pouch, something Natsuki Subaru had made. Miss Melee, what's inside that pouch? Ezo asked. Melee dropped its contents onto her palm and Felt, and Ezo looked down at it. It's black, but it doesn't look like jewelry, Felt assessed as she laid her eyes on the black object on Melee's palm. What the hell is it? I don't know how to say this, but Melee said hesitantly as she looked away from them. Amelia said that if we have Thias, then the divine Dragi won't get mad. The object was a dragon Talon given to her by Amelia, who had formed a friendship with Volcanica. In other words, it was a passport which would allow them to get past the divine dragon safely. Why the hell didn't you take out such an important thing sooner? Felt yelled, erupting in anger. 2. By preventing his feet from sinking into the sand through his divine protection of sandplay, kicking and flying through the air with his divine protection of air dashing, and protected himself from the dragon's blast with his divine protection of second sight, Reinhard continued his battle with the divine dragon, the last divine protection, which allowed him to intuitively respond to attacks head seen, before proved especially effective when he faced formidable opponents, and such was the case with the divine dragon, as he had yet to take a single hit. But I can't close the distance, Reinhard muttered to himself. Even though he was sure he was the dragon's target, there was no saying if it would change his mind or not. The distance he created between himself and the carriage carrying everyone was close enough that if the dragon decided to switch targets, he could manage to prevent it from getting to them. However, if he went any further than where he was, he wouldn't be able to stop the dragon from getting to the carriage in time. Bearing this in mind, he was unable to close the distance and go on the offensive. If it's only a matter of evading and blocking its blast, then I can withstand it however long it wants. But what if it never grows tired? What then? As he began searching for a breakthrough, he felt a sudden disturbance that tore his azure eyes away from the divine dragon. Keeping the remainder of his 5 senses on the dragon, his eyes caught hold of the change in the desert. Felt, who had been told to stay put, was leaning out of the carriage, holding something up. Lady Felt, he muttered as he sensed another change. The divine dragon Volcanica had also turned his attention to the carriage native Felt. Reinhard immediately prepared to draw his sheathed dragon sword, which he had only been using to parry the dragon's attack until now. However, no matter how hard he tried to draw the sword with his steel-ripping strength, the handle wouldn't budge. Without wasting a second, he gave up on unsheathing the sword and swung it in a semicircular motion, gouging out the desert and kicking up a sandstorm. Each grain of sand had turned into a lethal bullet, creating a wall of sand as formidable as sand time. However, a certain entity broke through this wall with ease. With his magnificent blue wings outstretched, the divine dragon Volcanica soared away from the watchtower toward Felt at an astonishing speed despite. Being 10 times larger than an earth dragon, Reinhard kicked into the air as well and readied himself to make a slicing motion with his hand, aiming to sever the dragon's elongated neck. Reinhard, right as he was about to attack the dragon from its flank, Reinhard halted in response to his mistress' calm voice. When he turned to face her, he detected a strong conviction in her expression and intuited that his action would only inconvenience her. To ignore this would have been betrayal of her trust. Trusting his instincts, he stopped, however. Far sail thy recklessness tires not only me but all the rest of us. Reinhard's anxiety persisted until the moment Volcanica's dignified voice spoke these words after landing a few steps away from Felt. 3. So with this to alone, Melee was hiding from us. The dragon greets us with grace. Huffeld said with every intention of poking fun at Melee for causing an once-in-a-century battle due to clumsiness. Like I saw it, it's not like I was hiding it on pure pose, Melee retorted, as best as she could, but lacked any strength in her voice. In her defense, she neither hid it on purpose nor forgot about its existence. She simply expected the Talon to be requested in a more peaceful manner. So when they were attacked so vehemently, her mind went blank. Besides, Amelia was the only one who told me the dragon went on a rampage. However, considering the fight Sir Reinhard had to put up with, Amelia definitely deserves praise for even coming back alive after fighting it, commented Ezo on Amelia's overwhelming power after hearing Melee's story that, of course, has nothing to do with her receiving support from Roswell. There goes Ezo's weird stubbornness, commented Flam. A man's stubborn pride, added Grassies. It feels kind of good when Amelia gets praise, Melee thought. However, they still couldn't completely relax. So Melee asked the alright Felty, "Huh, can't you see nothing's all that different?" Felt responded, gesturing at the window behind her seat. "Although it's not trying to bite us or anything, so that's good, I guess." Outside the window, a colossal outline ran alongside the dragon carriage. It was Volcanica, his wings neatly folded, matching the carriage's pace with his lengthy strides. "I am Volcanica, in accordance with the ancient covenant. The will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned." This is all it says. No matter what we ask, Felt said, is this thing really the legendary divine dragon? As someone who faced it, I can vouch for that, Reinhard commented. I can guarantee there isn't another dragon with the same tremendous power that fits his description. There's no mistake, Huffelt muttered while resting her face on her hand. She then grinned, flashing her fawn at Reinhard. By the way, the face you had when you came flying back was priceless. Reinhard furrowed his brows. Lady Feld, I say this time and time again, but please be more careful. I still can't believe you exposed yourself to the dragon like that. And Ezo Flam Grassies, what are you here for if not for protecting her ladyship from danger? Sir Reinhard, I understand what you want to say, but I merely agreed with Miss Felt's judgment, Ezo responded from the driver's seat. As soon as I noticed that the Talon emitted the same type of mana as the divine dragon, I was certain the plan would succeed. Reinhard listened quietly. That being said, it could have been myself, Lamb, or Grassies to go out of the carriage, since we didn't volunteer to do, so I suppose your point is somewhat valid, he concluded, shrugging his shoulders. Reinhard lowered his brows, perplexed by Ezo's explanation. Young master, a sword saint shouldn't make a face like that, said. Flam, you look like a sad, wet puppy, commented Grassies. You too, Flam Grassies, Reinhard lamented. Stretching her neck, Felt pulled her legs up onto the seat and crossed them. You're always so overprotective, but I guess I can't blame you too much this time, since we were dealing with the divine dragon. It's only natural for you to panic. She put her hands on her knees and bowed my bad. As someone who had observed their odd dynamic, this scene came as a surprise. For Melee, however, she noticed she wasn't the only one thrown off by it. Lady Felt apologized to the young master. Said Flam, and all of this must be a bad omen, commented Grassies, astonished. Miss Felt, have you accidentally consumed poisonous? Sand Ezo asked worriedly. We must treat you immediately. Shut up, all of you, Felt exclaimed, more than capable of apologizing to Reinhard, when I think I did something wrong. Thou who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner. Shut it, no one's talking to you, after having been teased by the people around her, and even Volcanica Felt sulkily rested her face on her hand. Well, I'll admit I was able to do something so bold, because I knew you were there, though I guess it must cause you quite a bit of anxiety. No, Reinhard shook his head awkwardly. If that was your intention, I have nothing to say. Different from his usual calm, confident demeanor, Reinhard couldn't hide his shock, sensing this from his profile. Melee couldn't help but feel bad for him, just like Subaru and Amelia and Julius and Anastasia, where I suppose being a royal selection candidate's night is no walk in the park. Felty, as Mr. Redhair wrapped around her Fingier, Melee sighed. Hearing Melee's comment, Reinhard smiled bitterly. To be honest, I'm not very fond of that interpretation. Reinhard and Melee both made a mistake that caused them to look like fools during the incident. They glanced at each other and agreed to drop the subject. However, there were still certain things they needed to discuss. Why does the divine Dragi call Felty by some weird name? It called Misfelt Farcel Ezo, so that's the name of the king of Lagunica, who made a covenant with the divine dragon Volcanica, and was last to be called a Lion King. So as the divine dragon mistaking lady felt for Lord Farcel, Reinhard inquired. Hey, this guy's a man, right? Felt exhaled sharply through her nose. She then looked out the window at Volcanica Dancha. Think it's rude to mistake me for some guy. However, there was no response from Volcanica, leaving Felt scratching her head. But if even the divine dragon mistook your ladyship as royalty, enough, Reinhard, I told you before, no matter my lineage, I am who? I am, Felt declared in a cold voice. Reinhard paused and composed himself as he bowed. Yes, you're right, do excuse me. Melee narrowed her eyes at their unique interaction and pulled her knees, and even with Volcanica walking by their side, there were daring witch beasts that tried to approach them as she kept them away with her. Divine protection, she watched as a carriage slowly approached the tower on the desert horizon, the tower where she had been just a few days prior and where she had rekindled her will to live. That giant door better open once we get there, Fel huffed. You won't need to worry about Theat, Melee reassured, but you do need to think of what to do with the divine Dragi. Why am I always in charge of the monsters? As Felt lamented her predicament, a crimson scorpion crawled out of Melee's hair and began clicking its pincers triumphantly upon making it back home. As Melee petted, a thought popped into her head. If a whole lot of people are coming, won't we need more of the divine Dragi's tail-ons? She muttered to herself, glancing outside the window at Volcanica. I bet Fel would get irritated if I asked her to cut the dragon's nails. Yendi,